This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Thursday edition, as the announcer man said, and today's edition is going to be a bit different. Sean Sharif co-hosting for the very first time with Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation. Good morning. What's up?
Good morning. Damn you, Peyton, for coming out of the gates with that. Sorry. But it is great to be here. Fantastic, dude. Good to see you.
Well, I think 6:40 you'll get your revenge in the Payload intro. I think that's where Chiafalo says that Peyton was
welcome back to the load, man.
Responsible for the worst 30 minutes in radio history.
That's the PP in the morning. No, I'm a Tolo. That's PP in the morning.
Okay.
And I appreciate that. But me and Wolchuk do voice the intro for the Payload, which I'm excited to see live in the flesh today.
You've done a lot of my work for me, Eric. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. A lot of intro work.
Dating back to college.
RJ, did you do his work in college?
Oh, all the time, right, Peyton? I mean,
were you like the nerd that people would go to?
No,
I can't picture Eric Chiafalo just being like, "I'll write your essay for you."
No, definitely not. But
were you all there at the same time?
Yeah, we had good times in the Sports Zone TV
stuff. That's where the Gather the Foreigners came from. That Sports Zone clip that Bobby went and pulled. Somehow he found that from many years ago.
It's an all-time clip, man.
Yeah, Walchuk was there too.
Wow.
Yeomans was there as well. We were all. It was a dynasty there.
What a squad! Man. Were you this drive-by bandwagon UNT football fan, or you weren't pretending to be all up in it? Like I'm not saying Wolchuk was pretending, but
no, Wolchuk's serious. Yeah,
he's serious.
Yeah, no, I'm not like near as serious as Wolchuk is about it. Like I did not go there for the football team.
Did you guys discuss the choppy take? He infuriated all of Denton?
Yeah, he went
walk
scorched.
The streets. He can't go out.
Yeah, he can't go out. And the fact that you have the UNT flag behind him when he's saying that is so good. You got the UNT T-shirt up here. I mean, it was such a great video with that in the background and him just railing against it. But there's a part of me that I totally get it. Like, I don't want to watch these G5 schools go out there and get smacked.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago I was like, oh, it's not fair, Choppy. They're involved. They should be in it. And then you get the draw and the seedings and the point spreads, and it's like, okay, maybe you were right. But Choppy is feeling a little bit ill. Made him take off yesterday with the sore throat. First time that we have hosted together.
I know. I can't believe it's taken this long.
I was wondering if they put it up between Wolchuk. Well, you're usually filling in for me with all my paternity leave.
That's right.
As I've taken more paternity leave than Eric with less children.
That's amazing.
Everyone makes the joke, I'm waiting for the next pregnancy in the building so I can get the paternity leave.
Yeah, we're just dishing it out to you. That's why I got a vasectomy. I'm like, forget this if I'm not going to get the benefits out of it.
And thank you for the vasectomy hookup, by the way.
Cheers.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. I did ask everyone to give me a preview of what to expect hosting with you, those members of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk rolled in first. Just hope and pray. Roll with it. Don't resist. Have the dump button ready. Laugh at his jokes, even if they aren't funny. Someone listening thinks they are. Breathe and remember everything will be okay.
Yeah, that someone's probably my mom.
Yeah.
My dad, perhaps driving into work at some point. This morning. Definitely not Rowdy Tellez laughing at the jokes.
Dylan said, expect gold. 99 cup, great from the nosebleeds to the big leagues. He'll do fantastic. Emilio Toptolo said, should be dope. Redbeard said, I predict a lot of head scratching. Cody said, some serious, some unseriousness. Frankie J said, radio gold. And Kid Muse giving you props for responding and reading all of the texts. When I tune in, and OG Wade said fireworks. When I tune in the G-Bag and I'm watching on the fan cam, Twitch or YouTube, you are glued to that computer screen looking at the text. Is it the text? How do you break up text messages and Twitter and being all over it? Because one of my pet peeves up here is the people who don't respond on their cell phone. If, like, I'll text breaking news or I'll respond to something while listening and I'll tweet like Corey, KNC. Bobby, surprisingly, like, never is looking at his phone as much as you would think during the show. So I'll be off one day and I'll be driving around texting him something. It'll be a 15, 20-minute delay, but I feel like you're all over all that stuff.
I try to be, and it can somewhat be distracting for the show. Every once in a while I'll get caught slipping on some things. But, yeah, there's just so much. You always want to be on top of what's going on. And so, yeah, I'm always trying to juggle, reading the texts, trying to put out fires with people essing on us from time to time.
You respond a lot?
I respond as much as I can, and some of the numbers, like a Kid Muse, I've now figured out what his number is, so, they'll get preferential treatment, when they've shown plenty of love.
How do you compare the toxicity of... Bassick always said the fan text was number one, and then you got Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Like where it can get the nastiest.
Dude, Facebook. Go read the comments go read the Facebook comments of what you just of asking the people what to expect. A couple of people. There's a lady named Vicky who's got to be in her 60s, and she said expect less listeners.
Man, Facebook is usually the nicest. Twitter's the nastiest. Fan text can get rough. Then you got YouTube, Twitch, and Tolo, and then Instagram. I view as pretty innocent.
Shout out to the Twitch. The Twitch is incredible. 10 out of 10 across the board. The YouTube, it gets nasty up in there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful watching the YouTube. As I clicked on it.
Yeah.
Who's put the sound on the gosh dang desktop?
I think the YouTube, a lot of that has to do with who do we have moderating. So we've gone from Ryan to Carter, and now Aiden is giving me that S-eating grin. The other day when Aiden said he's a flat earther, I said, okay, expect this to blow up during Ask Reddit, but don't go back and don't be me going back at people typing in there, because I feel like the moderator can kind of hold it down and maintain control. Can kind of be the guide of the moodiness on there, because we've had some rough ones. Now I'm trying to see the insults on Facebook.
Yeah, you pull a couple of those up. Vicky, I think, went the hardest, but there was a handful that were less than kind.
LeVar said unwashed armpits, egg farts, and some tomfoolery. What's up with the armpit thing?
Yeah, it's just because I use like a sort of like a...
You're not McConaugheying it.
No, I'm not McConaugheying it. Now, and I did make a point to shower this morning before I came in to just make sure it was clear.
Oh.
Now I usually shower before the afternoon show, but usually if I'm coming in here with Choppy in the morning, he's lucky if I brush my teeth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Choppy got a little scent to him. It can be
be a little musty.
BO-ish. Yeah, it can be BO-ish sometimes.
You're closer to him now, right, than the other studio? Aren't you a little closer, Sean?
Yeah, we're all closer, man. Yeah. We're all a lot closer. I think the best preview came from Aaron Malloy. Fear not, good traveler of the airwaves. To host with Eric Chiafalo upon the morning of Sean and RJ is to step into a realm where chaos and charm lock arms like distant cousins at a family reunion. This is beautifully written.
That's incredible.
Expect the questions to wander. Expect thy coffee to tremble. Expect Eric to deliver opinions with the confidence of a man whose credit score hath never known late payment. Sean will ponder. RJ will jest. Eric will unleash a take so bold it may require a formal inquiry. Yet you shall survive this strange carnival. Nay, you may even thrive. For in this kingdom of sports and morning mischief, all guests are welcome, measured only by the strength of their voice and the courage of their takes. Go forth. Thy credit remains intact, and thy honor shall follow. Aaron Malloy.
That's straight poetry, bro.
Excellent. That's straight poetry.
Nice word.
We start off with a scandal.
Yes.
And this thing has gotten out of control as Sharon Moore, the former head coach of the Michigan Wolverines, fired yesterday by the university for an inappropriate relationship within their offices. And then the police get involved as Moore is detained for allegedly going to somebody's house. Probably does skip the particulars on what the internet is saying until we get official police reports. He went to somebody's house and there was a question over assault. So Moore fired, melting down, common sense would tell you, and then arrested for possible physical contact. Wow.
All-time crazy story. I mean, this started out. I first see the update that he's fired. I'm like, okay, wow. I mean, he went 9-3. They got a young roster. Things seem like they're moving in the right direction. Everybody was talking about Michigan for next year being a team that would be in the preseason top 10 in the polls. And then you get the news of the shagging around the office. And then I'm looking immediately like, is he married? Like that's going to be a huge factor in this.
Yeah, my mind didn't even go there, but it should have.
Yeah, like, is he married? Does he have kids? The answer is yes and yes. And so you can understand the meltdown that takes place there. And then he sort of loses himself. And I'm looking forward to getting the exact details on what it is that he did after that in terms of the crash out here, breaking into an assistant's home or something like that, and then trying to act like he was going to hurt himself or something. Which again, when something this big and your entire life is crumbling for all of the world to see, and it started out with just like funny memes. It started out like, did you see the Coldplay meme?
No.
Where he's the guy, he's the guy that's wrapped up from behind the old lady from the Coldplay concert, and then it just got super serious and super sad. And I feel for everyone involved here because this is just a total disaster.
Did he go to the house before the announcement of the firing? That's what I feel like I'm reading. My mind would say he got fired, then the crash out took place. Maybe he knew it was coming, but I'm reading some articles where he actually went to the home before they announced it. I don't know.
Yeah, I could see that because, part of this, too, is Michigan sort of covering this up for a little while. I mean, you have tweets from over a week ago of people that were talking about, hey, this is happening, but no, they didn't go anywhere because it wasn't Adam Schefter or something like that.
Yeah, Rima's out there saying, I got the scoop if you want it. This cover up since that. But I was like, this Michigan State stuff, I don't know how much I trust the other side. They're out to get.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a Wolverine.
He's got a little bias.
Yeah, got a little bias. Went to Northwestern, so he's smarter and above all of them.
No question.
But that is the Michigan story, and now they are thrown into a coaching search. So we await the details. Everybody and their mother trying to get the police department to talk, and now Michigan is open, just like we had at LSU and Florida, and half the teams involved in the college football playoff.
And that's what's the bad part here, too. If you're somebody like that really cares about Michigan, you're going, dude, you should have got ahead of this as early as you could. However long you knew about this.
Yeah, in the world of college football, it's not necessarily getting mad that your 9-3 coach got fired. It's, well, damn it, we didn't get the top replacement.
Yes.
We didn't get in on the arms race.
Right. And Michigan is still an incredible job. I mean, anybody would consider that probably easily a top 10 job in the country. So you probably could have had an opportunity at some of these guys, and now you're behind the 8 ball in a huge way.
And they're taking on Texas.
Yes.
In the bowl game. And an all-time character and photo is now stepping in again for Sharon Moore. Is this guy, is it Biff Poggi?
Yeah, I think it's I think it's a hard G. I think they go Biff Poggi.
Yeah.
And he is an all-time character. This guy's incredible. And he's been on the Michigan staff for a while. He was the interim whenever he was suspended for the first couple of games, those 2 weeks during the season. And I believe we have the sound here. This is a little taste of Biff, who's going to be manning the sidelines for the Michigan-Texas bowl game.
What are you going to do tonight to celebrate?
I'm going to eat some Haagen-Dazs coffee ice cream with my wife and smoke a Cuban cigar and then probably go to the hospital.
And he looks, a lot of people, they see you and they're like, oh, I didn't realize you look like this. You don't sound like this in radio. He looks exactly how that sounded.
No question.
Yeah.
He's got the type of arms you want to see back in the kitchen if you're getting ready for a fried chicken kind of meal. And notice he says wife there.
Yeah. Is that how you're judging your fried? Aiden's tripping. Is that how you're judging your fried chicken by the arms? Maybe a computer, maybe not. But the prep email you sent yesterday, I mean, this was Hall of Fame worthy.
Oh, thank you.
This was super impressive.
I appreciate that. Yeah,
I was like, he's not paying too much attention to G-Bag right now, but I didn't know you. I didn't know you were at your girl's birthday.
Yeah, thank God I had the day off yesterday so I could actually act like a professional.
Do you send that? It's going on with Trayvon Diggs now. That's next on Sean and Chio, 105.3 The Fan.
Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
And we do it on your official home of the Cowboys with the official pregame host of America's team on the Dallas Cowboys radio network. He is Eric Chiafalo, sitting in for Choppy today. Bobby will be back on Sunday, even though I think he was working the Cowboys show last night with Nate Newton, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. I'm Sean Sharif. We got Peyton and Aiden running things, as always, on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I've asked Jerry Jones every way I know how. I came away with the impression most times that Trayvon Diggs' knee has been holding him back, but he was going to play last week, and he for damn sure is going to play this week. And then Brian Schottenheimer stepped to the podium yesterday. We'll get to that in just 1 second. I want you to actually hear the audio so there's no guessing, no wishy-washy, and we actually have it for your ears. But CeeDee Lamb, Eric, with the concussion apparently going through drills during yesterday's practice, Schotty said he's progressing nicely, said Lamb has a couple of things he still needs to do to be cleared, adding, I feel good about that. So, as I said the other day, concussions nowadays in football seem like a 2-week thing, maybe a 3-week thing, versus them throwing them back out there and getting CTE the very next week. But it seems like CeeDee Lamb will be okay for Minnesota.
Yeah, having that extra time for sure helps, but you never know, especially with one that looked like that, which had like some Tua vibes to it, where it's like a real kind of KO for a second.
I thought that was the arm, shoulder dislocation, but the way he got up and kind of wasn't moving it.
Yeah, I was the same way. Me and my wife were watching. She was like, oh, no, that's like not good. And I didn't even realize it was a concussion for like probably the first couple minutes until I saw the replay, and I was like, oh, snap, he got knocked out, dude.
Brian Schottenheimer with the very latest on Trayvon Diggs' availability.
In terms of Trayvon, I mean, he's still in the ramp-up period. I think he does feel healthy. I know he wants to play, but at the end of the day, it's, we have to do what we think is in the best interest of not just him, but also the football team. And when you miss time, the ramp-up period is good not just for your body, but for your mind and figuring out some of the defense. And there's some new faces in the huddle and things like that. So, again, love him as a player, but ultimately he's got to show us he's ready to do everything the right way.
Okay, listening to it sounds a little bit better to me than reading it, because when I read it, I just quote tweeted and said, do everything the right way. Is he talking about doing everything the right way? I'll start off with trying to look at it from a positive. Is he talking about trying to do everything the right way in terms of the scheme, knowing assignments? Or is this Trayvon being Trayvon, and he's not being part of the program, fully bought in, which is what my evil, cynical part of my brain goes to?
Yeah, I don't even think it's overly evil or cynical. I think that shows, I mean, that's just kind of what he's been since really getting paid. Like, he has not been the type of professional that you would want. He's getting concussions at home in random situations. He's not taking rehab overly seriously, and he's calling out the scheme. Bobby had the quote a couple weeks ago about the discipline stuff after Lamb and Pickens had their situation in Vegas, and he was kind of saying, like, alluding to the fact that he wasn't really crazy about it, and every coach is a little bit different, which is weird because he comes from Alabama and Nick Saban.
Yep.
He should be used to like super accountability, discipline, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And I just think there's no way that he's back next year.
No.
And it won't surprise me at all if we don't see him again for the rest of the season.
Totally agree. You know, the ramp-up stuff, I'm sitting there saying to myself in the car, listening to it, Shotty, stop. Enough. You're in a desperate situation. You may already be out of the playoffs. Think about how bad it must be. If Quinnen Williams was in this situation, Quinnen Williams would be thrown out on the field Sunday night.
Facts.
Your secondary, we know, with Savone Revel getting picked on the other night, and still a bunch of no-names out there with like Stewart and others, you're not in a good spot. You're not in a position of riches. So throw them out there. But then the other side of me hears he's still got to do it the right way. And I want to give so the selfish part of me wants Diggs out there to play so the Cowboys are still alive for a playoff spot selfishly. The accountability part of me and the culture part of me that we've been talking about with Shotty this entire time is saying, man, this is a refreshing stand that they're in this situation, backs against the wall, probably out, one more loss and you're definitely out. And he's still willing to go here to send a message to Diggs and everybody else that you still have to do it a certain way versus, okay, you're not doing it the right way, but we're desperate, so you can go out there and play, because that's not a leadership message. So which way are you looking at it on the fan text at 877-881-1053? They're desperate. They're still bleeding on defense, and they're still not throwing them out there. Or, no, like George Pickens, like CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs has to fall in line.
I would feel so much differently about this if this was Trayvon Diggs from a few years ago when he's actually balling and getting a bunch of interceptions. But I don't think Trayvon Diggs is fixing much for you anyways. So that's a part of it. I don't even think like you're really missing. You mentioned Quinnen Williams. Like, yeah, this is a guy that's actually helping you in a huge way. I don't even know to what degree Trayvon Diggs is actually helping you. But big picture-wise, this is Shotty laying the foundation for what is hopefully going to be a long time here. Yeah. And I think that is so much more important. Like, even you end up making the playoffs. Like, this is not a championship team. You're not punting on a Super Bowl this year, no matter how you want to slice it.
Yep.
So I love what Shotty's doing.
So you believe in the culture stuff? You don't just kind of roll your eyes at it?
No, I don't. I think it matters. I think coaching matters, and I think what you build as a program matters. You see it all over the place at every level. College football, NFL, whatever it is, like, coaching matters, and having a culture of discipline and guys that actually want to take accountability, work hard, be a good teammate, all that stuff totally matters. And that's what's going to end up becoming interesting with the George Pickens stuff, but at least he's a guy that is, for the most part, producing his tail off.
So, a couple of different Cowboys sources with a couple of different answers. One person told me, I just heard he kind of didn't practice very well the other day. That's the biggest reason he did not go out there on the field. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better that makes me feel like it's an on-field thing. Then I had another person text and say, no, it's not falling in line. It's not being a part of the program. So I don't know what to believe. Schottenheimer opened this up to interpretation by saying not doing things you got to do things the right way. And that leads me to believe that Trayvon is being a pain in the ass again. And he's being difficult, because how can the knee still be an issue 5 weeks later? I mean, we're going over a month now, and you got the elimination gun to your head. Mm-hmm. So yeah. Which one is it? Given Trayvon's reputation and him up in my DMs, I'm more likely to believe he's being a pain in the ass. And there's a 0% chance he's back here next year, when I think you can save $18 million, and I think you could have saved $12 million before the season if you parted ways.
Oh, yeah. Parting ways is going to be a no-brainer. I mean, you had the writing on the wall with just...
then we'll see how good of an agent Micah can be in Green Bay.
Yeah.
To go ahead and recruit him over there.
I know. That's the crazy thing, too, is you would think just for Trayvon himself, even from like a selfish standpoint, like, dude, don't
His next stop.
Yes. Yeah, don't you want to at least fall in line and just bite your tongue?
And he'll be like, you know what I'm falling into? That $20 million on my mattress.
Yeah.
That's what I'm falling into.
That's right.
I may be thinking about it. I already got paid.
No, for sure. I think you've seen that plenty throughout sports, and he's been a guy since getting paid, has been nowhere near the type of player that he was, and you saw the signs even before he got paid. Like, I was definitely a voice saying, like, I don't care about these interceptions, dude. Go back to that San Francisco game where he is intentionally not hitting George Kittle in the biggest moment of the game.
So I got attitude problems from one person still not buying in the way he's supposed to, and then he just didn't practice the way they wanted to. What are the Tolos saying, Pepe?
Yeah, the fan text Sean is all anti-Trayvon Diggs. 903 says screw Diggs. 210, he sucks, don't miss him at all. 360, I think that leaving Diggs out will just set the attitude for next season. Diggs is not the same as he was in years past. 817 just wants the Cowboys to release him.
And that's surprising, because there's been some Diggs support. When I tweeted months ago a clip like I'm just done with it. I think Dawson had actually said it first, and I'm over and done with it. Get him out of here. I got some of the Diggs cult coming after me a little bit, so I'm a little surprised right there on the fan text that everyone is over and done with it, at least with those few messages.
Those are all Micah's burners account anyway.
Yeah, to get him over there.
Yeah.
Man, imagine the leadership duo you almost turned this over to. We were trying to figure out, is it Tank who's right? Is it Micah and Diggs? Is it the old guard with the hot boys and the hot noise who could never come through here as a team and had some bad defenses? Is that the problem? Or do we need this new school, youthful injection of energy with these two young bucks who really know how to do it? And I think I lean Team Tank after not just because of what he's doing in Seattle, because of the maturity of Micah and Diggs and knowing that they're BFFs. And that's a leadership duo you almost turn this over to on that side of the ball.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, because what a difference, even just like the way that Quinnen Williams carries himself and the respect and the leadership that everybody's already talking about with him. It's a totally different level.
You think he's going to play Sunday night, Trayvon?
No, I don't think he's going to.
Will he play again?
I would bet no. Unless there's injuries that force it. I don't think, if he hasn't gotten himself together, if he hasn't already figured out how to do sort of the right thing and go about things the right way, I don't think it's happening.
And I will say this. I'll drop a nugget here. I was told by a pretty good source what the concussion came from. I'm sure you may have heard some of the things. I'll tell you in the commercial break here in 2 minutes, if not. It's so crazy that if true, this is leading TMZ everywhere. I'm not going to go further than that. I'm going to protect who told me. And it's such a crazy story, I feel scared to even put it out there. Like the Sharon Moore stuff that's out there, it's not bad to that degree. It's not illegal, but it's so crazy. The craziness of that Michigan story, this would go viral, and it would set the media world on fire, if true. But I'm not going to be the one until someone there in that building tells me it absolutely happened. But
Kyle Yeomans.
I'll wait for Kyle Yeomans to confirm it. All right, some Fiance advice from Peyton Phillip Russell. Don't leave your girlfriend behind to freeze to death. And someone's finally taking a stand. They're done with that damn 6-7. It's Thursday, 6:40. It's the Payload. We do have a Matt Rife ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock Expressway. Chia follow in for Choppy. Sean and RJ coming at you with the 6 a.m. Club right here on The Fan.
on 105.3, the Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday. Every single Thursday at this time, it is time for the Payload. Eric, welcome back to the load. It's been a while. It's been a while, man. It's been probably since last time Sean took off for paternity leave. I think back in like March, April, maybe.
Yeah, man. I've missed your Payload live in the flesh. I'm not used to getting this like this. No. You know, usually I'm just hanging out on the Odyssey app at a distance.
It's better live. I'll tell you that right now. It's better.
It is. I get to watch you in real time. This is great.
Guys, we start things off.
You get to watch him stutter versus just listening to it.
Guys, we started off bringing back this fan favorite. Bobby was all over this. A couple days ago, Chili's brought back the skillet queso. Now, Eric, I don't know what your stance on this is. Sean and me, we kind of have the same vibes here. We kind of feel like it's okay, it's something, but it's not to worship about. Bobby worships it. He's all about the skillet queso. What are your thoughts on the skillet queso at Chili's?
I'm a huge fan of it. And I was disappointed. Like, Chili's used to be the spot. Like, when it was family dinner night and we're like going out somewhere, like we would hit the Chili's heavy, and the skillet queso was a no-brainer. There's something about the skillet that it brings something. It brings the queso to life in a way that just a run-of-the-mill bowl does not. And I thought it was just a totally dumb play to remove it, unless it was just a big ploy to sort of get hype it up.
Going and trying this overrated queso because of Bobby actually made me stumble into something that Corey Majors highlighted at Chili's. They have the greatest chicken tenders that I've ever experienced.
Oh, the chicken crispers?
Yeah.
Yes, bro.
What the heck are they doing? I don't know whether they're injecting the bird. I don't know whether they're sous videing the bird. They're doing something with this explosion of juice coming out of these chicken crispers that Corey Majors told me about. Whataburger, of course, is going to be a GOAT top seed, which is going to make them be even better here, highlighted in a second from Peyton. But I ate the queso, but I was focused on the crispers.
Yeah, the honey chipotle chicken crispers, amazing. You got to get the sauce on it. I know some people just like it plain, then you dip it in the sauce. I go sauce all over the chicken tender, amazing.
Bobby and his wife got vats of the queso to freeze when they were like the wipes people during COVID hoarding it. So they just sat there and ordered extra shipments and extra portions of the queso to go ahead and freeze it because they were that terrified it was going away.
Okay, that's wild. It ain't that good.
It ain't that good. That was our point. It's not that good. There are things, like when I heard the Mexi Melt was back at Taco Bell, I was like, I have to order this Mexi Melt before it goes away. It ended up being like a little bit overrated to me, but there are things I think I would do that too in terms of a sauce or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a Wolf Brand chili with a little queso on it. That's what we call it. No, I mean, it is good, but it's not something, I don't go there and go, okay, you got to order this. You got to get this to start off with. But, all right, we go from Chili's to In-N-Out. Cancel the 6-7 meme, they say. That's not my words. That's In-N-Out's words. It's a store in California. The first In-N-Out, I guess, in California, Los Angeles, I believe, removed the number 67 from their ordering system to stop the kids from going crazy in their restaurant when order number 67 is called on the intercom system. And this is simply why Whataburger's better. They would never do this to take away from the youth of America. And this is where it all started. This was the viral, video that started out, kids and everyone and their moms waiting around the intercom system for 67 to come out on the intercom system, and they go crazy about it. It's like you're losing business here. And, it's like, yes, I get it. The 6-7 meme, RJ uses it a bunch. I use it a bunch. I get it, but I don't like it as much now as I did back then. I feel like we need to kind of get rid of it. But, Sean, they're canceling the 6-7 meme at In-N-Out.
Why would they? Now, look, I don't use it. I don't like it, but it was an explosion in your establishment. Like, so what are you worried about ticking? Why would you cancel that? Why would you take that out? That is a huge loss for In-N-Out. Another win for Whataburger. And the only time when you're going to get this type of crowd reaction would be at 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night when I'm not worried about, like, I could see it at lunch, and I got my 60-year-old patrons in there trying to enjoy their honey chicken sandwich, whatever it is. I could see that being a disruption. But at night, 10, 11, 12 o'clock, why would you get rid of that? Doesn't make any sense. Did you hear inside the restaurants when this would happen over the intercom?
I saw one of the clips. They went berserko mode. They loved it.
Do you use this, and do you like it?
No.
I still don't know where it came from.
It came from the worst song I've ever heard, Sean. I'm not kidding you, because I was wondering about this, and then Lucius played the song for us a while back in LA Live, and I'm not joking you, it's the single worst song ever created. I don't understand. Nobody understands.
Yeah.
Like what any of it means, but it's nuts, dude. The kids absolutely love it. And
do
like
your
the college
girls
games
reference
no,
it?
No, my kids are too young to be involved there. But like middle school kids,
yeah,
late elementary school, they are all, even the college kids, when they score the 67th point at the basketball game, they go nuts.
You see it all over, even in the men's basketball, women's college basketball, all over. The 67th point means so much to these kids nowadays. It gets them involved, and it's not like these teenagers are throwing ketchup everywhere when the 6-7 order comes out. It's like they just go crazy for 15, 20 seconds, and then they're about their day. Hey, have them buy something. Have them buy a drink or something. Get some more business out of it. I don't know.
They should have a number. Restaurants should be doing a number 67 combo.
Oh, snap.
You got 1 through 12,
yeah,
and then there you have the 6-7 combo. I guarantee it would blow up.
For twice the price of everything else.
Marketing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Let us know on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney fan text what you think about the number 6-7, and if you hate the meme or you like the meme, or if you're going to prefer Whataburger now because of this story.
Hey, and I sent it to you. See if you can pull it up. I want to hear the explosion inside the restaurant. Now, we do have to be honest and fair. We had 10 to 15 things every generation does that the older generation is like, why did this catch on? This is stupid. Yeah. Is there one that immediately comes to mind from your heyday?
D's nuts. Yeah. I'll never forget being in the lunch line in 7th grade, and I got hit with D's nuts, and I was like, damn, bro, I got to do the walk of shame.
Isn't that so much better, though?
Yes.
Because you can set up the joke.
Right.
You know?
Yes, exactly.
You're seeing if you can get someone.
Exactly.
There's some creativity. There's a setup.
Yeah.
There's a strategy.
And there's a payoff.
There's a payoff.
All right, I got this video, Sean. Let's see if it plays out over radio.
There, the in-and-out announcer really got into it.
It's not like the employees are like, upset about it, or like frustrated with the crowd. It's like they like it. They're getting into it. So I don't know. It's a huge loss here for In-N-Out, man. Can't be
eliminating fun. But yep, D's nuts. What was it for you, Pepe? Was there something, or did D's nuts travel down to your age group as well?
You got D's nuts.
We got D's nuts. No, our thing was when people would just get real close to you and they'd be like, oh yeah.
Oh,
they would do like a little moaning you.
I hated that. That was awful. I'm trying to remember the last time I caught D's nuts. I'm trying to remember the last time I got D's nuts.
Bobby still does it to me. I answer a phone call. I'm like, "What's up, Bob? What's up, man? How you doing?" He's like, "Oh yeah, it's right in my ear, man." God,
that's Bobby's normal voice.
Yeah. All right, it is Payload every single Thursday at this time, and now tell me if you're buying this next story. We have a frozen couple in the mountains. This is why you don't go hiking. You don't go hiking during the day, at night, whether it's hot, cold. You got killer bees out there, Sean.
This would be an Eric activity. Let's go find a nice hike.
Not if it's freezing.
Find a trail.
Not if it's freezing. This is like the Mount Everest people where there's just frozen bodies all over the place.
Does Marion exercise like that? She's like, let me go out. Let's go find a hike or a trail.
Yeah, she'd be down for it.
No, not me, man. I've seen too many documentaries of killer bees and stuff, bears in the wild. We talked about bears in Japan not too long ago, Sean, but this is a man named Thomas and his girlfriend Kirsten. They were climbing Grossglockner Mountain in Austria. I think I said that right. And his girlfriend became ill-equipped of getting down the mountain, so he left her while the temperatures were at a crisp -17 degrees with winds up to 45 miles per hour. So it's cold there. She's frozen, basically. And he went to seek help. But it took him until the following day to find help. They're in the middle of the mountains. We're a rescue team. They went and they found his girlfriend frozen to death. She was gone. She was unable to travel with him down, so he left her. But he's telling the cops, because they're asking him the obvious question, why didn't you bring her with you? And he's explaining this and that, and he claims that they mutually agreed that he would go find help while she stayed back. And I don't know if I don't buy it. I know. I mean, it could possibly happen, I guess. I don't know. It seemed like in the pictures he could have possibly picked her up maybe and worked her way down the mountain, but I get it. It's -17. It's cold outside. The wind's blowing. But yeah, Thomas claims that him and his girlfriend both agreed to him leaving her behind so he could find help. The police were not buying this, and he was charged for her death.
Wow.
Thomas argues that he had been trying to reach a rescue crew. He made several phone calls. Signal not working. They couldn't find any phone records in the middle of the night. He's calling at midnight, 3, 4 a.m. His court date is in February, where if convicted of these charges, he'll face 3 years of prison.
What?
Yep.
Charged for the death?
Because I guess you're leaving her behind. It's
She's an adult.
Yeah.
Now, this is coming at it from just like a legal standpoint. I feel like choppy here, excusing everything.
Better call Sean.
Better call Sean. Exactly, you are, Tolo. So you gotta come up with the best reason and excuse that she didn't want to travel anymore. You know what I mean? She's got asthma. She's got a knee replacement. Because I could see a scenario in which it's like, we're going to die out here. I can't go on anymore. The only chance is you going to find some type of help. Are you telling me that this guy had the plan in his mind all along of I'm going to get rid of this woman by us going on a hike in -20 degrees? That's a little harder for me to believe than him trying to go get help versus them freezing out there. But I don't think legally you should be charged and serve 3 years.
Because now it's, his words against, which I don't know why the police would assume this, unless there's some, signs of that, okay, you left her, you could have taken her down the mountain, you could have, or maybe he didn't make these phone calls in general. They can't find phone records. That's the problem, is that he's saying he's made these phone calls.
I can't get signal in the mountain. I can't get signal out there.
Right. So it's like, is he trying here? And it's like, I guess you got to make an effort to rescue your frozen girlfriend.
I think a lot of this just comes down to how big was she?
Yep.
Because if she
she cooking fried chicken.
Realistically, could you have thrown her on your back and carried her down?
Yeah. Or just shoved her down.
Yeah, just roll her down that deal.
Had yourself a brisket sando.
She was maybe part of the honeybees, that college, the college dancers.
Did they find her with a Tellez jersey? Because if they did, then you buy his story. He should be a free man. We need to see the couple.
We need to see how strapping is he? Does he look strong enough? And
she
how
did not
big
look
was she?
over.
Give us a name.
Yeah, give us.
We got to judge.
Eyeball the weight.
No, give us a name. Where was it?
Thomas and Kirsten. That's
that'll come up on Google easy.
Oh, it's a big story, Sean. Wait.
Thomas and John and Sally. Google it, Eric, and come up with it exactly.
You throw Oshry in there. Frozen Kirsten.
Okay.
How fat was frozen Kirsten? I got it in Google right now.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. I still just don't. Abandonment. Maybe that is, but I would think that was like for someone underage or a child. Is anything coming up for the very specific search?
She does not look big, by the way.
Gronk able to locate Bob and Jane.
There's actually a character in the show or the movie Frozen named Kirsten. So that's all it gave me.
That's what Peyton did this entire time. Is just read us the narrative of the movie.
It's a cartoon story.
It's a cartoon story. That's the Payload. That's what you get in the 6 a.m. club every Thursday at this time. Chiafalo in for Choppy. Bobby will be back on Sunday for coverage of Cowboys Vikings, and Eric will have the pregame show. We got the Michigan scandal, and we got a lot of other things to get to, including another power hitter. Speaking of polar, the Polar Bears come into the American League, and the Mavs season goes from awful to even more miserable. Next, with a Matt Rife ticket giveaway right here on The Fan. Let me go ahead and get you set up, and Chiafalo knows what I'm talking about very well. It is Trajan.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Eric Chiafalo is the co-host today for the first time ever, at least alongside myself, Sean Sharif. And we got Peyton and Aiden running things as usual. Matt Rife ticket giveaway coming up in the 720 commercial-free expressway. And we have Jake Riedma in studio doing a lot of Locked On Lions and born and raised in Michigan, and got to get your quick reaction to the Sharon Moore story. Fired, then arrested yesterday with the Wolverines.
I mean, first of all, good morning to both you guys. Good morning to Chief. Great to have you on the morning show.
Great to
here.
see you, man.
Great to see you as well.
Don't be like a caller, Jake. Just get to the point.
Yeah, get to the point. Right. Your time is ticking. We got to get you out of here. Get back to TSN over there. Come on. Those TSN reports are going to write themselves.
That part-time work ain't going to write itself.
That's right. You're going to bankrupt the company. Let's go.
I'm worried about TSL on my side.
Yeah, thank you.
Radio jargon.
All right, so point being, Michigan, the Sharon Moore stuff, it is wild. And I started to get a little bit of wind of all this, started before it was like really going down. One of my best friends is the beat reporter for the Detroit Free Press covering the University of Michigan. And so I'm hitting him up like, yo, is this true? Is this true? And he gave me some intel that, hey, there's been rumors of this swirling for a couple of weeks. And now...
The affair?
Yes. The affair that we can now go ahead and say is no longer alleged. It's pretty much, and the university statement said that, it's credible evidence that we've found that we can now go ahead and move forward with the firing and removing of his duty. But the interesting part of all this is the aftermath, right? And this is what all started to take place in real time yesterday, where you're like, oh my gosh, it's one thing after another. It's like I mean, you talk about an all-time bad day. An all-time crash out. And, I mean, as far as, the future for Sharon Moore, with what's happened over the last 24 hours, I don't know if the guy's ever going to coach again.
Yeah. I want to know whose house he went to and who the alleged assault involves. You got your rumors out there.
Right.
I don't want to step in it too much. Do you feel like you know for sure, and why isn't it being reported? Because it's just so messy?
Right. It's so messy. In the time.
You think it's guy or girl?
I think it's there could be multiple, and that's what I'm hearing. The timeline, piecing together the timeline, it honestly feels like an episode of one of the crime shows of, okay, where was he at this time?
Yeah.
Where was he at this time? And then what happened after that? So I think, and this is, again, going off of the rumors, as you said, that are all over the place, I think that there was some type of dispute with his wife, some type of altercation with the female of the inappropriate relationship with the staffer and an assistant coach and why he was breaking and entering into the assistant coach's house. We can all speculate. Was he trying to
allegedly?
Yes, allegedly.
Not even allegedly. The internet floating.
Right, and that's why I said speculate. But the point being, was he trying to get ahead of it? And I'm also hearing that there was a meeting with the University of Michigan football staff as they were getting ready to announce the official firing that he was not a part of, which is why this timeline is so important, and how it will all come out into fruition and play out, I think, is the most important part.
I know this is cold-blooded, but it's the world of college football. It's reality. Is there a replacement name?
Well, this is
leading the top of the list.
Yes. If you saw the Jake tape from yesterday, which is shameless plug.
I think I liked it.
Thank you. I think Ward Manuel, and now Ward Manuel, the athletic director, who was last year's college football playoff chair, the college football playoff committee chair, so he's very well known throughout collegiate athletics. But I think he might be on the hot seat as well with all this Sharon Moore stuff. So that's just one more curveball that could be added to the timeline and the hiring process of it's the middle of December, and you're trying to hire a head football coach after the coaching carousel has come and gone.
Yeah, be like everyone else, man, and blow up your football team's chances of winning the playoff. Do it then.
Yeah, there you go.
What are you doing? Wait until after a year is over.
But I got two names for you. Kalen DeBoer is what everyone's talking about.
Let's stop right there. Why? I saw so much Kalen DeBoer yesterday. I had to go and do my research and homework to figure out if Kalen DeBoer had a Michigan tie. He doesn't.
No, he doesn't have a Michigan tie, but here's I would say two big reasons. One is the unsatisfactory job he's done at Alabama in their mind, which you missed the college football playoffs last year, you sneak in this year, and we know what Tuscaloosa and that fan base is. The second biggest one is the success he had in developing quarterbacks. Look at Michael Penix Jr. from his time as Washington. And Kalen DeBoer is a guy that's won everywhere he's been. I mean, go back to even before Washington, he was winning it was either NAIA level or Division II level.
He was at Eastern Michigan.
Yes. So there's your Michigan
tie.
Yeah, right. And then the third one, I found, going back to the timeline, how all of a sudden his alleged interest, air quotes here, interest in Penn State seemed to just go by the wayside. Now connect it to the Michigan timeline, where I'm hearing that the rumors that this Sharon Moore stuff was going down weeks ago, but they were waiting to confirm that the inappropriate relationship had happened. So that's my tinfoil hat, that about the time Kalen DeBoer was no longer interested in Penn State is when I'm hearing the original part of the Sharon Moore stuff happened. So maybe there's a behind. This is again, just me speculating, just total tinfoil hat here.
And who's the second name?
Jedd Fisch, who has had a ton of success at Arizona, went on to Washington, and he's been all over the place, but kind of a program builder. Not that Michigan needs that, but they need a little bit of a resurrection offensive guy. And then the third one's Gruden, just because it'd be hilarious and fun.
Yes. Great stuff. Jake Reitma, Stars Insider, Fan University, Saturday mornings right here on 105.3 The Fan, as the breaking news, all hell breaking loose at University of Michigan and Ann Arbor. We need Derek Holland's takes on this with the text messages. Eric, you're a basketball guy. And the Mavs season got even worse yesterday with the news that Dereck Lively is gone for the year.
Brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. I hate it for him because we know how good of a player he is. One of the more likable guys in all of the Metroplex from an athlete standpoint. His story is incredible, and now his health is betraying him. And I think you have to put some level of stock into the fact that, like, This Mavs medical staff? Are you kidding me? And the way this all went down last year, where he's questionable with an ankle injury.
They tried to put AD out earlier in the year. Well, Nico did, I guess.
Yes.
And then the trainer apparently told Dumont he's not ready.
And that's this year. But then last year, when you had like the guys that weren't even qualified to be NBA medical trainers and medical staff, and those guys are running out Dereck Lively. He's questionable with the ankle. He's practicing, and then boom, it comes up. No, he's got the stress fracture and all that kind of stuff. There is some culpability here with the Mavs, and a lot of that goes back to Nico and the way he was running things and trying to prove himself right by getting all these guys on the floor to be like, no, I did build a winning type team. This is just a super sad disaster, and I hate it for Dereck Lively, and it sucks as a Mavs fan, because that is when you start thinking about the future, and we're trying to get rid of all these veteran guys. He's one of those guys you're like, no, you want him, Flag, Nemhard, and let's go ahead and start anew with a young group. And now I don't think it's not going to work out the same way. 7
games this year. Shams and McMahon saying expecting to make a full recovery. It's good for the now and the team tank aspect if you're on that side of it versus hoping. Where did you stand after this recent run of nice wins against a tough schedule? Were you like, let me hold on to AD a little bit, wait for Kyrie, or you're like, no, blow it all up like we've been?
Yeah, no, I'm on team blow it up for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of AD and anybody else that I can get some level of draft picks for, and I'm ready to start fresh here. This needs to be a new era, and it starts with getting as many picks as you can. You love to see the way Cooper Flag's playing. You love the Nemhard stuff. Like, all that is great, but every win right now is working against what the bigger plan needs to be.
What did you think of the Anthony Davis trade value discussion? Where do you think that value sits?
Well, I mean, he's played pretty well. And there are teams that are going to be desperate enough, right? And so you just hope that one of these teams is desperate and dumb enough to go ahead and think that they're an AD away and willing to give up some picks. Like
Shams yesterday reporting Atlanta, Toronto, Chicago's been thrown into the mix. There's one
Detroit.
more. Detroit.
Yeah, so, I mean, could any one of those teams? I would love it. Like, I would love it and try and get as many first-round picks out of them as you can.
How many ones, Eric, will it be?
I'd be surprised if I'd put a max at 2.
Yes.
And I'd be betting on 1 first-round pick. Which sucks.
I know.
But at the end of the day, that's where you're at.
Because he's got $60 million he can activate on the final year of his deal.
Yeah.
And then you got to go ahead and pay him after that. So you're getting him like as a last year player, and then you're going to overpay. You're going to pay to rent him. What a mess.
Total.
What an absolute mess. And then you got to throw Dereck Lively into an Evan Carter discussion. You know, the next 5 years, what are these two guys going to be around here? Josh Young, in terms of the injuries and not being available. Bobby Marks, friend of the G-Bag Nation, says the Mavs will be eligible to apply for a $2.6 million disabled player exemption for Lively. If granted, they could sign or trade for a player with 1 year left on their contract. They would, however, need to have an open roster spot and fit the salary below the second apron. So the absolute mess continues for the Dallas Mavericks. New York Met fans are not happy at all because the polar bear, Pete Alonso, comes on over to an already stacked American League East, 5 for 155. Pete Alonso, a hero in the Big Apple, goes to the O's.
Yeah, he goes to the O's, and I know it's Boston fans are the ones that are really upset right now because the Red Sox apparently offered less years and money to Pete Alonso and lost out to him going to the Orioles. And this on the heels of the organization coming out talking about how we have a window of contention and we're prioritizing guys like Pete Alonso and this is a crucial offseason and all that kind of stuff. And then they lowball him and allow him to go to Baltimore.
Highest annual average ever for a first baseman. So he winds up with $185 million, including his $30 million salary last year. So Pete Alonso to the Baltimore Orioles and his agent, Scott Boras. Scott Boras goes to the winter meetings, the most famous agent in baseball ever. And he comes up with like these soliloquies and haikus.
He's hilarious.
And these rhymes and this poetry for all his players. And here he was the other day talking about Alonso.
You know, Pete lives in Tampa. It's rather warm there. So the polar vortex of last year is kind of thawed. So, the prior market, this market is, that prior bear market is exhausted. So now we kind of have the running of the bulls in Tampaloosa.
I have no idea. Like, he's so committed to it that you have to have respect for it. Like, how long does he sit down and prep this to just have it rattle off like he's not reading a note card or something?
Was there another one on here that was great? Peyton, Choppy, of course, Seamhead sent 6 of them. I'm not going to play all 6.
Oh, geez. The Cody Bellinger one is a minute long. I don't know if you can handle that one.
No.
We would do the Alex Bregman one. It's quick. I think it's pretty funny.
All right, this is Boris on Bregman's postseason performance.
You're talking one of the few regular everyday players that has 8 consecutive postseason appearances. So, in October it's Alex in Wonderland, and it's a regularly scheduled event, no doubt.
Kind of stumbled on that.
I don't even think
bit.
they're that stumbling on us.
RJ would be rolling right now. He'd be rolling. He said, "This is the greatest thing ever."
Like, they're not even that great. Like, they read a lot better than him delivering them right there. But there it is. I think Matt Gango referred to him as Baseball Satan. Scott Boras getting one of his guys paid again in the American League East. We are your official home of the Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. Richard Sherman speaks on George Pickens, the post-game comments, and GP's Instagram post. Richard Sherman's follow-up to the Cowboy criticism of George Pickens, commercial-free on the Expressway, with a Matt Rife ticket giveaway after this.
Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Choppy is actually out sick today, a very rare day off for Choppy. He's the toughest physically on the morning show. Pepe is very good as well. It's those two, 1 and 2. And then you got Bobby in last, and then me in third place when it comes to calling out. But yesterday, Choppy, I could tell, he's never going to tell the bosses. So I had to tell the bosses for him. And I'm like, get ready for standby. And they came back with Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation as we are hosting for the first time together ever. I guess that's the same thing that I actually said. We're commercial free in the Expressway. We have a Matt Rife ticket giveaway, and we have the Neighborhood Watch. Why is vaping so bad, and why is Dallas so against it? That's coming up at 7:40. We had a college football kegger. We still have Below the Belt, as Bobby will be back on Sunday for Cowboys Vikings coverage. In case you missed Inside the Star about an hour ago on the home of the Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb going through some practice. The arrow appears to be pointing up, recovering from the concussion, and Trayvon Diggs is still not a green light. As Brian Schottenheimer said, I love him as a player, but ultimately he's got to show us that he's ready to do everything the right way. What does that mean? The bottom line is, it's not an absolute. It sounds like the Trayvon Diggs is playing against the Minnesota Vikings. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com will uncover more of that at 9:20 in the final hour of the show. But, Chiafalo, we got more George Pickens follow-up. I don't know how it is on G-Bag, but whenever we bring up the Pickens game and the other side of his personality, the Pickens cult, they come for us. They get mad. They get very upset. Nobody reads and responds to the fan text more than you. How have you guys been discussing it on G-Bag, and what has the Tolo reaction been?
Yeah, for the most part, everybody is pro George Pickens, and I get it because he's been dominant this year. Like, this is the first game where you can look around really and be like, wow, you were absent. And despite all the things that come along, like, nobody really seemed to be all that worried about missing the bus or whatever and missing that first series versus the Raiders, because he shows up and plays for the most part. And then you didn't get that versus Detroit. I think for the most part, we're all still in favor of bringing him back in some way. But I know we had Mark Schlereth on the other day, and he went pretty scorched on being like, no, that's not a guy that I would want anywhere around my football team for that price.
Wouldn't pay him 2 cents.
Yeah.
And I love Schlereth.
Me too.
I love him.
Now,
but
the Tex actually hates Schlereth.
Outside of that?
Yeah, in general, they think, because he's not
like your Florio.
Yeah, he's not like a Cowboy lover by any stretch, and he will say it like it is.
Yeah.
And most of the time when he's on, people get a little butthurt.
But you disagree with his take?
I do in the sense that, like, I wouldn't pay him 2 cents. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Yes, I absolutely would. Now, is there a line where you say, okay, maybe it's not worth it now? And is the wide receiver position in a golden age in a way that you could go find a replacement if you're able to tag him and then a team wants to go ahead and sign him off the tag or whatever and give you like 2 first-round picks? I'm here for that. I got no problem
2
for that.
firsts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 firsts. I'm totally in.
What if it's 1 first?
1 first, I would probably be in on that as well, because how much money are you saving? A ton. And you still have CeeDee Lamb, so it's not like you're just barren at the position.
And Ryan Flournoy just balled out?
Yeah, Flournoy's coming along. Like, if he's your wide receiver 3, and you can find a George Pickens replacement, which, again, we are in a position where wide receivers, you're finding them all over the place.
So what's your line? Average value a year. Jamar leads the way at 40. Justin is 35. CeeDee is 34. Remember who George's agent is. DK is 33. And Garrett Wilson is 32 and a half. We could have just stopped after DK, because there's no way in hell, right, that David Mulligeta, I would never take the same amount of money or less than DK Metcalf. So, Eric, the floor we're talking about is probably going to be 33. So what's your line? Is it 35 at Jefferson? I mean, now we're talking about a $2 million difference, and you're allocating all that to your receivers.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's not the ideal way to team build, especially when you consider the Cowboys and how they will use that as an excuse to not fill other holes on the roster. So that's part of the problem. Like if we were talking about the Eagles right now, I'd be like, sign him, because I know Howie's still going to add other talent at positions of need, and we're going to try and rock and roll here and actually commit to it. The Cowboys, I could see them very easily being like, well, we paid George Pickens, so we still have the worst defense in football.
Yeah.
And that's where I start to struggle.
How do you feel about the tag? That's been my number one goal and option, except for the $28 million number that cannot be manipulated.
Right.
It's going to be a $28 million hit. Maybe you can restructure everyone else and flip all your switches. And then that's probably not even the biggest problem. The biggest problem is what they will do if tagged.
Yes. Yeah, that is the biggest problem. Like, they being the agent. Yeah, yes. Yeah, that's not going to end well. In theory, that's a no-brainer move if you feel like they're going to just play along and be happy with the $28 million. But when you have an agent like Mulugeta, you're probably not going to be happy with that. So now you get into another scenario where it's Micah-esque and it's dragging out and it gets testy and it gets weird. And I don't know if you have the stomach for that.
Richard Sherman went viral in the Amazon post. George Pickens made a post that would have been viral if he didn't quickly take it down on Instagram. Sherman responded on social media and was basically like, this guy's not even worth my time. I was an all-pro when he was in diapers, something to that effect. Well, Richard Sherman spoke on it again on the Closed on Sunday podcast, addressing the back and forth with GP.
I just saw what I saw on the tape. The tape is going to say what it needs to say, and that was the deal. If you can't take what the tape say, then put something better on tape.
What's the mantra? The eye in the sky don't lie.
It don't. And don't. I was using the eye in the sky to be the voice of the eye.
Uh-huh.
If you want to be the guy, and I think he's the guy, I think he could be the best receiver in the league. Obviously, JSN is the guy right now. Then you can't really take no plays off. Big-time players don't give a damn about no bracket. They don't. Yeah. They don't. Bracket, ball coming. Double team, ball coming. Cloud, ball coming. They want to pay you $40 million. Mm-hmm. That's what they want to do. They want to say, hey, George Pickens, the most talented receiver in the National Football League, best guy, top paid. But when the game's on the line, you lost the highest paid receiver. CeeDee Lamb goes out. CeeDee Lamb was balling in that game. He was eating. And then when he goes out, you say, okay, y'all still got to deal with George Pickens. Like, he about to go eat.
What did Broadus and Wolchuk have to say? Broadus the next morning at 4 a.m. is watching the tape.
He's a beast.
What did they had to say, Eric, about how unusual or common the effort was? Both of them and yourself, I don't know how much you went back and watched. How unusual was that compared to the rest of his games and effort level?
Yeah, I mean, like Broadus will tell you, this is something that he's sort of had to learn about George Pickens this year. Where like in that Philadelphia game, there like the first game of the season, it was like, okay, is there some lackadaisical stuff here, especially when the ball, like when he knows the ball's not coming his way?
Right.
And then as the season's gone on, Broadus has kind of realized, well, that's just kind of how he runs his routes, and he sort of manipulates the corner and lulls them to sleep a little bit, and then speeds up and slows down, and it kind of screws with the corners a little bit. But so I think that's kind of the world that they're living in right now. I think for me, there were times when the ball was coming his way. Like the one on the sideline when it's that comeback route.
That bothered me the most.
That was the one that bothered me the most as well. And the deep ball where he's not really putting out his arms, if you watch different angles of it, you can see the ball was much further away than it looked like on the broadcast. And I think he probably lost the ball in the air and things like that. That's not one that I'm as much concerned about. But the one on the sideline was the big one. And I do think there's also credit to Detroit, especially when Lamb went out, and Alex Smith sort of alluded to this. Like, why do you think Flournoy went off? Because they were doing everything they could to make sure Pickens was not going to eat the way we've seen him.
But that's another argument to me. That is the impact of what your greatness can do to the coverage. There's no disputing that. That doesn't excuse or address the effort.
Sure.
They're two separate things.
Sure.
Them bracketing him has nothing to do with him going half-ass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what I was saying back to Alex Smith. Okay, so what if they doubled him? Does that mean you're now not allowed to run the routes hard? Or is this just a one-off? I think the majority of Cowboy, I know the majority because we ran a poll. It was 70-30 still pay him, and I would probably still lean on paying him as well. To me, a lot of this answer has to come from within the locker room. I got to sit down and get honest responses from Dak Prescott and not CeeDee Lamb, others who are not, the leaders of my football team, and say, how is he? Are you all over? Is he acting like Diggs? But we're putting him out there because he's balling and in his prime?
Right.
Are we? Is it a second set of rules, or is it a bunch of nothing? Is it very rare? That's where I got to listen to the locker room and get their honest feedback on it.
I agree. I think that's
because Trayvon Diggs. I'm totally throwing this out as a hypothetical. I know nothing about this. Trayvon Diggs may be doing what George Pickens does in terms of being late or missing meetings and getting punished for it and not being put out on the field because he's been a pain in the ass and he's not that dude anymore. And Diggs may be thinking, again, hypothetical, why do these rules apply to him? He's not sharp on the top of everything and doing everything 100% of the time the right way, and he's missing the first 2 plays of the Chiefs game. Mm-hmm. I'm just throwing that out as a possibility.
Yeah, for sure. I think one thing, too, though, is George Pickens hasn't, been outspoken about his disdain for the offense and things like that. And I do think Diggs...
He did in Pittsburgh.
He did in Pittsburgh, yes. And so
he's capable of it,
yeah,
but he had bums thrown to him.
Right. So, and I think Diggs has a little something that is fair in regards to Eberflus and stuff like that. I do think he's right when he's talking about some of the stuff with Eberflus. I got big problems with Eberflus, but, yeah, Pickens hasn't done that kind of thing at the microphones this year, but a lot of it does come back to, okay, how much are you willing to tolerate if the guy is actually performing?
Yeah.
And that's why this next, if this season starts to crumble a little bit and what happened in Detroit and you're losing football games, that'll be a real good test to see how is Pickens responding.
I cannot wait to see the first 2 or 3 possessions Sunday night with George off the line of scrimmage. That's what I'm putting my radar right on.
Is he like a racehorse?
I'm putting all I want Bobby to talk about and tweet about. Is he like a racehorse? Is he normal GP? Or does he give the middle finger? Oh, watch this.
Yeah.
I think he could be capable of some of that. I think he'll be normal GP. I don't think he's going to be 110%, crazy effort dude out there. Not crazy effort, but over the top, 6-man off the bench trying to make the team effort. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm looking at the first 2 or 3 series to see if George, what he does. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, me too.
You talked about, and what do you think it will be?
I think it'll be probably just normal. I don't think you can flip the switch on just being a different guy. That is who he is. That's just how he kind of plays.
I'd like to ask Broadus too, and Broadus, text me if you're listening. What other receivers that we've seen and watched have that type of style? Because normally that's not something that you can get away with just saying, I'm going to run my routes in a lackadaisical way sometime. Mm-hmm. I wonder who else style-wise has done that we could compare him to. So let me know if a name pops to mind on the Franklin Franco fan text, or Broadus if you're listening, 877-881-1053. The deep ball that you talked about, Eric, is what Richard Sherman wanted to discuss in the final clip of this podcast.
When they ran that 7 pump on DJ, I said, uh-oh. I was on the field. I was standing right there on the field. DJ was chilling. And once he got that leverage, Tia, when you chilling and he hit that well, both of y'all really know. When he hit that gear and you ain't in that gear, and you're like,
He allow you to sleep, boom. Break the other way. Now you got to get them horses running, boy.
Now you got to get them horses running. And Dak put it up. I said, uh-oh, this is it. He about to scoop it, and these boys back in the game. And the ball, when the ball landed right by his foot, I was like, all right now. All right. You playing a dangerous game now, because if we didn't have such high standards for him, then it wouldn't have mattered. We'd have just looked at it like, oh man, nobody could have made that play. It was a bad ball. He was double teamed. But you almost can't have it both ways. You can't say, hey, I think he's the best player in the league, and then be like, oh, he couldn't have got that. It's because he's double teamed. It's what it is.
So that's him talking about the deep ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one. I don't think it was very catchable, and I do think he sort of lost it up in the lights or whatever, and couldn't see exactly where it was. So that one, I'm not as frustrated about.
The Phillip Rivers press conference, delivering everything you would expect from an all-time soundbite in NFL history. This was the Colts' old/new 44-year-old quarterback stepping to the podium.
All right. No Zoom. Let's go. Right this second? I'm not sure. Greg.
How much do you weigh?
How about that? That's an honest answer. I will answer your question a little better on the playing weight, Greg, and not what it was when I walked up the field in Buffalo. All right, I can tell you that. But then I'll follow that up with I ain't never ran away from anybody anyway.
Yeah. He looks a little. I mean, the face stood out.
There it is.
The face stood out.
There it is. That's how you judge. You got a little, after the holidays, a little bit swollen in the face. Got that second chin working a little bit.
Yeah.
And I noticed that exact same thing at the presser.
Yeah, I think he was probably in a little bit of denial. Like, that's a perfect thing to do. It's like, I know I'm heavier, but I'm not going to get on the scale, so I don't have to actually tell you just how bloated I am right now.
Yeah, because they had to weight him for a physical and all that. Right?
Yeah, he was closing his eyes. Don't tell me. Don't tell me what it is. I don't want to know. Just give me the ball and let me go get sacked by the Seahawks defense on Sunday.
He's not trying to run off that Austria mountain. He's like, go get help. Come back for me. Come back for me.
Phillip Rivers getting left back on that mountain.
Obviously, you don't want him to get hurt. This thing is setting up to look and sound very dangerous, but I want to see it happen.
Me too.
I mean, how do you not want to see him go out there and play and throw? And you said Cam Newton is butthurt?
Yeah, Cam Newton, I just saw a little clip of him, and he feels disrespected that they went for the 44-year-old instead of him. Not like
how old is Cam?
He's 36. He's 36, but the wear and tear, he might as well be 56, right? Because he was like a running back his whole career.
And then I think this is going to sound really dumb because Rivers is going to be bad. I think. But I think I'm going with the guy who's going to throw more than what's left of Cam as a runner. We know Cam was a pretty terrible thrower.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it makes sense, Cam Newton, if you're going to go down this route. And what an indictment of the quarterbacking in the National Football League.
I know.
That these are the options. RJ still can't believe it. He is beside himself. But I think I'm going to go with the pocket passer, even being older, than Cam Newton, because I know he's not going to be able to throw it. And what's Cam going to do running around anymore? I might as well bring Anthony Richardson out if he's even still available.
Yeah, he had the crazy injury with the
bands.
The bands flying back in his face. That's ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, you would have to change your offense with Cam. Like, Cam's running a different offense, whereas Phillip Rivers, the story is, like, he was running the Colts offense with his high school football team.
So the internet, I didn't hear it there, Peyton. You're the audio guy, so you can tell me. But I heard it on Twitter when I first heard Rivers' presser. The internet thinks that the Colts put a laugh track in the background. Like it was a Stephen Jones laugh track behind the seat, which no one has ever done, I don't think, in the history of a press conference. I don't know whether it's Indianapolis that got accused of siphoning in the crowd noise from back in the day when Peyton Manning was playing, but the crowd in the background, at least on Twitter, it sounded fake. There it kind of sounds normal. We're normalizing things here with our Odyssey technology. I got a problem with this, though. Phillip Rivers is getting his old number back.
Yeah.
Do you know whose number that is and was?
Daniel Jones.
That's Daniel Jones. He coming in, the body is not even getting cold, and you're taking Daniel Jones' daggone number?
I talked or texted with Daniel about him being so gracious about 17. You know, that was certainly meaningful to me, you know, and obviously didn't want it to be like this. Again, and didn't ever think of anything like all this happened so fast, but him being gracious and saying, shoot, heck yeah, you know, go for it.
Bro, that tells me he's playing. You wouldn't go through all that. Take the man's number. Has that happened before in season? Fantex, can you remind me? Someone's been traded or acquired. And I'm talking about with like a legitimate player whose number you're taking, not a scrub.
Yeah.
Not someone off the bench. And he's taking Daniel Jones' number. You better be playing. You better be playing in order to go through all that.
Yeah, I think he will be playing for sure. And yeah, it's the same position, same everything. And Daniel Jones is like, sure, you can go ahead and have it. I mean, kudos to him on that. I wonder if you had to flip him a little bit of coin there.
877-881-1053 for the Pickens wide receiver comps, if they're coming in at all. And can you remember another number takeover situation like that? Colts Seahawks spread is what? In Seattle.
I like this little impromptu guess that spread in Seattle. Give me Seattle by 7.5.
Pepe, do you know it?
I think I saw something. Is it like 13?
It's 14.
Oh!
A 14-point spread? Is that the Pepe Grok or AI, whatever it is, if that's the biggest spread of the NFL this year? Maybe we've gotten a 16. I know we're getting to some of the bowl games. 14-point spread. That is the Indianapolis Colts situation right now. And do I have Seattle's defense in our fantasy league? Did you make the playoffs?
Yeah,
I think we have half the bracket here in the morning show. Us four right here. We have 4 to 6, baby.
With
High
Aiden,
five, baby.
With Aiden right there as well. Yeah, you were kind of up there in the standings throughout the season.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Let's see. I'm seeing. I think 14.5 has been a spread in multiple games this year.
The Eagles were favored of the Giants by 11. That's what I'm seeing right now. But yeah, 14.5 definitely is the largest.
All right, let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on, Sean and RJ.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Matt Rife at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on December 12th of 2026. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Nick Eatman texting, maybe Rivers looks at it as Jones took 17 from him in the first place. Rivers has been gone since this is COVID.
Yeah, he's making COVID jokes.
You heard he's making COVID jokes? What do you mean he took it from him? Man. So all that matters is Nick Eatman is listening. Eric Chiafalo coming up big with the prep email when it comes to getting local. That is the Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Eric, I need a vaping education because I think I'm going to defend the vapors here with what is going on in DFW. Is it Dallas or DFW?
Dallas. Yeah, Dallas. Vaping will be banned in Dallas starting this week. And this goes back to last year when they started to put this in place, gave everybody sort of a year to prepare themselves, and now
anywhere outside, it can't be outside.
Yeah. So the new vape ban mirrors existing restrictions on smoking in specific areas, according to the city, which includes all indoor and enclosed spaces within 15 feet of building entrances and on park property.
All right, so it's basically like a cigarette law.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Like I guess you could still stand.
Like if I land at Love Field, you have to go to a designated area to if you're going to smoke.
Right.
You can't just sit there and go up next to a building and there'll be a lot of smoking is prohibited signs.
Yeah, it's basically just adding to whatever the usual smoking restrictions are. Vaping is now just a part of that. So the amendment requires businesses, restaurants, hotels, fitness centers to update their signage to clearly state that both smoking and the use of electronic smoking devices are prohibited.
Now, you were a vapor.
There was a time where that Juul was like my best friend.
Really?
Yeah, there was a time.
Why did you stop?
It just...
Because it was supposed to be the health improvement over tobacco or cigarettes.
And then we kind of got ball sacked on that. And all the studies over the last few years, the vaping stuff will really get you. The vaping stuff is not good. Yeah, and I think in a lot of ways, as bad.
So this law, because I thought it was worse than this. They were no, we're getting rid of vaping. It's
you completely can't do it.
Yeah.
No, you still can to some extent. But if you're inside somewhere, you can't do it. How often are you somewhere and you just see somebody ripping that thing? All
on
the
your
time.
show all the time. 2 to 7 every day.
Are we in Dallas County here? We're going to get popped. We got to put the signage. We gotta put the signage
Can you
up here,
imagine if someone legally is watching the YouTube and put the G-Bag flag back up and block the fan cam?
Video evidence on the fan cam.
So this is basically it's a personal comfort thing. It's courtesy to others. It's a personal courtesy, right?
Yes.
So if you broke out a vape right here, we're sitting 4 feet apart.
Am I smelling a little of the ganja?
And you hit it. I'm going to take in, I'm definitely going to smell it. How long? What's the effect?
You will smell it. You definitely will smell it. And, if I blow it in your direction, I guess you could probably get a cough situation out of it.
Okay.
But it's mostly just the smell, I would say.
For how long?
It depends on what you got. Like if you got one of the nicotine ones, I don't think it really goes as much. But if you got one of like the ganja ones, like Babe's referencing there, that'll linger for a while.
So this doesn't. I'm not as against this as I thought. I get it. Like
it's just about human decency.
Human decency. So you agree with this?
I do agree with it. Yeah, because like they've basically like the vapors. They've gotten real comfortable. You know, like
is that what they're called?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess the vapors, like they got no problem just pulling that thing out and ripping it anywhere. And some of them, like there's ones that are so big. I remember our buddy Zero used to have these. It was like a bib for him or a little binky he had there in the pimp cup.
Hey, don't binky him, man.
He had that thing
don't
on
put a
him.
binky on Zero.
There's like a big one, right? And you can literally hear it. You know what I'm talking about, Peyton? Where it's like
so. Oh yeah,
like you can hear that thing roasting, bro. You really can, and those really blow out like a huge flume of smoke.
Okay,
so like I think it's fair to.
You could never use them on a flight before, right?
No, okay. Not on an airplane. No,
but people go to the baggage claim and bring it out and.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
or just like walk in. I mean, like if you have some level of respect, you just go into the bathroom maybe and get it done in there.
Okay,
but
all right, I think I'm fine with it then.
Yeah, I don't think it's super heavy-handed. I don't know. I guess we'll see if we got some big-time vapors here on the text if they're ticked about it. But for the most part, I think this is pretty fair. Now, I punted on the vaping some years ago, but like during COVID, we were doing the home broadcasts. I had a couple of moments where I was enjoying the Juul, and we had a time we were interviewing Dalton Miller, our old buddy, and Wolchuk's at his house, I'm at my house, and we're doing the interview. I had asked a question, and so I thought the next question was going to come from Wolchuk, so I ripped the Juul. Meanwhile, it's like, oh snap, this is still my question. Listen to this clip right here.
And at the NFL level, you need guys that are going to be able to cover.
Wait, stop. Was that the rip? Did I just hear the rip?
Yeah, you can hear it. Yeah, right. And then you'll hear the cloud in my throat.
All right, play it from the jump, Peyton.
And at the NFL level, you need guys that are going to be able to cover.
Now, my other question for you is in regards to, and I apologize, I was mid-Juul rip there. I was mid-Juul rip right there.
I should have.
He admitted it.
I just had to sink into that one.
That was good. You can admit it to Dalton.
Yeah, to Dalton for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not in studio, so there's a little bit more relaxed.
Oh, my gosh. That is good. The Neighborhood Watch here with Sean and Chio, 105.3 The Fan. How much are they trying to gouge us over the World Cup?
Dude, Sean, we talked about this a couple of days ago. Now we have ticket prices. Aiden's going to throw up a graphic on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube, the comparison of the last two World Cups, the one next year and then the one in Qatar in 2022. You can see the prices there on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube. And so they have it by like category 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's just basically where you're sitting in the stadium. Category 1 would be the lower bowl, 2 would be the second deck, 3 and 4 would be the upper deck, so you can see the prices there. But the opening match in Qatar in 2022, this is the last World Cup, Category 1, and the opening match was only $618 on average. That was the opening match, but now in 2026, the opening match for Category 1 tickets are $2,735. So they've gone up quite a bit. I don't know what inflation is there. We'll go to Category 4. The cheapest tickets on average in 2026 for the World Cup, $560. And Qatar, for Category 4 tickets, it was only $55. So ticket prices have skyrocketed. Aiden, good job getting up that on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube. There's just the comparison. It's out of the world here. The finals match. You want Category 1 tickets, Sean, for the finals match? $6,370. Before you know who the teams are.
Per
ticket. This is per ticket, $6,370 on average. Before you know who the teams are playing in the finals match, you might have to bet a little more money on the Cowboys spread there like you did a few weeks ago. And in Qatar, the finals match on average was a little over $1,600 for Category 1 tickets. So the prices have skyrocketed here.
Well, to me, I want to look at the hotel prices because some of these crooks and thieves do this during a winter storm. And they jack it up on kids trying to keep their families warm. You should be in jail for that, not trying to get help on a mountain, even though your significant other did freeze to death. But World Cup hotel prices in Dallas, according to WFAA, have spiked 174%. Now, I'm not saying this is as bad because there's a human decency element to a freeze and you having to leave your house. Mm-hmm. You know, it's going to get jacked up, but The Athletic showed the average per night rate of 96 hotels in 16 host cities was $1,000 compared to $293 for the same hotel 21 days earlier. So about a $700 a night increase. Just like that.
Yeah, man, that's the way
Airbnb,
it goes.
baby, that might be the way to go.
That might be the way to go.
I mean, I know we don't live in Arlington, but like, are you renting out your house? If someone puts a price for your house to rent out for, I guess, a couple weeks there, are you renting out your house?
An Airbnb host typically rents his space for $60 a night. That's jumped to $268 during the World Cup. What is your backup place, and what's the price in order for you to pick up and move your 3 girls? And you're going to... How long is this thing going to go for?
Oh, it's a month. It's
for a month.
For a month.
How much a night?
Pack out for a month.
Because you are known to take the lowest bids here at the station.
Flip me a little 10-ski, baby, and we'll have a deal.
Per night.
Per night for a month. I mean, I would probably have to hit up my parents to be like, hey, can I come stay with you?
Yep.
And then that would be I would just clean up because I wouldn't have to pay to go anywhere else.
The average night is supposed to be around $300.
Yeah, $300 a night, dude.
The average host, all right, $4K. During the tournament, that is what it's supposed to be, $4,000. Is that enough for you to pick up and be out for a month?
Yeah, if my parents would let me stay at their crib, no question. I would do that in a heartbeat. Are you kidding me?
Would Marion?
Yeah, I think she would. I think she understands the value of $1 here. Yeah, we're.
And what area are you in?
I'm in Fort Worth, like just south of the Speedway.
Okay.
So super north Fort Worth, right off 35.
Pay, what would it cost? What would Mackenzie say? All my decorations I put up in September are now going to be enjoyed by somebody else.
Yeah, because you're not vetting these people. Like, you could have wild animals come
Unless
to
you're doing a background check. I might have to do the background check. You know, I don't know who's coming in here, destroying the house. You know, I mean,
they have this for pools now.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You can Airbnb your pool like on a Saturday.
See, that's a dangerous game because that's just a hammered pool party
and
for the
insurance.
most part.
Yeah. I mean, you give me $200 a night. I'll do. I'll do a little less than $300. $200 a night, reasonably for a month
from Rockwall.
Yeah, I'm moving out.
That's
I'm going
hike.
back to the parents.
Look at this, bro. 940. I put my home in Grapevine on Airbnb for the World Cup. Booked for 14 days so far. $550 a night. Now, Grapevine obviously is like a perfect location in terms of just being within striking distance of everything, but dang, that's cleaning up, dude.
It's the neighborhood watch every Thursday, whether Choppy and Bobby are here or not, commercial free in the Expressway. Eric Chiafalo stepping in for the fellas. And Eric is going to take over RJ's segment as well. College Game Day is going to our, not technically backyard, but they are going to represent Texas for the CFP. Eric has it as part of the college football kegger with the Michigan scandal still playing out after this.
KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Sharon Moore does not want you to Google him right now. Former now head coach of the Michigan Wolverines, fired with cause after having an inappropriate relationship with a lady staffer, married with children, and he is down bad. The reports are allegedly breaking into assistant coaches' houses, threatening to hurt the assistant coach and harm himself before now being detained. Still awaiting a little bit more details here, but this is an absolute mess of a nightmare. And when you're fired with cause, that means you no longer you won't, like all these other coaches, they get fired and they still have a beautiful nest egg. Hey, Brian Kelly, here's $50+ million to leave LSU. Not the case here for Sharon Moore. That divorce, there's 50% right there, right?
And may have another divorce.
Yeah.
2 divorces.
2, bro.
From the school and maybe from the wife.
Yeah, I mean, and it's going to be super tough to get another gig moving forward. I mean, just an all-time blunder here, and like the internet is pretty savage. So then they go look at who Sharon Moore's been following on Instagram, and he follows like all the OnlyFans type chicks that you can imagine. Yeah. So I mean, I guess I should still say allegedly because you could Photoshop some of this stuff, but
this is what
screenshots.
This is what Aiden introduced. He educated me on. He said, now you can't get that one website here in Texas that you can other places. He's like, Twitter, X. And I was like, what? What do you mean Twitter, X? And I
heard that. Yeah.
I was like,
yeah, that's real, bro.
What? I guess my settings were on. I guess my settings, my child lock was on.
A safe search.
I did not know that. I did not know that was a thing, but it is a thing. And Sharon Moore, maybe he's been partaking.
I'm sure you could find it pretty much anywhere. I mean, I don't do Reddit the same way like Bobby and a lot of folks do, but apparently
videos on Reddit.
Apparently, there's all sorts of stuff. I mean, pretty much every nook and cranny of the internet, you can find the most disgusting things. And Sharon Moore, when you look at who he was following on Instagram, that's a bad look right there. Big time bad look. And now we just await further details on what's going on. It seems like Michigan knew about this for some extended period of time here. Not sure exactly how long, but it wasn't like they got this news yesterday or the day before. And some folks are saying like part of the reason why they waited for this to make the announcement in firing him was to get through signing day so that they could secure whatever of the high school recruits that they had been working on before they go ahead and unveil the big time news here.
And of course they'll say, oh, it was a thorough investigation. We wanted to be thorough.
Sure.
And you can't just throw these things out there. But nowadays, how much does it actually matter who you got on signing day if them just want to pick up and leave?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I wonder, like, can these guys who just signed the other day, can't they, is it still binding? Do they have to be there, or can they hop in the portal on January 2nd or whatever it is and just get out of Dodge? So I don't know how much that's really going to help them anyways, but
man, there's a picture of the family that is the memes and all that. I'm gonna laugh along with them, coaching search, but then you sit here and you see this picture with the family, and that is sad.
Oh, it's sad.
That's awful.
Yeah,
awful.
Yeah, it started out funny with the memes and stuff, and then
what type of state of mind is he in? Like, are we gonna get reports that like he's being held because they're worried about what he may do to himself? How far is this going to go in terms of a mental breakdown that it's sounding like?
Yeah, which is understandable, dude. I mean, the worst mistake you've ever made is now broadcasted in front of the entire world. Your whole life is
you lose your job and
different.
you maybe lose your family in the same day.
Yes,
maybe.
Yeah.
Now you did it.
You did it. No, you got to own it. Yeah, you got to own it, and I'm all about redemption and forgiveness and all that kind of stuff. But it's a process to get there. So thank God for news cycles. They continue to turn and burn, and people will kind of forget about this here before too long. But right now, today, it feels like this is the only thing anyone is talking about. And if you're Sharon Moore, anybody can understand you are as down bad as you could ever fathom.
Michigan currently a 6-point underdog to Texas with Old Biff Old Biff, Haagen-Dazs Biff taking over.
That's right. We'll see if he can he hang on to the reins there. I don't think so. I mean, Michigan is such a monster program, and they're a great destination for any big time coach. And if I'm Michigan, I am, and I would imagine if they've known about this for some level of time here, some weeks, they've probably been putting out feelers and trying to get stuff going here with potential candidates. But
I got the odds from Vegas. Bet online. The favorite to become the next head coach, Moore's replacement, is Kalen DeBoer. Kalen DeBoer's finishing his second year at Bama.
Yeah.
Maybe he's sick and tired of them. Maybe he's like, screw you guys. You don't appreciate me. I can't wear hoodies the way I want. I can't have them untucked.
I can't lose to a 4-win FSU team. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's right. Jesse Minter, 5-1. Then Joe Brady, Jed Fish, who Reetma mentioned earlier, Jeff Brom, Kenny Dillingham, Lincoln Riley, Brian Dayball, Dan Mullen, and then Marcus Freeman at 12-1, as Marcus Freeman is also the Vegas favorite right now to take over the New York Giants next year.
Yeah, I mean, I was seeing in some places that's part of the reason why he was cool with not doing the bowl game deal with Notre Dame, because
start with them.
Yeah, he's fielding plenty of offers. Like, he's going to basically get to pick wherever he wants to go. So maybe he jettisons to the NFL. If I'm Michigan, I at least give him a call. I mean, if I'm Michigan, I am calling everyone, even no matter how ridiculous it sounds.
Yep.
You're going to have to tell me no.
Well, the crazy hope from people who are rooting for absolute chaos, you already have enough of it, is have DeBoer go to Michigan and then Lane go to Bama.
Yes.
And leave LSU high and dry.
Watch Broadus just melt down live on air.
Is he happy over Lane?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's pretty happy. I mean, he hasn't been gloating or rubbing it in our faces or anything like that, but he's definitely proud of his program right now.
And then Lane, there's rules. Are there more assistant coaches rules that you saw yesterday as he's letting 4 or 5 assistants go back to coach Ole Miss?
Yeah. So we know that he gave them kind of an ultimatum of like, hey, get on the plane with me right now if you want to coach for LSU. A lot of those guys did, but then he is granting them the opportunity to go back to Ole Miss and help coach throughout their playoff run. We'll see how long it's going to be, but one of the things in the deal here for those guys that are like the offensive coordinator Charlie Weiss Jr., who is going to be the OC for Kiffin at LSU, he's going back for the postseason in Ole Miss, but they have a binding memorandum of understanding with LSU that includes a non-compete clause. We've heard that before, haven't we, boys?
Odyssey.
They are required to return to LSU as soon as Ole Miss season ends. The term sheets they signed with LSU require the coaches to pay 300% of their salary should they leave LSU before March of 2026. So those guys are definitely...
But it's just saying go back to LSU after you coach the bowl.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, nothing too crazy in that.
No, I think some people were wondering, like, man, if Ole Miss goes on an unbelievable run here, like, would those coaches that are supposed to go back to LSU, would they want to just stay at Ole Miss? And they basically put in the contract, like, no, you're going to have to pay 300% of your salary if you decided to basically do something like that.
So, like, let's just say they made the national championship.
Yeah.
Would that contract language tell them they have to go back to LSU versus coach out the title game?
No, they could coach out the title game, but once Ole Miss seasons end, their season ends, then you have to immediately get back to LSU. Otherwise, you owe a buttload of money.
There's some report, too, after Lane lied and said, I have no idea what my salary is. I didn't even ask. I told my agent just to go ahead and keep me out of it. Now there's like a real estate inclusion.
I know.
Where LSU is going to cover losses on the sale of Lane's house if need be. This agent is a damn beast, Jimmy Sexton. Lane Kiffin's new LSU deal says the school will partially reimburse him if his Oxford home sells for less than the $2.9 million he paid for it. Then it says he only paid $1.7, so They put everything in this thing.
Yeah, Sexton's an absolute animal. But yeah, that would be the chaos right there. That would be the ultimate chaos. DeBoer leaves to go to Michigan, and Lane Kiffin, like everybody was saying, like Lane was sort of waiting out the LSU stuff to see if Bama would fumble fart at the end of the season, maybe lose to Auburn, and then DeBoer gets fired or something, and he would take that job.
And speaking of LSU, let's set up this Coach O audio. I sent one. Chiafalo sent one in for RJ Choppy, who is sick. Bobby Bell will be back Sunday Night Football coverage. I'll start off with mine. This is Coach O with a classic clip on Busting the Boys. Talking now, Coach O, in case you did not know, and you probably do, an all-time seedy figure. He's that guy in the shadows. He's got the envelope full of cash and money. He's doing the dirty work of recruiting, and Coach O's talking about it these days versus the old days.
We all know that SEC was NIL before NIL.
Hey, I
love that laugh.
Look at it.
We're way past it. Can we now just admit it?
It's all good. Hey, you know what? I say, hey, Coach, you've been out of coaching for a while, and how are you going to adjust that NIL? I said, well, it's a minor adjustment. And they said, what do you mean? I said, back then, we used to walk through the back door of the cash. Now we just got to walk through the front door of the cash.
You talk about an all-time night that you could have to pick somebody.
Oh,
that dude
my.
Right there.
No question about it. All right, here's more from Coach O. This is him talking about the Joe Burrow recruitment, where Joe Burrow's at Ohio State. He's going to leave there. And I guess it came down to Cincinnati, like staying close to home, going to be a Bearcat, or going to LSU to be with Coach O and the Tigers. And here's Coach O talking about his last-ditch effort.
Do we have a little deal, just Joe and his parents and all of the coaches. And Joe goes, well, I'm going home, and I'm not going to talk to anybody till Thursday. Now, you think my ass is going to wait till Thursday? No way. So they leave. So we have a little vote. All the coaches' wives, we have fun with it. Where's Joe going? Cincinnati. My ass is going to Cincinnati. We're going to find a way, boys. So on this trip, I made good friends with his brother, Dan. Now, Dan is very talkative. Joe is not. So I said, Dereck, call Dan. Dan, where you think Joe ought to go? Well, Coach, it's his decision. Dan, shut the F up. Dan, nothing wrong with Cincinnati. Dan, Cincinnati or LSU? Dan, he's going to win the Heisman here. He's going to be a first-round draft choice. We're going to win it. I know, Coach. But it's his. I said, bullshit, Dan. I said, Dan, do you love your brother? He goes, yes, I do. I said, how much? A bunch. I said, Dan, take your hands and put it down your pants, son. I said, squeeze them damn things. Make sure you got two. He said, Coach, I'm squeezing. Squeeze harder. I'm squeezing. Now, Dan, if you got two, you going to call your brother and you going to tell him to come to LSU. I mean, I think he actually was squeezing him, right? Hey, you got to find out if you got two, right?
Yeah.
Let's go, babe. Out the blue. Hit a call. Joe Burrow. He goes, Coach, I want to be a Tiger. What? Yes, baby. Here we go, man. Here we go.
I mean,
all-timer.
Incredible, dude.
That's an all-timer.
I mean, I've seen so many clips of him on Bustin' with the Boys, and every clip is fantastic. I know Wolchuk played one about his trying to recruit
squeeze
Adrian
them damn
Peterson.
things. Make sure you got two.
All-time college football personality, college football kegger, run by Eric Chiafalo right here on the Fan.
Okay, so you're going to get College Game Day at Aggie Park, College Station, leading into Miami and Texas A&M for round one of the college football playoff. This makes sense. This is the best round one matchup, and it would have been, I guess, Bama and OU, but they're playing the night before on Friday night. So game day is like really their only destination was to go to College Station. So that's exciting, right? I mean, Aggie fans should be pumped. This is going to be great.
Have you been to College Station for games?
Never have for a game. Never have for a game, but I have been there before and visited the campus or whatever. But here's the deal. Texas A&M, 1-11 all-time in College Game Day games, with its lone win being its 45-38 double overtime win over Choppy's Tennessee Volunteers in 2016. So Game Day at College Station has not fared well for the Aggies historically. But that'll be a fun time.
Oh, yeah. A game day jinx. I heard the place is electric. It's obviously state-of-the-art, the house that Johnny built for Saturday and Game 1. College football kegger on DFW Sports Station. Thank y'all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Chiafalo has some news. If you are a YouTube TV watcher, and we're going to show you and play for you how all the sports sausage is made at the worldwide leader that we criticize so much. You're going to say, that's how they do it. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4A17-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, couple of things to clean up here on Sean and RJ. Bobby and Choppy are out. We got Eric Chiafalo in from the G-Bag Nation on DFW Sports Station. We will take you inside the Star in the NFC East and below the belt at 8:40. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. What's up with Diggs now? Why is Brian Schottenheimer saying he still needs to do things the right way? And we did get some fan texts on College Game Day, not just for Saturday at College Station, Eric.
Yeah, they're double dipping. They're doing the Norman experience as well on Friday night. So College Game Day will be wall to wall for round 1 of the college football playoff. My apologies to the Sooners fans.
And thanks to Reitman for that as well. Now through tomorrow, this radio station is raising money to restock the shelves at the North Texas Food Bank. They need our help. Even a buck makes a huge difference. It's 105throughthefan.com/donate. 105throughthefan.com/donate. So that is everything you need to know here with DFW Sports. I guess you also need to know about your TV viewing experience. Are you a YouTube TV guy?
Used to be, but man, the prices, I mean, it goes from starts out at $45 a month, and then now you're sitting at $80+ a month. So I punted on that. But YouTube TV.
And went to what?
I went to a little something that just gives me a little bit of everything.
but it's worked.
It's worked, yeah.
Man, I always feel like I'm always afraid that those things that I'm going to get a knock on my door one day.
I know.
Or
I know.
your face while even saying it right there. Or it's going to give my whole house a virus.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like watching a fight or something on my computer, and how many of these little small? I can never find the small X's. They want you to go ahead and have a hard time closing out their ads, or I think it's just a virus waiting to happen.
This one's pretty clean. I mean, my guys with G-Bag, they've been doing it for a while, and I was still sticking with the YouTube TV, and then finally I was like, forget this. This bill is way too much.
And what extra stuff does it get you, or is it just a normal cable package?
No, I mean, it gets just about everything. I mean, in terms of
like NFL Network, you're good.
Oh yeah, all the sports.
You still have to get extra if you want Netflix or anything.
Yeah, if you want to watch some shows like that, but they also have like movie stuff. So I mean, they have kind of the pick of the litter, but I do have the Netflix and different things like that to kind of compensate for it. But yeah, you can watch whatever game. Don't need the NFL ticket. I could watch any football game I want.
What?
NFL Red Zone,
included?
Yeah.
Freaking
it's pretty incredible. But now YouTube TV is going to debut a new sports-only subscription plan in 2026. It will be cheaper than the current $80+ per month right now. So I don't think there's been any, like The Athletic says, there has been no official pricing. So I don't know exactly how much it's going to cost, but this would be a no-brainer. If it's going to be like somewhere in the neighborhood of half the price, hopefully, and you get all the sports.
Because Bobby is like, you know Bobby. He spends his money on everything except for his family. So he's got 3 different TV viewing experiences. And I got to get the YouTube for this, and then the Spectrum for that. So he's spending every other area and costing himself probably a ton of money because canceling and going through all that is a hassle.
Yeah, the whole thing is criminal. I mean, when we went to the streaming, we thought it was going to work out in our favor. It has not.
Yep. All right, speaking of sports viewing, I've been dying to play these clips for about 2 weeks. I don't know whether you did on G-Bag, but Max Kellerman has finally come out and addressed his exit from ESPN and Stephen A. Smith and First Take. And I thought this would just really be educational for all of us to figure out how the sausage is actually made, how they do what they do at the 4-letter, and they come up with their topics and create their hot takes and their fake takes. And this is Max Kellerman on the Bill Simmons podcast on doing a show with friend of our show, Stephen A.
If you're doing a debate show and you're a competitive person, why would you want me as a partner? That's bad. You want to go 15 rounds every day with Muhammad Kellerman? That's just bad. It's embarrassing,
So you think that was part of it? He didn't want to put the time in? Or just wanted a different type of show? What's your take looking back 2 years later? I don't think it has to do with
put the time in. It's a debate show.
You're ready to roll on all topics.
You want to if you're, I have an idea. This is what I want to put on TV. I want to spar Bud Crawford every day for 15 rounds, and I want everyone to see it. Eventually, you're going to say, I don't want to do that anymore.
Oozing confident. That was a bar right there.
Pretty douchey.
Muhammad Kellerman.
What a
It is definitely douchey.
What a douchey thing. And Bill Simmons, Bill, you've done a lot of interviews. You don't know what he's saying. He's saying that Stephen A's not smart enough for him, that he's not quick-witted enough, that he can't spar with him from an intelligence standpoint, that Max is the beast and Max is the man. It is oozing confidence. So there he is saying, and there's a lot of people who watched that show and was like, yeah, Max would tear up Stephen A. Smith when it came down to the nuts and bolts of sports arguments. You hear Max go off on boxing, and it's like, I got to sit back and I don't even know who he's talking about, but the man, he's like a machine. Mm-hmm. Then Max kind of takes us behind the scenes of how they do what they do on that show and at ESPN.
The issue with that show is this. What is a hot take? A hot take is a counterintuitive conclusion that on TV, you're going to just state your conclusion. You do analysis about a subject. You come to a conclusion that's counterintuitive. So when you say it, people will be like, what are you talking about? Give me 90 seconds. I'll explain it to you. Oh, at least he has a point of view. If there are 12 topics a day and you have 12 hot takes on those topics, because by and large, there's a consensus about sports. This guy's good. This guy's not as good. Whatever it is. This team is in the right direction, the wrong direction. Whatever it is. The consensus is usually correct, right? Yeah. Sometimes, some small percentage of the time, in fact, what everyone thinks is not true. If you have a counterintuitive conclusion about every topic in sports every day, you are insane. Like, Skip Bayless is very entertaining, and I always enjoy my interactions with him privately. Yeah. He's insane. Right? Like, you have 12 hot takes a day? Unbelievable, right?
So that's also, you're either insane or you're fake, and you're coming up with trolley type stuff. I heard you guys play Choppy's NFC East take and react to that the other day, that the Cowboys would not only win the NFC East, but they would win it easily. They would win it easily. I thought you guys, did a nice job of not crapping all over Choppy. I think it's just that's Choppy. That's Choppy. See, what happens with Choppy is when he did that UNT thing, and me and Bobby worry about the backlash when he's calling not just UNT the lean green. Mm-hmm. When he said they were the horn frauds. When he put all this, that's not good for business. Right. That's not good for business. That's what I think about. Who else did he go after?
He said SM Who.
SM Who.
Yeah.
The Baylor Wares. He said next year he's planning on that. So, but if you know Choppy, he's doing a comedy bit. So while me and Bobby get worried about the backlash, Choppy got the high off of the attention. Yeah. So that so then that leads to him, he's like
doubling down.
So instead of if I say something and it gets, I get destroyed, that's going to make me hesitant in my next thought.
Right.
No, that fed RJ.
Yeah.
And that fed RJ to say that the Eagles are going to go 1-3 and the Cowboys will easily, not one other person in this country, not one other person in the station or the Metroplex has said, now you may say the Eagles are going to fold, but not that the Cowboys will easily win the NFC East.
I'll be shaking in my boots the last game of the year versus the Giants.
Yeah.
You just never know when this team is going to totally lay an egg, especially having to go on the road.
Yeah. So that's what I thought of recently here when Max is talking about hot takes and Skip Bayless. And then the final clip from Max Kellerman talking about his ugly split with Stephen A. Smith is kind of exposing Stephen A. and his opinions.
Stephen A. has no hot takes. Stephen A. almost never, I can't think of any counterintuitive conclusions that he ever reaches. That's not his job on the air. His job is to be the big reactor to a counterintuitive conclusion. Reactor. He's there to hear the crazy conclusion that his partner has come to and actually be the everyman with a loud voice. Like, you are crazy, right? And do it theatrically. So there's a lot of pressure on his partner to come up with a counterintuitive conclusion about everything. Now, how do you do that? Well, you're just making it up. You're doing it for TV. No, what you do is you take a topic, and a good producer will start to drill down on the topic and say, okay, so you agree about this. So Mahomes is a great quarterback, but what does he do well and what does he not? And you keep going down until you get a divergent opinion. Well, actually, I think he is good at this. No, I think he's good. No, actually, the most important player on that, we both think this is going to win. This team's going to win the championship. We both think this is why. Drill down. But no, actually, the key player is, other than the superstar, is this guy. No, it's that guy. Actually, Draymond Green is the second most important player on the Warriors, right? He's actually the pick and roll partner who does all the dirty work.
Victor Wembanyama is the best player in the NBA right now.
There you go. There's a counterintuitive conclusion.
Yeah.
But you keep digging until you get a divergent opinion, and there is your argument.
I just thought that was fascinating. I think that's something that we can all maybe keep in mind the next time you're watching the debate shows, right? What Max is saying is, if you're doing it right, and I've tried to adopt this strategy years and years ago, give me the most unique opinion you have that you believe in. You have to believe in it. You have to believe in it. And it doesn't happen all the time on these sports shows and ESPN because they're attention whores and they want the clicks and will say fake things. But Max is saying the right producer sits you down in the room for the pre-show, give me your top 10 honest thoughts. Then I'm going to line up. We're gonna choose the topic off the ones that you guys naturally disagree on. Mm-hmm. I just thought that was interesting. I was like, okay, that made me feel a little bit better about the way they do things.
Right.
That they're trying to find their naturally opposite opinion, even though it seems a lot of times so cheap.
Well, at least with Kellerman, that's the case, right? Like Skip Bayless will just walk in there and probably just make crap up and have no problem doing it. Yeah. Kellerman at least wants to argue a point that he feels like he really believes in.
Max's all-time take he'll always be remembered for was saying
Iguodala.
I was going to say Brady falling off the cliff.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a good one.
Iguodala's his famous clip.
That's my favorite clip of it, but you're right. Brady falling off the cliff, and that was like 10 years before he actually retired.
Right, but in Max's mind, and he's right, normally, law of averages was that Tom was going to fall off. And then he did something superhuman that we're making fun of Phillip Rivers. How, we were going over how old was Tom when he won the Super Bowl in Tampa? So we're making fun of Phillip Rivers because that's what normally happens. So that's Max Kellerman finally speaking about the Stephen A. Smith divorce. Sean and RJ, Choppy and Bobby are out. We got Eric Chiafalo in on your home, the Cowboys and Rangers. A New York Giants coach quits over a plane seat. And is Jaden Daniels going to help or hurt the Cowboys? That's next in Below the Belt right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the next.
than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Chio knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. He's a ball knower and he just talks ball.
I'm so freaking honored right now. What a great surprise.
Bobby sent me that. He said, hey, is Eric doing 840? I got something for you. So he sent that and I threw it in there. And so Bobby doing work again, man.
What a legend.
Killing it.
He was doing the Cowboys Hour last night. I mean, he's not screwing around. Or Cowboys Crosstalk.
Yeah. He's a legend.
I love him so much. It's ridiculous.
You guys that don't work 4 hours a day every day, you get to love him.
Yeah, we just get him in bits and pieces.
Yeah, if you power rank the pains in the asses up here, I probably got the bottom 2 draw.
Oh yeah.
No, Choppy's not a pain. You just gotta always be listening. I can't take off and do other things while Choppy's talking. Like, Choppy's just got to be held accountable all the time to be corrected or checked.
Screw you, Jared.
For his on-air stuff. Like, Choppy, amazing prep. Choppy didn't do anything for you, but you got to listen to every single word Choppy says. But then, Bobby, you saw the spittle poll that the Tolos asked him to run.
Come on now.
With who gets yelled at the most.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that seemed like an obvious no-brainer.
Yeah,
it's got to be Bob.
When I get into it with Bobby, sometimes I'll tell him, and Bobby's my boy, but I'll be like, do you understand, like, you understand managing you, like, day to day? What you got to give me some grace here. You know what I mean? Like, dealing with Peyton is the easy part.
Right.
You know, Peyton, no problem whatsoever, but I got Bobby and Choppy. I'm trying to think who else would be a pain in the ass. I think you're easygoing, most easygoing. Zach would be fine. I think Broadus is ultimate team player.
Yep.
I don't know Dawson like
easygoing.
that.
He's easygoing.
Yeah. Is Dawson a control freak? Because I'm a control freak.
Yeah, probably not to the same extent as you are, but for sure. I mean, he's captaining the ship.
Yeah.
You know, so he's definitely got the way he likes to do things.
I feel like Kevin and Corey, easy going.
Yeah.
Corey just wants to get in his jokes here and there. Kevin is a little bit of a control freak, but
it's a beautiful marriage with those two.
Well, it's a marriage. And then I drew the 2 straws. I got both.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And the ratings reflect it, man. You guys are ball crushing right now.
Yeah, because
you got to
LeBron. You know, it's like Sandler and Spittle. They're all like, "Oh, you guys sound good." I was like, "Yeah." I mean, LeBron.
Somebody's got to steer the ship.
No, Bobby puts in all the work. He's done filthy. I actually thought he'd be more. I actually thought he'd have more FOMO being out the entire week. He sent us the Filthy Spy audio.
Yeah, it was great.
He sent some Kevin O'Connell audio yesterday, and then he's making an intro right there. But that's because he loves you so much. Below the Belt. Usually Bobby Belt segment on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Is Jaden Daniels going to help us or hurt us? No structural setbacks for Jaden Daniels, but after medical evaluations, the doctors have advised he not play on Sunday and be reevaluated next week. Okay, that's fine. That's fine you want to miss Sunday. But we got 2 games against the Philadelphia Eagles to worry about. So what quarterback is Washington going to throw out there against Filthy when we need one of those losses to go along with hopefully losing to Buffalo? And can you make any argument that, I mean, I want to see if you can, that Mariota can be more threatening than Jaden Daniels if you're trying to sit there? Like, I'm not terribly upset Kenny Pickett is starting this week against Philly. That news came out yesterday. Mm-hmm. Because Geno Smith is horrific. One of my huge misses before the year. Because Geno Smith in fantasy, if you know this, I mean, in the past 2 years, he's a sleeper quarterback to have.
No doubt.
He'll get you some points. And then it's been an absolute mess. Chip Kelly fired. So I'm actually excited about a possible Kenny Pickett spark in trying to mess up Philadelphia this weekend, going up against his former team.
Do you just love him for the hand size thing? He's Mr. Tiny Hands as well.
You know what?
You guys kind of.
I deserve that.
You guys bond over that a little bit.
Because I basically called you like, Zadrunas Ogalskis on the Cavs here, and Ty Lue, Damon Jones. So I deserve that.
I'm Eric Snow on the Cavs right now. He's Eric Snow Cone these days. My boy is ballooned a little bit. But that's neither here nor there.
Snow Cone.
The Colts are probably giving him a call right now. Can you spin it, floor general?
So Jaden Daniels, no for this week.
Yeah,
but that's against the Giants. We don't care about that.
Yeah, and I mean Daniels has not been good this year.
Nope.
So I mean I think there is a real path here for Marcus Mariota to maybe look a little bit better. I mean, look what he did versus the Broncos. He threw the ball like 50 times, and I know he had the goof at the end of with the 2-point conversion.
Yep.
That didn't look good. It's not going to be perfect.
They scored 26 in a loss.
Yeah, but Mariota, and again, against that Broncos defense, that ain't bad. I think Mariota could still, can he give you just one turn back the clock sort of game here? And when you're playing you got the Commanders defense, so you never really know.
Yeah.
But the Eagles offense is probably not going to be putting up 30-plus points on you. You'd think.
Yes. So, okay, Jaden, rest it up. If I'm Washington, I'm really shutting him down for the season. I think it'd be stupid to throw him back out there again.
Yes.
Right? So,
should have shut him down probably a while ago.
I was actually okay with them playing him just because the question mark now is still there on him to me.
Yeah.
Right? We had in the offseason the C.J. Stroud, the sophomore effect. And after the year they've had, I'd like to feel good about my offense, my quarterback, and get a little momentum to the offseason off of a disastrous year, like a disastrous season. But I would not bring him back now.
No.
And I have Mariota out there, 2 games against Filthy, and they've deflated the bunny.
Yes, they have. The positivity rabbit, which, my gosh, I thought this was one of those ball sack sports reports.
I did too.
When I first saw it, I'm like...
Because this is so soft for a city like that.
Yes. Like when we were talking about on the show, I'm like, hey, this is all allegedly. Because all I'm seeing is
You're treating this like the Michigan coaching story.
Yeah, this is just speculative at this point. Who knows? Because why are you putting an inflatable Easter bunny in your locker room just a couple of weeks before Christmas? It is the ultimate desperate move, and it's so cheesy too. I don't know whose brilliant idea this was.
I saw you call him Big Dumb in the email last night. Are you not a fan of Big Dumb?
Nah, I mean,
or are you just taking a shot?
I just like taking a shot there. I think it's an easy. I mean, SM Who, like Choppy, like it's just an easy turn him into Big Dumb.
Yeah, your insults are just like towards the enemy, not like local teams who we rely on for audience ratings.
Try to keep that with the enemies. But yeah, they've gone ahead and they've deflated it, and the positivity rabbit, where they went 0-1, is now no longer in the Eagles locker room.
Man.
Which is, I mean, yes, if you win, all of a sudden you can make it turn into a life of its own. But there is nothing that can fix the dysfunction right now with what the Eagles have going on. Let's just be real about that.
What do you think is going to happen in the East?
It's hard to trust the Cowboys. Like I'm like on Choppy's NFC East take. I totally get what he's talking about with the Eagles. I mean, if you told me they just lose out the rest of
more likely the Cowboys win out or the Eagles lose 2.
I think Eagles lose 2 is more likely.
One of them to Washington.
Probably Washington. Yeah.
Or Jackson. I think if Dart's out there, I think he's a little dangerous.
Sure, and you already saw,
and they already beat him.
Yeah,
I lost money on that.
It's happened. You lost money on that. Yeah, that was a tough one. I thought that was a no-brainer that the Eagles were going to win that game.
Yeah,
but yeah, I could see the Eagles. I could see the Eagles losing 2 games here, absolutely, just because of how dysfunctional everything is right now and how bad Jalen Hurts is. And
so, who ends up winning the East?
I will go ahead and say the Cowboys.
Whoa. Okay.
I will say the Cowboys, and that's mostly to do with how bad I think the Eagles situation is right now. But the Cowboys do have a relatively easy schedule here. It's not like you're playing a bunch of studs, but the Cowboys have plenty of issues. They have not been running the ball well. I mean, for as much as you want to say about the offense, they can't run the ball. All of a sudden now you can't protect Dak either versus the Lions pass rush, which is not vaunted.
Yep.
Alquan Muhammad's going to have a legacy night, a legacy game versus you. So I do have some concerns here about the Cowboys, but I do think that low of the Eagles right now.
A plain seat having a coach fired or removed in New York. And I was curious. I was trying to judge by the tone of your email last night how you know what? Shame on me for questioning because of the childhood team that you grew up loving. You definitely know who this guy was.
Yeah, Brian Cox. He was a legendary defensive lineman. There's no question about that. And now
or a linebacker. Maybe it was before your time.
Okay. Son of a gun.
I gave him too much credit. He had the whole neck thing. The neck thing.
I do remember his aesthetic. I guess I should have known that he was a linebacker. But he was a defensive line coach, assistant defensive line coach for.
Yeah, that's why they suck, because they got a linebacker coach of the D line.
Yeah, what are we doing here? This is like Bill Belichick having a special teams coordinator and Fat Patricia run the offense. It's like, what are we doing?
Man, you got name shames for everybody.
I got a couple of those.
Wolchuk loved the snow cone.
Yeah. Oh, did he?
Yeah, he texted.
So here in Below the Belt, brought to you by Window Nation, we bring you the reason behind the firing of the Giants assistant defensive line coach Brian Cox. Sources are telling the Giants reporters that the final straw was Cox's reaction to the seating arrangement being changed on the flight home from that Patriots game a couple of weeks ago. The assistant coaches typically sit near the front of the plane, but they were moved to the back on that flight for whatever reason. And so I guess, why that was a big deal and what exactly transpired from there to lead to Cox's firing is unclear, but there has obviously been a lot of unrest with the coaching staff this season, and Cox is very close with Brian Daboll. So sources weren't surprised that things ended poorly there. That according to Dan Duggan, who covers the Giants. So
I'm trying to think of the last seating arrangement or something similar where I felt disrespected. Because this is stupid. If all the coaches got moved, why is Brian Cox ticked off? But like you just alluded to, maybe he was, already, it was a matter of time because he liked Daboll. Is it a wedding seating? What other seatings prearranged? Like, you got to worry about people's feelings with this wedding you have coming up, Pepe.
Dude, it's going to be so tough.
With the tables? You know what I mean? You got to play. It's politics.
Yeah.
What are you not invited on the first wave of something? Is it being asked to stand up there as a groomsman? I'm thinking wedding stuff. What other disrespectful seating arrangement has hacked you off as of late, or that you can think of? Because Brian Daboll not happy about. Brian Cox not happy about this.
Former linebacker Brian Cox. Yeah, I don't know, man. I haven't.
Maybe roommate assignments if you're in that sports, travel ball or something like that. You get coaches' roommate assignments. Like, I don't really like this guy.
Or us on the road. Maybe, who was going to be put with TMP snoring?
Oh, that was a thing.
Oh, yeah.
That's tough.
Oh, yeah, because, Ted would rock the walls.
Really?
Oh, he could rock the walls with the snoring.
That's miserable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't personally experienced anything. Like, anytime I'm at the back of the line for a wedding or something like that, it's usually I know my place here. Like, I could have got chopped off this thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I've never been at a family wedding where I'm really in this thing and then all of a sudden I'm getting ousted to the back. That would bug me.
I guess mine was. I love this guy, but you already brought him up. Mine was probably, I wasn't really mad, but I thought about Zero's wedding. Because
I was the last table there. Okay. I will say we were last.
Did you go solo?
No, I brought the wife.
That's my thing. I got the solo invite. I didn't get the M one.
Oh, you didn't get the plus.
So then when I found out y'all got the plus,
you got. I got
Cox. I took the and I felt the Cox.
Yeah,
I felt it right there. So
I ate for two that night, so I probably ate your plate. Is what I did.
Yeah,
that's the good thing about being at the end of the wedding line is all of a sudden now everybody's eating. You can double plate that thing. That's what I've learned here at a couple of these weddings where I've been last. I'm like, all right, well then load me up, baby.
Okay, but can't you just go back?
I guess you can.
Yeah.
And
if it's buffet style, some give you just that one plate.
Okay. I can't wait to tear it up at Peyton's wedding. I'm ready to go.
Is it a buffet?
It's a buffet.
Yeah.
Yes, you guys do get +1s. I've learned my lesson. So you guys do get +1s.
Yeah, I wouldn't go if I did.
You gonna have some elbow fat in that kitchen, cooking it up for us, or what?
Well, what's the spread? What's the cuisine?
It'll be a mixture. I think it's fajitas. I think we're doing fajitas.
Okay.
Can't go wrong, bro.
Yeah. First time that Peyton's going to pay for guacamole, and it'll be for all of us. Tommy Yarch, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20 here on DFW Sports Station. We're going to turn this thing over, and I'm a control freak, but this is the faith I'm showing. We're just going to turn it over to Eric. This is going to be Eric Chiafalo's hodgepodge, wherever he wants to take it to start off the final hour, Thursday edition of Sean and RJ after this.
But Tolos, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a...
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is
the
home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Full shock jock stuff.
Dang!
What do you think, boys?
Yo, that's an awesome intro.
Hey, you know who we can thank for that? Bobby Roberto Belt.
Wow.
He brought that strong, and
that's an amazing intro. Let's see. Intro-wise, power rank at the station. Payload always makes me laugh. We got PP. Oh, chop it up has moved up.
Yeah, I like
Have you
that.
heard that.
I like that. Yeah, it's a good touch.
The TJ intro. Remember Life with TJ? That intro was really good. That one's a funny one, but we've taken that away. Broadus' new one, Crusty Corner. That's a good one as well. I like that. Bobby did that one as well.
Shout out to Bobby for that one.
That was really good. That was LeVar. That was basically LeVar Arrington and Rowdy Tellez.
Yeah.
Combined.
Yeah, that was when I had two professional athletes wanting to strangle me, basically. And you had Christian McCaffrey's mom in there.
Yeah. So what? Home of the Cowboys, no one's listening?
Yeah.
Dang.
It's like, okay.
Yeah. You guys always, Dawson throws our way how toxic we are.
Yeah.
You guys cause the most problems by far.
Oh, yeah?
For the boss. Not oh, yeah. It's oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, no, there's no like surprise over it. You're a problem.
Hey, Radio Row, Dan Orlovsky. That might be the 1 seed.
Ooh.
That might be the 1 seed.
Over the McCaffrey incident?
Yeah, because I guess, we did get bombarded by Niners fans.
Yeah, and now Tim would say, Tim was mad over the Orlovsky thing. He thinks that got like all future ESPN guests canceled, but you guys are the biggest problem.
We might be.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
Yeah, you guys are the problem child.
Yeah, the yahoos in the morning.
We didn't do anything to deserve that.
No, that's true.
That was Jerry going out of his way. But anyway, it's Eric Chiafalo in for RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt will be back for Sunday's Cowboys-Vikings coverage right here. You guys are such a problem, they don't even meet with you guys. They don't even want to meet with you guys. They at least view us as pleasant enough to talk every Monday.
I think brought us for that one. All right, let's go ahead. We have a little NFL draft update for you. The NFL notified teams yesterday that it will shorten the time between picks in the first round of the draft from 10 minutes to 8 minutes, starting with the 2026 draft in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Let's go, dude. That's a no-brainer.
I'm so happy. Not that we don't have an awesome time at the different Pluckers locations.
No doubt.
But especially with the Cowboys with a second pick, and it's going to be late in that first.
Let's get to it.
Let's get to it, and let's end this thing faster. So this is just going to be a first-round adjustment?
Yeah, first-round adjustment.
10 to 8, you said?
10 to 8.
I'm so happy.
It's crazy to think that, whenever I was growing up watching the draft, 15 minutes, bro.
15 minutes.
Dragging that thing out for no reason. And there were still times where teams would miss their pick.
Yeah. The Vikings, I think, missed it twice. So the draft show is going to love this. I'm going to love it for the next morning coming in here after having a few at Pluckers. And, of course, everyone, what Pluckers are you usually at?
I'm usually at the Grapevine.
Okay.
Yeah, which is a great time. I look forward to that one every year.
Yeah, it's great. It's just like...
But you're getting out of there at like 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And now I guess it would be closer to probably more like 10 o'clock, a little earlier.
What time do you work the draft?
Yeah, I'm usually back here at the station.
And what time do you usually be done with your coverage?
After the final pick, I think the draft show goes up until 11 o'clock, and then we have local CA and Fred, Blake, all them take over after that. But yeah, I'll usually be done around 11 o'clock.
It's bad news for Pluckers because now they're gonna have to rush them drink specials even faster.
Oh yeah,
they're gonna have to get them shots and them beers out even quicker.
Turn it out, baby.
It'll make it even funner. People will be even more lit. But that is fantastic news. Starting with this draft, they're shortening the first round.
Shout out to the 903 and the 214 respecting the TD2. You're gonna have off a bye. At home, the Patriots are home dogs.
It's disrespectful, and I'm going to bet it. I'm going to look at it right now, what the value is at underdog. Patriots to win is plus 108. This is one of the things that scares you about Vegas if they end up being right. when we're all like, this doesn't make any sense. This is disrespectful. And then we'll be coming in here the day after the game with Buffalo kind of reminding everyone who's kings of the East. But no, I'm going to sit there and take the Patriots money line. And then it's 3.5 on top of it if you want even more of a safety net. So right now, if I bet $50 on the Patriots to win at under, I get $100. So I would double my money.
That's a no-brainer.
25 to 50 if you want to keep it a little bit lower.
And you know that Vrabel's using this as bulletin board material.
Oh,
like, he's going to get his guys going about this. They're asking Stephon Diggs about it. They're asking Vrabel about it. I mean, every one of these guys is going to be asked about it. Stephon Diggs just said good. You know, like this, they'll add that to just a little more ammo of motivation there for him. But
who's your top team in the AFC?
Okay, so see, that's the thing. That's what's so interesting right now. Like, no one wants to trust the teams that are actually in the playoffs currently with the AFC standings. The one seed.
Anyone, really.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think in the NFC, everybody kind of defaults to the Rams.
Yep.
They're not like
True.
some Teflon, oh my gosh, but that seems like the one team that everybody's pretty confident, hey, they're going to get to the conference championship game for sure.
Yeah.
But in the AFC, with the Chiefs and the Bills not looking the same, you have Denver and New England at the top of the standings, and then now you have like the Texans are going to be the 7th seed at the moment. The Jags are leading the AFC South because of what's happened to the Colts, and so you're just looking around going like, who do you really trust here? It's kind of like these teams are going to win with the defense. It feels like from Denver and the
Chicago
Chicago on the other side of things. Like, how do you trust any of these teams? I don't know, especially in the AFC. I don't think there's much of a difference at all from the Broncos at the 1 seed to right now it's the Texans as the 7 seed in the final wild card. Tell me what's different. Like, what?
I agree.
Those are like the same teams.
I totally agree.
And I actually trust C.J. Stroud more than I trust Bo Nix. But the Texans' defense is, I mean, they're nasty.
Nasty.
So I think it is a total. It's an open game here. It's open game here in the AFC, and who do you trust? Like, for weeks we're doing like, is this team a contender or a pretender? Well, in the AFC, all these teams in there are contenders. Even you look at them and you're like, really? We're going to talk about the Jags?
Is there a hot take on y'all's show in terms of like a belief in a team that we just recapped right here? Like, does someone love Denver and really believe? Does someone love Chicago and really believe? Does someone hopping on the Houston bandwagon, or are y'all kind of the same of not trusting?
No, I think Broadus likes the Broncos.
He does.
Broadus likes the Broncos.
Oh, he loves Sean Payton.
He loves Sean Payton
Bestie.
for sure. He trusts that offense will get figured out because of Sean. And Bo Nix has come up big. Just a play here, play there late in these games. And so can he continue that? But
what about
he's not a good
Jacksonville?
quarterback. Jacksonville, I don't think that we've given much respect to, even though I think Trevor Lawrence probably just had his best game as a pro. And if that can continue, then we'll see. But it's like, yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about Jags, Texans, Bo Nix, and even the Patriots, for as good as they are. And as much as I love Drake May and Mike Vrabel, I don't know that they run the ball well enough. I don't think their defense is good enough. But
all right, I just bet on New England.
It's just kind of a crapshoot. All right, I'd ride that with you, even though you got some texters saying like, yeah, Vegas must know something here.
Yeah.
Be careful. I mean, Josh Allen can always go superhuman.
Yeah.
But their defense is not. I mean, their defense is getting tore up, and they're not good at tackling. Like, I don't think that's a championship defense. Now, can they win on Sunday? For sure. But in terms of even like a team like the Bills, you're like, of course, I would just trust Josh Allen, I guess, amidst all these teams. But these defenses are no joke.
Yep.
And I don't think the Bills can go toe-to-toe defensively with any of these teams. All right, let's get to Shedeur Sanders and the thong. How familiar are you with this story?
I was familiar after last night. Unfortunately, one of the final things I looked at before closing my eyes, thanks to you.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
There was a moment there after Shedeur Sanders ran into the end zone versus the Titans on Sunday. He's getting up off the ground, and the way he bends over, it looks like there is a thong riding up his back. And so everybody, the internet was going crazy, and we appreciate his brother Shiloh Sanders for confronting Shedeur about this, and here is the sound.
I was about that this morning, bro. Can you put an end to this investigation and find out for us if Shedeur was actually wearing a thong? Let's cut to the business, bro. Did you wear a thong or not?
Come on, bro.
What's going on with you, bro?
You forgot I had a little back injury, right? So I get my back taped. But that is crazy that it did look like that. That's funny, though.
I know you wasn't wearing no thong, bro. You wouldn't do nothing like that, right?
Nah, brother. You know, that was called back tape, bro.
The black tape. Now, you probably use the most trainer equipment of anyone in the building. Have you ever used that? Have you used the suction cups, number one, and two, the black medical tape? I've never used it. What does it actually do for you? Because that looks like that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what they're chalking it up to. I've never really seen it. I guess somebody doing it on their back. You always see, like, Luka used to wear it on his shoulder and stuff like that. So, I mean, I'm going to take him at his word here. I can't imagine he would be wearing a thong here.
Some people, Charlie and Choppies of the world might be into that.
No, for sure. I do know some individuals that lean that way just for comfort reasons.
And I guess you know men?
My grandfather. My grandfather is a character, okay? I mean, he was telling us things at Thanksgiving that you wouldn't believe.
Eric.
But also, and I don't know if it's to this day, but there was a time where he said for comfort reasons, he was rocking that. Okay, and I feel ashamed even admitting that's my family, that's my blood. Yeah.
What's his first name? You don't have to
Let's
answer.
dox this guy right now. He's sitting in his apartment, his non-smoking apartment right now, ripping heaters and watching the Jewelry Channel. That's what he's doing
Does
right now.
he smoke in the non-smoking?
Yes, my dad gets onto him all the time. Like, bro, you're gonna get kicked out. He just doesn't seem to care.
He watches the Jewelry Channel.
He's 80 plus years old. He stays up into the wee hours of the morning, sleeps all day. Rips heaters in his non-smoking senior citizen little apartment, and he watches the Jewelry Channel. That's what he does. He's a total legend.
Married?
No, not married.
Was he married?
Yeah, he's been married a handful of times.
He sounds he sounds like the character. Vinny's uncle in Jersey Shore.
Oh, yes.
Uncle Nino.
Uncle Nino.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about?
Absolutely. I
got to see a picture of this guy. I don't care. It doesn't have to be on the fan cam.
I'll show him to you.
I got to see a picture.
He's a total... Oh, no, my dad just texted me. My dad says simply, I'm ashamed.
Texas William, can you just create a GIF or a meme? Have you talked about him a lot on G-Bag?
I have definitely referenced it because he's got an unbelievable story. Like, this is a guy who was a drug addict in Miami while my dad was in elementary school, and then
This
got
is your
cleaned
dad's
up.
dad?
Yeah, it's my dad's dad. Got cleaned up, gave his life to Christ. You know. Solid for many years.
Wow.
But he does have some quirks.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, he's told me stories about back in the day, like with those 70s Dolphin teams. Like he's doing drugs with Mercury Morris. Okay? I mean, he's got an unbelievable story about getting pulled over on Mercury Morris's motorcycle because they thought he stole it. And he's
I just need his
Mercury's letting me
nickname.
use it.
He's got to have a nickname. I just need his nickname, Uncle Blank. Tell your dad to text him what we can say on the radio without disclosing too much. I don't need his full name. I don't need this. I don't need the birth certificate info. I need what his Uncle Blank name is for the rest of time.
Okay, yeah, he's a legend. I love you, Grandpa.
All right, let's get the GIF and the meme, Texas William. Start working on that. That is the Eric Chiafalo hodgepodge here, sitting in for Choppy on DFW Sports Station. He's still not doing things the right way? What the heck is up with Trayvon Diggs now? Tommy Yarch, DallasCowboys.com after this.
But Tolos, you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that...
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, joins us every Thursday at this time, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. He tried. He gave us his effort, but the Diggs whisperer, Nick Eatman, could not give us all the answers yesterday as I was peppering him with more Trayvon questions, and then we got even more added to it with Brian Schottenheimer in the press conference yesterday.
In terms of Trayvon, I mean, he's still in the ramp-up period. I think he does feel healthy. I know he wants to play, but at the end of the day, it's, you know, we have to do what we think is in the best interest of not just him, but also the football team. And when you miss time, the ramp-up period is good not just for your body, but for your mind and figuring out some of the defense. And there's some new faces in the huddle and things like that. So, again, love him as a player, but ultimately he's got to show us he's ready to do everything the right way.
Tommy, what the heck?
Sean, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it kind of seemed like, you know, especially that last sentence kind of makes your ears perk up a little bit. It was, I don't know if I'll say a change in tone around Trayvon Diggs, but it certainly felt like those last couple of words were meant in a certain way. You know what that means? I wish I could tell you, but, you know, the corner room has changed a lot since Diggs has been out with, you know, Savon Rebel coming back and being healthy and more or less playing pretty well for a rookie who's dealing with a knee issue still. Maybe not issue, but he's still got the brace on, and that you can see that's certainly hampering him a little bit, and he's playing in the NFL for the first time. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting situation to monitor here down the stretch. You know, his window, I think, is next week or the week after is when it closes, the 21-day window to return to the roster. I'm still under the expectation that he's going to play the game this season. But it certainly was an interesting choice of words from Brian Schottenheimer regarding that situation, and it's certainly something to watch going forward.
Tommy, I have one person telling me that he just didn't kind of practice the way that they wanted him to last week. I don't know whether that is just him not looking sharp enough, healthy enough, up to date with the scheme. And then I have another person telling me it's more attitude. So now we're left here with that one sentence from Shoddy. He's got to show us he's ready to do everything the right way to divide the pie here of injury, familiarity, or attitude.
I would say a majority of the pie is probably towards the injury, just because, you know, I think everybody would agree that when Diggs was out there early in the season, you could tell that he kind of didn't look like himself physically at times. And, you know, he was talking to us a couple of weeks ago about how the knee was swelling in certain things, and it just wasn't very well. But, you know, as far as attitude and stuff like that, I mean, look, we only get glances into what is really, you know, going on in that locker room. But at practice yesterday, he's, you know, his usual self, just dancing around. He's doing his normal Trayvon Diggs thing. And in the locker room, he was smiling with his teammates. And I think he's on the ping pong table a little bit yesterday. But, you know, for us outside of that, it's difficult to discertain. So that would lead me to believe that injury is probably a majority of the reason why we're at where we're at. I mean, he's going through some difficult times with injury, and it affects everybody differently. So that's just based off of what I know. That's how I would divide that pie.
How are things looking for Lamb, Guyton, and Hooker?
Yeah, Malik Hooker was personal, so we'll see if he comes back to practice today. Assuming he does, he's probably good. CD, Brian Schottenheimer said earlier in the week that, you know, the extra days would help him. He was limited yesterday. That's a good sign. We'll see if he gets bumped up to full today or tomorrow. If he does, I would say he plays. He said he had, Shotty said yesterday he had one or two more things to clear before he is able to get back on the field and clear concussion protocol. And then Tyler Guyton was on the cords yesterday, so that means he's close. Whether or not that's this week or next, is still to be determined. He did not practice yesterday.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm feeling pretty good. I know it's dangerous with the Cowboys. You referenced the other day. Let's just not assume they're going to win out. I'm feeling pretty good about this Minnesota game. Is that too much confidence? And let's dive into the Vikings a little bit with your preview.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is. I think that this is a real opportunity for this defense to bounce back in the sense that they're playing a rookie quarterback that has been up, he's been down, and there really hasn't been, I don't think, any middle ground with him. I think he's either had a really great game or he just hasn't looked very good. And he's prone to make some bad decisions. He's prone to turn the ball over here and there. Obviously, last year he looked incredible, and he was playing very confident, but just looking at some of his film from the past, he's going to try to make some tight window throws, and some of them are there, but some of them is just rookie moments where you may be a little bit too confident in yourself and certain decisions, and he can't make the throws. But at the same time, he's a threat with his legs, so Dallas will have to account for that, despite the injuries that he's faced this season. And then defensively, Brian Flores they blitz more than anybody else in the league, so they disguise a lot of things. They're going to have to be very sound with their checks to the line of scrimmage. The offensive line is going to have to be really good. Javonte Williams is going to have to step up again in pass protection, and Dak Prescott is going to have to get the ball out on time so that he doesn't take any more hits than he has the last couple of weeks. He's been hit quite a bit, and I know they're not happy about that. So everybody's got to do their part to get the ball out of his hands quickly and try and get around this defense. But Dallas' defense certainly has an opportunity. They've talked a lot about how upset they are. They're -8 this year in turnover margin. They've got a chance to get some on Sunday.
Tommy, what do you think the issue is with the rushing attack right now? These last few weeks, like the success rates are brutal. What are they saying is the reason why? Like, is Guyton part of the answer here, or is it offensive line, Javonte Williams? What's the deal with the rushing attack?
Wow, what a pleasure to hear Eric Chiafalo's voice on a Thursday morning. That's awesome.
Hi, Tommy.
Hi. Yeah, it's a good question. I think, it's I don't know if it's necessarily Guyton, just because, sure, he's a good run blocker, but I think the strength of your rush portion of the offensive line is your interior. And it hasn't been consistent in the sense of they'll have big plays here and there, but you don't see as much of the 4 or 5 yards gains stacked on top of each other. It's really been more 2 or maybe 3, and then, okay, you're in 3rd and 5. And, that's not a situation they want to be in. So Brian Shaw and I were talking a lot about it last week. They're not winning first downs. So those first downs, you're seeing a lot more of the 2-3 yards, and that can sometimes throw the offense off schedule. So, I would say that I don't know if there's necessarily you point to one certain thing and it's the issue. I just think that teams are starting to load up the box a little bit more on Dallas because they had success early in the season running the football, and Dallas has had to turn to throwing the ball a lot more to try and win these games, and they've got the weapons to do that. So I think that it's sort of pick your poison a little bit. That said, I do think there have been certain instances this year where I kind of think to myself, and again, this is just me, and they pay Brian Schottenheimer a heck of a lot more money than they pay me, and he's a much smarter guy and football savvy than I am.
True, but he's not better looking, Tommy.
Wow, well, checks in the mail, buddy. But I think that, I feel like they got a chance to run the ball here and really assert themselves, and they've gone back to the passing game, which again, you can't blame them with the pieces that they've got there. But it'll be interesting to see if this is maybe a game where they try to attack those blitz looks and take advantage of it if some guys are at the line and Javonte Williams can get behind them.
Any chance you can give me good news that we'll see less of Kenneth Murray on the field on Sunday night?
Well, there's a lot of talk about Logan Wilson this week, and Jerry said it on Tuesday that that he's expecting Logan Wilson to play more. Brian Schottenheimer was asked yesterday about Kenneth Murray. He said he liked how he runs and hits and things like that. So I guess we'll see, but I would expect there to probably still be somewhat of a balance. I don't know if I'll go 50-50, but I don't think it's going to be – I don't foresee it being an overwhelmingly different line than, Logan Wilson's playing 70% of the snaps or 80% of the snaps. So hopefully that doesn't ruin your day.
Who else is a nominee for biggest Cowboy punching bag from the fan base this year? Is Kenneth Murray easily the number one seed? Eric, can you think of anybody else? I think even Diggs has some defenders.
Yeah.
Hey, anyone else that you can think of, Tommy, with all the shows and media work y'all do?
Well, it kind of depends. In my time on this, my short time on this beat, I realized that if you mess up, everybody, you are a punching bag for the next, whether it be 5 minutes or 5 days. So it can really be anybody. There was a lot of Jake Ferguson in the last game, but I kind of look at his body of work and I'm like, all right. I mean, he's been exactly what they've needed him to be in his role.
Eric's got one.
How about Turpin and Eberflus?
Oh, well, no.
Yeah, but I think, they catch a lot of flack, and I think, Turpin, I'm not as worried about that as some other people are. I think, sure, the last 2 weeks is unacceptable, and you can't do what he's done. But at the same time, people were like, oh, you got to bench him and find somebody new. I mean, who are you going to find that's that fast? Who are you going to find that's going to be able to run past everybody? I just think that's way too valuable of a trait to pass up on. Sure, you need to eliminate the mistakes and all that, but I don't see that as a jarring issue. And then Matt Eberflus, I think it's a mixture of settling in and not having enough pieces, but it certainly hasn't been the year that anybody's wanted for them defensively. So we'll see how they can close it out here these last 4 weeks.
Great stuff, Tommy. We appreciate it, man. Thank you. Are you picking the Cowboys, or you're still determining?
Still determining. We're going to see how the rest of the week goes, and then I'll make my call probably tomorrow.
Appreciate you.
I'm leaning towards Dallas.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Eric Chiafalo in for RJ Choppy. We got to update you on the Michigan story. And the number one baseball insider in the business just tweeted or said the Texas Rangers are listening to this. We'll tell you about it on the home of the Rangers with Crosstalk next on The Fan. But we got to go ahead and hook you up if you ever need them. The toll.
the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
So inquiring minds want to know for the Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and Aiden and a couple times me.
Yes.
Crosstalk.
We like to
I've also been on the show.
And Corey. One time Carter, Alec.
We like to include everyone here versus leaving Mike. I gave you the golden nickname and the abbreviation of KMC. You never accepted it. Sorry that we like to include everybody.
Because we knew what was going to happen.
The writing was on the wall.
Yeah. Well, with that in mind, how did the meetings of the mega powers go this morning? You got Sean Sharif, Eric Chiafalo hosting a show together for the first time ever.
We made history.
How did we feel about it?
What did you think? What were you expecting? This is the first time this happened. What were you expecting coming in?
I was just expecting, hey, as long as I'm on my P's and Q's and I'm the utmost professional, things are going to go well.
Mention below deck every now and again. And
yeah, I had a couple of BravoCon jokes or whatever, but I let those slip.
You guys can joke about it. I'm secure.
I've watched that show many, many times.
I'm secure in my masculinity here.
As you should be.
It started off great with Eric's email. I judge everyone in the building by their prep email. Everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how I judge you. Choppy's the 1 seed, like phenomenal, mind-blowing emails. I haven't seen what you guys send, but Eric's last night, because the reputation they gave me about Eric, they said he's going to usually walk in at 5:59.
Oh, no.
With a computer, or maybe not a computer. And he can wing it. He's good to go.
Okay.
But he sends this email at like 6 p.m. that is so thorough and so impressive. I said to Amanda, I said, he has not been paying attention to his show today whatsoever. Because he sent me 3 pages. And she's like, he's probably
your thoughts,
like...
Chiafalo?
He probably thinks you're a nightmare. He's probably being detailed because of your reputation. Well, they come to find out Chiafalo was not on G-Bag yesterday.
That's right.
But still, I mean, super, super impressive. I knew working with Eric... You know, he was one of my scouted prospects for a long time.
Was that all your prep work from the show you had prepped for yesterday? Leading up? You're just like, I just got it all already.
I was like, this is going to suck for him having to like re-talk about Michigan and Trayvon Diggs all over again. But no.
It worked out beautifully. I would have just copy and pasted the email had I worked yesterday.
Right.
But I actually had time to act like a professional.
There we go.
Is RJ feeling any better? Do we know?
I have not checked. I mean, he was not laid up in bed. He was texting away, and I was like, okay. But I forced RJ out. RJ is the toughest on our show physically when it comes to coming in.
Gotcha.
And for the past 2 days, he's like, my throat, and he's like, I said, call off. And he's like, I don't want to do that to you because Bobby's out. I said, dude. And that's why I texted the bosses.
And that is nice.
To get a replacement for Choppy. And maybe we'll see. Maybe RJ's out sick tomorrow.
And here we go. Weekend come early.
My middle kid had flu. Sunday, as we were heading to Sandler's thing, he was like, Dad, I don't feel good. I said, stay home. Yeah. And he had flu B. And so he had thrown up a couple times, and then he was out all up until today. Today he went back to school. He had all this map testing, all this stuff he had to do, and so he's like freaking out. And I was like, but he was one of those kids where he felt terrible, but he's like, I want to go skate. And I'm like, no, you need to go rest. So
I need to go skate?
Yeah, he was like, I want to go skate in the backyard. Let me build a ramp. I was like, we don't have space for that.
How many of his jeans have chains?
That is
none.
A quality question.
He does not know, but I did notice this. Does
his wallet have a chain on it?
No, it does not. No, he doesn't know where his wallet is.
I used to love the wallet with the chain. The big.
I can see you being a skater.
Yeah.
Were you a skater?
Oh, I was. I was terrible.
But I think you like completed a trick, and you're like, praise him. Matthew 6:24 says.
Glory to be. They all wear big baggy pants though.
Yeah.
And they're not all skaters. My oldest, he's like big baggy pants.
Yeah.
And we went to their big orchestra event. Boys and girls, all of them.
Like Jinkos?
Yeah, huge baggy pants. It's the style again.
Think would be the worst possible thing to skateboard with.
Yeah.
Is big baggy pants.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
It's better than the super skinny jeans, though, because like for a while we went.
How about wearing some damn shorts, you know, or
Well,
like
then
some
you're gonna scrape
tight
your knees up.
sweatpants?
The shins.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Shins.
Yeah. You can't be a
Talking like a guy that's never board slided before.
yeah.
Loser.
How many Tony Hawk video games did you have? You know, but I can picture TFL being a little rebel back there.
Yeah.
What is coming up on the program?
Guys, who do you fear on the Vikings, and where do the Cowboys hold their advantage at 10 o'clock? Are the Mavs too good to tank at 10:20?
I hope not.
Also at 1 o'clock
They just
today.
lost Lively for the year.
Yeah, well, he hadn't played during their upswing anyway, so I'm afraid that they are.
Addition by subtraction.
In the
I'm
C
kidding.
block today, the question of the day for me will be, in honor of Phillip Rivers, what's the thing that you would willingly go back to even though you know you shouldn't?
Well, I think we just answered that for y'all. Skateboarding.
Skateboarding.
So, I think we just figured that out.
And a lot of I know our listeners. There's going to be a lot of my ex and cocaine and all that stuff. So we'll get into that though. It'll be a lot of fun.
Stealing.
Yeah, yeah, Kevin.
All
Don't
of
do
the
that
above.
anymore, man.
So 24 hours ago, we talked about the possibility of the Red Sox trying to get Corey Seager. Jeff Passan has put this out. The Rangers are in listening mode on Seager, which does not mean that he is by any means going to be moved, but reflects the Rangers' willingness to overhaul the team beyond their trade of Simeon. To be abundantly clear, Texas is not looking to shed the remaining $186 million on his contract. The return would need to overwhelm the Rangers, but they're facing a payroll crunch, and with Pete Alonso getting $155 from Baltimore and Schwarber getting $150 million, Seager's deal is quite appealing.
Yep.
He's only 31, plays an excellent short, and of all the position players available, he is the best.
So there was a phenomenon that happened yesterday, and I don't know if everyone just went off the same false report, but everyone said the Rangers are not trading Corey Seager, and then it was everywhere.
They aren't right now.
Yeah, and I was like, but that's not what Chris Young said. He said, we're not motivated to trade Corey Seager, which I thought was a really smart way of saying
motivate us.
Yeah, we're not, but if you motivate us, we will. I still don't think they are going to, but everyone who went out there and said they're not going to trade him, that is false. You do not know that.
They would have to be blown away. Fact. There would have to be a king's ransom. We said that yesterday during Crosstalk. We said it in the first segment. They would have to be blown away in order to make a deal.
But the thing that Passan mentioned that I thought was really on point is the economics of baseball going up. And when you see Alonso getting 31 and Schwarber getting 30, perhaps that makes the Seager deal more appealing than it had previously been.
Would you entertain it, Eric Chiafalo?
I mean, yeah. If it is a home run of a deal, I would be open to it. I certainly wouldn't just want to move off the contract for the sake of moving off the contract and making some cheap move that way. But
Which is what they did with Simeon. They were like, we got to get you out of here.
Which was fair. That's a different deal. But with Corey Seager, it's got to be top dollar. You got to give us the farm in a big way, and then I could get behind it. Even though I would hate to see it, I really would, because what he's done for this organization, this fan base, this city, he's an absolute champion. He's a legend forever. But for the right deal, I think it's fair.
What about you?
The thing that's holding me back is the starting pitching. You're telling me that you can make the playoffs and try to be a contender if you get in with the pitching. If you're telling me you want to trade DeGrom, you tell me you want to deal Valdi.
Right.
Oh, okay, but are we adding offensively to go along with the staff?
Right.
Because if you just take Corey Seager at 32, 40 games missed a year, I'm open to trading him if I don't have an absolute win now team. I got a win now staff.
Yeah.
I don't have the win now offense.
So they don't.
And are you going to add to it with the reputation that you have right now of penny pinching?
And so it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Mavericks in terms of you would still be too good, but not good enough to compete, but not bad enough to really tear it all the way down if that's the one move.
Like,
so
I
get you.
I'm not outraged by the possibility.
And I still think it's a smaller possibility.
Corey's looking at you weird. bastard.
This wouldn't be this wouldn't be an Anthony Davis trade.
What do you mean?
Where you get a player that's kind of like the guy but older and more injured.
Oh yeah, I don't.
In my mind,
prospects.
I don't even think straight prospects. I think you need 2 players that can play right now, and then prospects on top of it. Like that's when I say blow me away, I'm not saying let me get something for the future that might never work out.
Right.
Because that's what prospects are.
Sure.
It should also say something to you that the rest of the sport is viewing your Seager deal as great value.
Yes.
Right.
And you may be thinking, this is too much for us.
Yeah.
So the rest of the big dogs are sitting there circling going, look at Alonzo. Look at Seager.
Which would be great.
And that's maybe too rich for you.
Yeah. I mean, look, I love the fact that free agency might have created a new market for one of your players. Whether you decide to act on it or not is separate.
What is the latest that you guys have seen on the Michigan story that you feel comfortable? I want to see how far you're willing to go with the update on what you think is legit.
Okay, and see, because I think I've changed my mind as of late last night. This morning, I thought, just upon reading it, maybe it was just the headlines, I misinterpreted it. I thought the arrest was directly related to the inappropriate relationship. But then I was thinking okay, well, surely that person is of age and everything. And so now it sounds like maybe he was just fuming in general, and there might have been some sort of minor incident that you might just blow by. But because he was so amped up, he was like, fine, let's have a fight.
But now you're hearing
whatever.
possibility of a break into the assistant coach.
Yeah.
Or some other colleague.
Yeah, no, it's the police specifically said they are not led to believe this is a random event.
Right.
So it sounds like they have a pretty good idea, and that is a shocking turn of events.
Pete Thamel has come out with this. He's a trusted college football source. Situation had been percolating for the last few weeks. Quote, there had been a lot of uneasiness on the Michigan staff. Sources had told me that Moore had been acting strange, berating assistant coaches, not acting in a normal way. So
maybe he knew one of the assistants had maybe talked to the university or tipped it off or whatever.
Or maybe he's having a mental breakdown.
You know what? That is a good point, because you see the potential to just pretty much throw $12.5 million in the trash. That something's got to be going on, right?
Yeah. My first thought last night when I was the 12 million, some people just don't read the fine print. And some people don't,
you're right.
Hey, you know what? That's the one thing I can't do if I want to make sure I get that cash.
Right.
And then they forget about it, and they're like, oh, crap, I was surprised. Trayvon Diggs, very different situation, but he was like, I'll just show up there. They're not going to hold that against me. And here we are.
Eric, thank you for bailing us out. Great job.
My pleasure, man.
We'll see what happens tomorrow.
What do you hope happens tomorrow?
I'll be fine with Eric coming back in. I want Choppy to feel good. Yeah, it's a
Healthy Choppy's a better Choppy, right?
Healthy Choppy is the best chop.
Some little change up is here and there is fine.
I like it.
But we'll see what it brings.
Do the whole station that way. It would be
they would be copying another station.
We could call it a purple rhino.
Who invented everything in the history of radio, including talking to a mic, according to Dip S's that are 88 years old.
Get them.
All right,
people know that P1 is a radio term.
We're back tomorrow with Brian Schottenheimer, Babe Laufenberg, and another Matt Rife ticket giveaway. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today?
I'm doing great, Kevin.
Alec, are you also doing great to really raise the greatness of the show?
I'm doing amazing.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you sound like old man Corey.
Holy cow. I freaking love it.
Now what?
I'm doing good.
You kind of always expect that we'll fill about 4 minutes.
Oh, I got
nonsensical
stuff.
banter.
I think you've misinterpreted that as we have content.
No, I don't say that you you just expect that there's something I'm going to say that just makes you go, what the crap?
Usually it does feel like you're like, can you be attracted to someone who's dead? Like that's what it usually feels like you bring to the table.
That is actually a valid question, which we didn't ask Karen Wheeler, and I really should have. So,
Should
all
you?
right, so here's the deal.
Oh, no.
If you
like
thought somebody was pretty, and then they've passed away, can you still go, yeah, they're still pretty because their pictures exist? Here's the example, Alec. Brittany Murphy. Brittany Murphy was. You know
I've heard this before.
You know who she is?
Yes, I do.
She was in movies. That's right. And was she ever in TV?
She's Luann from King of the Hill.
Yeah. Oh, really?
And Joseph for a while.
And she was pretty. And so can you still continue to find that person attractive even though they're no longer alive? Alec, your thoughts?
I think you can because, like you said, pictures exist. It's not like that their existence doesn't exist, I guess. Like,
what?
Yeah.
Is that what you wanted to say?
They still lived. They still were a person. It's
true.
It was still a moment in history that they walked this earth.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they're fake.
That's valid.
Yeah.
So I think that's where the conundrum is, Kevin. Is that you don't know if everybody agrees with that thought, and so you kind of have to take the temperature of the room.
Why? How often do you have conversations about attractive dead people?
Today,
you can't offend Francine over there.
Obviously, I've had this conversation before because you knew exactly what I was talking about. So this is now at least 2 times that we've presented this hypothetical.
You know what? I want to start this on the show from the 254. Hey, Kevin, I'm doing phenomenal. I would love it if other people also weighed in on how they're doing to start the show. I like that very, very much. In the meantime, Alec, can you give me cut number 7, please?
And again, a 4-man rush. It's batted into the air, and Andrew Van Ginkel gets the pick, chased by McLaurin, and down inside the 30-yard line.
Now, I want to talk about the Vikings. Who do you fear on the Vikings, and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? Because I think most of my answers are probably going to revolve around the defense, but if there's anywhere else that you guys wanted to go, I'm certainly glad to discuss it. And let's start with Andrew Van Ginkel there. I don't know.
Ginky.
You know what? This is where we drop the ball and not getting somebody from Minnesota where the first question could be, do you guys call him the Gink?
So he was on Miami.
Which feels wrong.
He was on Miami's team for a minute and had some really good plays. And that was on the Amazon, their in-season Hard Knocks, I believe, Kevin. I can't remember exactly if it was the in-season or the preseason one. But Mike McDaniels, he was just like, dude, the Gink's always doing stuff. So I don't know if that was McDaniel calling him that and I just picked it up.
Right.
Or if that's what he goes by. But this is a player who has some exceptional... I hated that Shotty said this yesterday because this is exactly what I see. His instincts are fantastic.
Yeah.
And he knows what his speed is. He's not the fastest guy.
Sure.
But he's fast. And so he knows how long it takes to get where he needs to go. A lot of guys, they don't know that. Have you ever seen that? They're like, I can do that, and they can't, and they try to do something.
Yes.
This dude knows exactly what he's capable of. And so whenever he's out on the field, that's why his pass rush is kind of scary. His ability to find the ball in the air and make an interception and turn that into 6 is kind of scary too. He's one of those guys too that max effort all the time. So yes, Andrew Van Ginkel is one of those guys that a key pass rusher that can make some really big plays against you defensively.
And that very well might have been that highlight we played might have been a pick 6 if not for Terry McLaurin hustling up and getting him down. So to go along with that in terms of the linebacking core, Dallas Turner has emerged as maybe their primary pass rusher. He has 5.5 sacks, and then Blake Cashman has a team high 93 tackles. So I wanted to focus in on maybe those three people specifically, but Minnesota's defense does a good job by, I think, the whole being greater than the sum of the parts.
Yes.
But Van Ginkel, Turner, Cashman are all people that I think you could focus in on.
Harrison Smith still hits hard.
Sure.
Jonathan Allen on their defensive end still plays at a high level. Javon Hargrave, nose tackle, big body. And Kevin, their front seven, I think their linebacking crew is probably the one that kind of intimidates me the most because of what the boogeyman can do.
Which, by the way, we were intimidated by the Detroit linebackers as well. And exactly.
Yeah, it's that second level. And the Cowboys have done a good job at taking advantage of a lot of second levels, but when you have linebackers that play a certain style, if you're not physical with them at the second level too, and you're not getting to there quickly, they'll push you around. And so that this group, because of what Brian Flores does with them at that second level, he moves them around. He has them, flying in, dropping in coverage, and they can do everything. They're very multiple. Kevin is multiple is what some people like to say.
Okay, and I want to say he paused on that because I mentioned that during the Shoddy presser yesterday. I agree. That is a thing. Sometimes I feel, and I don't think that's the case with Minnesota.
No.
Sometimes I feel like people say that when they're like, I don't know, I don't have a good answer for you about why we're supposed to be scared of their defense. So here's something I'll throw that makes it sound like I'm scared of that defense, is they're very multiple. But I think in this instance, it is factually accurate.
But the Cowboys last week against Detroit still scored points. They just didn't score enough points.
Right.
So as much as that defense does scare me, because I don't think they're going to do what the Broncos did to you, where they just make you look inept. I don't think that's going to be the case, because I think now Schottenheimer has a little more time on the offensive side of the ball to make sure he's got what he wants. And when you're the play caller too, you really do need to be ingrained in everything that's going on so you can come up with unique little ideas. Kevin, just like whenever we have moments and segments where like, okay, that has run out of steam, and you're like, don't worry, I got an extra propeller here,
right?
And let me throw this content in there. That's where I felt like when Shoddy was having to cover defense and offense, he didn't have the propellers, and so this is where I think he has those involved. So Kevin, I'll flip completely to the other side of the ball if that's okay.
Sure.
The running game concerns me. Aaron Jones.
Okay.
Aaron Jones has beaten the Cowboys in so many different ways over his career. I think he starts to froth at the mouth once he sees them. And if you go back and look, Jordan Mason he's not much of a receiver. All right. And I don't know how he's done this year, but with San Francisco last year, it just seemed like, hey, Christian McCaffrey can do everything. Jordan Mason, you run the ball when we hand it to you, and that's pretty much it. So Jordan Mason, though, he's a very good in between the tackles runner. He's powerful. He's fast. They have a good combination in the run game. So Kevin, the thing I fear the most is a run game like the Panthers with a tough defense that can beat you and have drives that are sustainable. I know the Cowboys' defense has been a little bit better, but If I'm Minnesota, if I'm Kevin O'Connell, I look at what they just did with Jahmyr Gibbs and I say, Aaron Jones, be ready to be a receiver this week.
Are you optimistic at all then about the return of maybe Clowney? Because it feels like you'll probably need that.
You absolutely do need it. Like we said last week, there were so many dudes coming up and setting the edge. Even cornerbacks, Deron Bland had to. That'll be a benefit to this team. Not having him last week obviously was a struggle. And maybe, Kevin, it was for the best to not have him because he needed that rest. The amount of games that he played and the amount of time at the age that he is, maybe he did need that rest for the last stretch here to make sure he's good for these last 4 games. But yeah, having him back out on the field is going to be a big benefit to slowing that run game. It's just the Aaron Jones effect that really concerns me because of how many times he's beaten us up.
All right, so this is not going to help with the Aaron Jones effect. But I want to talk about the Cowboys defense a little bit going up against that Vikings offense. I am excited once again to see Donovan Ezeraku. I've become more and more excited to see him in every game because this is somebody that we talked about since it looked like he was having a really good training camp. He is second among NFL rookies with 9 tackles for loss. And so I am not promising you that that's going to guarantee a fix for your Aaron Jones problem, but I think that Donovan Ezeraku has become more and more exciting to watch each week. So I'm hoping that maybe Clowney can neutralize some of the run game and maybe Ezeraku can continue to wreak some havoc in the other team's offensive backfield, and that is exciting for me going into this game.
Yeah, the fact that he's starting to understand what he's supposed to do. Going back to Bill Parcells saying, let's let the kid find the bathroom at the stadium first. Ezeraku's found the bathroom, and now he's starting to say, hey, how can I be creative with this within the scheme? Because how many times did we see early in the season he tried to get creative and then he got pushed out of a play, and the run went right where his fill was. And so that's the thing that you're starting to see from Ezeraku is that he's like, okay, I can do this, but I still have to be in this area. I got to be on my lily pad here on the pond, make sure that I don't float too far away from something, and I think he's doing a really good job of that, but you also know he has a handful of pass rush moves that can really help you on third down. I think the fact that Quinnen Williams is there on that line with him is and telling him as a rookie, hey, look, you can do these things. I need you to do these things. If I win this, you have to do this for this to be successful. Now he's starting to understand how the defense can win.
From the 817, are we expecting CeeDee Lamb to play? If you listened to... And sorry, I emphasized listened incorrectly.
Yeah,
that felt aggressive.
Really
I'm
aggressive.
sorry. It was supposed to be like,
hey, if you listen to our show every once in a while.
That's my fault. That inflection was incorrect. If you heard Brian Schottenheimer yesterday, it sounds like CeeDee is trending in the right direction, but unfortunately, I can't answer your question with a for sure. Like, we don't know that, but it feels like he's taken another step in the right direction. I know sometimes with concussions and the protocol, it's a little bit trickier. But 817, the positive is, I think so. And a lot of people are sharing how they're doing this morning. And mostly it's super positive. For the 858, once I make it to the 19th, I'm off until January 5th, so I'm euphoric. From the 817, I am doing amazing. And then from the 817, it's not all perfect. I'm having a bad day. I just hate my job, and people are lazy and can't go to the store and buy things and have to order stuff online for deliveries. I hear you. Let me just ask this side question. I just want to know. If everyone just went to the store and bought stuff, would your job exist?
Ooh, dude,
because I want that person to have a job.
I started watching a movie last night, Kevin. Isn't that cool?
Are you going to tell me?
It has Michelle Pfeiffer.
Is it Roofman?
It's called
the Amazon.
How fun!
Man, let me know because I heard it's terrible.
It's terrible.
Oh no!
But I love it.
Okay.
And because it's a Christmas movie, dude. All Christmas movies, most Christmas movies are terrible. But it's also, it's Michelle Pfeiffer. All right.
Sure.
We all love Michelle Pfeiffer. Adrian was like, "Who is that lady?" And I was like, "Who are you talking about right now? That's Catwoman."
You never seen Batman Returns, which is a Christmas movie.
Excuse me.
It's set at Christmas.
So that's
Christmas
all
movie.
You need is it needs to be around Christmas time.
Batman can enjoy Christmas too. Like the second episode of the Batman animated show is a Christmas episode.
Okay. I started watching that last night. I'm not trying to give anything away, but there is a woman in the movie who is a delivery driver.
Oh.
And she says, I love my job. I just got to go to the Grand Canyon the other day on a route.
Oh, cool.
You know, she starts saying all these things she gets to do, and I was like, did Amazon force that in there? Did Amazon say, hey, we want them to know there's more opportunities as an Amazon driver out here than just dropping off stuff? You can go do all sorts of things on your routes.
I just want to make sure that person has a job. Let me know when you finish that movie if it's worth watching. Okay. Or have you already decided it's worth watching?
You've watched a lot of terrible movies.
Oh, sure.
So
and
why concern yourself if it's worth watching?
Because I
get a limited amount of time.
Well, see, but I learned last year that I'm a big fan of the Christmas rom-com. Kind of hate myself for saying rom-com. But I have discovered that there is a soft spot in my heart for those movies. Mm-hmm. And so that's taken up a lot of my time.
It's not rom-com.
Yeah,
like,
and that's fine.
Will the girl that left to the big city end up with the lumberjack? No.
That actually is about right.
He always wears a red flannel.
He does.
But it's not that as much as it is. It's just kind of Michelle Pfeiffer decides it's time to snap because she's done so much for everybody and nobody does anything for her.
Okay. From the 817, does Manti Te'o's girlfriend still exist in his mind? I'm doing great, by the way. I like it that they brought a question to go along with how they're feeling. From the 575, Kevin, I'm doing absolutely effing awesome. That's from Tolo Allen in...
Allen.
No.
Right. Midlothian.
Yeah, I thought it was Cape Canaveral because I don't read good, but it says CAPR Coral. And I'm feeling really dumb because obviously I should know what that is, and I'm sure the fan text will make fun of me for that, so that's fine.
Cape Cod.
From the 817, I'm breathing, so I guess that is a positive. So a lot of people doing good this morning, but
I like hearing that.
If you are not, that's totally fine as well. Let us know. We'll try to brighten your day.
Kevin, somebody said, agreed, Kevin, check out Love Hard. We actually have.
That
That's a fantastic
movie
Christmas movie.
Rules.
It's awesome.
Okay? And hold on, Alec, because I can see you're skeptical.
He rolled his eyes twice.
It doesn't rule in the way that like Thanksgiving or Slacks rule, where it's like it's so terrible it's good. No, Love Hard is actually a genuinely enjoyable movie to watch. But I understand if you have skepticism about my movie suggestions.
I liked it too.
I don't know if that helps or not.
Very valid.
I guess I got to find out.
You're going to have to find out on your own now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, and this is something we've been pondering for a couple of days, and then the news of Dereck Lively yesterday works into this question as well. Are the Mavericks too good to tank? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the Pelicans surge in front, 5 straight by Zion, 115-111. Coop with a tough shot. Oh, great footwork, and then pillow soft touch on the shot.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. We're going to talk about the Mavericks in just 1 second, but I got this text, and I was thinking about it because we talked about this on the Jesus podcast yesterday. From the 970, it's Christmas time. How can you not be awesome? Thank you, gentlemen. I'm with you. I love this time of year, but... and I don't know how much of a tangent this will take us on. This season can also be the worst time of year for a whole lot of people. Whether you feel like you can't afford to do Christmas right because it feels like there's a lot of societal pressure on that,
stress.
which is unfortunate. Whether you don't have any family or you recently lost a key family member who loved Christmas the most, like this can be a really brutal time of year for people as well. So I don't want anyone to feel bad about feeling bad. And that's why I say if you want to reach out to us, we always recommend NAMI North Texas, or there are a variety of different options. But I just wanted to recognize that I know this time of year is tough for a whole lot of people.
Dude, and I want to be pretty clear about this too. Whenever I graduated high school, my parents got divorced like weeks after.
Right.
And Christmas for years felt very empty because it wasn't everything I grew up with, right?
Sure.
So, like, even surrounded by people, we've talked about this plenty of times, even when you're surrounded by people, you can feel lonely.
100%.
And I know those people loved me. I know they loved me individually, and I loved them, but I still felt like there was something missing. And over time, things did change, and obviously, now I do have my family, my kids, and my wife, and that has helped kind of create a new thing. But there was a time where I dreaded it. I really did dread this season, and I think, Kevin, it did give me a very bah humbug approach to it for a long time. The last 2 years, though, I've told Adrian, I'm going to try and be more merry. And she was like, be Corey, but also, you can be more happy if you'd like to. And I was like, okay, I will try. And it's served me well, but I totally understand that. Even when surrounded by a room of people, you can feel like you're distant from it all.
Yeah.
There are ways that you can find. There are paths and avenues you can find, though.
And look, I promise I'll make this quick. Not trying to push my agenda on anybody, but I've said it before. If you're looking for a place, I do think that God can be a place, and I would like to invite you to come to church with me. Shoot us a DM or text or whatever, and I would love to bring you to my church. I think that would be super cool. All right. I'm done preaching at you. Now let's talk about the Mavericks, where I'll preach at you in a different way, this time just about sports. My question, and I want to get both of y'all's natural instinct to this question before we dive into it further. Are the Mavericks too good to tank? Like, what is your initial thought about that question?
So about 2 weeks ago, I'd say no.
Fair.
I will always say this, Kevin. You know me. I'm the constant optimist when it comes to my teams. Hey, is there a sliver of hope? And I don't want to watch bad sports. Nobody wants to watch the Pittsburgh Pirates all the time, unless Paul Skeens is on the mound.
Right. That's fair.
Nobody wants that. So with the Mavericks, I want to watch good sports. Whether or not they're going to blow people away in the playoffs, I want to watch a regular season that's fun.
Right.
And so I'm always rooting for that. The team as it stands right now, losing Dereck Lively's tough.
Yep.
You don't know what the plan is with Anthony Davis. You could get something in return that actually fits really well with Cooper Flag. Or Anthony Davis could go out there and be a stud for 20 games. Whatever it is. I think the answer is yes, they have too much talent to tank.
Okay.
But I also understand, Kevin, at this point, if you are truly building around let's say, is it Peterson, the point guard?
Peterson, or if you want to go get DeBonsa.
DeBonsa, whichever one you like.
Or Boozer, quite frankly. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Carlos Boozer was fantastic.
His son, actually, Cameron Boozer.
If you want to go get something like that, you have to tank.
Yep.
If you want to build around Cooper Flagg, and the only way to do that is build something young to grow with it, kind of like Oklahoma City has done throughout their time, then you need to tank. And I think that they're looking at this team and they're like, do all these pieces work together?
Sure.
And I don't think that they believe they do. However, the last few games have been, you're like, whoa, what's happening here?
Yep.
Is that a sight of what could be the future of this thing? And then having Daniel Gafford and being like, I remember what that was. But then again, you go look at the season DeAndre Ayton's having right now, and you see how efficient he is, and it's because of Luka. And you're like, oh, yeah, that's why Daniel Gafford and Dereck Lively were so efficient.
Right.
Can it be the same around Cooper Flagg, Ryan Nembhard, and whoever that other option is?
Yeah.
And then you can have the money to build those pieces. So, Kevin, I think this team, talent-wise, yes, is too good to tank. For a championship, no.
I totally agree with that. Alec, what is your initial thought? Are the Mavericks too good to tank? And then I want to dive into some specifics.
The answer is pretty simply no. For me, they're not too good to tank because I think about the future, which is not very bright in terms of adding players. They've dealt all these assets, and the man who did it all is gone, so the vision has to be reimagined, right? So I do think, like Corey was saying, you need time to reimagine this vision, have a new vision, and figure out what you want this team to look like under new leadership, both on and off the floor. So I'm trying to go and get the best pick that I possibly can because I know that I'm going to have this pick.
Yeah.
And then after that, I can say, look, I've got a bunch of young guys on the team, maybe some expiring deals that can move to open up space as well and bring in more assets. So if I'm doing all of that, it's going to open up more money to build around a younger core. So I'd say no. I mean, they're really fun to watch, and I do enjoy when they win, but I really do want to get one of those prime picks to pair up with Cooper Flagg. And I don't think you have to worry about Boozer as long as Michael Finley is around. I don't think he's going to...
Okay, that's different.
Does he hate boozers?
Yes. That is very clever. I like it. But if you look at the top of the draft...
Oh, because he stole Luka's beer from him. That's right, yeah.
If you look at this draft, it does feel like a pretty stacked draft at the top. You have Cameron Boozer, who is probably more fit to play your 4. You have A.J. DeBonsa from BYU, who I think you could view as like a Tracy McGrady starter kit.
What?
And then you have Darren Peterson, who I know he can kind of bounce back and forth and be a combo guard, but if you wanted to have him run the point, I would be interested in experimenting with that as well. All phenomenally talented.
Okay, because DeBonsa's been the one that you've liked the most.
I'm telling you, he looks like a Tracy McGrady starter kid.
Okay. Is that with Cooper Flagg? Because is Cooper Flagg what you're building this team around?
Yes.
Would it be DeBonsa?
Correct. No, it's Cooper Flagg.
Why not DeBonsa if he's that high of a pick?
Because I just think Cooper Flagg is better. But perhaps people will disagree with me.
No, and I mean, the comp with Cooper Flagg a lot of times was Pippen, and so you're always like, well, does he need a Jordan? And, you know, Jordan, that's a whole different story.
But I think another comp could be Bird. So
that's good. Because he's white, is that why?
No, but that is
because he does everything.
That's a fair question.
So with DeBonsa then, though, is he going to require the ball more? Because McGrady needed the ball a lot.
Sure.
And Cooper Flagg, then, does he take on that role of, I don't have to be the scorer, I'm just a winner?
I think,
is that his...
I think Cooper Flagg operates off the ball phenomenal.
Okay.
Like, phenomenal.
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking for more kind of detail, because you watch more college basketball. Kevin will text me, and he'll be like, guys...
That has only happened a few times.
Are you watching this northern Iowa, central Connecticut?
Game was in triple overtime.
I'm like, what are you doing? Dude, it is literally like November. Why are you doing this right now?
It was a good game.
It is not even close to March.
It was a good game.
So that's what tells me that Kevin pays attention.
It was a good game. Okay, I think we can have an expanded conversation about that a little bit in the future.
Okay.
If that's okay with you. Here is my concern. Well, it's a concern and a thing of happiless, right? The Mavericks have picked it up. You said 2 weeks ago, absolutely no, they're not too good to tank. And I would have agreed with you a million billion %. Now, in the last couple of weeks or the last week or so, you got your doors blown off by Oklahoma City. Guess what? So is everybody else. They're 24-1, and the one game they lost was by 2 points. So there's that. So you're not winning the championship this year. I'm just going to go ahead and say anyway. But take a look at your last 5 games. You lost to Oklahoma City. We talked about that. But you've won the other 4. Sure, one of them was against the Clippers, and the Clippers are not good. But you also have wins over Denver, Miami, and Houston, who at the time were a combined 45-22. So those are 3 top-level teams that you beat. Yes, I will concede that there was a player missing here or there, and I understand that, but the Mavericks are missing probably who would be their best or second-best player at the same time in Kyrie, so I'm not really all about listening to that as an excuse. When I ask about... Go ahead.
You know, what's really interesting, a lot of times we talk about how many games do you need to see before you kind of understand a team.
Right.
Kevin, they were 20 games in before they won they had their first 3-game win streak.
Right.
Or back-to-back wins.
Right.
20 is usually the number we're told, right?
Yeah.
So that I kind of hate this week because you're not seeing the extension of that, but maybe this is. They saw after 20 games, all right, here's our good combinations. We'll take this week off, and we're going to roll out some new ones. Be ready, guys. Practice is going to be good.
Yeah, and
maybe on the other side of this thing, whenever December 12th rolls around, which that's tomorrow. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I did.
Whenever that rolls around, maybe we see a completely different look on this thing.
And so I hate to be so simplistic about this, but one of the big reasons is Anthony Davis is there. And here's where I wonder if they're too good to tank. And I know some people might not like this, because I understand we're all concerned that Anthony Davis is going to get hurt. I hear you on that. Anthony Davis out there and using him more and more at the center position, especially without Dereck Lively in there, I think has been a real positive. Seeing him work back and forth with Cooper Flagg has been a real positive. If you can get to, let's say, February, I think there is maybe no other point guard in the league that you would combo with Cooper Flagg that could be better. And so I just keep wondering if instead of talking about trading Anthony Davis, which I understand the logic both financially and draft pick wise, if you're like, let's continue to see how this looks with Anthony Davis, and if you get Kyrie back, then all of a sudden, I'm not saying championship, but then all of a sudden I wonder if you look at this and you're like, ooh, let's see how this team grows and then alter our plan going forward.
So that's usually the kind of the feeling I have for a lot of those things. But would that be too late to tank?
Yeah,
if you see it for a few weeks and you're like, dang it, it's not what we thought.
Look, well, that's tough. I want to say yes in theory, but I guess last year showed you that you could have a miracle in the lottery yet again. But in theory, yes. If you get to that point, it's going to be too late to really tank. And that's where I'm conflicted, is because, man, this team looks so much better with Anthony Davis out there. How sustainable is that? Because then I start thinking if it's sustainable until February and hopefully beyond, and Kyrie is back, and all the sudden you feel like, hey, I've kind of liked Max Christie. I've kind of liked Brandon Williams. I've really liked Ryan Nembhard. And now all of a sudden Kyrie's back, Anthony Davis is healthy, and Cooper Flagg looks like he just keeps getting better and better and better. I can't help but let my mind race, and I know that sort of optimism drops people in sports all the time.
And listen, the depth, great. But ultimately, when you get to the playoffs, an 8-man rotation is what you're going to be looking at, kind of.
Yeah, probably. So, and I think all of those people could be in that rotation.
How talented is that 8-9-man group right there? You don't have to deploy 2 different teams, but it's always nice and during the regular season. But how talented is that group? Can they play heavy minutes and win?
And somebody said AD doesn't want to play the center position. Well, he has. though. So that might not be his favorite, but he has, and it might.
Just don't tell him it's center. Just be like, dude, it's just a spot on the court, bro.
It's positionless basketball, bro. But
shooting.
he has been playing some center, and it's worked out just fine. And with Dereck Lively not coming back, and I know there's a lot of question about whether or not what you're going to do with Daniel Gafford, that's going to be a necessity. And he's a grown-up and a professional, and I think that we can make it work. And by the way, somebody was asking about Kareem Lopez, the kind of swing forward out of Mexico. I have to admit, because he is an international player, I have not particularly seen him as much as opposed to nerding out on a whole bunch of college basketball. But I can look into that because I know a lot of people think he'll be a lottery pick as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Wrapping up the winter meetings, CY speaks on Seager and who wants a mock draft. Sorry. Next on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
3-1 lifted high into the air, pretty deep, out into left center field. Arozarena going back, and this one is gone! Opposite field, 2-run home run for Corey Seager. He ties it up, 3-3.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I just want to make note of a phenomenon that just happened that frequently happens around the station or at our remotes. Hey, I'm Kevin. Hey, I'm Corey. We're KNC. Oh, it's so nice to meet you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there's Chris Arnold.
Oh my gosh!
It's CA, three-time Hall of Famer.
Everybody loves CA, and
I think we understand the pecking order.
And also we understand who he is, right? Like
three-time Hall of Famer. I'm in no Hall of Fames.
We get to work with the guy.
True.
And I think the first time we ever met him, we walked away from it going, nicest dude ever. Like he's simply the best. So, and I always tell people this too. Anybody that brings up CA, I always say everything you ever hear about him, whenever you on radio, he's exactly that guy.
Yes.
He is exactly the same dude all the time, and it's just wonderful knowing him.
Yes. Well, I'll expect that check in the mail, CA. All right now, how about we fire up some baseball nuggets? All right. We talked about this in Crosstalk. I want to make this clear. I do not believe that the Rangers are going to trade Corey Seager. I think that's where you are as well. I don't think it's likely that they trade Corey Seager.
Because it's most teams will say that's too much to offer.
Probably.
Now, I do think there are some teams out there. One of the teams that would have everything that they need to make the deal is the team he left, and that's the Dodgers. Like the Dodgers absolutely could give you two players that can play right now and in as many prospects as you want.
Yeah.
And that, Kevin, is for me. I agree with you. I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're motivated because nobody has motivated them.
Right.
But I also don't know how many teams have the package to be able to deliver and say, this was exactly what we wanted.
Yeah. But I don't want to rule it out. I saw so many people yesterday just saying, well, the Rangers have said they're not going to trade Corey Seager. That is not what Chris Young said at all. He said, the reality is we're not motivated to move Corey Seager. We're trying to win a championship in 2026, and in order to do that, we need great players. So teams do their job, their diligence, trying to find out who's available and who's not, but I can't say there's any substance to anything more than a normal check-in, normal operating procedures. Everybody does it. So again, I don't think it's likely, but for everyone to interpret that as there's no way the Rangers are going to trade Corey Seager, false. People inside the organization would also tell you that is false, or else he would have said, we are not going to trade Corey Seager. We are not motivated to trade Corey Seager, which is why I don't think it's likely, but I don't think you can totally close the door.
Okay. Do you remember after the Micah trade, Jerry was doing it was the hour press conference that everybody was like, I got to hear what's happening right now.
Right.
And somebody asked a question about, saying that he wasn't going to trade Micah. And Jerry goes, I'm glad y'all put that out there. What was the last line that you just used from Chris Young? We need great players. That was not unintentional. That was, I know this is going to be in the press. Yeah. And this is the message that I'm delivering to everybody out there that wants a shot at this. Even if you haven't called us yet, if you want to be in a play for this, if you want to throw your hat in the ring, we need great players. So you better make up your mind whether or not you are willing to unload some great players to get this one great player.
Right.
And so I agree. I think that, and again, I said this yesterday. I tweeted it yesterday as well. As a fan base and as a front office person, you should expect nothing less than a great offer.
Yeah.
In order for this. because we weren't happy with the Luka trade.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
We're kind of happy with the Micah trade. I think that we obviously would have loved more.
And I don't think you're going to be happy with the Anthony Davis trade.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
If it happens.
But whenever I look at this one, that's the Rangers are setting a standard of we expect this in return. And so, Kevin, here's the deal. If he doesn't get traded, I'm fine with that.
Sure.
I like Corey Seager. I think he's a fantastic player. I would like for him to take on a different role. I would love for him to have more of an investment in the leadership, but he's a unique fella. Somebody in that clubhouse is going to have to step up and be that for this team. And I think they are hoping they have a couple guys internally. We'll probably go through those guys who could be at some point.
Yeah.
Evaldi's still there. You still have a great voice in that clubhouse because of that. But if he's traded, I think the Rangers are going to deliver something that makes you go, okay, this is going to be a fun season.
Yeah.
That's the standard they're trying to set.
Now, in case you want something for the future, MLB.com, fresh off the lottery, has put out their first mock draft. And I wanted to throw this out there for a very particular reason. Rangers have picked 16. MLB.com and their ridiculously early mock draft, which I'm digging. Jackson Flora, right-handed pitcher out of UC Santa Barbara. Flora has the potential to give UC Santa Barbara the top college pitcher selected for the third time in a dozen drafts. You know who one of those players was? Dylan Tate in 2015.
Dude, things just didn't work out.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Whose fault?
I mean, that was the scouting department's fault. He was never good enough.
He never was good enough.
And he was never going to be a starter.
Yeah.
Or a high-level starter.
And then also, for the longest time, we've never felt like we could develop prospects.
That is very fair. Look, I feel like our thoughts on that are very well documented. But I just want to throw that out there in case people are thinking this is like, don't take an Ohio State quarterback, don't take a UC Santa Barbara pitcher. I think that can be flawed logic. But just in case, by the way, I got to ask Mike at Sandlot if his mind was reeling because Drake May was good at quarterbacking. Because remember, he's like, North Carolina quarterback? What are we even doing here?
Yeah, and it is Penn State that gives us the terrible quarterback.
Okay.
Let's not forget that.
Okay. All right, shout out to Joe Buck. He received the Baseball Hall of Fame's Frick Award, joining his dad, Jack Buck, and especially, I realize that I think there were times when Joe Buck was absolutely biased. The fact that he has done as well as he has and is as talented as he is, given the big shoes he had to fill with his dad, is pretty damn impressive.
I always love hearing him tell stories about being around his dad and being like, I got to learn from the best teacher possible.
Right.
You know, I got to listen to my dad on road trips and home games. Like, I got to be around him. So, yeah, I did have a leg up on everybody whenever I decided I wanted to be in this field. But I also, his passion for it, like, he loves this thing. And you know what? It's awesome for him to finally be, you know, in a category that Eric Nadell's in. And I think that's pretty cool.
That is true. Man, that is really cool. Now, let's talk about Carter Baumler. The Rangers made a trade for him yesterday because they couldn't get him in time in the Rule 5 draft. Consider this. Baumler was selected by Pittsburgh from Baltimore in the Rule 5 draft. And so clearly the Rangers wanted him because they're like, all right, we will give you Garcia and cash considerations to make this happen. So I just thought it was interesting that he was very in demand yesterday. Baumler is 23, and he rolled through rookie level, high A, and double A in the Baltimore system last year. 2-0 with 2 saves and a 2.04 ERA over 28 relief appearances. So this is something that somebody that the Rangers really wanted to get their hands on. We will see how his progression continues.
Kevin?
Yes.
Mike said Drake May is definitely shocking to him. He just texted me.
Okay.
Also, I might have a potential future person for the Rangers.
Ooh, okay. I just liked it because it was
out of a
like
school that we have covered before.
Oh, okay. I like that. I just love when Mike was like, "What are they doing? They're drafting James Worthy? Come on!" And I just thought that was a really fun way to put it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers also picked up Jonathan Brand from Boston's AA roster in the AAA phase of the Rule 5 draft yesterday. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys coaches expert Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan.
studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. What are you guys up to?
Well, I have learned from talking to you not to panic when I see the injury report. So, Clowney, Diggs, Ferguson, Lamb, Lipke, Revel, Wilson, all limited. Normally, this would send me into a spiral, but you've taught me that I need to calm down.
Calm your butt down.
Wait till today to further see how it's playing out. How are you feeling about the general health of the Cowboys heading into the Vikings game?
Well, I think of all those guys, and what was there, one guy out or was there two? Was it
I think there were two, but one of them was for
and Guyton?
Yeah. Oh, no. Adeniji is back. It was Hooker for personal reasons.
Oh, Hooker. That's right. Guyton is still on the cord, so I think he's out. I think the rest of the guys, and they practiced in pads and had the helmets on, and all of those other guys were out there and doing something, right?
Okay.
So I think the concern on the limited ones shouldn't be that high, because last week when Clowney didn't make it, it was a game time decision. But at least now he was out there with his helmet and pads on, and he was at least limited in practice, when before he wasn't doing anything. So I think that's a good indication there. And I think all those other guys, it's a pretty good indication. And they just got to make a decision on Diggs on when they think they're going to take him off injured reserve.
Now, Corey brought up a player who has been kind of a Dallas Cowboys boogeyman at times, Aaron Jones. And I know that success was as a member of...
He was wearing yellow.
Yes, as a member of the Packers, but... What are your thoughts about Aaron Jones and maybe that run attack in general? Because he does have a good track record against the Cowboys.
Yeah, no, he does. Although, tell me a running back that doesn't have a good track record against the Cowboys.
That's a good point.
We're looking in previous years, right? But I don't know if he's been hurt. He only has 81 carries for 376 yards.
Right.
The guy that's been their lead guy is Mason, and he's averaging 4.7 a carry, and he leads them with 6 rushing touchdowns. Now, they only have 9 rushing touchdowns, so I don't know if that speaks to their depth at the running back position or their problems on the offensive line being able to run the ball. I mean, think about it. Javonte Williams has 9 rushing touchdowns on his own. That's all the Vikings have as a team. So I think that puts maybe something into perspective on their ability to run the ball, even if they have Aaron Jones out there.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to dismiss what he's done to the Cowboys previously.
No, I hear you.
But I'm just saying that, that's a name. I would be more worried about Justin Jefferson than Aaron Jones.
Yeah, it seems like Justin Jefferson knows how to play some football, even if the last couple weeks
haven't been friendly to him.
Yeah, I think both of those quarterbacks, they must be mad at him. Obviously, that's
maybe they're not that good.
You know what? I don't know, because I'm looking at their stats, and they got him for 109 targets.
You told me, though, don't pay attention
not
to
all
the
those
target
targets are good targets.
Yeah, I realize that. But the next guy with the next most has got 70.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, he's the guy. He is definitely the guy there.
Maybe he's not catching all those bad passes, right?
Maybe not. Mickey, I know Shoddy kind of brought this up. I did see it on y'all's mailbag, too, and I think we've noticed this a lot this season, but we've, sometimes feel this way in lots of different times. slow starts was something Shoddy said they got to fix. How do you fix a slow start? Is it by making sure your first 15s are more important? Like what do they do to fix that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, if I win the toss, I'm taking the ball.
Okay.
Yes.
Because it seems like when the other team gets the ball, they score.
But it doesn't feel like Shoddy thinks that too, though, does it?
Yeah, I know, because he said he likes to double down. But you're not assured of that, right?
Sure.
You're not assured of getting the last possession in the first half and the first possession in the second half, but you're almost assured the other team's going to score if they get the ball to start the game. I made a list of what the opponents have done, like on their opening possessions, and if we go backwards, the Lions first possession field goal, the Chiefs first two possessions touchdown. The Eagles touchdown. The Raiders punt, field goal. The Cardinals field goal, touchdown. Field goal, touchdown. So, and a blocked field goal. So, yeah, the defense is not getting off to fast starts. And I figured out that if we go back to the Denver game, where the Cowboys actually scored first, kicked a field goal, but they ended up going down 14-3. All those opponents over that span of games have outscored the Cowboys 72-9.
Jeez.
Holy moly.
That is terrible.
So, yeah, I've been talking about these slow starts.
Yeah.
And they're not getting any faster.
Right.
Right. I suggested that, Dak used to start the play cue with "here we go."
Mm-hmm.
Well, he ought to just get out there and start that in the huddle before they go out on the field. Because it's time to go. Wake up and go.
You know what? I've changed my mind about that, Mickey. I think that now during practice, he gets a starter pistol, like at a track meet, and
neat.
That really gets him in the mindset of, okay, we gotta hit the ground running here, guys.
I got to give this used to be growing up watching baseball with my father, and the pitchers would get off to a slow start, like they'd score 2 or 3 runs, and then they'd go 3 up, 3 down. And he used to say all the time, "I think they need to warm up more." And I would give him, "Oh, Dad, give me a break." But it occurred to me the other day. I was thinking, "Oh, my father would probably say, yeah, they probably should have warmed up."
You've come around to it. You've come around to it.
It always happens that way, doesn't it?
All right, so we're trying to get faster starts offensively. To go along with that, which Dallas Cowboys defense is going to show up?
Yeah, that'll be, a very, very good question. And maybe if they don't turn the ball over, because I think 2 of their possessions that started on the other side of the 50 were takeaways, right? And then the others, there were 3 or 4 possessions that they started. The Lions started past their 40-yard line, between the 40 and the 50.
Right.
Well, that makes it a little more difficult if you only have to, go 50 yards to 60 yards to score a touchdown.
Sure.
So the special teams have got to do a better job, too. I think they had their hand in some of what they gave up against the Lions, because the other 3 games were acceptable, right? And I know the Chiefs scored 28 points, but it was the Chiefs. And it was Mahomes, right? But to give up 44 again, there were some other people that had a hand in that. So, again, do a better job stopping the run and get these teams at least to third down. I think I told you yesterday, the Lions only had 8 third down plays.
Yeah,
they were hurting them on first and second. They were never even getting to third, and they only converted 3 of 8. And I don't think they ever have to go for it on 4th down. So, yeah, I think that stopping the run and stopping those explosive plays was the key to that 3-game winning streak.
Yeah, you're talking about turnovers, and I can't remember if we discussed this at the beginning of the week, but we all love Jake Ferguson, and we all love the effort that he puts out in there. How do you have that conversation with somebody that's like, hey, I appreciate you giving your all, but sometimes we got to ease up just a little bit so we don't fumble the ball?
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you're trying to run through one guy or pull two guys along, okay. But when you got three guys tugging on you, like in that game, just go down. Live to play another down. And I think that, I think you have to, put that in perspective, that protecting the ball is vitally more important than gaining another 1 or 2 yards by trying to bull your way through.
Yeah. Look, I'm with.
Listen,
but it's tough to be like,
you're competitive.
Don't go for it, and that's the tough balance, because you're right, Mickey. But at the same time, Jake Ferguson's like, 3 guys, that's nothing. I can defeat them and get more yards.
Right.
Like
it's like, attaboy. I appreciate the effort, but at some point, just common sense takes over for valor, or whatever that saying is.
Right. There was always that, like, I'll just use Emmett as a reference here, okay? But whenever Emmett would run out of bounds, instead of laying his shoulder into somebody, I'd be like, dude, he could have gotten 2 extra yards. And my dad'd be like, he'll get those yards on the next play. And
Absolutely. and save your body, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes, you hate to say it, but sometimes, depending on what the situation is, you got to make a business decision.
Oh, look at Mickey Spagnola being pro-business decision is what I just heard.
Yeah,
okay.
Mickey's a big business guy. Always has been. He's always into business.
Okay, I know he just had a great game. What are your thoughts about J.J. McCarthy? Because he probably just had his best game as a pro, best drive as a pro, but the
against one of the worst pass defenses out there.
That is fair. But in his previous 3 games, all losses, he had thrown multiple interceptions, and he's turned the ball over a lot. What do you make of the Vikings QB?
Yeah, I was ready to give up on them was it the season opener when they didn't do squat the first 3 quarters?
And then he looked awesome.
They erupted and scored all those touchdowns. And I go, oh, I guess that's why they spent a first-round pick on him. Because before that, I was going, this guy? And so, it's been pretty uneven so far. But a lot of times, not all rookie quarterbacks that get thrown into the fire, excel. Sometimes it takes some time. I keep hearing about him, and I looked up his stats, and 2 things stuck out to me. One, his completion percentage is 56%.
Oof.
Yeah, exactly. And then his touchdowns to interception ratio, 9-10.
And it was 6-10 before that last game.
Right. So, growing pains. He's got Justin Jefferson, but, we don't know. We don't see what the offensive line is doing, right?
Right.
How well they're end up playing. Because he's taken he hasn't played, I want to say 9 games, maybe 8 at the most, because he missed a whole bunch, right?
Yeah.
And then came back and missed one. He's been sacked 24 times too. So if you're only playing half the season so far and you got 24 sacks, either the protection's not good or you're not seeing things awfully well. So you see his arm strength. I think you see some of the things he does, and you go, okay, that's pretty darn good. This is my quarterback. Well, sometimes it takes a year or 2 before you flourish.
Yeah.
And sometimes you run into the Cowboys, and then maybe they take you down, and you don't get to flourish again.
Well, they better get pressure on him, because the last thing you want is for him to get comfortable in the pocket and give him time to sort things out before he has to throw the ball. You want to speed up his time clock in the pocket, and that's when you make mistakes. So, yeah, getting pressure on him, I think, is going to be vitally important for them to hold Minnesota to a reasonable amount of points.
See, and I'm with you, and Corey, I appreciate the positivity as long as we all at least admit sometimes you run into the Cowboys and then you fix things up.
Okay. Sometimes that's true.
Okay.
Hopefully not this week, is all I'm saying.
I agree. All right. Thank you very much, Mickey. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
Sounds good. Have a good day.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. That's okay. We disagree on this one point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus how can you not be romantic during a baseball game? Next on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. A reminder, tomorrow we will be at Uncle Julio's in Arlington off of 20. You want to come out and see us 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Corey right now is rocking the 105.3 The Fan Tolo hoodie that you can register for tomorrow as the giveaway at Uncle Julio's in Arlington. Right now.
These things are awesome. I love the way it feels.
I
on my
can see
body.
that when you're flexing and whatnot.
It feels so good on my body.
Oh, my God. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah. Sandwich.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, how can you not be romantic during a baseball game? It might lead to marriage. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But, guys, I'm looking at the National Day calendar. There's a lot of great stuff going on today. Some great birthdays as well, too.
Are you ever more motivated to do the thing it's the day of? Like if it's National Cupcake Day, or you're like, I should go get a cupcake.
Yep. Yes, 100%. Because a lot of these corporate entities have caught on to it as well. I like to think that they just listen, and they're like, they really like talking about the national holidays that people don't seem to know exist, so maybe we should do specials on those days. So like for National Donut Day, a lot of places are doing, buy one, get one free, or come get a free half dozen or something. I'm like, absolutely, yes, please.
It's like Spirit Night for the kids' school.
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, because I'm giving a little bit back to the school.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm into that. But if I want to do something, and it is a national day because I listened during the 11:20 sandwich segment, I always will tell Adrian, I'll say, Adrian, it is National Margarita Day. And she's like, you know what? We should margarita. And I'm like, see, that's what I'm talking about. Thanks, Alec.
You're welcome. And I'm going to tell you some birthdays because I think there's a couple important ones. It's Rey Mysterio Jr.'s birthday. Booyakah.
Are you positive it's his birthday? As positive as his multiple drug tests that he failed with the WWE.
Right.
You like Rey Mysterio.
I do.
Kevin does not?
I used to really like Rey Mysterio, but then he started getting on the junk, and I thought that was bad for the kids to see. He's a very popular wrestler with the kids, and it bums me out that, those things happen.
Well, speaking of people who may or may not be on or off the junk, as Kevin said, it's Nikki Sixx's birthday.
Nikki Sixx from the Revolution?
I don't know why that was so funny to me, the phrasing of that. But yes, Nikki Sixx.
Motley Crue?
Yes, from Motley Crue.
Oh, we're going to be
giving away Motley
Crue, not the Revolution.
Yes.
You were going to be giving away Motley Crue tickets, as Corey said, next week.
That's why I was trying to plug that, good radio guy, Kevin. I try my best.
No, I'm not against that. I was like, was he in the Revolution? But I'm also basing some of that off the Dave Chappelle Prince sketch. So clearly I got a little bit of the facts mixed up there.
Yeah, he was born December 11th, 1958 in San Jose, California. So happy birthday to Nikki Sixx. Hasn't he died 3 times medically and come back or something like that?
That's impressive.
I read he has at least one book, I think, and I think I read it a long time ago, maybe in middle school, because I knew how to party and sleep.
Was it a children's book or?
Yeah. No, not at all.
Pop-up.
No, I was just the kid that had a reading level that was way too high for his age because I didn't go outside. So I was reading stuff that I probably should not have been reading at that age, and I was exposed to a lot of stuff about drugs and the hard knock life that some of these celebrities lived, and I'm like, interesting. It's Haley Steinfeld's birthday. So big day for Josh Allen.
I like
and a
her.
big day for Corey.
I like her. She's good.
And if you've watched the HBO show Euphoria, it was popular 5 years ago. Alexa Demi It's her birthday as well.
Yeah.
I see Corey going straight to the laptop. Yeah, give it a Google.
And
it's worth it.
And they are making a third season, but
They are.
it's just going to come out 8,000 years after the last one?
Yeah, because there was some like creative disagreements and stuff apparently, and then Sam Levinson, who writes the show, is a total weirdo anyways.
She's 35.
Yeah.
Playing a high school girl. That's weird.
That is, I agree.
Again, Sam Levinson, known weirdo. Anywho, I'm sorry if you can't tell. I don't really like Sam Levinson.
Would you like him more if he had a business card he handed out that said known weirdo?
Yeah, I would respect that he at least leaned into the
Okay.
bit, which isn't
All right.
a bit, it's just the truth. It's National John Day, Jon.
I'm sorry, pause. Just one more thing.
Oh, no.
If you've seen that show, you could probably infer
Euphoria?
that he might be a weirdo.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Never watched it.
Back to the Johns.
Should I?
I will say season 1 was incredible.
Yeah, it has some really, really highs,
Yes.
but it has some really lows.
You have
too.
some scenes where you're like, why am I watching this?
Yes.
And then you have some scenes where you're like, oh my God, this is incredible.
Fair.
Like, I teared up a few times.
Sorry
Like,
if that doesn't help.
yeah, it's a pretty emotional show. Like you're dealing with, a parent that has cancer in one of the families and like some real life stuff.
Yeah.
And then some of that stuff, all the drugs and whatnot, that's real with teenagers. I'm not saying everywhere, but like it was somewhat realistic.
Drugs happen.
Drugs do happen, as one wise person once said about 8 seconds ago. It's National Noodle Ring Day.
Oh.
Yeah, so if you like ring-shaped noodles, big day for you.
Like
and some-
SpaghettiOs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the most important, gentlemen, National App Day, like application. So I want to know, I don't want to ask what's your most used app or your favorite app. What do you think is the most underrated app?
The
on your
Maps
phone?
app. The Maps app, I think people have taken for granted that they don't actually know how to get anywhere, and they've just accepted it as part of their phone. Whereas if it just disappeared, people would be late, people would no-show. They'd be like, where are you going to be? Ooh, I'm going to pass on that. I don't know what you're talking about. I think the Maps app is super underrated.
I appreciate that because you're right. Every morning, I do use it. Every morning I wake up, I hit the work button on Google Maps, and I go, okay, it's going to take me 19 minutes to get to the office.
Yeah, must be
That is
nice.
so fast.
It used to take an hour or 52 minutes, no matter what.
Yeah, it
now
took
it's
me
19.
58 this morning.
And then on Fridays, I don't have a clue where I'm going, so I just hit the Taco Bueno in Arlington or Uncle Julio's in Arlington.
Yep.
And I find that, and I'm like, oh man, you're right. Back in the day, I'd have to call my dad and say, can you pull the Maps go out and direct me on
Right.
which road I'm on, and he would kind of walk me through it. And think about this, that's when I had a cell phone.
And if
what did people do before that?
And if you ever made a mistake, it's over. Like, it's over.
I had to exit and
yeah.
drive through Fort Worth to get back to Dallas.
Yeah. I remember that. I definitely remember, I think it's a split off of 35 where I took the wrong one and I was actually trying to get to Dallas and I went to the Fort Worth one and I was like, all right, if I just cross and exit right here, I'll clearly get back to where I was. Then I ended up on this back road, the backwoods road, and I thought if I get a flat tire here, I'm going to be on the
Children
news.
of the Corn.
Yeah.
For me, it's the calendar app.
Ooh.
And because it just comes with the phone, and so
Sure.
people just take it for granted,
Yeah.
and don't use it. You have a calendar right there, and here's what happens: I am terrible at calendars. So what I'll do is, if somebody says something, I immediately put it in the calendar so that I know.
Okay.
Well, Adrian keeps the calendar. So she's the one that, she lets me know if we can and can't do stuff.
Okay.
So I'll put something in the calendar, and she'll reply and say, can't do that, you dummy. And I'll be like, all right, so got to reschedule that one. So
Okay.
I think the calendar app, very important. I refer to it every day.
See, I'm a weirdo in this sense, Corey. I have a physical whiteboard calendar on the back of my bedroom door.
Known weirdo.
Yeah, known weirdo. Just not in the same way as Sam Levinson. I can tell you that for sure. But yeah, I have like an actual whiteboard calendar that I change out at the end of every month, and I write stuff down as the week goes on. So like, I'll put little reminders like, hey, Kevin and Corey are going to be gone on this day. They're going to be at Uncle Julio's in Arlington, with a chocolate piñata and a party. So I'll write that down so I know I'm going to be lonely here.
Yeah.
Or, on Saturdays and Sundays, I've I've got I'm going to go watch college football with the buddies. I actually write this stuff down. My calendar app in my phone is completely empty.
See? Takes it for granted. It's right there for him, and he's like, you know what? I need a board to look at.
Are you sure this isn't a call for help?
From him?
Do you need something to do? Do you want to hang out?
I mean,
I don't want your calendar to be empty.
I mean, it's not empty this weekend. I'm just talking about on Fridays, whenever
his whiteboard is full,
just in a closet.
His phone calendar's
just
empty.
making sure.
Some 972 MapQuest killed me. How'd you text?
Oh, that's a great question.
From the other side.
Oh, from the 817. That's why they call you the Pride of Mansfield. Boom.
Good
because
point.
I'm keeping the calendar business alive, baby. That's right. I'm going to get a paper one just to
weird
tick you
brag.
off. Yeah.
I like it.
From the 972, I still use a paper calendar. Look at that. See? I appreciate this. For me, I'd say this is going to be so specific to me and maybe a few other people in this building. There's an app that I've had for about 6 years now called Hours and Minutes, and it is a time calculator. Oh. I use that app every single day at this job because can I do math in my head? Yes. Do I have the knowledge to do time-based math? Yes. But I'm the kind of person that triple guesses my own work. So I'll go in and I will do the math for if we have a hard out going into network programming or, for overnight snack segments and stuff. I want things to be nice and neat and on the dot. So I will go there and I will type in my times and do all my math, and I will make sure that my math is right. Use it every single day. It is a free app, and it has saved my life in so many occasions where I did the math wrong in my head.
Right.
And I was off by a whole 10 seconds or something. And in this business, a whole 10 seconds in terms of calculation can be very, very bad.
Yeah, you're right.
So that app has saved my life.
From the 903, nope, hold on. Yeah, 901.
Oh.
I think you guys should make a 105.3 The Fan calendar.
I'd buy it.
Because he loves calendars.
Yeah,
that's right.
I like it.
What if we were all dressed up as with fireman suspenders but no shirt?
Goodness.
Would you still be all right with that?
I'm a man of my word. As long as I'm in it.
See, I could see why Alec would be in that calendar. I shouldn't be in that calendar. So
What do you mean?
Says you.
You might be the best seller. Oh. You never know.
If you like a fluffy bear.
Yeah. They might be
there
like, dude,
for
that's
you.
the one that I've been waiting for September. I say that because that's your birth month. So I just assume that everybody's looking forward to September.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for that vote of confidence, Corey.
Lots of people saying different map apps. I'm seeing Waze. I'm seeing just general maps. From the 214, just the basic calculator that saves me as well. Lots of people getting in on some of the everyday apps, which I do think we underappreciate most of those, like maps and calendars.
From the 469, I just got fired from my job at the calendar factory. I took a whole week off.
That's pretty good.
I knew Kevin would think that was good.
That's pretty good.
That's the part where I'm supposed to do this.
I
and then
get
just
it.
Lay in it.
Carter's just shaking his head out there.
As
He's
he
like,
should
this is
be.
ridiculous. I
As
can't
he
believe.
should be. You're going to shake your head when you hear this, Corey. So we brought this story up, I want to say earlier this year around March. Tyler Glasnow, the stud, and I'm talking about appearance because he's 6'8" and has beautiful hair, starting pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers and now World Series champion with the LA Dodgers, told a story how at a baseball game that he was an active player in, just not starting that game, he was in the dugout and saw a girl in the stands that he thought was attractive. So he grabbed a baseball, wrote his phone number on the baseball.
Yeah.
Martine.
Yeah, and he threw the baseball into the stands, and she texted him, and they met, and they started going out on dates together.
Oh.
Well, Glasnow posted on his Instagram 6 days ago that he is now married.
Let's go.
To said woman. So, how can you not be romantic about baseball at a baseball game with a baseball with somebody's phone number on it is my other question of the day, because I think it's incredible that a Major League Baseball player, one, had the wherewithal to just start people watching at a game. But two, he said, you know what? She's pretty enough to where I'm going to grab a baseball, ask somebody for a pen, yeah, I'll sign an autograph after I write my phone number on this baseball. throw it into the stands, and hope that I get a text. He got a lot more than a text because as of 6 days ago, they are now happily married together. And he posted the pictures on his Instagram if you want to see for proof. Beautiful venue and everything. But yeah, I just think this is incredible that it actually worked out in the best way possible.
Alec, or other single people out there, I think you should consider taking this strategy on the road.
Yeah, she didn't try to shank him or anything. No, because she wanted her team to win.
Oh my gosh. I think single people should consider having baseballs signed by them with their phone number on it and just toss them to people.
Like driving down the highway, you just throw it through somebody's window.
I don't know if the highway might be where I start.
You know what? I'll go to Texas Live this weekend and try it out.
Yeah.
See how fast I get kicked out.
Or at a baseball game to another fan.
Yeah.
The highway is not where I would
see somebody
start.
just throw some heater at them.
Just a nice cut fastball right in between the windshield wipers.
Plunk them right on the forehead.
Holy moly.
I don't think that's going to work out the way you want it to. Then again, concussion could help out, you know? She might be like, you know what?
Yeah.
What's that while you were sleeping? The dude was
that
out.
what you took away from that? Man, the things you take away from certain movies. But then again, you've been married the longest, so...
I don't always see the ends of movies, so I don't know if they ever, get together at the end where he's like, you know what? I know you pushed me into the train, and here I am. But let's be together.
See, the way you describe it, I feel like then the narrator goes, spoiler alert, Corey did not get the date. Like, that is how that might end. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy power ranking. The quarterback power rankings next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece.
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
3rd and 6, quarter begins. Mahomes downfield for Hollywood Brown. Intercepted underneath. Kamari Lassiter was there. Mahomes couldn't get enough on it. And Lassiter comes up with his 3rd pick of the year.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it, and also a little baseball news.
Oh.
According to Jeff Passan, closer Robert Suarez and the Braves are in an agreement on a 3-year, $45 million contract. So that's what closers are going to cost, Kevin.
Okay. We don't have the money for that.
Dadgummit!
All right. This for the Steelers, just keep an eye out on that. TJ Watt is undergoing medical evaluation of his lung at a local hospital, per the Steelers spokesman.
My first question was, is he okay? And then my second thought was, well, I mean, it's his lung, and he's undergoing...
Right. He will not be at practice today, which makes a lot of sense.
Right.
The Steelers have said that his status for the Miami game, the suddenly rolling Miami Dolphins, is in question. All right, we like to do this on Thursdays. Power rank the quarterback power rankings. You know what I like to start with? Who is the worst starting quarterback? And in case you were curious, yes, Phillip Rivers is on this list.
It should be Phillip Rivers then, because traditionally, that's what they do.
Alec, do you agree that Phillip Rivers is the worst starting quarterback, or can you think of one worse?
Did they?
It's got to be Phillip Rivers.
I think
it?
I think it should be, but
should it?
Is it JJ?
Coming in at number 31 on the list, Phillip Rivers. Coming in at number 32,
32 teams.
And that's dead last, J.J. McCarthy from Minnesota, which feels harsh.
He better not
coming off
torch us.
the best, probably overall game of his career. They couldn't have given him a little love and been like, hey, guy who hasn't played football for 5 years, you can go last. J.J. McCarthy moves up.
Is it because he only had 163 yards?
I think it could be. I think it's still...
like those touchdowns are field position, bro.
Okay, but still, I think they're like, hey, you have 3 touchdowns and no interceptions, and you still have a negative turnover rate. So that's my guess for why they went there.
Dude, I'm fascinated by this Phillip Rivers thing.
Gotta watch. Must see.
How
right?
many series into it will you watch if it's not like
one?
The first series, if it's not good, you're like, okay, that's it.
Yeah.
What if the second series is the one he turns? I think you have to watch series.
But then I'm going to miss it because I'm going to be like, no, I got it. It's the same as 5 years ago. Next game.
That's true.
J.J. McCarthy last, then Phillip Rivers, Tyrod Taylor, Kirk Cousins, and Cam Ward has rocketed up to 28. Where would you put Dak Prescott, or do you just want to give me kind of your top 5? See if he makes it.
I think Dak is, let's see, all right. So for me, it's a combination of Stafford, Drake May, Josh Allen. Dude, I was looking at the numbers earlier. Jordan Love,
there it is.
Right now is if you like put composite numbers together, he's the best. And actually, like the bad throw percentage is 14%. Dak's is 11. Dak's still he doesn't do bad throws percentage, but Jordan Love's making a real big push, and having Christian Watson back has changed everything for him because he has a deep threat to go along with a lot of different pieces. So I would have those as my top 5 with Dak in there still.
Look, there's a reason why I asked about Jordan Love getting more MVP appreciation at this point in the season. Alec, where do you have Dak Prescott?
I'd say I'd put him inside the top 5, right at 5.
Okay.
I do think the Jordan Love thing is going to be really interesting. We talked about it earlier this week, I want to say, about how He's not throwing to anybody fun, but if you look at some of the advanced numbers, especially with him,
yes,
I think I saw somebody tweet out some sort of note that he has like the best touchdown to interception ratio in Week 11 or later in NFL history.
Oh, I did not know that.
I saw that on Twitter. I wish I could give credit to who, but like he's putting up historic numbers with a bunch of dudes.
Yeah. It definitely feels like Stafford and May have gone back and forth as 1 and 2. CBS has Stafford 1, May 2. Jordan Love is 3. This is where I think I might disagree. Josh Allen is 4 and Dak is 5. I think I might flip that. Right now, in this moment, I think that Dak has played some better football than Josh Allen. But CBS does not care what I think.
I think the only way to solve that's fight to the death.
I was going to say play in the Super Bowl.
Oh.
But fight to the death feels equally plausible.
Well,
at this
see,
point.
fight to the death is mano-y-mano. You know, so we put Dak versus Josh Allen, see who wins.
Mm-hmm.
With the Super Bowl, like that's defenses, and some team has a better defense and run game.
Okay.
So it's not really man versus man there.
All right, so that's too outlandish.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what. Give Josh Allen a joust, and then give Dak the alligator death roll as weapons.
Oh, man, you've put a lot of thought into this.
Mm-hmm. I'll take that alligator death roll anytime.
Rest of that feels like that's a great idea for like a really spicy food.
You dodge the joust one time, you're good. Now you get hit with the joust, you got problems.
Yeah.
But alligator death roll, you're done.
I like how you keep saying the joust instead of like the lance, the actual thing that will hit you. Jared Goff, Sam Darnold, Joe Burrow, Mahomes, and Caleb Williams round out the top 10. So Caleb Williams. All right. Let's go from that to, you might be sad to hear, though not entirely surprised, the Eagles' positivity rabbit is no more. Or at least it might exist, but it does not exist in the Eagles complex.
Does that signal the end for the Eagles then?
No, it's because they lost. I feel like if you would have broken your losing streak, you would have had to keep the rabbit.
Oh, absolutely, for sure.
But they didn't.
It had no effect. It had zero effect on them.
True.
It just made them worse. Eberflus says Revel is limited again today.
Okay. All right.
In-game soreness is what it stems from, is what we're told.
Oh, interesting. Tutu Atwell activated from the injured reserve from the Rams. And then keep an eye out on this.
Another weapon?
Yes.
Gosh.
Because this could derail the Phillip Rivers fund. Riley Leonard was listed as a full participant in Wednesday's practice for the Colts yesterday. So while we all have Phillip Rivers fever, and I definitely want to see it, there is still a chance that Riley Leonard, who I think might be younger than one of Phillip Rivers' children,
He is. No, that's a fact.
potential to start that game.
Did you hear his, Rivers yesterday? He was like, they were about his kids.
No.
And he was like, well, you know, like my 6-year-old, they're kind of like, hey, Dad, when are you going to get back out there and play? And my teenagers are like adults now. They're used to seeing it, and they're like, hold on, what's happening? Are you really going back out there right now? So when you have that many kids, Kevin. Span that amount of time, they all have different thoughts on who you are as a daddy.
Okay. I do not like the way you said that last part. By the way, Geno Smith unlikely to start for the Raiders against the Eagles, which means Super Bowl winner and former Eagle Kenny Pickett is in line to be QB1, which will complete the downfall of the Eagles if they lose that game. And then one more quick thing for you. Going into this weekend, we have had the most kick return yards and the highest average per kick return, the second highest, in NFL history. So if you want to point to the success of the tweaks the NFL has made last year, this year has seen a huge bump up, even historically, for return yards and average per return.
Wow, that is impressive.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. I don't know if most of that happened against the Cowboys this past weekend.
The 817, be right back, headed to Chili's for an alligator death roll.
Hey, they brought back skillet queso, and you're too early to go there for the other thing. Coming up next, right here.
If you listen to the night show, you know what that means.
The KNC Masterpiece. And if you come out to our event tomorrow, I'll tell you exactly what it means, because it might not be fit for air at this time of day. Coming up next, questions the Cowboys must positively answer if they want to make the playoffs. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If it's okay with y'all, I think we might switch it up just a little bit.
I dare you to switch
and go
it up.
ahead and do NFL overreaction or reality right here.
Okay.
Are you ready? Overreaction.
I have to prep now.
That was my fault.
Give me a minute.
I think you are pretty passionate about this first question, actually. Overreaction or reality, you are worried about the Cowboys' run game.
Actually, dude, I'm glad you asked. I'm not.
Oh.
I was just looking, and was it Tommy Yarish probably? And Javonte Williams. Oh, here we go. Nick Harris. You like Nick Harris.
I do.
This is Javonte Williams on the lack of red zone success against Detroit. Now, red zone, I'm worried about. We're not switching nothing up. We just got to execute better. I feel like just communication between us, the O-line, the tight ends, as far as pass protection, it was just off during the Detroit game. We just got to get back on track and play our game. I think the Cowboys' run game is effective. They stay with it. They stick with it. And I think that they will continue to stay with it and stick with it. Does it need some more explosive runs? Yes. Does it need probably an average of 4.5 yards? Yes. But because of what the passing game has been, the run game has still been effective.
Alec, I'm going to flagrantly try to change your vote. With these statistics. I broke it down in the first 7 games versus the last 6 games. Couldn't get it exactly even. First 7 games, Javonte Williams, 111 yards, 111 carries for 592 yards. Last 6 games, 104 carries, almost the same, for 430 yards. That is 7 fewer carries for 162 fewer yards. Average 5.3 yards per carry, down to 4.1 yards per carry, and 6 touchdowns, down to 3. Overreaction or reality, and you can see where I am on this. You are worried about the Cowboys' run game. That's not being a hater.
Dude, that's all.
Gosh. I don't know. Sounds haterish to me. I'm going to go... Honestly, and I'm not just trying to go against you, Kevin, I'm going overreaction because I do think it's part of the ebbs and flows of the football season. And, Shoddy joked about it, but it was real. You saw it in the Week 1 game against Philadelphia where he was like, I don't have to pull every club out of the golf bag.
Right.
And I think teams are just getting an idea of, this is their identity. And, hey, they're really good at this. Let's try to key in on how we can stop that. And Clayton Adams and company, we've given them their flowers day in and day out for good reason. I think it's just getting to that point in the season towards the end of the year. You're going against, here the past few games, some better competition, some smarter competition that says, hey, they're really good at this. How about we try to stop that and make them a little bit more one-dimensional? Some of the worst teams that you've played don't have the freedom to do that. They're like, we can barely put 11 guys out there that are good enough to play in this league, so we're going to do the best that we can every single play. Better teams can say, let's isolate one area and take that away from you, and I think Detroit did that very well.
Kevin, looking in, this is from Pro Football Reference.
Okay.
First 4 games, 119, 135, 121, 117 was the total, not just Javonte.
Gotcha.
They had 180 against the Jets. Nobody cares about that because it's the Jets. Then they had 31 against the Panthers as a team.
Whoa.
And then they go 152, 108. In the last 4 games, 114, 125, 137. That's pretty consistent with what they've done. The run game is about both runners.
Right.
All the guys. Now, last game, 91 yards.
Yeah.
That was bad. Detroit came to play. They had them beat in that one for sure. I questioned right around the Panthers game was when I started asking you and Mickey and everybody else, hey, who is our second runner? Because the way we're using Javonte is a little bit concerning.
Sure.
Now, he's not going to tell anybody, please don't hand me the ball anymore, because why would he do that? But I do think that finding Malik Davis, utilizing him a little bit more is going to be helpful. But down this stretch, you want to give it to your stud, right? Like, you want to be like, hey, I have to have you on the field as much as possible. So I think against these next few teams, you're going to be able to turn that thing back around, especially the last 2 games of the season. But can that carry over if you get into the playoffs? That's the question.
NFL overreaction or reality? Fernando Mendoza will be the Raiders quarterback next season. Let's just go and skip ahead. We'll do the work for them.
Dude, I would hate that for him.
Fair.
I would love to see Kurt Cinetti go with him. How awesome would that be?
Oh, man.
Because listen, man, that is a
Google me.
I hate to say this. That is a nerdy bunch in Indiana. But did you hear their interviews? They were just so clean and fun, and I was like, gosh.
So whenever you hear them talk, you're like, computer club.
They're
computer
swell.
club.
Yeah, they are so swell. And I like that's something I also admire about what he's built there is that's just what the group is.
Okay.
But they play their butts off for him.
All right, so bonus, you would be okay with it if it was Cignetti with the Raiders and Mendoza.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But, Mendoza, again, I'm going off of watching 2 big throws. This dude's played very well all season long. I saw 2 significant throws in crunch time, clutch moments. He made them. The catch was amazing, too. So, I would love to see him turn that into a successful NFL career.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Fernando Mendoza will be the Raiders' next quarterback.
Yeah, that's going to be a reality, and for his sake, he may as well try to find a new way to get another year of eligibility or just a reason to stick around because it's just not going to work out for him. The only way I see that changing, Kevin, is if somehow the Raiders win another game and then Cleveland slides down because they love to take quarterbacks every single year.
It's a hilarious bit.
Yeah, so
Somebody stole.
And I'm so serious about that, too. It's a bit, but I'm also serious. I think that if they screw around and accidentally win a game, Cleveland could make them regret that pretty quickly, even if they have to move up to do it.
Overreaction or reality? You believe in Bo Nix come playoff time?
You know what I find amazing? We haven't discussed this at all, and I feel like this is a very under the radar thing, except for it was all over my Twitter yesterday. Ellinger decided to stay in Denver,
right?
Because he loves working with Sean Payton. I believe Sean Payton's a very good coach. I always say this, and what he's done with Bo Nix and that team, he knows he has a great defense. I don't necessarily believe in him come playoff time because I haven't seen it. I need to see another level from him, but I think he's on the right path. He's definitely on the growth pattern for it. I mean, run out a 10-game win streak. You're doing something right, dude.
But sometimes you can be on the growth pattern and get punched in the face in the playoffs.
And I don't think, Kevin, you're right. I don't think that this is a team that's just going, man, we're just barely scraping by because of our defense. They're getting great play from their defense, but they're also getting good play from their offense, which is kind of the reverse of what the Cowboys are.
Yeah.
You want so I think he's benefiting from it, and it's given him those opportunities to be in situations where he gets the win, which is good for your confidence.
Alec, you believe in Bo Nix come playoff time?
I got to go overreaction here just because, like Corey said, it feels kind of lame to say it, but I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know what to believe. But I will say I do think that he has that kind of sicko, insane mentality that you've seen when his eyes get real wide in close game situations and he's barking out orders at people. Like, I think he's built for it. I just got to see it. And I know he's got the right coach for that, too. So I think all things considered, I probably should, but I'm just going to lean on the side of he hasn't done it yet. Why would I believe in it?
Okay. Now, I think it's newsworthy because of the market that we're in. But NFL overreaction or reality, you get tired about hearing of all the TV records the Cowboys are setting.
No, I understand if there are people out there that they want to hate. And that's the popularity, the money, all those things. They're like, I hate that. I think it's just an added part of it. I want the team to do great.
Right.
And I think it's amazing to see any number get broken the way the Cowboys do. If it was another team, not the Eagles, definitely not the Eagles.
The Eagles question.
But other teams out there, I'd like to see them because I love the popularity of the sport. I think it's an awesome sport. I enjoy it a lot. We talk about it all day.
Sometimes I guess I worry that Jerry's like, see, we're winning.
No, see, dude, I agree. I get worried about that too because he is one of those guys that will try and find a positive silver lining in everything, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it frustrates us. Sometimes it's to make him feel better about something. But you can't judge the success of your football product based on the success of all the other ancillary things.
Alec?
I got to go overreaction here as well because I just don't care. Like,
okay,
it's cool and everything, like getting that number and blowing everybody's mind whenever we found out about the Thanksgiving rating was cool.
Yeah.
But I just don't care. It sounds simple, but I'm not a TV exec. Like, my living does not depend on them breaking records or not, so I just simply don't care. That's why whenever the Rangers and the Diamondbacks meet in the World Series, everybody's, but the ratings, the league is going to hate it. I don't care. It's two teams that I thought deserved to be there, so I'm going to enjoy it. And guess what? I enjoyed it a lot, so I just don't care about ratings in general unless it impacts me in my life.
NFL overreaction or reality, Jalen Hurts can smooth over the Eagles' offensive issues in time to save their season.
No. I don't think it's just Jalen Hurts in this.
Agreed.
I think there's a couple things. One, I don't think this offense does a very good job of, if you watch it, they're like, all right, A.J. Brown, beat your guy. And Devontae Smith, go beat the guy in front of you.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the vibe, right? I don't think it does a good job of creating good routes for them. And you kind of have to be better at your routes, too. The run game isn't doing very well because, the passing game isn't doing very well either, but the offensive line's banged up. So I don't think it's just on Jalen Hurts. He's going to take the brunt of the shots for this because he's the quarterback of that team. But I think there's a lot at play with why their offense is poor.
Alec? Overreaction to reality. Jalen Hurts can smooth things out and save the Eagles' offense and season. Bonus question.
I don't know.
The game against the Raiders is a must-win.
That's the easy part. I'll go with absolute reality. They have to beat the Raiders.
Too.
Because, one, I hate that they're like this because I love Pete Carroll, but the Raiders are the get-right team. You get things right when you play against them. You figure things out, you remember who the F you are, and you keep going. And I think that you have to win that game, but I don't think it's a reality that Jalen Hurts can get that thing smoothed over, because I think maybe he can. But like Corey said, there's levels to this. Yep. I don't think their head coach is doing a great job of mitigating this damage and keeping the noise out.
I could see that.
Like we keep bringing it up, but the inflatable rabbit has to come in and save your season. Really?
Fail.
Really? Like, he's not doing a great job. Howie Roseman didn't do the best job. He got himself a good pass rusher at the deadline, but I don't see him putting pressure on his team and his staff. And then A.J. Brown every other week hates his team.
Yeah.
Devontae Smith can't be a one-man show.
Yeah.
And then the offensive line can't stay healthy enough to get a run game going. So Jalen Hurts could get it figured out and look like an all-pro again. He could look like a Super Bowl MVP, but the rest of the team isn't going to figure it out.
Corey, to the bonus question, overreaction or reality, the Eagles game against the Raiders is a must-win.
Yes, for the Raiders. That is a must-win for them so that they can help out the Cowboys.
What about for the Eagles?
They must lose.
Okay.
And that's all we want. Dude, we need, 2 more?
Yep.
How awesome would it be to be one of them be the Raiders?
Man, if it is, you're getting that second one. I have no doubt in my mind. And you know what? If they lose to the effing Raiders, maybe I don't think the Cowboys need to go undefeated the rest of the way.
Yeah, no, so must lose for them is where we are, Kevin.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this time we really will go through some of those Cowboys questions they must positively answer. Plus, the campus connection, our first look at the college football playoff matchups. And is this the best turnaround in the sports history? Jam-packed expressway next on The Fan.
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
All right, here we go. Prescott looking that way. Now he runs up out of the pocket. He sprints to the right. He dumps the ball to Williams, who steps in from the one. Touchdown, Cowboys. They drew it up in the dirt.
They drew it up in the dirt. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to some Cowboys questions. We also have the campus connection. But before we get to any of that, tomorrow at the Texas Trust CU Theater in Grand Prairie, it is the never-ending 90s Christmas show. And because of that, we bring in, I don't know if he's going to like this introduction, Suns Out, Guns Out Jake. How the hell's it going?
Now, you wouldn't had to use my government name. You know, I know.
Sun's out.
Jake, I know we know each other a long time. Back when I certainly was Suns Out, Guns Out Jake. Now I'm Suns Out, Guns Out JT from 100.3 Jack FM.
I only know you as Jacob. That is what that way I met you. You were the first person I ever met in this company. You opened the door and said, Bruce will see you now, or Tim will see you now.
Oh. And have you been disappointed to see how corporatized he's gotten?
He's changed. He's definitely changed since we first met.
Actually, I wore a suit back then.
I know.
And now I wear jeans, and I'm like, I got to get this suit off at the end of the day.
So what is it that you do here?
What I do mornings on 100.3 Jack FM for 10 years, by the way. This is my 10th anniversary.
Congratulations.
Thank you
Today?
very much. No, earlier this year. So 10 and a half.
Let down there?
Yeah, I kind of lost some steam there.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to get people to come to my little office Christmas party tomorrow, which just so happens to have the lead singers of 90s legends, Sugar Ray, Tonic, and Better Than Ezra. And I had to come on your show to do it because neither of you would take me up on my offer.
It's true, yeah.
I invited your families. It's going to be a family-friendly event. It's early.
It's too popular to be giving away tickets. We're selling tickets, okay?
Okay.
That's
okay.
what
Yeah,
that's
you give us a stack of
doing
tickets, we'll stand at
here.
the door and sell them.
Yeah.
Get me in on the proceeds.
Okay.
I mean, I have a whole charity set up and everything, but they don't listen to the fan, so they don't need to know what's going on.
AXS, by the way.
Yes.
AXS.
AXS.com.
Or Axis, if you prefer.
You guys, you know what? I think you've been in prime time for too long because you're pretty good. You did all the work. I was ready. I had my one sheet and everything.
Okay. Well, then, and I know we've hit.
Also, Kevin, I learned the first song I learned on bass was Good by Better Than Ezra.
Really?
That was the first song. It's 4 notes, so I was feeling pretty good about myself there, but I did learn it. So
4 notes that are going to sound great tomorrow night on stage.
Okay. So tell the people. They've heard the beginning of the pitch. Why would you encourage people to go check it out tomorrow?
Well, it's a really unique thing, first of all. So it's the lead singers of all 3 of these bands.
Yeah, that is interesting.
And they're playing as one. So basically they have a backing band, and all 3 of them will trade off on singing all of their band's hits, all the songs you know and love.
That's awesome, actually.
It really
That's
is.
Really cool.
And they're only doing it in a couple cities. They were awesome enough to do it for us here at Jack FM. And they are going to throw in their take on some Christmas songs as well.
Oh.
So super cool, unique thing, intimate, and really inexpensive tickets, I might add. And whatever money we do make from tickets, we are giving to a charity that's really near and dear to my heart called Care Dallas, which you guys know, my store and everything, drug and alcohol abuse, recovery education. That's huge in my life. And that's what this organization does right here in DFW. So, you can get an awesome time, a short evening with the fam, great night for a really, good cost, and you could save a life by doing it.
You just said with the family, and you referenced this is a family-friendly show then, yes?
Absolutely. I never intended to do this, but families became listeners of my show in the morning. Right. I wasn't recruiting families, but all these kids started calling in and all this stuff. And so about 5 years ago, it just became a family show. And like my show on the air, this thing is going to be a family show, and really a family show because the doors open at 5:30. The show will be over by 9 p.m. Okay. So it's like you're home by 9:30. and you get a ton of sleep and get to have your nice little Saturday.
And is there like a little lobby pre-party happening?
Again with the copy points on Kevin. Look at Kevin.
Corporate synergy,
did
baby.
you read stuff?
Yeah,
Yes.
because this sounds like a fun event.
This is smart on your
He
part.
just couldn't find time to come to. But
hey,
yes, in the
that's
lobby.
fair.
In the lobby, we're having a lobby pre-party. So a band in the lobby, a band called the Clinton Years, that they do 90s dance hits. As a full band, it's really awesome. And that's actually a cool story. The drummer of the Clinton Years and his wife is the singer, and the drummer and I were on high school drumline together at Berkner High School 20 years ago. Yeah, really cool story.
Berkner High School, good place. Kevin.
I grew up right next to Berkner High School, like right off of Buckingham and Jupiter.
Yeah, one of my friends went there.
A few years before me, but yeah.
My wife's leaving me again, Kevin.
What?
Yeah, she left me last week, JT.
To go out of town
to take care of her dad,
it's
who was having knee surgery.
We're friends, and we just cut to the chase.
And she's leaving me Friday though to go have like a mom's Christmas. So I have 3 kids. This seems like, and one of them loves music. He wants to be a musician. He's going to UNT for it. What better way than to see Mark McGrath perform Falls Apart right there in front of everybody's eyes? Hopefully not Baby It's Cold Outside, because we know the rules on that song. You know the rules on that song. But I think this is a great opportunity.
Speaking of CTs, which is what you're doing to me right now, I hope you're not just turning it on for the audience.
No, I'm dead serious about this. And the only thing I'm holding on to hope is I got one kid that has the flu. So as long as we're healthy, I think that this can happen.
I say
I'm
bring
excited.
him. I say bring him. Yeah, I got tickets to sell, so you know what? If everybody gets the flu, it's indoors. But yes, it's weird. No, I want people. I don't want
comfortable.
I don't want the joke to go to waste.
Yeah,
but it is indoors in December. That's important.
That is smart. Now, assuming people don't know you like Corey knows you and they don't score some free seats, where can people go get their tickets?
Go directly to axs.com. That is the website. You can also go to our website, jackontheweb.com, or our Facebook page, JackFMDFW, but go straight to those tickets at axs.com. You're not going to miss it because it's going to say Jack FM. It's going to say Never Ending 90s. And you're going to see all those beautiful faces that are holding up quite well, I would say.
Yes, I agree.
If their voices hold up as well as their faces are, we're in for an awesome night
tonight.
The Flagnicity says, wow, that's what that guy looks like. So now he knows what you look like.
I forgot we were on camera. Y'all put me in the worst lighting spot in the building.
I think it looks great on you. And also just wanted to say, hey, how proud we are of you, having known you all this time, and the cause that you're working with and what you've done there, man. Really proud of you. You've grown into a fine young man.
Well, listen, it goes right back to you to believe that where we were 15 years ago. Kevin, wasn't even part of the picture on day one.
Yeah, that's right.
That is true.
That is true. I came in by myself.
I just showed up.
I said, I'm bringing this guy with me whether you like it or not.
I was thinking about this. I was like, how about Corey making a demand on who his co-host is on day one as a part-time weekend guy?
It was a smart
decision. Then they said, do you think he's available? And I was like, I mean, sure.
Yeah.
Well,
awesome.
Listen, back at you guys. I'm so proud of y'all. I think about y'all all the time in the weird way and the cool way. But I would say I appreciate the words about the charity, but listen, what you guys have done with My Possibilities, I was there year one. I was your guy to gather all the auction together. Listen, I was stressed a lot back in those days when I worked at the Fed. I might not have been more stressed when all these amazing, people were just, we had, what's his name from the Mavs just show up with a piece of the floor from the championship.
Sean Heath.
And it's the business side of me wanted to be like, I can't handle any more stuff. The other side was like, of course we got to do this.
Open this heart up.
To see where you guys have taken that, it's so awesome. So look, I'm following in your footsteps, if anything.
Kevin, he never told you this, but he did tell me this once. We were talking just kind of about things, and he was like, I don't think anybody fills a room the way you two guys do whenever y'all are hosting a show. No, he's like,
nice.
No other show fills the room the way that y'all can with your personalities. And I always took that as a huge compliment.
So let's fill the room in Grand Prairie. Tomorrow, the never-ending 90s Christmas show brought to you by 100.3 Jack FM. AXS.com is the spot to go to get your tickets. JT, as we will say, thank you very much.
That
good
microphone,
sir.
you don't have to hold it, by the way. I know you've been doing radio for a while. It'll stay there.
Well,
you can take your hand off of it.
Well, you said sun's out, guns out, so I thought I had to aim it right towards you. Hey, listen, thank you guys. I love you guys. I'm so proud of you. Have a great weekend.
Yes, sir.
Boom. There you go,
yes,
JT
sir.
From 100.3 right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Morning show brings Chicolene in. We bring Jack FM.
Yeah.
Look at us.
I like both of
Company
those people.
synergy.
Man, that's true.
Now, so you're saying you want to go bring the news people in now?
I want us nominated for an award.
Okay.
Because honestly, what I would love to see. Before I leave, I would love to win Employee of the Month one time.
Yeah.
All right.
If you can put in a good word, we appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So we got Campus Connection in a few minutes, but I had some Cowboys questions that they must positively answer if they want to make the playoffs. Now, you brought up something earlier in terms of him being limited again that I think might complicate this first question. Will Siobhan Ravel get more playing time? Should he get more playing time?
I think he will get more playing time. Should he, if he's showing during practice that he can, like
today.
That's the big deal. Shotty keeps bringing this up regarding Trayvon Diggs, and he's like, and he's got to do things the right way in practice. What does he mean by that? Like, what is he not doing that he needs to do? And so if Siobhan Ravel's showing in practice that he's not having any problems with the knee brace and not having any other problems, then I think that yes, he should. Because Kevin, he is the future at the position.
Sure.
Like you.
So we hope.
And you're not completely steady there yet. You still have some question marks that are hanging over this team there. But you do want to limit the opportunities for people to say we're just going to pick on him.
Okay.
And so you got to make sure he's right. And if he's right, then you got to go after it with him.
Alec? Same question for you. Revel get more playing time, and should he get more playing time?
Yeah, he should. I think that he's one of the best three that you could put out on the field at that position. It's going to be growing pains. The unfortunate reality is that he didn't get to start the season on the field with everybody else. And it's almost in a way, just in a more positive manner, the same issue you're dealing with, I think personally, with Trayvon Diggs, is buying into the idea of you are going to put me where I need to be to succeed. So I think that once he's fully bought in, which I'm not saying that he's not, but once he kind of gets comfortable and says, yeah, I'm going to be where I need to be, he's going to be fine.
All right, so since you mentioned Diggs, what version of Trayvon Diggs is coming back? And I guess my follow-up is he coming back?
I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah, I think that there's something that I don't know if it's his heart that's not committed to it.
It does seem like there is something.
And there has to be a 100% buy-in, I feel, Kevin, into the defense, into everything. I mean, I understand being hurt by I didn't show up to the facility and then y'all took some money away from me. I understand that part of it. I also understand you do have a career that you have to work with and you have to look out for as well. And you lost a friend in this game when they made the trade with Micah. But there's just something about it doesn't sound like he's doing what he needs to do.
Okay.
And whenever I hear that raises lots of flags for me. And the season's so short, getting shorter and shorter right now. I don't know what purpose it would be that he's like, okay, I'm finally ready, and the trust factor on the other side.
Alec, what version of Trayvon Diggs is coming back, and is he?
It's tough because I think if he does come back, I think you're going to get a pretty normal Trayvon Diggs experience. Like on the field, I don't think the product is going to look very different. The second question is where it gets interesting and it changes the whole dynamic of if he's coming back. Listening to G-Bag yesterday because of Tolo,
Smart.
I heard Brian kind of mention the idea of what if they're holding him back because they're scared he's going to get hurt again.
That's what I said yesterday, yes.
Yeah, and I think you're kind of in that same area where you could try to move on. There could be somebody in the offseason that may want to pick up that salary and share it a little bit to hope that they're going to get a healthy player and a good player in return. But you can't do that if you send him out there and he gets hurt. Kind of like the same thing we were talking about with Anthony Davis earlier. You posed it perfectly. You're like, I know you're scared that he's going to get hurt again.
Yeah.
But when he does play, he's not only helping the team, but he's helping his own value too. So I'm in a weird place where I think he's going to come back.
Okay.
I think they're going to play him just to try to match up with everything that they've told the media, that they do care about him and there is no rift, even though we know there's a rift. And I think it'll look somewhat normal.
Okay. Now, we're going to fire up cut number 5 in just a second, but first I'm going to go to Corey. You have baseball information that I think made you frown.
Yeah, it definitely did, according to everyone. Hobie Milner has agreed to a 1-year, $3.75 million deal with the Cubs. That also includes incentives. And Kevin, we used him a lot last year.
We did.
He was very effective, and maybe a little too much we used him to where he became ineffective.
Yeah.
But he was very effective for this team, and I really liked the guy. So, unfortunately, no more Hobie Milner.
Okay, thank you for that update right there. And hit the audio, Alec.
And wanted to launch downfield, just takes off. Marcel Reed racing to the pylon, makes the cut, and dives for the end zone. Touchdown A&M. The electric quarterback strikes early from 41.
We bring in Carter Freeman for the Campus Connection. Welcome to the show, good sir.
I'm going to miss Hobie, too. He was really good for us last year.
Yes, I agree.
There's not that many Hobies out there, you know?
Oh,
Name a Hobie.
Milner.
Besides him.
Oh, no, I was perfectly okay with that one. Nice work, man. I'm proud of you. Kevin, on the other hand, what's he doing?
I'm sorry.
Work on that.
I feel like, we've talked a lot about the mechanics of the playoffs and everything, but we haven't really been able to dive into the games themselves. But before we get to that, is a no-brainer, rubber stamp, already done that Heisman Mendoza goes down this weekend?
I think so. And you look at the turnaround Indiana's had and everything that's gone into it. They were good last year. They've improved this year, and he's been a big part of it. And to lead Indiana to an undefeated Big Ten championship, I think that Diego Pavia's numbers might be a little better.
Right.
And doing it at Vanderbilt, similarly impressive.
Right.
But Indiana being the number 1 seed in this entire thing over Ohio State, over Georgia, over resurgent Texas Tech team, I think Mendoza will get it.
Now, you just hit on something that I want to talk about, bigger picture as well. Indiana was 3-9 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They have the most all-time losses of any program in college football history. Now they're 13-0, Big Ten champions, headed to the college football playoff as the top seed. They hadn't won an outright conference title since 1945 and had lost 30 games in a row to Ohio State. Is it hyperbole to say that I think maybe Kirk Cignetti is responsible for the biggest turnaround in the history of college football?
I'm totally with you. The last time Indiana was any good was the COVID season, and we all kind of agree. We wipe away a lot of the COVID season stuff because that's not how college football normally operates. Before that, it was like 1991. Indiana hasn't won a bowl game since 91. You mentioned they lost 30 straight to Ohio State. They were just always at the bottom. However the Big Ten was constructed, they were at the bottom of it. And even as their basketball's fallen off in recent years, Indiana sports, period, you don't think about them at all. So for them to not only be good again, but literally be the best in the sport, name me a bigger turnaround. Maybe if Clark Lee and Vanderbilt continue to do what they've done in the SEC, which we all agree is a deeper conference than the Big Ten, you could throw that up there. But Clark Lee's been there for a couple years. Kirk Cignetti did that in year 1. He, CFP 2 years in a row. I'm struggling to think of anyone that's had that quick of a turnaround.
And Corey, did you find yourself rooting for him more when pretty straight away he's like, I'm a winner. I win. Google me.
No, that was the first moment I'd honestly heard of him.
I think that's the same for a lot of people.
Most of the world heard of him then, and most of the people that are hearing that quote now, because it was played in highlight packages, you're seeing it more and more. Like that's where they go, oh, this guy, that obviously. But yes, that was the moment that I heard of him, and I was like, I'll play for a coach that says that. I tell you all the time, if a coach walks into the room and he's like, I got a plan. All right, let's go. It's so much more than let's build culture and hope. But he came in and he said, I had to change everybody's mind about what we can do. Indiana football's been a bum. I got to do something special, and he did.
Corey, I can't believe you weren't watching James Madison football before, because when Curt Cignetti was at James Madison, they were undefeated, I think, going into their bowl game before he left. So, I mean, the quote is true, and literally every level of football, he's done that at different places, changed the mentality of it. And just to do it at Indiana is just supremely impressive.
Now, I know that this game frequently does not matter in the big picture of college football, but for a lot of people, it's as important as it gets. Where do you fall on interest level this year or usually in Army Navy? I have learned, my brother-in-law was in the Navy, and so I have learned the vital importance that this game holds in that household. Where do you fall on just the interest level of the pageantry and the game itself?
I always enjoy it. It's ugly football, but it's still football, and once
they're passing more.
Once they are, and look, Army won the American last year. Navy was in contention to win the American this year. Like, it's not like we're going a 2-10 Navy team against a 3-9 Army team.
Right.
Like, both of these teams in recent years have been good. So for the team that is good, you have a chance to stomp your rival and finish your season on a high note. For the team that didn't have as good of a season, we can knock them off and prove that we were better the entire time. And for it to always have its own weekend, right? Because we get the Heisman stuff this weekend, we get some of the other big awards, but Army Navy always gets that special slot. Like, yeah, it's not the prettiest football, but it's kind of a bridge to how I guess football might have used to be, in a way, and you kind of get to showcase it. And I like that it travels around too. It's kind of in a different, it might repeat Philadelphia or whatever every year, but I think it's cool. There's not a lot of big neutral site games left in the sport anymore, so I like that this is one of those two.
Now,
what is the best bowl?
He's going to tell you the Cheez-It Bowl, right?
How many times do you have to go over this, guys?
Cheez-It Tostitos. I don't know.
The Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Citrus, there it is.
And the Pop-Tarts Bowl. I mean, I would throw the Pop-Tarts Bowl up
there. Just because of the mascots that are there?
Well, because they eat them.
I think the Rose Bowl, all right?
Okay, they're not eating a bunch of flowers.
Yeah, you're not eating rose.
There's a parade.
There is. I've been to it.
The parade of flowers.
What about a parade of Pop-Tarts, though? See?
Okay, first off, I don't like Pop-Tarts, but I'd love the idea of lots of Pop-Tarts on floats and Pop-Tarts floating down. I love this.
All I can think about now is like a mini army of Pop-Tart people just walking through the streets.
They've got 3 of them at the game already, and every year it seems like they add a different flavor. So I'm sure there's plenty of Pop-Tarts out there to hold a parade for.
And then they have a float with King Cheesehead, and he's floating down too on top of a Pop-Tart.
Prince Chedward.
Yeah,
but they all end up in the toaster at the end. I like that. That's their end goal, is to be toasted and eaten, right?
Carter's number one bowls are the ones where the mascots may or may not die at the end or get eaten. Yeah.
Pop-Tarts are so much better toasted, though. I'm not a huge Pop-Tart person, but just a cold Pop-Tart, to a warm Pop-Tart.
Yeah, does go to that next level, too, if you get the iced Pop-Tart as opposed to just the regular.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Iced Pop-Tart. I don't know if they even make those anymore.
Please,
they're
more
like,
sugar.
Stupid. All right, looking ahead, I know from a rooting perspective, y'all are heavily invested in Alabama and Oklahoma. I believe you're going to be at that game.
I will be.
Carter.
I'll be up in Norman that Friday, not this Friday, but next.
And I am super invested in Miami and Texas A&M. Are those the two games that hold the most intrigue, or is it that upstart, upset level with Tulane and James Madison that has you the most intrigued in those games?
I mean, just for a national level, yes, it's the first two you mentioned, because they have primetime slots where there's nothing else happening while those games are going on. Because during the Tulane Ole Miss game and the James Madison Oregon game, NFL is going to be playing. And we saw last year where the NFL game still blew those college football playoff games out of the water ratings wise.
Yeah,
I'm
Which
fascinated.
is interesting, by the way, because a lot of people were like, that's disrespectful disrespectful to Texas A&M to put them there. And I was like, I don't think so.
No, they realized that whatever they put up against the NFL, because it's the NFL, more people are just going to watch that. That's been proven over the course of history. The NFL gets higher ratings than college does. So, yeah, I think they're giving A&M and Miami that slot so everyone's eyes will be on that. You're not going to be distracted by whatever, 4 and 8 teams are playing on that Saturday because the NFL always gives us crap games.
Right.
People watch it anyway. But look, all 4 of the home playoff games last year were blowouts. There really was. The closest one was Indiana lost by 10 to Notre Dame. Every other one was decided by 2 or more touchdowns. So we could very well be in for the same thing with that this year, although Oklahoma, Alabama, I'm expecting neither team to score more than like 17 points because there's rumors going around that Alabama's quarterback, Ty Simpson, has a herniated disc.
Yes.
And so he's had that since like the Missouri game 2 months ago. And so that's been limiting him over these last couple months.
Explain a few things.
And then look at...
now you're trying to make excuses for him, huh?
No, now I'm lamenting that wasn't the matchup for A&M.
And OU's already beaten him once, so I mean, in terms of that's enticing to me. But then Kalen DeBoer's name keeps popping up for this Michigan job that's suddenly open.
Yeah,
his name wouldn't get connected to that if there wasn't any smoke to the fire. Right,
dude, it's so wild. We were just having a month ago. I was asking the question about the biggest jobs, the most important jobs.
Yeah,
Alabama was one of them, and now Michigan could be a better job than Alabama in somebody's eyes.
In DeBoer's eyes, maybe.
Why is that?
Because they don't want him there anymore.
Which is funny. Look,
right.
they're in the playoff. They had another 10-win season. They played for an SEC title, and that's just not good enough.
And he's a bum
because
you're
the guy that came after Nick Saban, and Kalen DeBoer is a great coach. I mean, first year coming after Nick Saban, they go 9-3 in the regular season. You don't make the CFP, but it's like anywhere else, you're like, okay, like that's a great thing to start building off of. But because the standards are what they are with what Nick Saban set, maybe now he's looking at like this is the craziest kind of pressure cooker. I don't want to deal with it. And if there's another blue blood in a conference that he's coached in before, because Kalen DeBoer was formerly the OC at Indiana, maybe that would be appealing to him. And it's not like Michigan's going to get outbid by anybody. If they want you and you want it, like you can make that happen.
Well, and speaking of Michigan, just a stunning turn of events over the last 24 hours or so. What is your take on all this madness from a firing due to a firing for cause, inappropriate relationship due to an arrest, and that was all in the span of like 4 hours?
Yeah, it's like the biggest crash out possible is what has ended up happening with Sharon Moore. And from what I've read online, it sounds like Michigan was aware of this illicit relationship for months. This wasn't just like they found out about it last week and decided, okay, it's time to move on. They knew about this. And did they wait until they played Ohio State to see if they made the CFP or the Big Ten title game or not, and then moved on? I don't know. That'd be very Michigan man of them. But then allegedly he broke into somebody's house. There was rumors of assault. Right now he's in a county jail,
and I think
in
he's
Michigan.
Still there.
He's going to go to court tomorrow. So that was the latest I read from, I think, Dan Wetzel of ESPN had that. But yeah, it just an absolute nightmare. I mean, for this to snowball like it did, I can't think of a recent. Actually, you know what? I can think of a recent comparison. How about
motorcycle?
Oh no. So sure, Bobby Petrino 10-ish years ago
with their OC or their co-offensive coordinator just had some problems with Michigan too.
What about Michigan State and Mel Tucker 2 years ago in the same state, a couple hours east? The same thing happened. Well, not the exact same thing, but Mel Tucker was involved in sexual harassment, sexual misconduct, all that stuff. He got fired for cause from that. So I don't know what it is about Michigan, but it's just bizarre that the same thing, similar things are happening in the same state, same conference.
And I know we'll find out more probably in the next couple of days, but does it not sound to you at all like perhaps the break-in/assault allegation includes somebody that he thinks spilled the beans to the administration about the inappropriate relationship?
What I read was that it, and again, this is all hearsay. I don't want to say that we know any of this, but it sounded like it could have been the woman he was having the illicit relationship with. It was her house.
No.
So look, we'll find out about all this, but it's an ugly situation. And the idea that they could have waited, that they knew about this for a while, because once this came out, local reporters in Ann Arbor were like, yeah, this has kind of been thought to have happened. and that they didn't act on it until now is surprising. And look, the rest of the coaching cycle has more or less been finished.
Right.
A couple group of 5 jobs will still need head coaches, but you're Michigan, and you can just reset this entire thing. If somebody like Kalen DeBoer wants to leave and wants that job, like, they can get it and then throw this entire thing back into flux.
Are you invested in the LA Bowl?
Hosted by Gronk?
Yeah,
The
Boise
bucked up
State
LA Bowl.
in Washington kicks it off on Saturday.
And that's going to be the last LA Bowl. This is the second bowl game that has been canceled over the last couple of years. So you'll get this game, in a couple days, but then that's not going to happen going forward. And I think that's because it was a Pac-12 tie-in bowl game. I don't think that they look at this newly constructed Pac-12 as like, we really want these teams in it. They wanted Washington. They wanted UCLA. They wanted teams like that. So once that tie-in goes away, that bowl is going to go away. We've already seen the Bahamas Bowl get moved around this year. Its replacement bowl is actually here in Frisco. It's the Xbox Bowl. Which is up at the Star up in Frisco. So
I'm a PlayStation guy.
Some of these, that used to be the Fiesta Bowl, some of these bowls you might see kind of go away. A lot of them are newer. Post 2010 is when a lot of them really started to pop up. But just look, if Notre Dame decided we're not going to play in them, that's one less team that's going to play in it. And you saw a bunch of 5 and 7 teams not want to step in and replace, whoever to fill the final spot. So the LA Bowl, enjoy it. This is the last one you'll see. Gronk will have to host something else in the future.
He'll be okay.
But some of these other ones, some of these ones between group of 5 teams or that have tie-ins to the Pac-12 or even some of the lower tie-ins to the Big 12 or the Big 10, those might not exist in a couple years. You might see the number of bowls shrink when it's been expanding for, a decade now.
Carter, when can the people hear you again?
This Saturday, Fan University, 9 to noon. Myself, Jake, and Brennan, we will do all the previews of these college football playoff games. We're going to talk about all the other bowl games, too, because while the LA Bowl exists, I want to talk about that, all the other fun stuff, and we're going to have a ton of fun this Saturday, 9 to noon here on The Fan.
Love it, love it, love it. Thank you very much for all the time this week. We'll catch up again on Tuesday.
Can't wait.
The Twitch can't wait either.
Hell yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
In honor of Phillip Rivers, what thing would you willingly go back to, even though you know you shouldn't? Next on The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I got a couple things I want to dive into. I do have a little more college football.
College football.
If you're willing to get into the mix on this. Now,
sure.
I also want to, I tried responding to the Twitch, but nobody is logged into this Twitch because this is Sean's account. And so nobody's logged into it, and y'all know I can't remember mine.
Right.
But I was trying to respond. I am not upset. I just like to troll. And I like to troll the Twitch a lot. So, no, I'm not upset with you. I love you. My Twolos out there. I love them so much. I could never be upset.
Can't quit you.
What did you just say?
I can't quit you.
All right, Kevin, would you like to dive in on the Phillip Rivers conversation? Diego Pavia or the top NIL earners?
I think Diego Pavia.
All right. This is Diego Pavia making a big NIL commitment for G5 schools.
It's a 12-team playoff. Put every team that's good. This G5 team, if a G5 team wins it, I would donate whatever I got in NIL back to that team. I would do that if a G5 team ever wins it.
Ever in the history.
I thought it was just for this year.
Of the sport. Now, I have no clue. I honestly don't know how much he's made in NIL. I'll have to go check that out.
Yeah.
But you're going to spend that at some point, right? Does he just assume he's always going to have that money sitting around?
Yes.
He's going to have to put it into a little bank account.
And then he's going to have NFL money, and he'd be like, take it.
Or is he just making a very smart suggestion? No G5 team's ever going to win it.
No, I just think he's doing it in kind of a D-ish way of talking down to the group of 5 team.
Wow.
Which I know there are plenty of other people who feel that way. Here's my issue with the people who feel that way. Were you upset when those rules were made? Because if you just found out about it and you're like, now I'm an expert, now I'm upset. Come on. You've had plenty of time to get upset about it.
I will say, like, seeing how things play out, right? Like, you kind of... Everybody presents a plan and says, here's how the rules are going to go and here's what's going to go down. And then you see it play out and it affects you in a certain way. And you're like, okay, hold on. This negatively affected me.
Right.
Very similar to this is the first time that my freaking fantasy football league has said we will not play the championship on the last week.
Oh.
So
finally,
I was like, why do we keep doing this to ourselves, guys? Y'all see what happens. Well, guess what happened? One of the guys that played in the championship last year, all of his players sat on the bench because they didn't need to play. So he was like, you know what, Corey, I'm on your side this time. Finally, I understand the plight that you've been dealing with. And I was like, thank you. And now they voted for it. Now, Kevin, guess what's going to happen?
What?
This year, something else is going to happen. Right? Something else is going to...
Okay.
And somebody's going to go, hold on, we should change this rule. And that's how
I got you
try to come up with the best rules based on what your experience is, and you try and go through it, and then sometimes you just get upset and mad about things. So sometimes you can't do anything about it, though.
So you're already preparing for failure.
For them.
Okay.
Not for me.
Okay.
Preparing for dubs. You know what I mean? That means wins, Kevin.
No, I understand.
The 214.
Short for W's.
I don't know if I'm going to... From the 214, I need Corey to say, I love you, Dean, so I can record that and use it as my daily affirmations.
Oh, well, there you go.
All right. Do you want me to say it then?
I think you just did, but sure, say it again.
No, I already said it. Wow. I even paused so that you could have a good clean cut of it, too.
Okay.
So, Dean, best of luck, man. Do you do daily affirmations?
I do not, but if it works for you, heck yeah.
All right. I think it's good. In honor of Phillip Rivers, I don't know if anybody's heard, Phillip Rivers is coming back to play.
What?
He hasn't. Thank you, Alec, for the reaction. That was appropriate.
I feel like we've discussed that quite a bit.
He said he's coming back to play football. Now, he was signed to the practice squad, and there is still a possibility that Riley Leonard will start.
Nobody wants that, though, right?
No, everybody wants Phillip Rivers.
Riley Leonard, probably.
Everybody wants Phillip Rivers to get out there and Whether he throws every ball into the dirt or whether he throws touchdowns, they want to see it. It will probably be the most watched first 2 series in the history of the NFL.
Well, can I tell you, I don't know about that.
Okay.
But can I tell you that I really want it to be one or the other? I don't want to see him have like a workman-like 197-yard game. I want to see 30 for 35 for 380 yards and 3 touchdowns, or 1 for 8 with 7 sacks.
You don't even want to see him go out there and feed it to Jonathan Taylor and then get a win and then be like, dude, because we had Phillip Rivers in there.
Boring.
Really?
Riley Leonard could have handed it off to Jonathan Taylor. I want to see boom or bust.
Okay. So, Boomer, next Friday, Oklahoma versus Alabama.
Okay. I mean, sure. I'd rather y'all win that than Alabama.
In honor of Phillip Rivers coming back, even though some are suggesting he's too old to be able to do it. What is the thing that you would willingly go back to, even though you know you shouldn't? And I'll start, because I know I need to give some people time. I would willingly go back to bartending, even though I know I shouldn't.
Ooh, okay.
And here's the reason, dude. It was a blast. I had so much fun bartending. Those nights that seemed like they would never end were still a blast. The amount of money that rolled into the pocket was pretty nice too. I took a big pay cut coming to radio. The people you get to meet, but here's the thing. Being cold and wet most nights, whenever it's cold and wet, being dripping sweat behind the bar whenever it's hot outside, carrying giant buckets of ice and slip and falls. Like, there were a lot of those too. Kevin, I think there is somebody in case of a slip and fall that I could definitely call.
Call the Frankels. I almost said 877-881-1053. That is not right. 817 or 214-333-3333.
But yeah, I had an absolute blast bartending, but I know physically I'm in a different place than I was whenever I was 22 years old.
Right.
And so like that would be I know I shouldn't, but I would do it for the experience again. One of the things I've told Adrian is, if possible, if we're able to, I would love to move to a beach community and do a little pop-up bar, run a little bar down somewhere. I'd be perfectly happy living my life out like that, in a little, some sand and some water. I know you hate both of those, but I would be okay with it.
Okay. Well, look, I mean, what I would like is irrelevant to your dream.
Yeah, exactly. But you'd never come see me, I feel like.
I would come and see you. I just wouldn't want to live there.
Okay. But
if you can get your own island going, for sure.
You've been adamant about the whole island thing for a while. 877-881-1053. Alec, what's the one thing that you would willingly go back to that you know you shouldn't?
It's tough because, one, I just haven't experienced as much life as you guys have, but because I'm a boring person. Like, I've been to like 3 states in my life. Come on. Like, I have not experienced many things. But I will say, hear me out on this one. Because of that, long-distance relationship. The reason being, I was never here on the weekends.
Oh, nice.
I was always in a different city on the weekends, and I kind of miss that, rather than just waking up in my own bed and like, oh yeah, Grand Prairie, Arlington, Dallas. Yeah, it was cool actually going to different states and stuff and going to different places. It felt like every single weekend, and trying new things and experiencing new things. That's the only reason. I just want to get out and about again, because I feel like I've kind of simmered down a little bit and I haven't done as much exploring as I would like. And I've told you guys next year I'm trying to fix that. So that's the only reason. That's the only thing I could really put my finger on, is just like getting in the car and going again, just for the sake of it. I don't do that enough.
Yeah, I didn't when Adrian was at Oklahoma, I did enjoy being away for a weekend. You get up there on a Friday night, go experience some new bars and restaurants, and then come back. From the 469, I would go back into the Navy and onto submarines again, even though I know I don't bend the way I used to.
Oh.
Being in a submarine is probably very, very different.
Hey, and that was the Corey Island, not the Kevin Island. Don't get me in trouble. A lot of people said Kevin would say thievery. No, I don't. Yeah. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I understand that. Hold on. There are times, though, that you have the itch?
Yeah, look, there's definitely times where I'm like, I wonder if I could steal this show. I could still do it. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, look, this is where we talk about our flaws. one of the things is if you've like looked at a woman, you've already committed adultery in your heart. So I'm pretty sure if you think about stealing, you've already committed stealing in your heart. And so I need to work on that. Not cool that I do think that. Now, I'm shocked at the number of people who are like, it's drugs is what they would go back to. Somebody said they would go back to the recreational use of nose candy, but his guy was put away.
But what was put away?
His guy, like his dealer.
The guy's no longer around, so I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, his dealer.
I did have a buddy that texted me last night. He said, go back to wearing socks with sandals. And I don't understand that at all. That doesn't make any sense.
What?
Who likes that style? This sounds like things that he knows he shouldn't do, but he's doing anyway, right?
Yeah. Alec is not going to care for my answer. Oh, God. But I think it would be going to all of the wrestling shows. There used to be no stop too big or too small of a wrestling show that I would not go to if it was even close to Dallas. Like, I have no problem hopping in the car, and I was like, oh, they're going to tape Thunder in College Station? Let's go. And so, like, I don't think my family would love that either. And so probably there's some times where I'm like, man, that would be a blast. But then I'm like, come on, dude. You're too old and too busy.
From the A17, I'd like to go back to dating Latinas, even though I know they're too spicy.
Mark that.
Yep, thank you.
Dang it.
Yeah.
You know what? The reason I read that is for a buddy. Because that's what he's always kind of in that place. He was like, look, man, I know what I'm getting myself into.
Yeah.
But I just can't resist.
See, you know what? This is a good one. Not to go like all Billy Madison here, but they said they would go back to kindergarten. I've definitely had some thoughts when they were like, are you smarter than a fifth grader, of like showing up in some of these grades where they're starting to do like more complex
go back
math.
Just to dunk on fifth graders.
A little bit.
I want to go back to kindergarten because it was the easiest time in life.
Okay.
Think about, dude, all I had to worry about was that fake sink with the kitchen area.
Oh, yeah.
I was the plumber. And my friend Shauna, she would be like, hey, can you come over and fix my sink? And I'd be like, I'll fix all these sinks. And it was like everything was eaten. And then nap time was so great.
Man, I do kind of wish that there was more built-in adult nap time.
Yeah. There was, I'm not a great napper, but I know what you're talking about.
I don't know if this from the 214, that Michigan coach wishes he could go back to a one-woman relationship. I'm just saying, man, you could be the greatest person in the world, but if it's going to potentially cost me $12 to $12.5 million, that's a big fat pass. I don't care how single you are. That's a no. You think they're amazing.
And that's it for the C Block, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow, I think we should do the NIL earners at some point.
Okay.
Weekend. So I think we can roll that out.
All right. Yes, there are lots of people who have questions about Blockbuster. I was bitter about that for a really long time because I thought I was going to take over Blockbuster. Was I glad when they didn't actually buy Netflix and it cost them? Sure.
Would you go back to working at Blockbuster if it existed still?
Yeah, if the same media...
Was the job fun?
So, like, you know me, that I was made for that job. Like, you get to talk about movies and you organize things and do budgets. Those are some of my favorite things. And so it was
were they your favorite things before you worked at Blockbuster,
Yes.
or Blockbuster brainwashed you to like them?
Look, I don't know if we've talked about this before on air. I think we have. I had a contract with my mom in middle school where she loaned me $1,000, and we had like a contract written out and everything. I have always loved budgeting and stuff like that.
That's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're 3/4 of the way through. So what grade would you give the Cowboys season? Plus, which teams get an F and who gets an A? Next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush.
of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Snap to Prescott, back, steps up in the pocket, deep to the middle, caught by Pickens and he circles left and runs away 20, 15, 10, cuts right, touchdown. The Raiders just quit running after him, and Pickens made an incredibly surgical cut at about the 7-yard line.
That is still one of my favorite plays from the entirety of the season. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, you're more or less at the three-quarter way of the NFL season, which, by the way, think about that for a minute. We're already three-quarters of the way through the regular season and kind of, sort of, a little bit more. So I wanted to know, what grade would you give the Cowboys for this portion of the season thus far? And then we can expand it out to which teams should get an A, which teams should get an F. Well, let's start with the Cowboys.
So see the whole portion up until here, not just this last quarter.
Yeah, no. The whole thing.
Because this last quarter's actually been good.
Far better than I feel like you'd say the first half.
And this is where this is going to be the problem with you're a homer crowd. Kevin's a hater, we know. But this is the Homer show of America. They say.
Why did Alex shake his head for that?
Yeah.
Because you're a hater.
It's fact. I have to say it's like a B- to C+.
Okay.
They failed miserably at a lot of things earlier this year.
Yes.
But they also made the George Pickens trade. And that's an A+, I still feel. By the end of the year, I might think differently. We discussed that a lot. Like, dude, you got to watch that whole thing play out before you make that decision there. But I think so far, it's been like it could be a lot worse than it has been.
Yeah.
And honestly, it hasn't been as bad as a lot of people expected. And on field, the play's been far better than anybody expected. So that's a significant move. Making a move for Quinnen Williams, I think, was a big deal. So on the field playing, I will say C+, but that's very far away from an A. And,
yes.
It's the A's not even close to arm's length.
And when you hear who some of the A teams are, I think you'd be like, oh yeah, we're way back at that.
Yeah, so I'll say C+.
Alec, what grade would you give the Dallas Cowboys for the first three quarters of the season?
I was thinking C+ too, Corey, because it's hard to look at their record and say anything different. But, there are some positive marks that go along with that, right? The idea that it's a first-year head coach and a head coach that nobody else on planet Earth wanted.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't see Brian Schottenheimer getting phone calls for other jobs. So we kind of talked about the idea of maybe they're being a little bit too complacent here and just taking the easy way out. He's done nothing but amaze me this season, so I have to give some credit there. But the on-the-field product has been less than perfect. Did we kind of expect that? Sure. But there's a lot of room to grow, so it's probably the most optimistic C+ I could ever give. Because there's still a long time to figure this thing out, and I know for some fans there's not as much of a big window for that to happen, but in my mind, it's going surprisingly a little bit better than I expected in certain areas. The record's not as good as I imagined it would be, but in certain ways, they're definitely working with what they've got a lot better.
From the 6.82, I'd give them a 6.1 grade. That's from Cody. From the
they said that's a 50.
No, this is from a different 6.82. 6.1 is a 50%, so their grade's an F. C+. Dak has proven me wrong. From the 817, I stand with Kevin. We need more haters. And then from J-Met, well, now, hold on. Everything is about perspective. A C+ is a lot closer to an A than it is to a 0. Because
that's a good point.
Because numbers and letters don't go together. And that's why J-Met.
Some people are still thinking about the other thing that you said in the last segment. Yes, with the Latinas, as Corey said. All right. Well, I hope this doesn't. I don't think this is qualifying as being a hater, but you guys said C+. I'll say C. So that's very close to what you said.
Out of all the good things they've done, that's as good as you can get, huh?
What is that, like 3 points away from you?
I don't know. I'm not doing numbers, dude.
Okay.
Don't letters feel like more impactful grades? Numbers always felt like I was like, okay, a 97. Okay, that's cool. But A+ felt like I just ruled the world. But A+ is a 97.
You know what? I have to admit, I hadn't really thought about that.
Well,
but
now you have some work to do tonight.
Yes, you're right. And my son does love the show called Number Blocks, so maybe I can do some numbering in there.
Is that Brandon or?
That's Noah. One of his favorite.
You have two sons, Kevin.
I do. The younger son really likes Number Blocks. I don't know how the older son. I don't know how the older one feels about it. All right. If I tell you there are 4 teams that get an A, like just a flat A, who do you think deserves it?
Patriots.
Correct.
Broncos.
Correct.
Nobody. Well, maybe the Rams? No, incorrect?
No, that is correct. But there's one team,
NFL standards,
to the surprise of no one, is being forgotten in this discussion because that is what their entire season is about. The Seattle Seahawks. The forgotten team of, it feels like, the entire NFL. Do you think
6-1 on the road?
That's incredible, especially for a team that is supposed to have, just the most amazing home field advantage. Do you think an A sounds right for the Seattle Seahawks?
I would say yes. I mean, at 10-3, that's a pretty impressive record. You've lost 2 at home, but I mean, only to be 6-1 on the road is phenomenal. The year that Jackson Smith and Jigba's having to add to it is another feather in the cap for that, for sure. So, yeah, I think that's very fair.
And then we need to deal with the numbers real quick from the 713. In what world is 97 an A+? What I always understood was 90 to 93, A-, 94 to 96, A, 97 and above, A+. So, in the world that I live in. And Corey.
In your face, people not in Kevin's world.
Oh, or your world.
Well, yeah, my world too, but
Alec,
I figured I was in your world at this point.
Are the Patriots, Broncos, Seahawks, and Rams all worthy of an A? And is there anyone else you would add in?
Yeah, I think they all are. I talk about the Patriots a lot because I'm not a fan of them. I just think that their turnaround has been ridiculous. I never expected Mike Vrabel and his leadership to turn that thing around so fast. Seattle, still in a weird way, don't know what they are, even though I know they're good. I just don't know how good. And then the Rams, I think, can beat anybody at any given time. I'd honestly throw Chicago in there, because I know it's been less than perfect, which is not the qualifications to be an A. But expectations versus reality, A+, 100%.
If Chicago would have beaten the Packers, do you think they would have gotten an A+?
Yeah, I do.
I think I do too.
Because they were on like this winning streak that I still go back to what Ben Johnson said when he was like, if you don't believe now, just wait. And he's continuing that message, that idea that, guys, we are supposed to be here. And you should believe that. Every great winner believes they should be in that moment.
Right.
That's the most important part, believing that you belong in that situation. The way the Packers have done their season has gone, they've been just very weird. They should be better. But if the Bears had beaten them, you definitely drop them in the hey, we're that good. We're an A team, especially considering everybody was expecting a D out of them.
Yes. Now,
or an F. Would that make you not giggle like a 15-year-old, Kevin?
Wow.
Jeez, dude.
Ouch.
Here I am reading all these Latina things.
Yeah. There is a shocking amount of text about Latinas right now. Well, that's Corey's fault.
Yep.
Man, I never thought I'd say that, but I'm damn proud that I did. Alec, you'll be glad to know that the Bears got an A-. One other team got an A-. Is there someone who comes to mind? Because I don't think I would have gotten this.
Did you say the Bears got an A-?
The Bears got an A-. One other team.
Were you asking him or both of us?
Both of y'all.
Are the Packers there?
Nope.
I have a wild guess.
Tell me.
It's Jacksonville.
The Jacksonville Jaguars got an A- as well. And they kind of feel like the Seahawks to me in terms of they have accomplished some things that perhaps I've just sort of overlooked. And that's why I do not believe I would have gotten this one.
I'm looking at other teams that I feel probably deserve more an A-. Like
Packers got a B+ in case
the Niners.
The
Niners,
San Francisco 49ers got a B, which I think is low.
Considering the injuries?
Yes, I think 49ers would be a viable A- for sure.
Yeah, I also could definitely see a world where the Chargers are weird. They always are.
Yeah.
But to be where they are in that division, now obviously Kansas City is not Kansas City anymore, but to be a 9-4 in that division right now, and also taking out the juggernaut Philadelphia Eagles the other day, like they're impressive, man. I understand the Bills getting knocked because even at 9-4, that's not good enough for what we've seen from the Bills.
Especially the way they started. The Chargers got a B. The Bills got a C+. And I think per expectations, I do not think that's out of line. Now, which teams got an F? There are only 3. Believe it or not, only 3 NFL teams got an F at the 3/4 mark of the season. Who should that be?
Titans.
The Tennessee Titans did, in fact, get an F, but that's only because Cam Ward hasn't figured it out yet.
Once he does,
because remember,
the league is F'd.
It's a real quote. He said, the rest of the league is F'd once he puts it all together.
That's the only team that got an F?
No, there's 3.
Oh, I got all the rest of them.
Tell me.
Raiders.
You sure?
Better be.
The Raiders, of course, they get an F. Their coach has done a horrible job. The organization has done a horrible job. Failure across the board. Their quarterback has been terrible. Yes, but there's only one more. The Titans and the Raiders. And who? Do you want to give Alec a shot? He came through with the Jags.
Alec, you got this, buddy.
It's got to be the team that everybody hates to be a fan of, right? The New York Jets.
Incorrect.
What?
Is it a New York team?
No.
What?
The New York Jets get a D-, just skating by the F. The New York Giants get a D. Think about expectations versus reality.
Oh, the Eagles.
Not the... I mean, I'm with you there. But think about this. The Eagles got a C-.
Expectation versus reality means the Chiefs?
Ooh, the Chiefs got a D as well. Let's stay in this division where the Dallas Cowboys got the best grade at C. Eagles, C-. Giants, D. The Washington Commanders get an F. Ooh. And if you consider...
Yeah, I get it.
They were in the NFC Championship game, and now they are 3-10.
Yeah, man, not good enough.
That's pretty terrible.
Yeah, and their offense, Kevin, has been atrocious.
And their defense has been atrocious, too.
Yeah, they were going to be expected to be one of the highest scoring offenses in the league this year.
For sure.
Scored 262 points so far. Like that puts them at the bottom rung, if not it's one of the worst scoring offenses in the league.
Oof.
And that was Jaden Daniels going into second year. And I know people were predicting sophomore slump, and I get it.
Yeah,
I see it happen. You just didn't see this kind of a fall. And then defensively, for them to fall off the way that they have, and now Dan Quinn has to call it. It hasn't looked anything like you expected after what you saw in year one. So year one, though, Kevin, was a lot of excitement and energy that Dan Quinn brought to the thing. And then whenever things kind of level off, you see the reality there.
And look, don't you think that if you're a Commanders fan, you can reconcile like some of the injury problems and you're thinking, Jaden Daniels comes back and he's ready to roll next season. This is going to be an anomaly and we get a top draft pick. But there are signs of brewing on both offense and injury and defense that last year could have been the Flash.
Can I add one last thing before we go? This is not necessarily...
Is it bad news?
This is actually... I think this is positive. You want to hear a quote from Matt Eberflus?
Yeah.
Regarding Logan Wilson and Kenneth Murray?
Sure.
that comes down to practice tape and in the execution, making plays on the ball. I've always said when I was coaching Sean Lee here, the linebacker's job is to hit the ball. You're at the point of attack. There is no backside for you. To me, you should be able to have 15, 16, 18 tackles a game. You should make ball production, force fumbles, recover fumbles, interceptions. You should have all those things because you're in the middle of the defense, and that's what you're looking for. These guys are working to do that. But, Kevin, that comes down to practice tape is where they're getting the competition between those two guys. So, hey, go out there and perform, one of you, because we really need you on Sunday.
Yeah, and it kind of, do you start to think about Diggs, Revel, you just mentioned Wilson. We go back to early in the season with Blue. It kind of feels like
you can get your job in practice, dude.
Yeah. That is, I'm glad that you brought that to the show. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Does it feel any emptier without Eric? And what is your scouting report from the job he did this morning?
He did an outstanding job, as always. It does feel a little lighter without the Chief.
Yeah.
But we got more than enough hands on deck here to pull this thing together.
I like it. Mr. Wolchuk, you feeling okay without Eric?
I am. I'm doing all right. It's always I'm hopeful that RJ's back tomorrow, because then if you go 3 straight days, that's when the withdrawal really starts to hit.
Yeah.
What are you doing with your stomach right now?
I don't know. What does
you
mean?
Like gyrating your belly?
Oh, I'm shaking my legs back and forth. Is that
Okay.
making my belly go back up and down?
From my angle, it looks like you're doing the worm right now with your gut.
No, I'm just, how when you kind of just do like this with your legs?
Yeah.
I'm opening and closing them.
Opening and closing.
'Cause I'm ready, it's time for the legs to start moving more.
You've got the itch. You've got one foot out the door.
Into the show here.
But I'm hoping we get Eric back tomorrow, Kevin, because it's going to be a football Friday for the ages, and I can't wait. And it's also Brian Broaddus' birthday celebration, but he's going to go off and do other things without us.
Yeah, when you get to be 62 years old, they make you do things you don't want to do.
Oh,
yeah.
Name one.
A colonoscopy kind of thing.
Yeah, that's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
They decided
That guy is full of S, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he did. Now, yesterday, you were on air when all of this started to unfold. How shocking was that turn of events with what's happened at Michigan? And
Not surprising.
No?
No, not surprising at all. College coaches, pro coaches, coaches in general think that they're invisible. And the lure of power, the lure of being in the middle of things, people wanting to always be around them, is what is a dangerous drug. And I've been in athletics most of my life. I've seen it all, so it never surprises me when this stuff happens.
Yeah, the extramarital affair, not surprising. The reports, and is it fact that the house that he went to was the person that he was in a relationship with?
I still haven't seen that super multi-source confirmed, but I've seen the same thing as you.
Yeah, because some of the stuff on Twitter that you don't know whether to believe or not would make this one of the most shocking stories in the history of sport.
Yes. TMZ put out a police call that it did seem like it was a woman who made the call.
TMZ, this is their area of expertise.
So
they
again,
usually thrive with this.
I don't feel confident enough to say yes for sure it was, but it seems like it might have been.
Okay.
Likely that it was.
Okay, and we have news over here, Corey.
This comes from a spittle from Broaddus' Gang of Six.
Okay.
Does sound like RJ Choppy will be back tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So,
Good. I'm glad he's okay.
The Gang of Six is always in the know.
That morning show just took a hit.
Fantastic. All right. Now, I had a question for you guys.
One station, under God.
I love everybody here.
Always trying to...
You know that.
But who do you love the least?
It's a question I've asked.
You know what? I haven't met Aiden.
Oh, yeah.
He's fantastic.
And I've heard great things about him, but I can't say I love him without having met him. So I guess he would be on the least loved list.
Yeah. So are you angling to fill in for the morning show next so you can meet Aiden? Is that what was happening?
I mean, I'm sure in a couple months. I usually do a day of draft coverage with him in the morning, so I'll meet him then, unless he's off for some reason. But yeah, I mean, I'm cool with doing it once in a while. I don't know how those guys pull those hours, man.
Yeah, they go to sleep earlier.
Holy moly, to do that full time is kudos to them. I don't envy them one bit.
Yeah, you have to get paid a lot.
But just
more
think
to
about
do that.
being done with your day at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Being on the golf course.
Not worth it. You're never done with your day because you're always thinking, I got to get ready, and then the game's coming on at 7 or 9
that's not
that
stopped
you got to watch.
That's never stopped that show, morning show.
You get like a couple of hours.
Talking about prep and stuff over there. What are you doing?
Well, I know. Yeah.
I mean, you're like you just said. Well, gosh, you're never thinking about.
No, because you got to wake up. You got to wake up. Now you're sitting there at 10:30 at night saying, "Crap, I got to wake up in 5 hours."
I think it would be the best thing in the world to be done at 10 a.m. every day. I just think so.
Because you'd get out, you'd do things to fill your day to wear you out and be sleepy by the time.
Wouldn't that just be more work for you?
No, because it would allow me to like watch more film and do more things I want to do. Like I said, I think that you could go take a nap, have lunch, then get up and you have the kind of the rest of your day still.
Yeah.
I mean, and I get it, the watching the sports part of it all now. If you miss a game and stuff, the way that YouTube's got it where you can watch a game in 12 minutes, it's like the greatest thing in the world. You kind of get an idea that the Mavericks sucked last night. Holy. They keep showing they keep showing Oklahoma City making shots. And you get a pretty good idea. The Mavs weren't very good on defense last night.
Are you, by the way, speaking of Oklahoma City, we've talked about it some, but how blown away are you by that start? They're 24-1, and the only game they lost was by 2 points.
I'm moderately surprised.
Yeah.
I would have probably picked him to be somewhere around 20-5 or something like that,
which would still be phenomenal.
But this is a pace for what? Do the math for me, Hagee. Is it 78 wins?
Yeah, they're on pace to lose 4 games.
Wow. Yeah. Jeez. So historic. I don't know if they're as good as the Bulls team that set the record or the Warriors team that broke it. I think this is also the result of the league being more watered down than it's been in entire lives.
Are you disappointed about the watered down fighting at all? Because there was a faux fight in OKC's game yesterday, but it was just a bunch of people pretending like they were going to do something, and they were never going to do anything.
The good old days when people swung chairs at each other.
Or went in the stands,
haymakers,
and punched
just
somebody.
A good old duel in the middle of the street.
I'm proud of your Duke guy for at least saying you might whoop us tonight, but you're going to leave knowing that we were willing to fight you for it.
Okay. I like that. I like that. Do you think we'll get to the point whether they win 73 or whatever, where people will be making those comparisons to 95, 96 Bulls?
Yeah, I think so. And, maybe I'm downgrading them a little bit. Like this team is incredible with their ability to defend and so many skilled players. They've really mastered the test. But it's just so hard to tell because of what the tax aprons have done in the NBA to your ability to retain teams. Like that Warriors dynasty, I think the league for some reason decided we don't want this. It's bad for the league. And if you're gonna try to keep together a championship team for the long term, you're gonna have to be willing to lose tens and tens of millions of dollars to do that. And I don't think it's good for the league, but it's definitely good for the Thunder, who have sort of, mastered this approach. Salute to having the foresight to go out and build this thing 7-8 years before it was consensus.
Let me ask you guys this, the college basketball experts. I'm looking at you, Hagee. Is this like the greatest draft in the history of drafting in college basketball?
It's a good draft.
I think it's been pushed a little bit too far in that direction, but the top of this draft is outstanding.
Very strong.
Whether you want to go with the guard from Kansas, whether you want to go with DeBonsa, who I think is amazing, and then
the BYU kid.
Yeah, that's DeBonsa. That's DeBonsa.
I got the idea. I got the idea here. The team that's lost one game and will probably only lose one game this year has got 4 first-round picks. So get ready for this for like a long time.
Yeah.
Get ready for this team was way ahead of everybody when it came to moving players. They found the right teams that needed their players. This front office clearly gets it. It's a small market deal. They'll let players go, but they'll always find a way to stay ahead of the game. And so the best team in the league will have 4 first-round picks. Let's see if they use them all. I doubt it, but
just think about what they could leverage that into. If people love this draft,
they could be great for as long as they want to be great.
Yeah, that is sobering. And they have their one of the things we talk about is, but do you have that full-blown superstar? They do. In Shea. They absolutely do. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We do have 5 hours of sports, and we're going to talk with Texas Tech coach Joey McGuire coming up at 3:20. We have the Jake Ferguson show scheduled for 5 o'clock right now.
Man, that is a jam-packed powerhouse lineup right there of interviews. Joey McGuire, 3:20. Jake Ferguson, 5:20.
About 5:20. We'll see. We'll float the sked for Jake.
Love it, love it, love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Remember, tomorrow we'll be at Uncle Julio's Off of 20 in Arlington. Come and see us. Or listen right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say Latinas, Kevin.
Latinas.
P&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got 5 hours of sports content coming here for you on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. All right, General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is back in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here, 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. Salute to Jacob Ray. Did a decent job yesterday. Just maybe 1 or 2 Gator situations, so he did a heck of a job. I'd give him A minus, maybe a B plus, something like that. You do have Zach Wolchuk in the house. Salute to Eric Chiafalo. He filled in with Sean and RJ earlier today, and he did a heck of a job as per usual. All right, yes, we have a very full show here today, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Brian, for booking Joey McGuire. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's about time I did something to help the show.
You know? We appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Heavy lifting.
No, he really does. He's a big fan of the station, big fan of our program. And so it was real easy for sometimes you want to ask people, hey, man, you mind coming on? And they're like, yeah, just book me anytime, you know. And then when you ask them, they're kind of like, ooh, I don't know, man, I got a lot going on, you know, been doing some work. But Joey was like, just tell me what time, you know, and work with my SID here.
That's what Brian tells me when I try to book him on the podcast. He's like, oh, sorry, man. On. Maybe, look me up next week. I'll catch you on the flip side.
I'll catch you. It's
catch you on the flip side.
It's that Pittsburgh Steeler talk. Oh, come on, we start doing some draft talk together. Okay. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
But, speaking of podcasts real quick, we got a Love of the Star tonight after our show.
Oh, yes, so I need to put out a tweet for that to get questions.
Make sure if you got questions, send them to Zach because, again, my account's still hacked. And make sure that if you want to get your questions answered for Love the Star, we'd appreciate that. Send them to Zach, at Zach Wolchuk, right? Is that what we're at?
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Zach with an H.
Zach with an H.
There you go. Thank you.
Joey at 320. I think if I was running a college football program, he'd be on a very short list of guys that I'd want. Maybe him and Dan Lanning.
Yeah, I think that you have to have the guys. And by the way, I'm just preparing for the board to leave Alabama and go to Michigan.
That could get really fun.
And then all of a sudden now we have to deal with Lane Kiffin trying to get the Alabama job. That's my next big thought. But I think you need coaches that know how to evaluate. I think Joey is one of the best. I think, Joey, you look at his team, LSU, we spend $30 million on players for 7 wins. Mm-hmm. You give that man $30 million, he's going to get you in the college football playoff.
Yeah, the thing I like about him the most, and the evaluations are great, but I think he's got some of that communication genius Shoddy does.
He is such an easy person to get along with, but he's so passionate about his job and the people he works with and how to make really everybody better. I've always, every conversation I've ever had with him, I felt like, wow, when I grow up, that's what I want to be like.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
I want to be Joey McGuire is who I want to be.
So Tech getting ready for their game January 1st against the winner of James Madison and Oregon.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, in Miami.
And that game's coming up on the 20th. Okay, the Jake Ferguson Show in the 5 o'clock hour. Looking forward to chatting with Jake, although he's on the umbilical cords here this afternoon, Wolchuk.
Yeah, he is. He is on the umbilical cords. I guess he's got that calf. He was limited yesterday in practice, so we got to get a health update from our guy, Jake. I mean, knowing him, he's tough. I'm sure he was not happy with the first half of his game against the Lions. He wants to get back out there, put it behind him, but looking forward to talking with him at 5, but hopefully that calf's all right.
Yeah, no doubt. And then Ben Lieber, Vikings Radio. Not only is he a media member, but he's a former Vikings linebacker.
Yes.
Is that right? Mm-hmm. So that'll be an interesting deep dive into what's going on with Minnesota. I think they're 5-8, something like that. They're clinging to playoff hope. They need to win out, so you might have a desperate team on your hands here. But and they're coming off an impressive victory. I actually think the fact that they won in blowout fashion is probably what the Cowboys needed. You wouldn't want them coming in like hunting a victory. Right now, they might be smelling themselves a little bit, as Dak would say.
Yeah, at 340, we'll get into their defense, and I think that's the thing that you need to worry about the most. You've clearly got the advantage at quarterback in a lot of that area. But the defense, there's going to be some challenges this week for them, and to have to deal with, and they're capable. They've got the personnel to be able to do it. It's just going to be a lot of pre-snap stuff that they're going to have to worry about.
Okay, so big day of sports coming up. There was one other thing. Oh yes, the roast of Broadus. At 6:20. We got a birthday roast to Broadus coming up at 6:20. So all you Brian Broadus fans out there, tune in, and you'll hear some of his highlights and lowlights throughout his broadcast career here at the Fan.
It's been a lot of the lows, I think. I've tried to make them high, but I know that there's been a lot of lows that I've just kind of gone off, and it's it's not been the best at times.
Well, those are highs for us. We enjoy them.
I can tell.
Laugh with you.
Yeah, I can tell when I know there's something that's going to get put into this file. I know there's something I'm going to say. I'm like, oh, okay, here.
Well, you've been on fire lately.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a week's worth of G-Bag of the Year candidates, I think.
When Lucius decides that we're going to do that, I think I'm going to be up for like 4 or 5 of them. I mean, it's like Best Picture. I feel like I'm Saving Private Ryan here with all the awards I'm up for. This
Platinum album or
exactly.
blockbuster movie, one of the two. Okay, we have been getting Cowboys updates throughout the day as the coordinators talked and Shoddy talked and some of the players have talked. We're kind of waiting to see what happens with Trayvon Diggs, but the theme out of the press conferences today was they want to see him be consistent from the time that he walks into the building till the time that he leaves, and apparently they're not getting that. I'd like to bring up a question you asked us maybe a couple, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, Brian, and that is this consistent with how they're treating the other players? Like, I feel like George Pickens can get away with a lot, and it's like, okay, you got to sit down for a series. Trayvon Diggs, I guess he's not the best practice player.
That's a fair question.
I mean, your secondary is garbage. You just gave up 45 points to the Lions. You have an all-pro corner sitting over there, and you're like, yeah, he doesn't practice well enough. Well, at least activate him and put him in the game and see if he plays as bad as he practices. Or see if he just is so fed up with you guys that he doesn't want to jump through your hoops Monday through Saturday. Just put him in the game on Sunday and see if he is, in fact, still your best defensive back, because I believe he is.
Dawson, I really appreciate you going that route because I really believed everything you said. But it seems like the more that you dig into this thing, there's the things that you don't want to hear, about the situation, and you wonder, the things that we had the questions about. Is there a situation where maybe you're just going through the motions?
Yeah.
And I'm just using it as an example because I don't know what other word to say. But are you out there practice? I mean, I've heard the practice stuff and all those things, but you wonder is that buy-in or is that just listen? You were getting after me and about my work, my rehab. You got on me about being at training camp. You got on me about a lot of things throughout the year, and maybe you just beat the guy down so much that he just doesn't want to be here. Maybe he doesn't want to play. Maybe he doesn't care about. Listen, he hears all the things. You're going to get rid of me, fine. You paid me. I sat out the whole year. I'll be healthy. I'll go to my next team. I'll be fine. I'll make it up. I wanted to believe. I really did. I wanted to believe him going out there and having some pride and showing up and practicing hard and trying to kind of get himself back on track. It sounds like that's not the case. It sounds like to me you're still dealing with the guy that's who he is. And I say that's who he is. That's who he is right now for this team. He might be something different for somebody else, but he hears all the whispers. Well, he hears all the criticisms, and a lot of it is justified. A lot of it's justified. But if you're out there and someone tells me, like, hey, Broadus, you're doing radio, you're just going through the motions, that's kind of a...
It should light a fire under your ear. But it should make you want to come out and have killer shows.
Yeah, but it really, for him, I think he's just looking for the end. And when they say, hey, listen, you're no longer here, he's going to be totally okay with that, and he'll move on, and he'll try and land somebody else, and he'll probably be for a veteran minimum or a little bit more than that, and then he'll play his way back into something.
He's so good, and I've heard that maybe Al Harris was his guy, and Al Harris, the former secondary coach, let him do whatever he wanted.
He did.
He coddled him.
That's fair. Yeah.
So if you're getting rid of him, go to him for the next 4 games and coddle the hell out of him. Enable everything.
No,
say it was our bad.
I agreed. Yeah. I agree. But I think the thing that Shoddy said yesterday in the press conference, kind of the last line of it was, about you have to do everything, and I think that's where he's they're kind of giving up on him. He's given up on them. It is what it is. That's I talked to somebody in the organization, and their line to me was, we'll see. It is what it
this
is.
This is where I actually do need Jerry Jones to walk down there and say, guys, figure it out. Okay, we have a chance to make the playoffs, and if we get in the playoffs, we're as dangerous as anybody.
Right.
And we're like drawing a line in the sand because you don't like the guy. I want to see him out there. And I'm going to go to Trayvon Diggs and say, you are playing this week. I've told the coaches to shut the hell up because we need you. And I'm sick of watching Reddy Stewart and Triquez Bridges get absolutely roasted. We're leaning on a rookie for 65, 70 snaps, and we're excited about his future, but he's not ready to go. Some guys just practice crap like crap. You know, there's gamers.
Yeah. Dak Prescott initially was a crap practicer.
Look, Diggs didn't play well, though, right? Like, Diggs wasn't playing well. So if he was a guy that was playing at the all-pro Diggs version, I could be sold into your line of thinking here. The fact that you don't even know what kind of player you're getting, and if I have a player that is not interested, that isn't giving forth the effort in maybe the coach's eyes or the trainer's eyes or whatever it might be, I'm here for this culture type of change. I'm going to back Shoddy here. Just
You're
like
going to punt on a playoff chance for it.
Yeah, well, no, I don't know that you are. You might be hurting your chances by playing Diggs.
Lions sure had a lot of big plays against you.
They did. You still had a chance to win the game.
As bad as Diggs was, and there were some high-profile moments against the Giants and then the big one against the Bears where he missed.
Yeah.
It was a lot more solid than most of their cornerback play this year.
There's no question he's a talented player, but there is something to be said about the culture that Shoddy's trying to build here. And I don't need a bad egg that is now going to influence some of the younger players here and now reward him for not practicing hard and saying, hey, we're going to play you anyway. And now that instills in them for the rest of their careers, hey, I can go ahead and slack off and I'm not going to be punished for it. You know, this is the kind of mentality.
He's going to lose about $12 million.
Good. But
you know what?
That's on him. And I think the Cowboys have really kind of protected him from a lot of stuff that can make it look way worse on him.
Then don't stand up there at your pressers and talk about how you want to get the turnover ratio turned around. Because it seems like you're much more interested in setting a culture for a guy that's not going to be around here next year.
Sure. No, and Dawson, everything you said I think is absolutely right. And I wanted to believe, I feel really fooled right now. I wanted to believe that the player really, really wanted to play and wanted to be out there and wanted and you know, the more and maybe they're to the point where they're so mad at him and he's so mad at them. It's just not. It's probably better off that you just fight your way through the season, see what the record is, and when you're ready to move on, you move on. And then you know you remember this as like, okay, when we're talking about extending these players. You know, remember how big last year during the draft was? It wasn't the right kind of players, but it was like, you know, the guys that were captains.
It was all captains.
And it was
all leaders.
Glass eaters and all
football.
that. Yeah,
love football was the buzzword of the whole thing.
Yeah, and so to me, I got fooled by Diggs because I wanted to believe that Diggs was going to go out there and practice hard and try and get back and help.
I did too, and I bought into the turnover stuff that you're talking about. But ultimately, Eric was right about him.
Yeah,
you know, I thought he was overreacting to one play against San Francisco. But he's always been that guy that doesn't necessarily want to be super physical. He's shown the ability at times to tackle, but it's few and far between. And now, if you're not going to be the guy that wants to do everything you can to get back on the field, and you're not locked into what the coaches are asking you to do, and you're undermining him at every turn you get by talking to the media about how unhappy you are, it sounds like sour grapes. And at some point, it's addition by subtraction, and I don't need that guy around. And he wasn't playing, in my opinion, well enough to overlook some of that stuff. Like a George Pickens, you're going out there, you're looking like the best receiver in football, fine. I don't care. I'll overlook it. Diggs has not earned that for the last 3 years.
Okay. I mean, he has been hurt for the majority of it. I am curious to see if the time off after getting exposure to the league for the first couple of months of the season, then time off, he could come back and be a healthier version of himself.
I agree with you on that.
I'd like to see him too, Brian.
But it's more, I think it's more in the line of what Zach and Eric are talking about than what I'm thinking about.
But this also might be, though, just that we're only hearing the organization side of it. And that's where, like, the Nico Luka thing happens. Like, at some point, the organization hated Luka so much they convinced themselves that he was a bad player.
Sure.
And it's just, you know, it's best to move on from him. And, you know, I'll keep my fingers crossed that we see him. But at this point, I can't be sure if Trayvon doesn't play this week, what's the reason to believe he'll play any of these games?
I don't think he is.
That's where I was to the point where I thought, hey, remember I asked you guys the questions, you guys throw him out there at all costs. And everybody was like, I don't know, well, this, that, and the other. And you guys were right. You guys were right about that because I'm like with you, Dawson, on this. I feel like that, man, having him out there to play might be the best thing. But
let's just see. We have 46 roster spots.
Yeah.
Not all of them are going to be out there, right? Can we see if Diggs lay off and the desire to make an impression on the free agent market is enough to make him snap into it?
But it might be his decision too. Like if you're just kind of going through the motions, again, I'm using that word. I don't have a better word. But if you're just going out there and practicing and not Shotty's not even to the point where it's talking about him in a positive way. You know, I mean, he's like.
No, it sounds like they've butted heads before he acknowledged that.
Yeah, it sounds like to me that this is a cultural thing, and Diggs will probably be happy when this is over, and the Cowboys will be happy too. That it's probably when it's all said and done.
903 says, God, I can't stand Dawson. Wolchuk is right, not Dawson. That's Jonathan Cox, the Tolo out there.
At least he put his name on it, though.
Yes.
Or you want to catch me outside.
I love that he loves Wolchuk. Yeah. As long as you're listening to the show, that's fine.
Love you, Jonathan. Thanks, man.
214, Dawson is tripping. Diggs had one great season for forcing turnovers. He's always been a guy who's been way overrated because of the star on his helmet.
He had more than one good year, but it's been a while.
Then they hate me too, Dawson, because I was with you, and I thought this guy was going to come in and help.
Well, my thing was I wanted to see him to try and up his trade value. Right, because this thing's been headed towards a divorce for 2 years now. Yeah. The future between these two is there isn't much of one. Yeah. So I wanted to see him play. Not only one, if he played well, does that help the Cowboys? Yes, but it also helps them in the offseason try and get more for him. I don't know what his value is right now with all the injuries and the fact that he hasn't been able to play. You know, and he didn't play great prior to that. So I don't know. I'm about the discipline here. This is something that this organization has lacked. And the last thing I want is Jerry going and saying, hey, play this guy, because that's been the thing for 30
get in
years.
There, Jer.
Is the undermining of the coach,
Jerry,
right?
Don't let us down.
Don't need that. When it comes to pushing a trade and being aggressive, Jer Bear, you do that as the GM.
Walk down the hall.
Don't go tell Shotty how to do his job.
Tell Shotty.
Let the coach coach.
I gave you this
Team
damn
Shotty,
job.
Baby. Team Shotty.
I gave you this damn job. Nobody wanted you as a coach. I wanted you. Play my guy, number 7.
And let him hire his own defensive coordinator next time, too.
Well, you maybe that.
Okay, I believe in Revel, but if he trips and falls down and gets roasted and should have a pick, but his eyes are on the quarterback for 3 out of 10 plays again,
he's a rookie,
and
Dawson.
they end up losing.
Learning curve here.
Well, yeah, it's a learning curve.
We're going to throw him to the
so
fire.
you don't throw him in the deep end when you have
it.
an all-pro corner sitting on your sidelines that wants to play.
Hey, we're you know what? That's what we're doing now, because that all-pro corner, I don't know that he does want to play.
That's the question, Dawson, we have to ask ourselves. As much as we want him to play, does he want to play? That's the question.
Thank you for that music, Lucius. That set the tone, baby.
I think it got personal for him.
Baby.
Yeah. Okay, we got a college football darty coming up at 2:40. Welcome back, by the way, Lucius. You get everything dried out of the house over there?
No, absolutely not. It's under control, but no.
Have you had to move? Are you in a hotel situation or what's going on?
No,
here?
we have upstairs and everything, but I've had to cut out carpet and I took it to the dump and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've always wanted some new flooring. I didn't want it this way. I'll tell you that.
Do you got the giant fans blowing?
We did. She did. Yeah. She had that set up.
Good.
It's not out of control like that now, so
right on.
Still haven't unclogged it.
Well,
but it's not flooded crazy.
Okay. All right. That's right. You were telling us about the plumbing issues. Okay.
Yeah.
Steven, what do we got? Save us quickly.
We got the G-Bag of the Day champ on the other side, then the top 10 at 2:20. We'll check where you taking us.
Yeah, it's National App Day. What's the app you use the most? And 10 facts about the NFL that sound made up but are 100% true. Tell you what else is true. RS Diamond Broker, best place to go out there for your...
Saturday champ. And then Wolchuk's top 10 here at 2:20. Got some college football coming up. A college football darty at 2:40. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We want to restock the shelves of the North Texas Food Bank for the holiday season. Go to 1053thefan.com/donate. Couple of bucks, feed a family, you know. And if you want to do more, that'd be outstanding. Here are the Pimp Cup Sir Lucius with the champ.
Yeah. Sir Lucius with the left foot is ready, willing, and able. See here, bro. All right, so I think our winner and champ so far of G-Bag of the day is Mr. Zach Wolchuk. What are you laughing at over there, Mr. Broadus?
I tell you what, it's so funny when you when you get serious, the glasses come on.
Yeah, I can't see.
You can't see.
I can't see, bro.
I'm the same way, man. I look down at things. I'm like, what am I reading here?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, hey, look at this. I'm like, I can't see it.
Yeah.
I just can't.
Did you read the fine print? So it's all fine print.
It's all fine print. It's all fine print.
Yeah, it's blurry.
Yeah. I believe this is day 2, maybe going for 3 of Zach Wolchuk. Took those goofy pills.
Yep.
I could be off on the days, and he came back to the broadcast sounding crazy.
This will be number 3.
Okay, all right, cool.
You nailed it.
Look at me. I'm in the zone. Here we go.
Ripping up wars.
Yeah. Zach Wolchuk left the broadcast, came back, and he started sounding real goofy, like he put something in his drink.
Buffalo's got some sex appeal, don't they?
No, they miss tackles at the highest rate in football.
You're telling me Drake May, possible MVP, that guy's not sexy to you?
No,
he's sexy to you.
He's got it going.
You don't think Pat Surtain is sexy?
What got into you, Wolf?
I don't know. I just had a little. I just took some more espresso.
The espresso.
That would make sense. Machine is doing it for me, guys. I am
playoff
giddy.
Football. You know, it just brings it out of my guy.
And the Eagles are about to get their bums licked or kicked tonight.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
your bums licked tonight.
Yeah.
Eat a booty game.
So what's your favorite app now? What are you saying?
Oh, man. It's a delicious appetizer.
What was on your mind?
Sometimes dessert. You never know.
Well, check it out, 5:30. Wolchuk will face the challenger, see if he can make it 3 in his pursuit of 5. Be a very fitting end to the year. Here he is with the top 10 to 220.
Thank you so much for that. And we did have some asking, 877-881-1053.
Gosh, I thought you were going to say something else.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you something.
I got in trouble. I didn't get in trouble. My cousin got in trouble for doing that same thing Jim Carrey was doing.
Yeah.
Using the cheeks. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. My uncle came around the corner to see what was happening. It was butt whipping time.
Whoa. Now, that's how you get pink eye. Is it espresso or espresso? It was
S.
It's an S. I thought so too, right? Some were asking about the X. Espresso. We'll get more after this break. All right, let's get to Happy National App Day, 877-881-1053. Before we get to the NFL stats that sound fake but are 100% true, what are the most downloaded apps for 2025? Is there an app you use more than any other? And I think mine, it
used to be Twitter.
Well, yes. Now it's the crypto for you. You've gone balls to the wall with the crypto.
Yeah, whatever crypto thing I'm telling you, go for. Right?
Absolutely.
Please don't do that.
I mean, besides Twitter, Facebook, YouTube.
Well, I mean, all of those can count, but I think TikTok's kind of become my number one now.
TikTok's really good.
I've fallen into the TikTok rabbit hole, and next thing you know, you've been scrolling, and it's 30 minutes later, and you're like, oh my gosh, what have I just done?
I've gotten into leverage trading, so I'm checking out CoinGecko probably like 6 times an hour, like once every 10 minutes.
So what's leverage trading?
That's where like you basically borrow money to bet higher. So So if
I'm good at borrowing money.
So let's say you just bought $10 of an investment, right? And it goes up and down. You can buy it or sell it at any point. If it goes to $1, you're fine. But if you put it on 2x leverage, if it loses 50% of its value, you're totally liquidated. All of your money is gone. So you're not holding the investment. You're betting on it going up and down. So if it's 3x leverage, then a 33% move to the downside, you're liquidated, right? Okay. But a 33% move up, you've doubled. So it's basically gambling on the stock market. Yeah.
Oh.
Or crypto.
So you can cash in big, or you can really lose everything.
Yes.
I like
that's why the compulsive checking of the CoinGecko app.
Yeah, we got to see where we are. Am I okay? Do I still have funds?
Was I cured of sports gambling? No, I just transferred it to a different spot.
I just moved over.
It's the sophisticated way to gamble.
Absolutely.
Complete degenerate.
Moved the online poker into this.
Yeah.
Is YouTube considered like an app?
YouTube's an app.
Yeah. Okay, that's my most. That's my most one by far.
Lucius, do you have an app that you're using more?
My number one in the game is YouTubers. I pay for the premium. I haven't seen a commercial on there in forever.
Me too.
Everything I want is on YouTube. I can go down rabbit holes or whatnot. My number two is Reddit because I'm addicted to it. I don't want to be addicted to it, but the state of Texas have changed some laws around here where I can't get to certain things. So Reddit has that home for me, and I save a whole lot of photos, and I'm stuck on it. It's an addiction.
Reddit has. I know Bobby loves Reddit too, and he's. There's so much that you can find on Reddit.
I was so for real. I was like, yeah, man.
I was going to ask you a question.
Y'all had no reaction.
I was going to ask you a question.
Your soul to us.
Y'all
I have an addiction. Well, it's okay.
Straight ahead in the car, just like, yo.
I kind of felt like Lucius was telling us something we needed to listen to.
Well, I just change the laws a little bit, man.
Yeah.
You got me killing Reddit right now.
Yeah.
Man,
I thought this was freedom.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
Nothing worse when that thing pops up and tells you.
And they're just gifs. I want to hear the audio.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm not trying to hub it or anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, right?
I'm done.
Yeah.
I think there's alternative websites, though. There might be better workarounds.
Shooting way above my pay grade right now, bro.
You're like, I don't know those.
Yeah, I'm gonna
don't work as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna get so caught up.
Yeah.
Chat GPT was the 10th most downloaded this year.
Man, I'm asking a question.
That's a good one.
Are they kind of butt cracking us sometimes with some of the information? I felt like that was something I was going to, and I was okay. And then there was stuff that got put out that I was like, wait a minute, that ain't right.
You gotta double check it sometimes. It's not like updated. Is that the issue? Like it's a couple years behind.
It's kind of like the AI stuff. You kind of got to have an eye for it and be like, that doesn't seem right.
That doesn't seem right.
Let me Google this. See if I can confirm it.
Snapchat number 9.
We still do that? We still do that?
Got rid of it a long time ago. I don't know. I guess people are still snapping.
You got the premium Snapchats. I know some people are using.
Is that kind of like an OnlyFans situation?
Yeah.
Threads.
Welcome back, Lucius.
Yeah, man,
we missed you yesterday.
You're big into Threads, right?
Yeah,
Threads,
yeah. I just threaded. I like Threads.
I just threaded. Threads is 8. CapCut.
Threads is a little wild, by the way.
Threads is doing some dirtier stuff.
I like Threads.
Threads is wild.
It lets you get a little weird.
It does some. Some of the people on there do some pretty wild stuff.
Yeah.
In a good way. In a good way. Not bad.
It's crazy how the algorithm thinks it knows what you like.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
They're just guessing.
Yeah. Just keep throwing it at you. Be like, oh no, stop.
And eventually, over time, you might like it.
It's like fishing.
Hit or miss.
Yeah.
CapCut at 7. We got Telegram at 6. I don't know what CapCut is. Is that like an editing?
I don't know.
Yeah, you make your shorts out of it. A lot of Instagram, TikTok people.
Oh, I bet that makes a lot of sense. You can use that in the TikToks.
That's how you add the music and the stickers and everything. Right. It's super easy.
Temu is at number 5.
That's the shopping one, right?
Yes.
I'm addicted to that what I tell you, the TikTok shop.
I just brought. Oh man, you guys are gonna love this. We're doing. I hope nobody's listening.
Just brought up.
No, you do want someone to listen, fam. We do.
Nobody in my family, I hope, is listening to this. We're doing like a Hanukkah gift exchange, like a white elephant deal.
Yeah.
So for my gift, I got a Shart kit.
Yeah, you said that
on the TikTok shop, and it just arrived today.
What does that mean? What I think it is, like a cleaning kit?
Yep. It's got everything you need: the wipes, a new change of undies. It's amazing. And I hope I'm the one that wins that. The WhatsApp comes in at number 4.
That's the way to talk to people overseas.
That's a sneaky joint.
Yeah.
That's sneaky right there.
Sneaky link.
Your girl got a WhatsApp?
Uh-oh.
She's talking to somebody else?
Something going on, man.
Yeah.
Facebook at 3. Instagram at 2, but TikTok number 1.
Facebook only good for birthdays.
Yeah, no, it really is, though. Thank God. That's the only thing I check it for. It's for the birthdays. All right, let's get in some of these facts that sound made up but are 100% true from the NFL. A running back once made the Pro Bowl without recording a single carry.
Okay, special teamer?
Sam Gash.
Oh, as a fullback.
Spent 12 seasons as a fullback in the NFL, and he was primarily known for his prowess as a blocker.
Yeah.
He was named to the Pro Bowl for the first time as a member of the Bills in 1998.
New
during
England?
a season where he ran for just 32 yards on 11 attempts, and he returned the following year as a running back, even though he didn't get the chance to rush at any points during the season. So fullback by reputation, Sam Gash. You get in there. 2014, the Chiefs. No wide receiver on the Chiefs caught a touchdown
pass, yeah.
at any point during the 2014 season.
Yeah.
Alex Smith was the starter 15 of the 16 games played that year, was responsible for throwing 18 of the passing touchdowns. Jamal Charles caught 5. Travis Kelce and Anthony Fasano had 5 and 4.
Dallas Cowboy guy, Anthony Fasano, right?
Absolutely. And then 2 other running backs and a fullback accounted for the rest of the touchdowns. Crazy. LaDainian Tomlinson scored more points than the entire Raiders team in 2006.
That's when he led the league in touchdown runs, right?
Yep, sure did. Unbelievable. Chargers had the top-ranked offense and defense in the league in 2010 when it came to yards and still missed the playoffs.
Yeah.
That would stink. How are you number one in both categories? They went 9-7, not good enough to make the playoffs. They ended up in second place.
That was a head coach named Schottenheimer.
Was that Marty?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Larry Fitzgerald had more tackles than drops.
I think I read about that.
Marty! Didn't Marty get fired after the 14-2 season? Was that like 2007?
You said this is 2010
This
Chargers.
was 2010 Chargers. Yeah, find out who was the coach in 2010. Ooh. Larry Fitzgerald had more tackles than drops over the course of his 17 years as a wide receiver. That's Chris Arnold's favorite stat when he can get to it. He just has trouble verbalizing it.
Norv Turner was the coach.
Come on, bro. Norv
Turner was.
It's a great clip, an audio clip that we have.
2010, right?
There. Yes, 2010.
Norv Turner. Norv Turner, yeah.
Jeez.
Yep.
The only 2 passes Brett Favre caught during his career were thrown by Brett Favre.
Yeah, and I was at one of the games. It was against Tampa Bay was one of the passes.
Yeah, it's 92, September 13th. Look at you. Look at that recall. And then he had another one with the Vikings in 2009.
Yeah.
Crazy. Peyton and Eli ended up with the identical passer rating in the postseason. That's wild. Tom Brady has the second most receiving yards of any player over the age of 40. That's another crazy one. 60 guys who played in the NFL after celebrating their 40th birthday. That includes Jerry Rice. But Tom Brady earns the distinction of a grand total of 6 yards. I think that was the Mercedes Lewis stat. He's got the chance to beat him here. And the last one here, Tim Tebow is the only quarterback drafted by the Broncos who has led Denver to a win
in the playoffs. Yeah.
Incredible stuff, Wolchuk. Thank you.
Weird things.
Those are unbelievable. All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We got Joey McGuire coming up at 3:20. Red Raiders fans, college football fans, Joey McGuire coming up at 3:20. Time for a college football darty, Wolchuk.
Yes, let's do it. We got more fallout from Michigan. Where will game day be? And a pair of Texas schools are finding new defensive coordinators. That's next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20. Babe Laufenberg previews Minnesota at 9:20. We'll make the picks at 8, and our final Matt Rife ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock Expressway. It's a Football Friday on the Fan.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at alliancehyundai.net today.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it quits working. It's time to call the doctor, Garage Door Doctor. We've been Houston's go-to for over 35 years, and now the doctor is in the Big D. No subcontractors, just pros who show up and fix it right. If your garage door is loud, slow, or letting bugs in, don't ignore the symptoms. Call Garage Door Doctor. We've been all over Texas, and now we're right here in the Big D. Call Garage Door Doctor or schedule online at garagedoordoctor.biz and ask about our $29.99 tune-up special.
Joey McGuire, Texas Tech, joining us here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105 through the fan. Time now for a college football darty with Wolchuk.
Let's do it. We're going to get to our college football darty right after this glorious intro.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get the rain man cold.
Yeah, the Sharon Moore, Michigan deal, just, man, it's not ending. There's more and more information that continues to come out. It seems like every hour right now, Sharon Moore still in custody, and he is scheduled to have a court hearing tomorrow. So that's the latest there, as it'll be Friday, the Pittsfield Charter Township in Michigan. They announced this. He was incarcerated at the Washtenaw County Jail yesterday, just hours after he was fired as the Wolverines football coach for having what the school said was an inappropriate relationship with a staffer. Now, I've seen several claim that Michigan knew about this for a while.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So they held off till after signing day?
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like...
They put this out there to clip him?
Yeah.
And they wouldn't have to pay him?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, because once you're fired with cause, now they're saving $14 million.
Yeah.
And Adam Schefter, I know, came out, who is a Michigan man
He's
himself.
Yeah.
He said Sharon Moore's got a side to this story. He's felt like Michigan's been out to get him. There's been people there since he got the job. And I could see it. I mean, I definitely think the timing of this definitely signals Michigan is kind of helping their own cause here.
Wasn't this a situation, though, he got the job because Harbaugh pushed him to the job?
Yeah, because he was the interim coach, like when Harbaugh had to serve his suspension.
Like Harbaugh, this was kind of Harbaugh's chosen guy, right?
I think so, because he was his offensive coordinator.
Sure he was.
So they obviously had a good relationship.
Yeah.
And maybe you have other, like, donors. Maybe they didn't really want Sharon Moore. But either way, the timing of all of this, and for Michigan to now say, all right, we're firing you with cause when they knew the cause for months, is fishy. And Nicole Auerbach, who covers Michigan with CBS Sports, said Michigan had been alerted prior to Wednesday that Sharon Moore also was dealing with mental health issues. Yet Warren Manuel fired him alone with no HR representative and no security present. And then he goes off, and we know what's happened, why he's gotten arrested. He was broke into an assistant's coach's house, was threatening to harm himself. There's dispatch audio that TMZ has released from police where a woman claimed Moore attacked her at her home yesterday. The woman claims Moore has been stalking her for months. There was another person that alleged that this is somebody that's a beat writer for Michigan, that I guess Sharon Moore has been doing this stuff, where it goes back to liking an ex-girlfriend's picture from 5 or 6 years ago, and he gets a text that, oh, this is a little creepy. He's heard rumblings of other women who were contacted by Sharon, and he was using his head coaching position to look outside of his marriage a few times. So either way, this is not new news to people at Michigan.
Well, yeah, the part about coaches going away from their families and stuff like that and having affairs and this is not new. This is not new. Now, everything
it's fairly common.
Yeah, everything about, trust me, I saw it with my own eyes. The things that are sad are the mental things that appear to be happening right now. He's breaking down and obviously there's, if he's talking about harming himself and things like that, then that's a very sad and serious thing. But let's not act like coaches don't cheat. Please. That is, I've been with coaches before that like those, hey, we're going to go do this now. And I'm not trying to be like holier than thou guy, but like there were a lot of these coaches' wives that were super, super nice to me when I didn't have a place to go for Thanksgiving or a place to go for Christmas, that they invited me into their home and made me feel welcome, got me like a gift, gave me dinner. Yeah. So when that happened, when every time I was with a coach that I just felt terrible that we'd go back home and I would see her and I would think about what a scumbag her husband is, and that's the thing to me. This happens you could go, there's certain events you can go to and see it rampant, and these head coaches act like they're invisible. Like people don't know, like you don't know who that is?
Yeah.
And they just, like nothing's wrong with it or anything.
And I would say in today's era of college football salaries, if you're going to do that, you better win, because as we saw with Brian Kelly, they're looking at 40, 50, 60 million dollars to get rid of you. Yep. And if there's any possible way, and they're not going to hesitate to completely destroy your life.
No, to your point, if Michigan beats Ohio State and they're 10-2 and they're in the playoff, does Sharon Moore have a job today still?
Absolutely.
Does any of this come out?
No.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Some names that the Athletics put out.
By the way, Michigan on a hell of a run right now with all their program. The whole thing with Connor Stallions, and then, it just has not stopped.
No, it hasn't.
We talked about the other day the coach that was on the staff that was hacking into the student bodies pictures and stuff.
I'm a Michigan man. Yeah, I don't know if that holds much weight right now.
Wow, they're on a terrible run right now.
Bruce Feldman of the Athletics saying here are some names that could be candidates to replace Sharon Moore as the head coach. Alabama's Kalen DeBoer is at the top of all of these lists, which would be fascinating. Obviously, he was the
start coaching in Michigan. Where did he?
So he was the OC at Indiana.
Okay, but before that, was he I'm sorry, I thought he was at some small program. It might have been in Washington where he was.
Yeah, he was at Washington. He had 2 years ago.
I know the University of Washington.
Prior to Washington, he was the OC in Indiana. Otherwise, I don't think he's got any ties to Michigan specifically.
Okay.
Washington's Jed Fish, who took over for Kalen DeBoer, who was at Arizona. He spent 2 seasons in Ann Arbor early in Harbaugh's tenure, and it was very well thought of internally. Duke's Manny Diaz might get a look since he's done a great job there winning the ACC. And then New Mexico coach Jason Eck, a former Wisconsin lineman, he's risen up the coaching ranks recently. And before, he's been in Idaho, knows the area. I wonder if they go after Vandy's coach. I'm sure they're going to try and get all of these guys. Like, could you pry Matt Campbell away from Penn State? How dry is the ink on that contract over there? So it'll be fascinating to see what Michigan ends up doing. I don't think this is going to be a quick and easy process, but the Sharon Moore stuff, man, it continues to get more and more information here. Baylor's finalizing a deal with K-State defensive coordinator Joe Klanderman for the
By the way,
role.
DeBoer's from South Dakota.
Okay.
Yeah, Sioux Falls. He attended University of Sioux Falls.
Sioux Falls.
Yeah.
And then Lyle Hemphill is going to be Texas A&M's new defensive coordinator after Jay Bateman left to go to Kentucky. So they've lost Colin Klein. They lost their defensive coordinator. Now they've gone ahead and filled that role.
And this is before the playoffs?
This is before the playoff. Now, I don't know. Colin Klein might still coach for the playoff. I don't know, because he's going to be the head coach of K-State. That might be tough. I think this is one of those where, again, like the scheduling, and that might be something we can talk to Joey about. The way that the college football schedule is, it's got to get fixed. Chip Kelly interviewing with Georgia Tech for their offensive coordinator position. So maybe he will get another chance in college football. And game day.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, what do you got?
Well, actually, okay, here it was. DeBoer was, I knew this was somewhere. He was an offensive coordinator at Eastern Michigan. I knew he had some kind of
Eastern Michigan, okay.
Yeah, he had from 2014 to 2016. He was the OC at Eastern
There
Michigan.
you go.
So I knew that he had
Midwest guy.
some connection there. Okay, I feel better now. Thank you.
Game day is going to be in College Station. So they're going to be in Norman for the Friday night game, and then Saturday they'll go to College Station for A&M in Miami. So that's going to be an absolutely incredible crowd there. I'm sure for both Alabama at OU, Miami at A&M.
And that's an early game, right?
Yes, it's the 11 o'clock kick.
Yeah.
And then the primetime game will be, I think Friday night is OU and Alabama.
It's going to be shine time for those Yale leaders.
Oh, my
shine
gosh.
time.
We're going to beat the ever-loving.
Yep. Might have to take their shirts off.
Oh, they might have to. Show a little nip here and there.
Take your top off.
Beat the Canes. Hey, driver. Tyrann Matthews recruiting Bryce Underwood to LSU after Michigan fires Sharon Moore. Yeah. You think you can go ahead and get him back?
We tried to.
You want him?
I think that's a $3 million buy right there.
$3 million.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm kind of leaning towards Sam Levitt myself if we're going to do this.
Well,
but
I do think Trinidad Chambliss is going to end up there.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. I mean, that's what a lot of the whispers were immediately after
right.
Lane got the job, but we got to wait till the playoff plays out, and then we'll see. But I think that's a great fallback for you to go ahead and reunite Lane and Trinidad. Diego Pavia is going to be in the Senior Bowl, Brian, so get eyes on him there.
There we go.
And then we've got a new concession item, fellas. Would you eat this? It is a $25 crusted Cheez-It turkey leg that they're going to sell at the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
I'm in.
So the turkey leg's pretty damn big.
Yeah.
So $25 Cheez-It crusted turkey leg. Sign me up. I mean, Lucius, you're big on the fair turkey leg.
I love turkey legs, bro. I was just thinking about one yesterday.
You want some Cheez-It crust?
I don't know about the Cheez-It part.
Put you off?
I had to see it.
Yeah, could add some crunch. Could just make a mess.
I'll tell you what, you'd probably want to just grind that thing up to where it's almost a dust.
Yeah.
And put it on that thing.
Yeah. That's going to be, I could see it being a big mess. It's going to get everywhere. But I would definitely try it.
Turkey and cheese combo is good.
It
like
is
a sandwich.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
on a
great.
sandwich.
It could be delicious.
You can eat turkey and cheese together, just
roll it up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
please.
pinwheel it.
Oh, turkey and cheese roll up.
We got 1 down, 4 to go. Joey McGuire's coming up in 25 minutes. We got an Eagles update from practice. I think you might like it. Plus, is this Cowboys position group going to live up to how much they've invested in it? And we'll go around the playoff picture as well next in the nation.
As our Tolo teammates, you guys are helping us make a difference in North Texas.
football content here for you. We'll take a look at the playoff picture here in just a second, as well as a key Cowboys position group for now and the future. But we got to go out to Eagles practice. That's where we're going to start. Joey McGuire coming up in 20 minutes. We'll be talking all things Texas Tech football with Joey. Looking forward to that. But yes, Lane Johnson out of practice for a second straight day as they get set to take on the Raiders of Las Vegas. I think it would be a pipe dream at this point. It's a bit of a stretch. I think the Eagles are 11.5-point favorites. Yeah. I could see everything going right for them this game. But if you want to talk about a scenario in which they lose, it's Jalen Carter and Lane Johnson still out, and the Eagles melting down there.
Yeah,
so
Max Crosby getting a little rush against their guy over there against Johnson, right?
Oh yeah.
So that would be
Max Crosby's about to wreck this game.
Yeah, I would hope that Max Crosby has one of those games where he gets like 3.5 sacks and causes some problems in the pocket for the Eagles.
We got to check on Geno Smith's status as well.
I think he's out, isn't he?
Locked up, his shoulder locked up on him.
Yeah.
Raiders do think he avoided serious damage. Was the last update that I got.
This is a Kenny Pickett game, then.
Yeah,
Kenny Pickett, who did play, got a Super Bowl ring, I believe, with the.
That's right, he
Eagles.
did. Yes, so maybe he knows a thing or two.
Or maybe they know a thing or two about him.
Yes, probably more likely.
Yeah.
But this is definitely going to have to be a turnover, special teams event kind of game where they win ugly because the Eagles' offense can't do anything. Okay, how good or not good is this Cowboys' offensive line is the topic here. The rankings say they're around 24th, 25th as a group. They have once again invested heavily. But unlike the 2010s, they have not aced the test so far. Frederick Martin Smith, you had Ron Leary and Doug Free at the height of his powers in there, and then Lyle Collins came around. And, it was really that 2016 season and the 2014 season where that group was really flexing its muscle and totally dominant. It's replaced by BB Booker, Guyton Smith as the next generation. How much hope do you have that this could at least grow into one day being better, or one of the better offensive lines in the game? Right now, only Tyler Smith has come to playing like those three other guys did, and still he's a bit of a holler away from the heights that they reached. So, and I would say Guyton and BB probably have a very small chance of getting there. I think some of the things we're starting to see with Booker that he's pulling off in his rookie year is very impressive, and he might be the best of the bunch. But I say all that just to get a handle on how strongly we feel about this offensive line's potential, and whether or not they have to continue to invest in it if they want to make it a strength again.
The problem is they don't know the health or how the health will continually be of the left tackle. The right tackle doesn't miss games. Still, he's been as reliable and, but he just
had that one really big injury, but otherwise he's been a staple.
Yeah, he's been a guy that's been out there. But the thing with Guyton is every time you want to line him up and take a good run with him and see how he's going to do, he has something happen. Ankle.
Man, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, the ankle has flared up quite a bit on him.
You guys like to talk about this, and you're absolutely right. When you say, well, this is an often injured player. Can you rely on him? Yeah, he's starting to make some starts at left tackle. We've said he's made more starts at left tackle than he has at right tackle. So, keep developing that. But you get an often injured player, and there was a time period in where offensive linemen never got hurt. You had like the same 5 guys, it seemed like forever. It was the same guys going out there and playing. But that just doesn't be the case anymore. And I think it's hurt you at left tackle here, him not being available.
Absolutely has.
Nothing wrong with Nate Thomas. Nate Thomas, I think, is for really his first year is he played outstanding against Kansas City, was really rough last week. He's got growing pains and stuff he's dealing with, but I think you kind of know what the right tackle is. And I think you probably need to try and get a little bit better there. The left tackle, he's often injured. I can't tell you about him. I know that when he plays, there's times where he's very good, and then there's other times where, he's just not available.
He's kind of an odd body, built like a basketball player. He's put on extra weight now.
They call him high cut. He's got really short upper body and really long lower body.
Yeah.
Is what it is.
And I don't know how his muscle density is.
He's not a strong guy.
Yeah.
It's not the strongest guy, but what he can do is he's got he's got that ability to stay in front of you, and it looks ugly and it's out of position.
It does. It looks sloppy.
It looks crazy.
But he finds a way to get the job done.
He just he's fought his whole career or college career, and he hasn't been an offensive lineman that long. I mean, converted tight end?
Yep.
TCU, and then now he's having to kind of become this this offensive tackle and play at a very, very high level, and at times he does. But he looks ridiculous at his body position, his balance. It's crazy, but he finds ways to get it done.
That's interesting. I didn't expect the conversation to go this way, but I think the combination of not being the strongest guy that supports all your soft tissue and your ligaments and your joints and everything, and then being in awkward spots where you're having to reach,
crazy.
That just all lends itself to more injuries.
He's knees and elbows. I mean, the way he blocks, it's kind of like he's in a revolving door, and he's stuck in the door, and he can't get out, and he's like staying in front of your guy, or he's pushing a guy past. I mean, he's that kind of athlete. He just he'll never be strong because he's a long-limbed guy.
Yeah,
he'll never be able to he'll never. He's so slim. But then you look at him, and what is he, like 315, 16 pounds?
He's a big guy, and he's a good athlete still.
Yeah.
But, I guess that's why I never thought he'd be good. Just watching him with the eye, it's like, no way this guy's going to be good. He's like the Taco Charlton of offensive tackles.
Yeah, he was super raw. I mean, coming out of OU. And I guess they committed to it right in the first round. But, I mean, them not being willing to just play Tyler Smith at left tackle might be an issue that they look back on. Like, Tyler Smith's been awesome at left guard, but they just were like, we're keeping him at guard. We're not going to play him at tackle.
That's on the general manager. Because the general manager, for all those teams that you talked about, the offensive lines, Jerry Jones has such a belief in the front of the pocket. Mm-hmm. He's got such a, Leary and then Martin and
but
Frederick.
They drafted that guy, I thought, in Beebe. Like I thought Cooper Beebe could have been a Pro Bowl guard, and I think he's been good as a center. But his natural spot is left guard.
Yeah,
I mean, you could have.
So you're saying
your
Beebe
left
at guard and Smith at left tackle.
Yeah,
right.
And then you ultimately would need a center, but Brock Hoffman's proven, he could maybe get through a season for you, but that might have been an area where you look to address. Do you sign a center?
Yeah.
Do you draft a center? But
TJ Bass snap?
Yeah, TJ Bass and Hoffman could have competed for it. I mean, I agree with a lot of the things you've pointed out, where the more you see Hoffman play, the more you see why he's a backup.
5
games.
He's
a battler, man.
Yeah, no, he's a battler.
I mean, he'll battle for you, and you would have two really great guards, in my opinion, in Booker and Beebe. And Booker's been the fourth, had the fourth lowest pressure rate, I think I saw from Tommy Harsh on Next Gen Stats, among all right guards. So Booker, his rookie season's been really good. They have a hit there.
Yeah, Booker's been outside. I think the 3 insides are pretty good for
I
the
like
Cowboys.
all 3 of them too, but at left tackle,
the tackles, I honestly think the right tackle spot holds you hostage.
They're going to have to figure that out this offseason.
Can the team get to the top of where you want them to be with this level of protection? Is this sufficient for winning multiple playoff games?
Well, I think it's sufficient because you look at, though, overall, like I said, they're able to play against teams that have inside presence. That's something like the teams that I think a lot more teams now are getting better at the defensive tackle spot because they're seeing how the inside pressure affects quarterbacks. So you're dealing with a lot more teams that play with those inside guys. Dak all day can handle the edge stuff, I believe. That I never worry about Dak with edge pressure. It's the inside pressure that I'm always concerned about.
469 says, Gavin, you didn't think he'd be good because you don't know anything about football. And I appreciate that. That's why we have Brian and Wolchuk here. And
I wasn't a huge Guyton fan.
Thanks for checking out the show. But I would also like to point out, 469, you spelled no, N-O, not K-N-O-W. So, I mean, maybe you're illiterate.
Dang it, I was trying to text Dawson. It's a small keyboard I'm dealing with.
I recognized that number.
It's a small keyboard I'm dealing with, man. I tell you what.
Dang it, Brian. You're always getting after your one another.
Take that, Dawson.
Okay.
Non-football guy.
Cooper Beebe on the struggles in Detroit. I think the biggest thing, and we kind of talked about it, is we've got to win on first down. We didn't run the ball very well, so it sets us up for a lot of second and longs, which then turn into third and longs. If we can't run the ball, teams aren't going to respect that, and I think that's the area we need to live in.
Well, after the great Joey McGuire comes on at 3:20, at 3:40, I'm going to walk you through something you need to know about Minnesota Vikings on first and second
secondary.
Okay, yes, looking forward to that in the corner coming up at 3:40. On playing on the road, we didn't have the kind of energy that we had been playing with in the last couple of games at home. I feel like we just didn't have that edge. We're still trying to find out why that was, but I think that was the biggest thing. I just didn't feel like we had that same fire, that same juice. Is this young players needing to figure out what it takes to be tough on the road and get some calluses?
I kind of feel like that Detroit's linebackers made their life hell.
Absolutely,
I think Anzalone and our guy Campbell. I think that was the grades will say that it was all at the tackles, but the linebackers, I think, for the Detroit Lions made that game really hard for those offensive linemen for the Cowboys.
Yeah, it was a really tough matchup, and sometimes
you can talk about we didn't come out with juice and all that. I just think that you played against one of the best tackling defenses in the league, and they got after your ass.
It's hard to have juice when you're always out of position or when the other guy has the answers.
Or they're tackling you for a 2-yard gain.
Yeah. It's hard to build momentum play to play and get excited about anything. Okay, scoreboard watch and primer here for your weekend. It's not just Philly. All the wild card teams have a path to a December swoon. Thursday night football tonight involving some long shot to scoreboard watching, but you do have Tampa hosting Atlanta this evening, and if everything gets jumbled and Carolina could win that NFC South, still Tampa could be in that wild card scenario, but there's a lot of football to be played. The Bucs are 4.5-point home favorites tonight.
Yeah, Atlanta I think is quit.
Yeah, that would make sense, and that they might need to blow up everything.
It's a tough deal. Mike Evans, though, coming back, that could be exciting.
Yeah, it needs to average 215 yards over the last 4 games to beat Jerry Rice's record of.
He's going to tie it then for his career, huh?
11 straight 1,000-yard seasons. Although they did try to feed him last year. This would be historic feeding.
I remember what they did though. With they needed 6 yards, and they brought him back on the field. And Baker knew exactly what he needed to do. It was a great time.
Yeah, the real fun is going to start Sunday at noon. The Bears will host the Browns. We're looking at Myles Garrett here.
So we need Myles Garrett to wreck shop?
Yeah, go get 3 sacks and make Caleb Williams throw a couple of interceptions.
Shador, go get you some touchdowns?
Yes. We're all Shador Sanders fans coming up this weekend. As I mentioned, at the same time, noon Sunday, the Eagles will be hosting the Raiders. Yeah. The Meltdown Truth Serum game, if I could steal some stuff from Chiafalo. Yeah, if it's for real, if they lose to the Raiders, they might not win another game this season. And the Turds are 11.5-point favorites, so this is a pretty monster long shot. The Packers are 9-3-1. Basically need them to lose out. They're at Denver at 325. Then they get the Bears in Chicago, the Ravens, and they will end the season at the Vikings. 1-3 would put them at 10-6-1, and then you just have to see who won the most conference games or whatever it would turn into. Rams will host the Lions at 325 Sunday. Detroit would fall back to 8-6 with an L there. Need them to go 1-3 down the stretch. They also have the Steelers. They're at the Vikings, so the Vikings going to play a big role here in this NFC playoff picture. And then they're at the Bears to end this season. They could go 1-3. Detroit could go 1-3 down the stretch here quite easily. The Niners at 9-4. They're going to beat Tennessee this week. Then they're at the Colts. They have the Bears, and they have Seattle as well. So they're most likely in this situation with the Daniel Jones injury. It's pretty tough to imagine them losing over the next couple of
Phillip
weeks.
Rivers?
Yes. that would be so exciting.
Golly, dude.
Wouldn't that be great?
Phillip Rivers comes back and throws for like 303 touchdowns and looks incredible.
That'd be something else. Cowboys Super Bowl odds, by the way, they doubled this week. I was thinking about going in there and putting another hundo on it because it's now up to plus 8,000. I'm already down at plus 4,000 before the Lions game. So that would, that'd make a pretty decent chunk in size out of your mortgage or something like that. But their playoff chances is still over 50%. I think if they get in, they could be pretty dang dangerous. All right, speaking of dangerous, the news out of Pittsburgh today, T.J. Watt lung injury. Questionable for Monday against the Dolphins. Apparently something happened at the facility yesterday, and he spent the night at the hospital. So not quite sure if this is a Tyrod Taylor situation or something else.
We took a syringe to the lung?
Maybe he needed some rib treatment, and that needle went a little bit too far, and now it's into the lung area. But at the time in 2020, Taylor was not medically cleared for a month after his lung was punctured there in an attempted rib treatment.
I'm pretty sure he won that lawsuit against the medical staff. I think he did.
Yeah. Okay, Texas Tech's Joey McGuire joins us next right here. It's the G-Back Nation, the fan.
The more time you give, the more our
Yeah, buddy, time to chat with Coach Joey McGuire here on the Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Frankel and Frankel never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is. A legend here in DFW, and now a Texas Tech legend as well, taking the Red Raiders to the playoffs starting January 1st. Coach Joey McGuire here on the Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing good, man. Great to talk to you guys.
Man, it's great to hear your voice on our air. Thank you for joining us. Now, let me ask you this. Let me start with this. Red Raiders fans around us they're so proud. When you look at this team right now, what's the thing about them that you're most proud of?
Just how much they care about each other. It's one of the deals that I've been doing this for 31 years. I've been a part of some really special teams. And, man, these guys, this is a special team. There is a real brotherhood in this building, and you can see it by how hard they play.
How do you build that?
You know, it was one, I got really lucky because Baron Morton didn't go anywhere and Jacob Rodriguez didn't declare for the draft, and Bryce Ramirez came back, just some old guys that have been with me, you know, for the last 4 years, and some guys that have been with us for the last 3 years. And they were really intentional with the guys that we brought in, you know, that this is what Lubbock's about. This is what the building's about. You know, we've got a group, you know, we brought some guys in that I knew were leaders from their other teams. And so I wanted to make sure they understood they had a voice here. And I think it all started with that, you know, that they really came together. And we did a lot of stuff from January up until camp started, and we'll do some stuff next week whenever we practice and the school's out, and just to be around each other and just continue to, you know, grow that chemistry. But it started a lot with the guys that we had in the building, really trying to bring these guys into Lubbock and getting them to understand what it's all about to be a Red Raider.
Coach, you brought up your quarterback, Baron Morton, and you've struggled to keep that position healthy. But how special was it for a Lubbock kid like Baron Morton to be the guy who brings Tech their Big 12 championship, and in the leadership and how important he's been for you, and also now going on this playoff run?
Yeah, it was incredible. You know, his dad sent me a text earlier that week, coach, and his dad was a high school coach, and we've got a great relationship. And he said, man, I want two things. I want a Big 12 championship, and I want a picture of you and Baron walking out of that stadium together. And we got both of them, you know, and I literally, there was a point in the game, I said, remember, man, neither one of us should leave in the stadium, and we're waiting on each other. And we really were. Like, there was a point after the celebration, the confetti comes down and everything like that. We were like, hey, are you ready to go? And he was like, I'm ready to go, coach. And we walked out together. Because, you know, when you don't get to where you want to be, you know, especially last year when we were so close, there's a lot of criticism, you know, and he's been one of those guys that's just hung in there and fought his tail off. And he's such a great leader for us.
Hey, Coach, Brian Broaddus here, man. I just wanted to say, I'd love the opportunity to sit with you guys and watch tape with you when you start to talk about evaluating players. Because I don't know if there's anybody in the country that has a better eye for players than you. And I would love to sit there and listen to you have a personnel meeting and talk about how to put together a team, but like what you look for to in a player. I think you do an incredible job with you and your personnel staff out there.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, and I love the way you ended that, because, you know, we 4 years ago when we were coming in, and, you know, I hadn't been in college football long, but there was this just way of doing things in college football that it didn't make any sense to me. It didn't make sense that you were going to get a list of players and you were going to watch them and grade them, and then that was going to go to the DC and he was going to watch them and grade them. Well, he had to watch everybody. And then if he didn't like somebody, then maybe that didn't get to the full group or to the head coach. And I was like, this is the this process makes no sense. And so the one thing that we did, and I was lucky to have James Blanchard come with me, but we do have a personnel department. We have 4 guys that all they do is watch film and evaluate players. They have 5 student workers that are with them. So, like we have student coaches, but we put more people in the recruiting room in the personnel department, student-wise, to where they can help break down the film. There's time after time after time. We signed a kid out of New Boston, a running back out of New Boston this year. He's going to be a freshman for us. He'll be here in a few weeks. And he was found by one of our student workers.
Sure.
Like, we challenge those guys to find guys that nobody really knows about yet. And that they really, truly have if you're going to say a percentage, 90+% on, hey, these are the guys that we're going to get. Now, the coaches watch them and everything like that, but we have I think we have a great process. And, I heard Saban say it last year, if you're going to pay players, you better pay the right players.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Jacob Rodriguez said it in the press conference. We paid the right players, because we've got criticized of, going out and getting a lot of different players. And I promise you, we don't have the highest payroll in college football. But I do think we've done the most with the guys that we've brought in the building. And here's the number one thing. They're playing their best football they've ever played in their entire career. Like David Bailey he's leading the nation in sacks.
Right.
He has more sacks this year than he has the previous 3 years. So not only are we hitting on these kids, but they're having their best year in their college career.
Yeah, Coach, I was sitting down already watching Bailey, getting ready for the draft and stuff, and I know he's going to do great things for you here in the playoff, but I was sitting there thinking, damn, this kid's coached well. I mean, you could see your kids, they're not out of place. They play with technique. They're just lined up the right way. They kind of play for each other. Your tape's impressive. It really, really is.
I appreciate that, man. That's for that position. That's CJIU, and I put him up against anybody. We've been here 4 years. Year 1, we had a number 1 draft pick. Year 2, we had a draft pick. Year 3, we didn't have anybody old enough to go in the draft. And then year 4, we're about to have both guys, drafted, I think, in probably the first round and hopefully, the second round with Romello Height. And CJ is just an absolute stud.
Yeah. That is amazing. Coach, the challenges, though, you talk about, such a successful high school coach and head coach, and then you get into the college ranks of Baylor, and then you go on to Tech. What are the challenges? Is it even tougher than you even thought it was going to be? I know you love the challenge, but is being a head coach in college football just an absolute grind?
Yes, but I love it, but it is because it's because the calendar is so messed up.
Yeah.
And look, I'm a traditionalist, so I understand it, but we have so many people that are pushing back on traditions, and that's great, but this is not your same college football, meaning I think that we should, we have a 0 week. That shouldn't be a 0 week. Everybody should start that week.
Right.
The conference championship should be played on Thanksgiving. Everybody's like, well, that's the rival games. Play it the week before, man. Like, it's not that big of a deal. If you're that hung up on it, eat Thanksgiving dinner a week before, but we need to move the calendar up. And what's really cool? In the Texas high school playoffs and in the NFL, the FCS, Division II, Division III, they play every 7 days. And I'm about to wait a full month before we play our next game. It makes no sense. College football is not supposed to be played on January 19th. So we've moved the calendar up. We can crown a national champion on New Year's Day. The portal opens up the next day, and now it makes somewhat sense. But right now, man, I'm telling you, it's crazy because you see guys right now getting in the portal, but the portal doesn't open up till January 2nd. So it's just we have to be more proactive instead of reactive.
Head coach of your Big 12 champions, Joey McGuire, here on 105.3 The Fan. So, okay, you bring up that, Coach, with January 2nd. You got the portal opening. You've got a playoff game on January 1st. Last year, you signed the number 1 class in the transfer portal. So what's the plan for this year, and how are you now trying to navigate this hectic schedule?
Well, you have to be, ready to go the second. And so if guys are putting out that they're going to be in the portal, you evaluate them, but the one thing that you're doing as you're just going through everything now is you're trying to evaluate anybody and everybody that you think could possibly get in the portal. Or the one difference with us last year, we had more spots. I mean, we have 13 starters coming back off of this team on offense and defense. So our class won't be as big. We were really almost taking a person at every position last year. We don't need to do that because of the returners and our young guys are growing up. But you've got to be ready to go. You've got to be evaluating everybody, really in the country to be ready for what's going to happen on January 2nd.
How important is your history in North Texas and your network here to what you're doing?
It's huge, especially we signed the highest rated high school class in Texas Tech history. We're number 19 in the country, and we signed 20 high school kids, and the majority of them from Texas. We've got a couple kids from Georgia, got a kid from Oklahoma, and the majority of the guys are Texas kids. So it's huge to be able to have, going to high schools and being able to tell the high school coach or tell the parents, hey, go ask your high school coach about not just me. I have 7 high school coaches on the staff in one position. So, you can ask about Kenny Perry. That dude's a legend in Arlington, stuff like that makes such a huge difference in recruiting.
Is it going to be easier to recruit outside the state with a playoff spot in your back pocket?
There's no doubt. And then the other thing that's happening, we signed the number 1 2027. He actually reclassified, so he's still a 5-star in 2026, but out of Georgia, edge rusher. And whenever you have such production out of your defensive ends, now all of a sudden these guys that are the best of the best are listening while you're recruiting, going, oh, I see what you can do. And that's making a big difference.
Well, I was walking into the game Saturday, Coach, behind your 5-star offensive lineman, Felix Ojo. I was with my brother-in-law, Ben Golan, and boy, that kid, he's giant. All right, you're getting yourself a good one there.
Dude. Yes, sir. And he'll, so we signed 17 of them to be here January 10th. And so that we're fired up to have these guys be able to go through, our winter conditioning and our winter football, and then we get into spring football. And so, that 17 of those guys are going to make, just huge jumps body-wise.
Well, your big Heisman snub, Jacob Rodriguez. I know Brian and I get to do a lot of work with the Cowboys for the draft. He mentioned watching David Bailey. I don't know how you can't fall in love watching the tape of Jacob Rodriguez. I was joking, saying the Cowboys need to just give him a locker right now, leave him at AT&T Stadium. What's your scouting report getting to work with him every day?
Well, he's as good of a player as he's even a better human. So that's what's so much fun. He's one of my captains. He's got a high football IQ, and that's coming from playing quarterback. He's a high school quarterback, and he played quarterback at Virginia his freshman year. And whenever their head coach left, he got in the portal, and his high school coach, going back to high school, his high school coach called us and said, hey, Jacob Rodriguez is getting in the portal. Do you have a spot for him? And I said, yeah, as a linebacker or a safety, because we were looking at him out of high school as a defensive player. And, man, lucky enough that he was all for that. He's made me laugh over the last couple of days, though, because he goes, Coach, that first spring – nobody touches the quarterbacks in practice. He goes, that first spring, I didn't know if I was going to make it through the season as much as I was hitting. He goes, I'd never been that sore. And, he's such a great person. And the thing with him is he's just got such a high football IQ, and he's a turnover machine.
So are you guys going to be pulling for James Madison next weekend, or do you not care which team you play?
Yeah, we've watched both. I'm sitting here literally watching Oregon USC right now. We're trying to get ready for both. A lot of stuff that we do is going to be, not necessarily who you play, but how you play it. And so there'll be some similarities. And then whoever we play, whenever you get to that point, and there's 8 teams left. I would think that all 8 teams have a chance to win it all. It's just going to be who's going to take care of the football and who's going to play the hardest.
Well, congrats on all your success. Nobody deserves it more than you, and whoever you get to play there on the first Give 'em Hell will be pulling for you.
Man, thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all.
Salute. There he goes, Coach Joey McGuire here on 105.3 The Fan, and that's a whole lot of fun, and it's great to see the amount of success that he's had after so much success at Cedar Hill and so many fans around here. Even back then,
yeah,
he was he's one of everybody's favorites.
He's just like he is. I mean, you just listen to him talk. He's one of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet, and just he loves football and he loves the whole process. I mean, I asked him about the grind.
Yeah,
he embraces the grind.
Yeah.
And but to hear him talk about it that way, and he's right. His scouting department has done a hell of a job. I'm serious. I'd love to sit in there and just listen in a meeting how they talk.
They got ahead of all of this.
They did. They got way ahead of it.
They've been able to listen to Cody Campbell talk about it. They assign values for all of these players in the portal. Also with the NIL value, so they give them basically a ranking. They hit on every single one of the guys they wanted in the portal coming out last year. The guys like Romello Height, etc., David Bailey, and they've been fantastic. So I'm interested to see how they do in the portal this year. But their class is going to be awesome. That kid Felix Ojo out of Mansfield, he is no joke.
Yeah, you love to hear about the scouting department as well, because portal opening the day after your game, you win that game, and now you're like distracted between coaching and scouting. But it sounds like they got all that taken care of.
I've been a part of this one time where we won the Super Bowl on a Sunday, and we started draft meetings on a Tuesday. That's how quick. But then they came in and measured us for our rings the first day of the draft meetings, and it made it all worthwhile.
Hell yeah, you want to be there?
I wanted to be there for that one, for sure.
Okay, we got Krusty's Corner coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, there's some things you need to know about this Minnesota defense. We'll get into that next.
Okay, I want to chat Frankles with you.
market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. You just missed Texas Tech coach Joey McGuire. If you're watching on YouTube or the Odyssey app, you can go back with that rewind functionality. So good. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucis. Appreciate you playing that as always. Yeah, it's nice to catch back up with Joey. He's one of my favorite guys. I'm serious. I'd love to sit in there and watch them.
That'd be an incredible.
Sit in one of their personnel meetings and just listen to them talk football and talk about players. God, I can learn so much sitting in there with those guys. It's amazing.
I think a lot of people could.
Yeah.
One of the really interesting things about his answers was how he talked about when he got there, just something with the process of how they went through finding the right guy seemed off to him. So sometimes, like an outsider's point of view, if he's an expert in his own right, rethinking your processes can be exactly what you need.
And I tell you what, that's a great point. I think he's always had an idea of like how he always, like even at Cedar Hill, everywhere he's been, it's always like, okay, I want to do it this way. But he was always like,
but they've won everywhere he's gone.
Everywhere, exactly. I mean, everywhere he's been, they've had success, and he's such a hardworking guy, and so that I couldn't be happier for. So I'm happy for Tech fans too. I mean, we've got a lot of alum in this area, and man, I tell you what, I hope they have a hell of a run. I really, really do. All right, let's talk about these Minnesota Vikings. And when you think of the Vikings defensively, and you think of Brian Flores, what do you think about first?
Blitzes.
Zone blitzes, simulated pressures, hybrid coverages.
Damn, Dawson, you been watching tape again?
I'm trying to up my game, dude. Get on your level.
I appreciate you saying all those things, because you know what's the first thing you think of Brian Flores? You think of the blitz.
Right.
And then the next thing you think about is, well, if he's going to blitz, he plays a ton of man. It's like what the Detroit Lions.
He disguises stuff very well, though.
Yeah, this is one of those teams that actually pre-snap is going to be key. And my buddy Vach Lombardi and I were talking about this morning. Is that
where can they find that?
We do podcasts on YouTube.
Crown Global Media on YouTube.
That's us. But we were talking about it this morning, and Vach brought up a good point. He's grateful this is a home game for Dallas.
Yeah,
it is a great point.
With all the things that you're going to have to deal with, and Dak is really, really good at dealing with a lot of different looks. Sometimes you could fool him. You could fool a lot of quarterbacks. But this particular crew, the reason that they're 4-8 is not because of their defense. They're 4-8 because their offense, their quarterback's not very good.
Yeah.
This is going to be a huge challenge for you to play this week because, as all the things you mentioned, Dawson, when you watch them play, one of the first things I thought, okay, they're going to blitz here. And you go back and you go watch all the sacks that they had. And I'm thinking, gosh, they walk guys up and then walk them out of there. So what he does is he's going to try and give you a look. That pressure, that simulated pressure, he's going to give you a look and then he's going to back out. There was a sack that they had against the Bengals, and Browning was the quarterback for the Bengals. He got a look. He got into a look. Browning checked the protection at the line. You could see him checking it. They backed out and got into another look. Browning backed out and checked it again. They got into 3 looks, 3 different looks before the snap of the ball.
Wow.
All 3 times within a 30 but time the play clock was going down. But Cincinnati kept checking and moving guys to try and match what was about to happen. But they end up getting a sack I've yet to see Dallas play a team that gets as many free rushers as this team does. When you look at the pressure and how they play, this is a coordinated blitz. The Cowboys, we kind of laugh at flues and stuff and make fun of, oh, look, their pressure is run Murray into the B gap. That's their form of a blitz pressure. This guy brings different ways of doing it. They play with a three-man line. They have the guy standing up. They have a big rotation of guys they use. But it's a very coordinated blitz package is what they have. So you're going to have to be able to identify that right off the jump. This is going to be one of those games where the offensive line, communication, Dak, Williams in the backfield. I would think about this if I was Dallas, if I was Shoddy in this game. I would think about playing some 12 personnel stuff. And I say this in the way of trying to balance their defense. Like if you get into 11 personnel and stuff, and you might not have enough blockers to kind of handle everything. I would think about getting into 12 personnel.
And that's one running back, 2 tight ends.
Right.
Just for anybody that didn't know that.
Exactly. And get into a way where tight end, whether it's Schoonmaker, Spanford, Ferguson, just get into some 12 personnel stuff and maybe even use Hunter Lipke a little bit if you wanted to. I mean, it would be a little bit of a different look. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying he could be part of the 12 personnel stuff you're doing, but I would do it just to try and balance them, because I think what they're going to try and do is they're going to look for how to overrun you. Say they're going to maybe try and overrun you over Nate Thomas over there, or maybe they're going to try and overrun Steele. But try and balance up them and make them kind of declare where their strength is. Where their potentially is going to come.
So you want to match up their numbers.
I want to match their numbers.
Balance it out, yeah.
I want to make them have to show me, and if they still are like at a point where they're like trying to overload one side for a blitz, or they show that they might favor that side, I'm running the damn ball the other side.
Right.
Or I'm making a play the other side. So to me, getting some 12 personnel stuff might balance this guy's up. And I think that's something you would have to consider.
Great idea.
I would consider attacking Isaiah Rodgers in this game, and I'm sure going after Byron Murphy. Byron Murphy is the best of the two. This is a team that doesn't play a lot of nickel. They play a lot of base. So they really rely on Rodgers, Harrison Smith, the safety, Murphy. They rely on those guys to have to play a lot of coverage. So you could try and kind of spread them out with some stuff, but they're going to spread out with you that way. But you got to be the communication. You've got to be able to kind of to be able to say, okay, this is where the protection needs to be set. Again, try and balance them up with some 12 personnel stuff. Running the football can be really hit and miss against these guys because they're very blitz heavy on first and second down. And they're thinking, so they lead the league in run stops. Well, what brought us? How they give up? They give up yards. I mean, they have like over 100 first down runs against them. They've had some 5+, 10+ yard runs. How do they get so many run stuffs? First and second down blitz. They're blitzing into, and you don't pick it up and free rusher. That's how they get run stuffs. So you got to be mindful of you're going to get some type of blitz on first or second down. That's a big part of what they do. And then the communication, how you block it up, balance them up with some 12 personnel stuff, and don't be afraid when you do protect it up not to go after these corners. But I think both of them could be had.
Well, they might need to change up their second and long runs then.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be eating a lot of third and longs if that's the case, judging by what you're talking about there. Because Shoddy likes to do second and 10, let's run the football.
Yeah, that's the thing about it is this team is number one in the league, and you could see it. I mean, like you watch them blitz, and you're thinking, well, wait, do they wait to third down to kind of pressure? No. Heavy blitz on first down, heavy blitz on second down, and then they try and play some kind of, because they got you behind the sticks, and then they're going to play some type of coverage behind that.
Huge chess match game. Sounds
absolutely. You're going to have to be, the quarterback's going to have to be really, really good on this one, and to be able to identify the line, and then also Williams with the blitz pickup stuff.
All right. Speaking of Jake Ferguson, you mentioned the 12. They might have to get in 12 without Jake. He was a DNP today.
Oh.
Practice report is out. CeeDee Lamb has been cleared, though, from concussion protocol. So there's a little bit of good news, bad news. Jake's coming up in just over an hour with us now here on your home of the Cowboys. And Woolchuck, I need my fix, man.
All right, let's do it. We'll get more on the injury report for you. Is this Andrew Luck 2.0? And what do execs think about the signing of Phillip Rivers? But we do have Thursday Night Football tonight. Best time to go ahead and just download that Prize Picks app if you haven't already. I love playing Prize Picks, and you will too. It feels good to be right when you're on Prize Picks. It's super simple. All you're going to do, you're going to pick 2 to 6 player stat projections, and if you're right, boom, we're winning. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 sports pick app. That is Prize Picks, and you can also go ahead and share your lineup with your friends. I'm doing it all the time in my Diamond Dogs group chat. That's right. We go ahead and we're also looking at plays together. That way, when you're hanging out with your friends, you're watching the game together, you're rooting and you're cheering, you're in it together to win. All right, so you got basketball, you got hockey, you got MMA, college sports are on here as well. But let's go ahead and focus on that Thursday Night Football game. You want to go more or less on the Bijan Robinson 74.5 rushing yards? I'm kind of thinking yes, please. How about more or less on Bucky Irving 19.5 receiving yards? That one is pretty tempting. More or less on Kirk Cousins. That's right, Kirk O'Chains is back 206.5 passing yards. These usually are barn burners between the Falcons and the Bucs. And Tolo, it's for you. You download the Prize Picks app. Use the promo code Tolo. That's TOLO, and get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's promo code Tolo on the Prize Picks app. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restriction and details.
The North Texas Food Bank is raising their hand for help. So join us in stocking their shelves this holiday season. Every dollar goes a long way. 1053thefan.com/donate.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The mess behind Sharon Moore no longer being the head coach at the University of Michigan is just getting started. Here is what's clear. When you're a university like Michigan, who according to reports understood this decision would have to be made at some point, allowing players to sign before announcing their coach will change is also morally reprehensible. I'm Bill Ryder.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Fort Worth, get ready. Your Uncle Julio's on Camp Bowie. It's making his big turn unexpected break. We've been hard at work behind the scenes, rebuilding, refreshing, and re-imaging your favorite spot.
We've added new menu items, fresh decor, and beautiful landscaping, all while keeping those mesquite grilled favorites you can't stop craving. Your patience and loyalty have meant the world to us, and we can't wait to open our doors once again, welcoming you back to Fort Worth's hometown Tex-Mex since 1989.
Thanks for waiting, Fort Worth. Your table's almost ready at Uncle Julio's.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Kristen Press. And I'm Tobin Heath. We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Corey Majors, Tolos. You've heard a lot of talk about the one big, beautiful bill. What does it mean for you and your retirement? Probably a lot. My friend David Dustin, founder of the MoneyWorks Group, will help you navigate the details to create your own big, beautiful retirement. A plan built around your goals and your freedom with guarantees for life. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your free copy of David's book or call 972-736-7373 and start your big, beautiful retirement today. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow today.
In 1968, deep in the Vietnam jungle, Green Beret Roy Benavidez heard a distress call from a team trapped under heavy fire. With no weapon and almost no chance of survival, he ran into the firefight again and again, saving 8 men while enduring 37 wounds. He refused to quit, not even when the medics began zipping up his body bag. Benavidez survived, and his legacy lives on at the National Medal of Honor Museum, just steps from AT&T Stadium. Plan your visit today at mohmuseum.org.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It is hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We got some Cowboys news of the evening coming up in about 20 minutes or so, and Jake Ferguson in 1 hour from now. Time now for that daily football fix with Wolchuk. Zach?
Let's do it. We'll hit the fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Looking good for 88. CeeDee Lamb, full participant in today's practice. As, my gosh, do we need him back on the field. He looked like he was about to have a career night in Detroit against the Lions. Had that scary injury. He did say that he's been wearing that Guardian cap over his helmet in practice.
Yeah.
John Machota adding that he said he wouldn't wear it in a game. Doesn't think it's very comfortable, but he's been doing that. He is on track to play, full participant today. So great news on CeeDee Lamb because that looked like a scary injury, boys.
It did, but I do kind of wonder if, like, when that happens, has the brain shut off to protect itself? Because it seems like a lot of the Tua hits where he's seizing, it's like, yeah, he's going to be fine. So, okay. And then a guy just gets regularly dinged.
Yeah.
And it can end up being a longer concussion. So I don't know exactly how that works. But if you're just judging off the eyeball of it, that one looked like a lot worse. I wonder if they got him like a shiesty mask Guardian cap if he'd wear that.
Oh, man. That'd be actually pretty cool. Yeah, that would.
Minnesota
awesome.
Center wears the Guardian cap. It's kind of funny with the Viking horn on it. It's a big old, it's the thing with the Viking.
It's goofy looking, but hey, do it if it works for you.
If it works, man, go for it.
As Gavin mentioned before the break, Jake Ferguson, our guy, did not practice. We'll talk with Ferg in less than an hour. He's got the calf, and Tyler Guyton also not practicing. He's still got the ankle injury.
I don't think Guyton's going to play. It sounds like that Ferguson's going to work back in tomorrow.
Good.
So we should be okay.
Yeah, he was working with those with the cords. Yeah, I hope so too. Hopefully he'll. I mean, these guys don't talk much about their injuries. He's probably not going to give us much, but hopefully he says like,
he's fine. Yeah,
Eric's
doing
not
good.
here to ask him.
I'll ask him.
Yeah. How you feeling?
How you feeling? What's going on?
Feel great.
Are you squatting naked yet? Jadeveon Clowney limited, Trayvon Diggs limited, and Savone Revel also limited today. That's your injury report. Malik Hooker was back. He just had the Veteran Day off yesterday, so he was a full participant in practice. So there's your Cowboys update as they get ready for the Minnesota Vikings. Now, we got some coaching updates. Connor Orr put out what he's hearing, and it looks like Mike McCarthy, former Cowboys coach, is viewed by some as the front runner to become the new head coach of the Tennessee Titans this offseason.
It's a good idea. Developmental-wise, I think Mike McCarthy's a good guy to have. Once it comes to performance and it's time to go for the Super Bowl, I think you should be looking for a different coach. But, I mean, he sort of made his name in the NFL being a quarterback guru and developer. So
Cam Ward could probably benefit from that. And look, say what we want about Mike. He does win. I mean, 3 straight 12-win seasons here. He's done a lot of winning. Is he necessarily that disciplinarian? We've always questioned. I know, Brian, you brought up the work ethic maybe a little bit, but the guy has had success as a head coach.
Oh, he
in the
has.
league.
He's had success of kind of doing it in a slow motion fashion.
Yeah.
If you want to sit there and get on George Pickens for the way he plays, might want to get on the way Mike McCarthy coaches. I had a guy tell me one time, he goes, I've been in the league 17 years. I've never been able to coach this lazy in my life. Yeah.
Well, anyway, that's a lot of days off.
I took a real big swing at him, didn't I, there, Dawson?
Like, swing.
Tear his ass
Get him
up.
out of here. Get him out.
Let me get a meatball sandwich and a massage.
Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley, he is considered a heavy favorite for the Giants head coaching job, according to Connor Orr.
He's a New Jersey kid.
Came from Boston College. Yep. Ended up now has done a great job with that Packers defense. Maybe. Maybe that would be a good fit. I saw WIP and Filthy. I don't know if they're making this up or not. They also are saying Kevin Patullo might be getting an interview for the Giants job. I'd love it just because he's been horrible with the Eagles, so keep the bad hires going with the Giants. But how in the world is anybody going to give Kevin Patullo right now a head coaching interview?
No, that'd be pathetic. Yeah, that would be a clear sign that your GM should be fired.
Are you tanking right now? What's going on?
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Wait, who's he interviewing with? Patullo?
It's not official, but the rumor the WIP is put out in Filthy is Kevin Patullo might get an interview with the Giants.
That's wishful thinking.
Yeah.
That's like the Steelers media thinking Tomlin's going to get traded. 616 says the brain shuts down due to all the neurons firing at once, but it doesn't dictate length of recovery. Thank you, 616, brain injury
we
expert.
Needed that.
Yeah.
Raiders also made Robert Saleh a lucrative offer this offseason to be the team's defensive coordinator and successor to Pete Carroll once he retired. So if they move on from Pete, look for Robert Saleh to be a big-time target for the 80s and try and pry him away from San Francisco.
I tried. Nobody listens to me. I tried. I really did. Bob Saleh and I are good buddies.
I know you were, Al.
I love Bob Saleh.
Tell you what, Al, you and your kiddo Mark there with the bowl cut.
Oh,
you're spending $50 million on coaches that are going to be fired next year if you decide you want to can Pete. That's a lot of money. Antonio
That's $50
Pierce,
million on all our guys?
On all of them. Pierce, $8 million. McDaniels, $10 million. Gruden, $10 million. Kelly, $6 million. And Pete Carroll would be $16 million you're spending next year. I mean, Jerry would never.
It's a lot of money.
$50 million on coaches.
On coaches.
I don't think the Raiders could.
Coaches.
I think they made up for that when Pete went for the field goal, that thing to cover the line the other day. I think they had a bet on that game, huh?
Yeah, something was going on.
Something's going on,
A lot of
man.
people were ticked off about that moment. We've got Thursday night football, Falcons, Bucks. Boy, do the Bucks need this one bad. He needs a bounce-back game. That would be Baker Mayfield. Emeka Egbuka, he has certainly cooled off, had some drops here lately, but they're getting back Mike Evans. They're getting back Jalen McMillan, their second-year wide receiver, and Egbuka, who has been playing through pain, playing through injuries, hopefully getting those other targets back and open things up for him. Give me the Bucks tonight in big fashion, but Kyle Pitts.
What are you hitting the over on? What are you doing?
The over-under, I don't know what that is set at today.
No. That game you played.
I went more on Bucky Irving to get half more.
Okay, there we go.
I also went more on the passing yards for Kirk Cousins because I think he usually has a good game. I might need to adjust this, though, because NFL.com is really talking up Kyle Pitts. Drake London's been ruled out. Falcons right now are primarily using Kyle Pitts, but now I saw he's got a knee injury. Last week he had a fantastic game, team high 15 catches, 197 yards. No other Falcon has more than 9 catches and 96 receiving yards since that. So Kirk Cousins is certainly looking for him since he's been inserted into the lineup. But there's something about Kyle Pitts I just expect he's not going to live up to the expectation.
Okay.
So I went less on the yards.
That's what I was going to ask you guys, because you guys watch a lot of these games and stuff. How's Kyle Pitts been? How's his career been?
Oh, a failure so far. Well, I wouldn't say a failure. I would say underwhelming.
I think he's everything I thought Brock Bowers was. I mean, I think he was going to be.
He's had some moments where you see the athleticism, you see the wow, what an incredible catch. But overall, we thought this guy was going to come in and take over the league.
Oh, I consider myself, raise my hand.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been wrong about it.
Hasn't happened. It has not. All right, Phillip Rivers is trending to be starting for the Colts this Sunday against the Seahawks. Here's what NFL execs have been saying about this. The Athletic went ahead and reached out to a bunch of executives. Jeff Howe with the piece. Here's one executive, quote, "Fun story, but I think it's going to be disaster." Probably will be. Another one said, looking at their schedule, it's not going to work. They have a tough road with really good defenses. Phillip is a sitting duck. I think that they're right, man. I am concerned for
What about
Phillip
them running
Rivers'
the
health.
ball? What about them just running the ball?
That's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to line up and just feed Jonathan Taylor.
Just load up and get we were talking about 12, 13 personnel and just run the ball.
Yeah, we got a text in from Atolo, should I play Michael Pittman? I'm like, dude, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from 44-year-old Phillip Rivers. If you've got another opportunity, we're talking this is fantasy playoff time. Sit Pittman. Play somebody else. If you don't have the option, maybe Pittman gets force-fed from Phillip Rivers. Maybe they have a rapport with one another. I don't know, but this could be a terrifying disaster.
What about that? Our Penn State tight end,
Tyler Warren. I think Tyler Warren is going to get a lot of targets.
I think this guy could be a lot of little simple, quick passes and kind of play 6-7 yards a game kind of thing.
And he's had a really good rookie season. Tyler Warren's been good for them. One person who was really ticked off.
Pierce is another good player for them.
Alec Pierce, deep ball target.
Yeah. I mean, if Flacco can have success, if Aaron Rodgers can have success, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities that Rivers decent.
It's not, and I'd love it. I'd love it if he showed up and balled out and it'd be an amazing story. But I guess the difference is those. I mean, Flacco was out of the league for half a season and then came back. We're talking 5 years between starts. This is going to be a very interesting trial and error process here for Phillip Rivers. One person who is ticked off about this Rivers signing, Cam Newton. Here was Cam, 4th and 1 with Cam Newton. He is not having this.
Indy, if they come.
Hell yeah. It's almost like a slap in my face, bro.
All the things that you do in the media, do you come off like you're available? Well, state the case then, bro.
Did Phillip Rivers send any type of signs that he was available? Why you asking me to do something that everybody else didn't do? I ain't no lad, bro. Come on, bro.
You still are available.
Have you followed my Snapchat?
He's retired. You ain't even retired yet.
I did not and will not because of an opportunity like this.
He also was in their system, but still,
I don't give a damn if he was in their family. He's 44 years old, bro.
You got
How do people hold Cam Newton to a standard that you're not holding everybody else?
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw Cam.
How old is he now?
Is he 38?
Oh, wow.
Maybe.
He's born in 89, so he's 36 years old
36?
right now.
Oh, wow, that's not bad.
Gosh, 36, man. Yeah, I didn't. Wow.
He hasn't played since 2021.
And that was with New England, right?
Well, no, he went back to Carolina.
He did go back to
8
Carolina.
games for him that year.
Oh, yeah, and I don't think that went really well. But
no, he threw 4 touchdowns, had 40 yards rushing. I thought he was kind of washed up then.
Yeah, well,
I mean, maybe if it doesn't go well with Rivers, he can be next up in line.
You just pivot.
Yeah.
You just pivot and you go to Cam. Well, let's keep the quarterback thing going. Did you guys
What's
hear?
Kaepernick doing?
That's a great question. He's been staying ready. Every offseason we get the report Kaepernick's ready and he wants to work out for teams.
Yeah, exactly.
Joe Burrow had the NFL world very concerned. Could this be Andrew Luck 2.0? Listen to Burrow at his press conference yesterday.
If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? So that's the mindset I'm trying to bring to the table.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seemed frustrating.
There's just a lot of things going on right now.
Football related, personally?
All the above. Like you said, there's nothing. All we can do is focus week to week and try to win games. I don't think anybody's really thinking about the playoffs right now. That's within reach, but on our fingertips. So we just got to keep doing what we're doing and try to get better.
Yeah.
Wow, it sounded like you wanted to cry about it.
It did. It sounded like he was about to announce, I'm done. And Andrew Luck at 29 years old retired, and so the Andrew Luck 2.0 started trending yesterday on Twitter. Jamar Chase was asked about this. He said, quote, I thought that was AI.
I did too at the begining. I was like, wow, Wolchuk got ball sacked.
No, but he said he doesn't look bummed to be here. Same person I see every day. But if I were a quarterback needy team, even if I had a quarterback,
trade for him,
I'd be calling Cincinnati and seeing if I can get my hands on Joe Burrow. That sounds like a guy who might be open for another opportunity somewhere else.
I mean, you got to try. And
is he a married guy?
No.
Okay. Do you think he's having some?
That could be
problems. Does he have a? Is he a high-end girlfriend?
He did have a girlfriend that was
reported in the offseason. Is she an actress or something like that?
I think a model.
Model girl?
Yeah. I think that when his house got burglarized, she was the one that called.
Oh, that's right.
So that's how that all became public. Because otherwise, he's like a pretty private guy.
Yeah.
He's dating model and influencer Olivia Pontone.
Wonder if she influenced something.
Sounds like something's going on there behind the scenes. And
wasn't happy.
If I was him, I would demand out. Like the Bengals are just the worst team building team in the NFL.
This is irresponsible. I think his dad's dealing with some ailments too.
Oh, and he's got a really close
lot going on.
Yeah, a lot going on there. Yeah.
All righty, thank you, Wolchuk. Is that it for our fix?
We're good.
All right, all filled up here. It's time for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening and everything developing here on a Thursday as they get ready for the Vikings, including those updates on Lamb and Ferguson. More coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Men's T Clinic with you before we do anything else, though, because, man, if you don't feel like yourself, you want to be stronger than ever, you want to feel better than ever, have your drive, your focus all totally dialed in, 10 out of 10. It's possible. You know, we get older, our body produces less and less testosterone. The next thing you know, we're operating at quite a deficiency, and the performance downgrades are massive. But the great news is we live at a time now where we can get that testosterone back in our bodies pretty easily. Just go into one of the 5 DFW Men's T Clinic locations. They'll take a little bit of blood. They'll tell you what your testosterone numbers are, and then they're going to get it absolutely coursing through your veins. And, man, it feels great. There's all sorts of health benefits, mental clarity, the focus, the libido's going to all come back. And, I mean, you talk about weight loss and adding muscle. Not a lot of things better than testosterone for that. So whether it's to get a jump on your New Year's resolutions, combat the dreaded holiday weight gain, or finally tap into your health plan or FSA, December is the time, and Men's T Clinic is the team to trust. Our Tolos describe their therapies as life-changing. Get an annual wellness exam. Men's T Clinic, the one team you'll need to tackle your total wellness, and December is a great time to make that happen and make 2026 the best year you've had in a while. Yeah, let's crush 2026. They also have great hair replacement therapies, natural regenerative therapies for joint pains, and, so much more. If there's a man issue out there, Men's T Clinic has researched it. They have the best therapy possible waiting right there for you. Go to mensteclinic.com, 972-GO-MENS-T, and you're going to feel great, just like I do. You know, what's my secret weapon? It's Men's T Clinic. Find out for yourself, 972-GO-MENS-T, mensteclinic.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
I love to cook for the holidays, and I love the way the house smells, and no better smell than a beautiful steak cooking on the grill. And right now, you can gift the family and friends USDA certified tender steaks, juicy burgers, cozy and convenient comfort meals, and so much more. During their Sizzle All the Way sale, you can get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with promo code Corey at checkout. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. Grass-fed, grain-finished beef has more marbling for exceptional flavor and is the choice of steakhouses and professional chefs around the world. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide during their Sizzle All the Way sale. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code Corey, C-O-R-Y, at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com. Promo code Corey.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Cowboys fans, game day just got even better. Whether you're watching from home or tailgating with a crew, Taco Bueno's got your playbook for flavor. Kick things off with our pork or chicken tamales back for a limited time. Savory seasoned meat and real Bueno taste wrapped up and ready for victory. Grab them in a 3-pack, 12-pack, or a tamale combo platter. Don't wait, they're here for a short time only. Then sweeten the score with our cheesecake chimneys, crispy, creamy, and served with your choice of rich chocolate or tangy raspberry sauce. Don't forget, when the Cowboys win, you win too. Stop by Taco Bueno the very next day to score a free crispy or soft beef taco. No coupon, no catch, just Bueno. Flavor celebrating a victory.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs, it's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Let's talk about a very special place. That's RS Diamond Broker. The best prices for lab-grown diamonds, natural mined diamonds, engagement rings, and fine jewelry. And it's also my dad's new store. That's right, my personal family going to give you that actual family care that you, the Tolo, deserves. They've been in DFW for over 40 years. Check them out at rsdiamondbroker.com. Again, that's rsdiamondbroker.com. And just ask to see my dad, Robert. RS Diamond Broker. Just ask around. Someone you know has done business with us.
Need a new AC system? Call Berkey's to get up to $4,000 off select Lennox HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Time now for the C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost with the Frankels. They only get paid when you win. the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. That's Scott and Mark Frankel. We want to restock the shelves at the North Texas Food Bank for the holiday season. Over the next couple of days, we're asking you to go to 105throughthefan.com/donate and throw in a couple of bucks and help these folks that need a little help getting the food these days. Going into the holidays, make sure they have something on the table. All righty. Before I get to Cowboys Twitter, do you see this story out of Finland? This is about 6 seconds on soccer. FC Haka relegated to the second division. My buddy Skip sent me this. A group of 3 fans set fire to the stadium.
Oh, wow. So they relegated him?
The stands are an inferno, or it was an inferno a couple of hours ago.
Jeez.
I mean, just like a forest fire looking thing on the side of it. So they did not take well. I guess it just means more in the Finland First Division.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe because they set fire that they got relegated.
No,
you can't handle it.
No, it was a reaction to the loss. The loss that sent them down to the lower division, and apparently they were minors, so just some really bad decision making going on there. As Wolchuk mentioned, CeeDee Lamb cleared protocol. He's good to go. And we got Jake Ferguson coming up at the top of the hour, but he was a DNP today with the calf strain.
Yeah, he should be working back in tomorrow from what I understand.
Good. Okay, so that sounds good. Wolchuk also mentioned this earlier. Cowboys rookie right guard Tyler Booker has allowed pressure on 20 of his 426 pass blocks this season. That's 4.7%. The lowest pressure rate among any rookie guard and the second lowest by any rookie right guard in a season since at least 2018. His 4.7% pressure rate is fourth lowest among right guards in the NFL this season as well. So, I mean, it's Pro Bowl quality that you're getting out of the box, at least in the pass game. And I didn't know that Tyler Booker was going to be able to be that good against pass rush as a rookie. Bodes incredibly well for his future.
Gotten better as when they pass stunts.
Okay,
that was something really early in the campaign that they struggle with. But the more time on task, him and BB have done a really nice job being able to kind of pass some of these stunts.
I just love listening to these big guys talk football.
Yeah.
You know, him and Tyler Smith.
He's sharp.
And then Quinnen Williams on the other side.
Yeah.
Like they got just such strong football character and toughness and desire and an ability to communicate on top of that makes them a really great listen. Matt Eberflus opened up his presser by saying he is excited to have Jadeveon Clowney back out there today. Revel is going to be limited due to some soreness, but it doesn't sound like anything big's there. Maybe just a bigger workload than he's had in about 15, 16 months with all those snaps he did against the Lions. I guess he's still a little bit sore.
A lot of games in a row, right? In a few days, So
4-17 was that the number?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, but getting Clowney back is big, and the Vikings can hurt you with their run game a little bit.
They can. It's kind of unusual that the way they do it, though. They try and they got these kind of, I would call them track runners. And I mean track in a way they're on the track like they're on the railroad track. Like wherever the track goes, that's where they're going to go. They're not big wiggle guys. It's not a lot of movement, but pretty powerful the way that they run.
325 says, check out Tyler Booker on my Dad and I's docu-series, The Lone Star Way, on Victory Plus. Well, salute to you, sir. Sounds like we got some talented Tolos out there producing content. Flu said Trayvon Diggs did a nice job yesterday, continues to be more consistent. That buzzword popping up, tweets Joseph Hoyt. Eberflus reiterating, like Brian Schottenheimer did on Wednesday, that they wanted to see more consistency from Trayvon Diggs. So it sounds like he's just not checking the boxes. They're kind of talking about him the way they're talking about the rookie Jaden Blue.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, though. I wanted to believe, and they still might prove me wrong, but I was like, oh, yeah, I know you got to play the guy. You got to get him out there. I was wrong with how much he probably really wanted to play. You know?
We had a more robust conversation about that at the top of the show there in the 2:00 segment. If you wanted to go back and listen to it, you can get more of my thoughts there. But just to give you the thumbnail recap on that, I do feel like there's a decent chance Diggs is your best defensive back still, and I know that even at the height of his powers, he wasn't the complete corner that made you happy with his coverage and his tackling and everything. But you also need takeaways so bad. I would want to know, like, if we put him out there in a game, will he kind of snap out of this malaise or funk that he's in around the practice facility, just to see if it would work, because you need takeaways so bad. And maybe Trayvon doesn't like you, but when you get out on the field and everybody's watching and it's time to make an impression on the free agent market, I think that might be your best opportunity. Let's try it for one game. Let's try it for one game against J.J. McCarthy. What's going to hurt? Might end up with a couple of picks and prove himself to be the kind of player that maybe you need to, if you do make the playoffs, to slow down some of the best offenses out there. It's kind of a head scratcher to me, because the chance to make the playoffs is real. And there's you can still set your agenda. Say, listen, we don't want to punish everybody else on this team by sending rookies or undrafted guys out there to get us beat on the back end. We gave up 6 plays of 25 yards or more against the Detroit Lions. I think now's the time for all hands on deck type of mentality.
But he also has to want to do it too, though.
Yeah,
and he's got to have to. If they're going to put him out there, he's going to have to want to go out there and play. And I think that's the question right now. Yeah, that's where I didn't know. That's where I'm with you on as far as getting him out there and see what you got. But if he's kind of just, and I use the words going through the motions, if he in fact is just going through the motions at practice, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm wrong. I feel like I'm wrong about the guy, because I felt like the guy would want to go out there and prove to the front office and everybody, like, listen, okay, you've been on my ass the whole year. I'm going to go out here and show you. But, man, the old saying, sometimes a leopard doesn't change his spots.
Yeah.
This might be one of those cases right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I would say, back to that, like, sometimes you're asking this guy to fit inside your box so much that he's starting to resent you.
Yeah, I mean,
and just a hands-off approach might totally turn it around.
He might completely be checked out, and they might be completely checked out about him.
You can't put a football player on the field that's not engaged. Yeah. That's hurting the team.
Yeah, I'd like to believe that he is good enough to go out there and play. But the more that I live these days, and the story, and the more you hear about the story, and I'd love to hear his side of the story. I love to think that, like, no, I'm not really interested in what Jerry and Steven, I was not interested in the comments they made about me at training camp. I played some games where I was hurt. He hasn't been the same player.
No.
He has not been the same player since they paid him. And maybe they feel like, listen, if that's what's going to, if your attitude is going to be this way, we'll just, at the end of the year, you'll just go on.
Okay, how about this one? Eberflus was asked about blitzing early last week at Detroit and not as much later in the game. He kind of falls on the sword, says you call the game the way you see fit to win the game. Obviously, I could have done a better job. Certainly, I own that. I understand that. So maybe if it happens again, we get more blitz going consistently.
It wasn't so much him. It was they had a really good plan in the first 15. With the pressure they were bringing, and he got to the point the pressure was so good that the Lions took out one of their guards and put a rookie in there to play because they were taking advantage of it. It's just sad that he didn't stay after it. That pressure early in the first 2 series, you could tell it was affecting Goff, the way he was throwing the ball.
Yeah.
He was throwing ball short. You could see he was kind of having to move around a little bit. He wasn't as accurate. And then you went back to 4-man rush, and you got crushed.
Okay, we got him also on Logan Wilson and Kenneth Murray. This is defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus. And what Logan and Murray would have to do to separate themselves and get majority of the reps at linebacker. He says, it comes down to practice execution, making plays, because I've always said this, even since I was coaching Sean Lee here before, your linebacker's job is to hit the ball. You are the point of attack. There is no backside for you. So to me, you should be able to have 15, 16, 18 tackles. You should make ball production. You should have caused fumbles, recovered fumbles, interceptions. You should have all those things because you're in the middle of the defense. So that's what we're looking for. These guys are looking to do that, and I'm starting to see it with Overshone. We'll see some of that come to light with him hitting the ball the right way, in terms of his strip attempts, those guys getting back all of those things. And
I felt like myself over-evaluated what Overshown could be with this defense coming off the knee. And he's done everything in his power to get back, and maybe it's going to take more time. But as a whole, this linebacking room has not been great.
No, it's been terrible.
And that's, I don't want to use the word terrible, but I will say I
think it's been terrible.
They have not. It's been a struggle.
You can't have any faith that they're going to fix it with these guys. They might need to go linebacker in round one.
Well, at least play Logan Wilson, and then we'll see. Would Logan Wilson maybe be terrible over Kenneth Murray? Possibly. I mean, I think that Kenneth Murray is. I think I had a Tolo reach out to me on Twitter. I think he put it perfectly. Kenneth Murray is a good athlete. He has no instincts. Logan Wilson has the instincts. He is a lesser athlete. I'd always rather have the instinctive player, and I think that they have a massive issue at the linebacking core right now of not having instinctive players. I think there's times with Overshown being out of position, and that was I saw on the tape at Texas.
Yeah,
a similar type of thing.
Yeah, Overshown is going to give you everything he has. I put too much on him. I expect, he's going to come back and he's going to do this and do that. He's and it's not catching a pass. Catching a break or anything. It's the reality as a group. This has been a very, very poor group at linebacker. It's hurt them on defense.
And that's a poor reflection on Eberflus because that's supposed to be his position.
Okay, we got Jake Ferguson coming up in 25 minutes from now. Woolchuck Mixed Bag coming up next.
Yep, let's hit it. We got winter meeting fallout, steaks and crab legs. That's an interesting topic next in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we will be live from Uncle Julio's in Arlington off of I-20. Plus, we got Jerry Jones rolling at 10:30 and Masterpiece of the Week. So you got to tune in or come see us in Arlington, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Hey, guys. It's Nix to tell you to join us for game day Sundays at Buck's Cabaret, Dallas. Buck's Cabaret has amazing specials such as $10 food specials, $3 imports, and $2 domestics. Drink specials provided by Deep Eddy, open from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Buck's Cabaret Dallas Import Room. Check out all the great specials at Buck's Cabaret at bucksclubs.com.
Mark, I've heard you guys say don't get hurt twice. What does that mean?
Don't get hurt twice means you've already been in a car wreck. You've been hurt once. Don't make a decision where you're going to get hurt again. And that decision could be going at it on your own without a lawyer. It could be choosing the wrong lawyer. It could be going too long without getting health care. Give us a call. Don't get hurt twice. When you get a call from the insurance company, just tell them your lawyers are Frankel & Frankel. They've got my number.
That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Frankel & Frankel, attorneys you can trust. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Niners are playing host to the Titans on Sunday and are 12.5-point favorites. That's a lot of points, but I don't think it's big enough. The Titans are 0-10 against the spread in their last 10 games off a win, and the Niners are off a bye week. Feels like this one could get ugly. Lay the 12.5 with San Francisco. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today and please gamble responsibly.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Make every holiday party shine with Whole Foods Market. Hosting? Stock up on their Wallet Happy 365 brand with appetizers like walnut honey shrimp and breaded calamari. Plus, save now on crowd-pleasing bone-in spiral cut ham with no antibiotics ever. For dessert, check out limited time treats like their holiday rum cake. Yum! Shop Whole Foods Market with so many ways to save on festive spreads all month long. Terms apply.
Rock icon Sting brings his Sting 3.0 tour to Choctaw Grand Theater Saturday, May 9th. Fronting his power trio, Sting performs the most electrifying songs from his timeless discography. Presented by the Cherry Tree Music Company and Live Nation. Tickets to the Sting 3.0 tour are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Sting 3.0 live, Choctaw Casino Resort, Durant.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
I'm worth a lot more.
You are worth more, and your car is worth more at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Imagine there was more of you. A you working on custom retirement plans, while another you preps for open enrollment. When you partner with Paychex, we become an extension of your team. From AI-powered intelligent HCM to HR advisory and employee solutions, we give you more of you. New customers book a meeting with Paychex and get a $50 gift card. Visit paychex.com/you.
It's Gavin Dawson here, and if you've been slowed down or stopped living an active life due to pain and are seeking clear solutions for lasting healing, do what I did. See the team for Total Male Optimization, Men's T Clinic. Men's T Clinic's natural regenerative therapy offerings are customized, built for men, and expertly guided and delivered. Kick surgery, downtime, and quick fixes to the curb. Enhance your performance, recovery, and quality of life by healing from within with the Men's T Clinic near you. 5 DFW locations open Saturday, 972-GO Men's T, mensteclinic.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Okay, all right. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Back Nation 105.3 The Fan. Jake Ferguson coming up at the top of the hour. Here's Wolchuk with your daily mixed bag.
All right, what's the craziest thing you've ever seen dropped off at a prison? 877-881-1053. We'll get to that in just a second. Yeah, it's going to get weird, going to get crazy here. But we are the home of Texas Rangers baseball, and we did get some news as the winter meetings is ending. Chris Young discussing the Rumorooskies of one Corey Seager. And CY said, quote, "The reality is every team is looking for great players, and there have been a number of teams that have checked in on a number of our great players. And the reality is we're not motivated to to move Corey Seager. We are trying to win a championship here in 2026. In order to do that, we need great players. So teams do their job and their diligence trying to find out who's available and who's not. But I can't say there's any substance to anything more than a normal check-in. Normal operating procedure for this time of year. Everybody does it.
Well, I love that CY believes. Maybe it gives me a little bit more confidence they can get this put back together. But what I'm thinking is they just don't like the offers that are being given for their star players.
The motivated would, I think, hint at that. We're not motivated to move Corey.
Yeah.
But if you were to give us an offer that we can't refuse, just knock our socks off with an offer here.
Right now, I love the idea, and I would have done this still with Simeon, but I love the idea of let's just hold pat right here, do the best we can, and see where we're at after about May 30th.
Yep. And Jeff Passan said the Rangers are in listening mode on Corey Seager, which doesn't mean the two-time World Series MVP is by means going to be moved, but reflects the Rangers' willingness to overhaul the team beyond their trade of Marcus Semien. He says the Rangers aren't looking to shed the remainder of Seager's contract, but the return would need to overwhelm them. They're facing a payroll crunch, and when you see what guys like Pete Alonso and Kyle Schwarber just got, Seager's deal now looks quite appealing to other teams. He's only 31. He's been an excellent shortstop, and of all the position players right now that are available, he is the best. So teams now are, and maybe if that is the case,
though, right?
In that, yes, he has been hurt. He has been hurt.
But you need him to come out there and crush and send his trade value through the roof, or make you so good that you're like, hey, we're going to try to get another one in. But I would say one way or another, in the next 24 months, it is going to be time to trade Corey Seager before it's too late.
Pirates selected a pitcher, Carter Baumler, who they flipped to the Rangers in the Rule 5 draft. So the Rangers didn't select anybody with their own pick. They had the Pirates do it. He was originally from Baltimore. Pirates take him in the first round. They flip him to the Rangers. He's 23. He's a former fifth-round pick whose career has been limited due to injuries. He was initially labeled as a potential fast riser when the Orioles drafted him out of Dowling Catholic in Iowa before the injuries. He had Tommy John surgery 5 years ago, and a shoulder procedure 3 years ago. That's held him to just 88 and two-third innings in 4 professional seasons. But Rangers like his stuff. They're taking a flyer on talent, said CY. We have a long history with the player going back to the amateur draft. We feel like he's the kind of player that has the profile that could potentially stick in these situations. So maybe they can strike gold here.
I think I might be heading for a shoulder surgery.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't have a crawfish shoulder or anything like that.
Is it worse than the hip? I got a crawfish shoulder.
No, it doesn't hurt, but there's this lump. And I had this like cyst in the back of my neck and one in my back like 12 years ago, and I had them take it out because it kept getting bigger. Like it started the size of a marble. Now it seems like the size of about a large grape.
Oh, man, you need to get that checked.
Yeah, that sounds bad. Yeah, that sounds bad.
It's all soft. It's just fatty. It's, Can
I ask a question, too, also, since we're asking questions?
Yeah, let's ask questions. Let's do this.
You guys ever had Hennessy, the drink?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Hennessy, the drink, is good. Is it good?
I enjoy it. It's a great. Yeah.
It's good? Lucius, Hennessy, the drink?
It's all right.
Okay,
it's okay. It's more like a fashionable thing.
All right. Well, at the break, I saw a Hennessy caramel pound cake with Hennessy glaze.
That could be good.
I didn't know if Hennessy...
They got some crazy... They got Hennessy wings out here. Now, that white Hennessy that you get on vacation, that's all right. That's all
okay.
right.
So the white Hennessy would be a good cooking...
Yeah, they're doing a lot with Hennessy.
Okay.
It's kind of embarrassing.
No, I've never had it. I didn't know how to taste.
Please stop. It's enough. Jeez.
Why do you need your Hennessy ribs? Stop it.
Oh, stop it. Okay. The pound cake looks good. I'm sorry. With the glaze, I've never tasted it. I thought, okay, Christmas time things, Hennessy maybe.
You love a good glaze.
I love some glaze.
Yeah, 96, Tupac's All Eyes on Me came out, and every other song had a reference to Hennessy in it.
Okay.
So I was like, I got to try this out.
And my enemies.
Constantly. Yeah. Couldn't avoid it. And I don't think it's come down from its high since then.
Nah, it's still
been
up
like
there,
30
man.
years of top branding.
I might have to try that.
You guys in for a good laugh here?
Always.
Man, let's go to your old buddy, Jeffrey Lurie.
Oh, Mr. Lurie, he loves me.
Quote, I have zero concern about the Eagles right now. We had a lot of turnovers, but some of them were flukes. Nothing like it. Absolute opposite when it comes to him being worried. We have a Super Bowl defense and great special teams. Our offense will get it going. I'm not worried at all.
He does. He is the defending Super Bowl champ.
That's denial.
Once they lose to the 80s, he's going to be worried.
Oh, if they lose to the Raiders, yeah, my man, Mr. Lloyd.
Kenny Pickett. Two gloves Pickett's going to be torching him.
By the way, that's that laugh Joker had when he died on Batman, the first one, when he fell off the building.
It was.
Sorry. I'm closing my mic up.
No, you're right.
You are a foremost Batman expert.
RG3 is going to call his first NFL game for Fox Sports this week, and you guys fired up.
Yeah.
He's going to be doing New Orleans hosting the Panthers.
Who's he working with?
That's a great question.
Okay.
Oh, Jason Benetti.
Okay.
Who I think did Cowboys Panthers. I think that's who was.
That was on the whole shuffle following the Sanchez deal.
Yeah, he's taking that spot.
Yeah, I'm up for new blood. You know, most of these announcers are just absolutely driving me crazy with their cluelessness, with their awkward half sentences, and you know, I'm kind of out on the whole broadcasting thing.
I kind of like what's going to happen because it's going to give Lucius some content for G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, because he says some goofy stuff.
Yeah, he's like the Eric Chiafalo of broadcasting.
Yeah, he is.
And he leans into it.
Absolutely, he leans into it big time.
All right, so we had a South Carolina prison that has intercepted a drone.
And I say that respectfully, Eric.
Oh, of course.
Oh, we got drone smuggling again?
Yep, drone smuggling.
I saw that.
I saw this happening on
They fly it over the yard.
Kingstown. Yep. So they intercept this drone. It was dropping off steaks and crab legs for inmates.
See, and they should just allow that.
Yeah,
nothing wrong has happened here. Boys are getting
until
some
you open up
food.
the crab legs and somehow they've stuffed like cocaine or something in there.
Didn't they have a little bud in there too as well? You know, you get your pregame with the bud, and then you crap steak.
Brownies.
Someone's going to have a good Christmas. It just got ruined.
Yeah, I mean, they had the whole deal. I mean, these were like uncooked steaks. They were going to somehow cook themselves. So I guess, I mean, they've got ways to be able to do this. But
Yeah, they cook it on the beds like a grill.
Incredible.
Oh, on the bed frame?
The
on the
frame.
springs?
Yeah, there we go.
But yes, Lucius, you're right.
Good
There was
ventilation.
some marijuana and cigarettes in there as well.
And the crab legs?
No, that was in a separate package, but they packaged it all up with the crab legs, with a raw steak, and another bundle separately that had the cigarettes and the marijuana.
See, the food's just bad in there, you know, and that should tell them something. Like maybe we should allow like grocery day where your family can drop you off some goods.
Yeah, get a home cooked meal.
Yeah.
You know, not everybody.
I mean, I think their sandwich meat makes Lunchables look like it's gourmet.
What do you think the most requested meal would be for prisoners?
Probably pizza.
If you could drop something off.
McDonald's.
McDonald's.
Chinese food.
I saw a deal where all these billionaire guys, like the Bill Gates and those guys, they like Big Macs and like cheeseburgers and stuff like that. You know?
Disgusting.
Some of the other billionaires
It's
like
the chemicals in it, bro. You get
Mediterranean
addicted.
food and all that, but most of these billionaire guys love like McDonald's cheeseburgers
With the
and
Mac sauce on it,
Exactly.
oozing, yep.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, like that Chrisley
I do
guy
too. I love it
who got pardoned.
I'm broke as hell, but I love him too.
too.
He was saying he got like Chick-fil-A and McDonald's and all this stuff while he was in prison. Like he wasn't even in prison. He was just in like a little resort taking a break for a little while.
Oh, is this
for
the
tax
senator
fraud.
or the
Chrisley guy?
Oh,
I don't even remember what his first name is. But then he's doing like a podcast with his wife now, like the old Chrisley Knows Best people. And the wife's like, I didn't get any
he's
of this
a
stuff in
TV guy,
prison.
TV guy.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, it sounded like he was eating good in the neighborhood there. And then finally here in the mixed bag, we might need to look to Airbnb our houses for this World Cup, fellas. The World Cup.
I did see that, yeah.
Soccer fans are scrambling right now to get Airbnbs after the 2026 World Cup draw. So you've got fans from Croatia, Argentina, England, Japan, like all the big countries that are going to be here playing. They are looking to find places to stay. So this could be a great time to capitalize. Let's say you're going to be going out of town at some point in the summer. Airbnb your house. You might be able to make some good money.
I'm going to rent my studio out too, I think, to some of these countries.
You've got some nice couches in there.
Yeah.
I could
Put
end
a
up
couple of
working out
beds
for
in.
you.
You could.
Yeah. Well, I'm renting it out to like for their work, podcasting work and stuff like that.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, they're going to be looking for a studio.
Yeah,
and yours is fantastic.
Yeah.
I remember this storyline from the Super Bowl 15 years ago. Oh. And I thought, yeah, good idea. You know, I never really looked into it, but if you're in the Arlington area and you have another house, you could go stay with family for a couple of nights. And
I don't know. That's a good question.
I mean, maybe
for the Augusta,
$800 a night.
Yeah, I think for Augusta, like they were doing that, they were talking about they give the folks tax breaks for doing
for
it
Airbnb in their home.
Yeah, they don't have to pay on the tax.
Not for all. I put my home in Grapevine on Airbnb for World Cup, booked for 2 weeks, days 2 week, whatever, $600 a night, basically.
Huh.
That's some good money right there.
That sounds very inexpensive for these fans are probably willing to pay double that.
Especially when you get closer to the time, they start to get stressed out about it. Yeah, you could definitely make some money. I delivered food to prison. It says not for human consumption to the 903. Steak and lobster from the 817. We got,
if you were in prison, that kind of food?
that's what they'd want. 865. I used to sneak stamps and gum to my dad. It was currency in jail.
Yeah. We're going to look back at this era of the American prison system on history books for years and be like, can you believe what the Americans did in prisons during the 19th and 20th centuries?
Did you see states are like suing prisons?
For what?
Saying you're not giving us enough people.
You're not giving us enough people.
Yeah, prison suing states, excuse me, saying I'm not getting enough people. We said we had a quota here.
Yeah.
We're not getting that quota. We need to make some money.
Prison, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's totally unsafe and it's cruel and unusual. And it's one thing to be away from your family for years and have to live in a small box for 23 hours a day. You don't have to add all this extra stuff, but it's for profit, So apparently you do. We got the Jake Ferguson show coming up next here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan.
K&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for the Jake Ferguson Show, brought to you by Miller Lite. Here he is, Cowboys tight end, Jake Ferguson. Buddy, good afternoon. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, about the same. You know, starting to get excited for this Cowboys-Vikings game on Sunday night. How was practice?
It was good. It's a little warm out. It was in the 60s today, so it wasn't too bad.
So we saw the on Twitter and the practice report there. Looked like you were working with the trainers a little bit. Everything good to go with the wheels?
Yeah. We'll see. We're taking it day by day, but I think it's definitely something that, you know, I'll be able to go through. So, yeah, we'll see day by day right now, but feeling good.
Right on.
So we were just discussing, and Brian broke down this Vikings defense. Brian Flores likes to look through a lot of exotic looks here, Jake. I mean, what's your breakdown, your assessment of the Vikings and kind of what Flores might be doing towards you guys?
Well, yeah, I think first and foremost they're a veteran defense. You know, they've got some old heads on that side of the ball, and that definitely, you know, that plays into it. You know, they're good communicating. They're good with their calls, and then I think just a lot of man coverage, and I think it's gonna be a good one. But we got a good scheme. Haven't put it all in yet, but right now it's looking good. So excited for this one for sure.
Hey, Jake, you know, being a former Wisconsin Badger, I mean, and we're kind of going through this college football stuff right now with all these coaches and changes and stuff like that. But some of these teams aren't playing in a bowl game. Can you, from a guy that, you know, has done it here pretty recently, how does that, is that one of those things when you vote on those things, is it kind of a unanimous thing, or is it like some guys really want to go or some guys just say, nah, man, we're just not going to get it done this year? How does that play out?
I don't know how that, I don't know. I'm very biased on that sense. I think the old Wisconsin and, you know, something that, you know, the culture my grandfather kind of
absolutely,
you know, helped build there. I think, you know, I would be a fool. I personally hadn't heard of anybody from Wisconsin before me sitting out of a bowl game, let alone saying, hey, we don't want to go to one.
Yeah.
Because, you know, to us, that was, you know, we always try to get close to our guys and, you know, like build that brotherhood. And, you know, that's the last one you get. Like,
right.
Some of those guys who, you know, they might be trying to go to the league, or you know, maybe they're not. Maybe they're, you know, 5th year, 4th year guys who are, you know, they're moving on with their lives. That's one more game to just have with those guys. And, you know, you can get hurt, and you might be going to the league and get hurt or get nicked up or whatever. Sure. But honestly, you know, the game's not loyal. The game of football is not loyal, and everybody knows that. So, yeah, I don't know. I've never heard. Personally, I would never sit out, and will tell you right now, my kids will never sit out of a bowl game.
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking about, because like the old Wisconsin teams, I worked for the Packers for 5 years, so I know all about that Wisconsin. I love going to Madison, and I knew with, you know, your guys and with your grandfather and all that, man. Hell, I was there at the same time he was, and just great teams. But you guys would always go to a bowl game and kill everybody else in like the beef challenge. You know, like they'd have a deal where they like, okay, the Wisconsin football team just ate 2, you know, sides of beef, and they crushed Clemson. Yeah. Clemson tried, but Clemson wasn't getting it done. You know, I always remember Wisconsin. Everybody getting off the plane, you know, and it's the non-tan look, but you'd be playing down in Florida or, you know, California, one of those places. I'm thinking, man, these guys are loving life right now.
Oh yeah, you got to understand, it's 5 degrees up there right now.
Right, it is.
You know what I mean? And we're struggling. We're barely living. You're telling us we're going to go play a ball game in Florida?
Yeah.
We're not sitting out of that one.
Playing down there in Tampa. Yeah, they're going to let us. They're going to let us wear shorts every day. Come on, man.
Exactly.
Now, Jake, I grew up in the North as well, and when I go back there now, I freeze my ass off. It's like I lost my cold toughness at some point. How'd that trip up to Detroit treat you?
You know, I think it's different. The Detroit was, to me, I was like, wow, I missed the snow. Like, it's not that cold. But there was a couple days here in Dallas where it was like it was like 50 and just had some wind. I was so cold. I was like, man, in Madison, I was in short sleeves and 40 degrees. Like it was a beautiful day if it was 40 in Madison in the winter.
Well, we're a long way away past the Lions game, but I mean, Jake, I feel like we become best friends over the course of this year, and friends we hold each other accountable. The listeners are like, "Oh, you're going to be soft on your guy Fur because he's on the show every week." But what was your reflecting back? Your grade overall in the performance of the Lions game when you put the ball on the ground? I'm like, damn it, Jake, you just told us this.
I give it an F every time. It's the doing too much, and it's the. You'll see, because I feel like I have it tucked away, and I'm really, as I'm going down, I'm sitting there, and, like, I'm trying to get extra, like, at the end of the day, like, I'm just putting 2 on it, and, like, I'm 250. Somebody will bounce off of me. And if not, the yards don't matter. It's 3rd and 20 anyway.
There you go.
Like that one's on me 100%.
Now, how about with the road games being tough on you guys this year, and then the late national TV games aren't going your way either? Do you have any theories on why that those haven't been better performances?
No, I don't. I think that's
small sample size.
That's the word. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's all about how you prepare. Because at the end of the day, the guys you're playing against are doing the same thing you're doing. So to me, it's all about how you approach that stuff. You're talking about different time games, right?
Yeah. The late ones.
I don't think that should be a different. Unless you're playing in like overseas and you're you know what I mean. You should be practicing at 3 a.m. Yeah. I think Other than that, I think preparation's preparation.
And Shotty's talked a lot about the slow starts. I mean, is there anything that you guys have found, like, man, if we do this or don't do that, how we can get off to faster starts in this game offensively?
Yeah, I think it's just execute. It just comes down to, like, execution. Like, you can't, 1, warming up, and then, like, 2, just, you can't get punched in the mouth. Like, you should almost get punched in the mouth in warm-ups. You know what I'm saying? And, like, get popped in warm-ups and be like, okay, it's like, all right, like I'm turned on, you know what I mean? Like my feet are firing and stuff like that, or I don't know. And other than that, like I can't really think of and like you just got to execute. I think like you just can't go in there lackadaisical is all I'm trying to say.
Have you ever been a guy that wants a teammate to slap you or something, or a coach to slap you before the game?
No, not slap me. That's crazy. I'll have some. Me and Scooney do. We run out of the tunnel and we get a little. I mean, like we just get a little base block on each other, and we like get under your chin. Like I'll kind of hit, or he hits me, kind of pops me under my chin as like I'm just giving him a look, and then I do the same to him, and that's kind of like our, you know what I mean, our little run block. Like all right, our final final pop, as you would say before like kickoff.
I like it. It's the Jake Ferguson Show here with you on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. What comes to mind for you first when you think about the Vikings?
I'm not a... Honestly, Brett Favre for when he went over there.
Yeah.
But, like, honestly, I've got nothing for Minnesota. I've got so much focus around Green Bay just because I lived there, and then like I didn't like them, so it was just and then I never really even thought about Minnesota, to be honest with you.
That Favre season was pretty dang fun though, but for a lot of Cowboys fans, this matchup brings up memories of Drew Pearson's catch against the Vikings. We got to go back to 1975, but that was like when the term Hail Mary really took off. Like, it was a long pass with about 28 seconds to go.
I just learned about that.
Pretty cool, huh? Do you have any Hail Mary memories of you being involved in a game or trying to catch one or anything?
No, I do. The only one I think about is the Michigan State-Wisconsin one in the Big Ten Championship.
Yeah.
That one was crucial. As a young kid, that one stabbed my heart. But no, I was never a part of any Hail Mary, I don't think, besides like recess in like 5th grade. And then we got football band, but...
Were you knocking out kids? What happened there?
It was, if you could call my elementary school principal, any game with a ball got banned. And then there was one point we had a water bottle and we were playing basketball on the monkey bars, and we got that banned too. Hey. Oh, it was bad.
Hey, Jake, listen, is there a rule for wearing eye black and how it should be applied? I mean, I've kind of wondered if we've got out of hand with the eye black.
Are you talking about Brock Hoffman?
Yeah. I'm not anybody. I mean, I think there's guys. I think there was a rule one time. We took a hard left somewhere about eye black.
Yeah.
And what happened there?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know who it was, but about a couple years ago, maybe 5-ish to 10 years ago, somebody did like a skull. And then it was all okay to just paint your face however you want.
Yeah.
I just do the straight line across the nose.
Right.
Because I got a big nose. And so the light reflects off my nose. So I got to have it. It eliminates that.
See, that's what I've seen you wearing your eye black. I think, okay, at least he's got etiquette for his eye black. I think there's some people that have no etiquette. And I don't know, if I was in the locker room, I would walk by and say, really, you're going to go with that look today, huh? You're going to go with that look?
Yeah. What's one of your least favorites? What's your least etiquette, your lowest etiquette eye black?
That when it's, I'll tell you the one, I think my guy Jackson Dart's kind of weird. I think he goes
the Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah, he goes. Yeah, it goes.
Line.
It goes what vertically, right?
Yeah.
And I can't figure out what he's doing there. And I'm like, I like you, kid, but I don't like your eye black. You know?
Yeah.
So
I can give the tribute, I believe, is to Anakin Skywalker.
Okay.
From Star Wars when he gets the scar on his eye.
Okay, I learned something here today. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen. I'm kind of with you in the sense of if I'm not sweating because of how hard I'm working, you know what I mean? Like that eye black's going in my eye.
Right.
So then there begs the question, like, you know, are you really sweating? if you can put the
oh yeah.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
How much thought do you put into your game day aesthetic, like the reflection of the light and all that?
Oh, no, I don't think about it too much. Like, are you talking about what I wear to the game?
Yeah, like everything that goes into it.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I usually let my fiance pick out what I'm wearing. And then I just kind of put it on and show up. And then, I do have a little thing. Like right when I get to the stadium, I do a pretty serious, locked in, like superstition, like routine.
And what's that?
Which is nice. I do 2 laps around the field barefoot.
Okay.
Yeah.
With some tunes. Yeah, and I'm usually listening to some tunes. And then I get back, I send the text to the rest of the tight ends when we're doing our ball drills, and then I get an orange Gatorade, a pickle juice, and then 2 bee juices. And then I crush those, and then I get a stretch, and then I go out I get stretched by like one of our weight room staff guys, and then I go out and just do ball drills with everybody, and that's a routine. We do a lap, ball drills, final lap, come back in, and then by that time I'm getting the tort all ready to go, and I'm suiting up.
Here we go.
Let's get to the good stuff now.
Man. So what's Hard Knocks been like? I mean, we're 2 episodes in now. Are you paying attention to that at all? I saw you got interviewed for episode 2. Do you notice them around, or are they pretty good at being like covert, top secret?
Yeah, that interview I did was probably like the second day they were there, so it's pretty delayed. I mean, I feel like it's delayed, but yeah, I don't really notice them. I don't really notice them at all. They're pretty discreet.
So how we feeling about running the table here, Jake? You guys confident you can still make a run at this NFC East?
Let's ride. Come on.
I love it.
Dude, were you like us on Monday Night Football just laughing at what was going on with the Eagles?
That was crazy.
Oh, it's so awesome.
Well, yeah, I get thrown off by the little Nickelodeon thing going on.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, they did the Monsters, Inc. I don't know how people watch that.
No, it's nuts. Yeah, and then it started freaking out and it was crazy. That throws me off a little bit. And I'm also rewatching Game of Thrones, so I didn't really watch it.
Oh, nice. Where are you in Game of Thrones?
My fiance just saw the Red Wedding.
Oh, my goodness. Did you get a reaction video?
No, I didn't. Dude. He was asking so many questions. Yeah.
That's a shocker.
Oh yeah. It was a dark day in the Ferguson house.
Oh man, Rob.
Well, glad to hear you're going to be doing all right, Jake. Thanks so much for joining us once again, and Give 'em Hell Sunday night. We'll be pulling for you.
I appreciate you guys. You guys have a good one.
Salute. There it is, the Jake Ferguson Show, brought to you by Miller every Thursday here on The Fan. We'll come back, hit the expressway, get you caught up on everything that's been breaking throughout the day. G-Bag of the Day and LA Live right around the corner as well, and we're back in The Fan. G-Bag today coming up here in 8 minutes. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And at 6 o'clock, we're going to be talking with a former Vikings player, member of their play-by-play team, Ben Lieber. Vikings Radio is coming up at 6. And then how about a birthday roast of Broadus at 6:20? Looking forward to that, all right? Quite a bit of stuff has happened so far today. CeeDee Lamb cleared protocol, so he is going to be back. Jadeveon Clowney is, I believe, back, but that's not 100% at this point. Not looking good for Tyler Guyton. And, with that one, as long as they win, it's a great chance for Nate Thomas to get more experience. But these Vikings pass rushers are not very well known, Van Ginkel and Grenard.
Yeah.
But they can get the job done. Like they're in that next tier down of really good pass rushers.
They've got double-digit sack guys on the majority of their rushers, and it's so funny to watch them play because it's not big name guys. Turner, and Zach could tell you about Turner from Alabama, though. Dallas Turner.
I think we might have been right about that guy.
Yeah. Well, his first year, he wasn't very good.
No.
The second year, though, there's been a lot of improvement. The thing that's so impressive about them, and I mentioned the word coordinated, when they rush, that's a coordinated group. It is not guys running into each other. It's quality, it's picks, it's free rushers. Dallas it's going to be a challenge. Defensively, it'll be a challenge for Dallas to have to deal with this. Their offense, though, is their quarterback that's probably what's going to lose them the game.
Yeah.
But their defense is going to make you have to be right on the screws to be able to handle all the different looks and stuff that they're going to give you. And you're right. A lot of rushers, you don't know who they are, but they do a good job.
Broadus did an in-depth dive on the Vikings defense in Krusty's Corner today at 3:40 if you wanted to go back and check something like that out. The top story in pro football today is that Steelers future Hall of Famer TJ Watt is at a hospital having his lung evaluated. Mike Tomlin had a press conference today, did not share a lot of information, did not confirm the report that this happened while he was working with the trainers on something, so he didn't give any detail on exactly how or where this happened or why it happened, but they are just one game ahead of Baltimore for the AFC North. They're getting ready to take on the Dolphins, who have won 3 in a row and 4 of 5, I think, but the status for TJ Watt is up in the air. I guess the only good news for them is they do have more than enough outside linebackers with Nick Herbig, top 10 pressure guy, and Alex Highsmith, who's been a good outside linebacker as well for 4 or 5 years.
Well, as a Steeler insider, what are we expecting? What do you think happened?
I don't know, but the most interesting report was that there was some sort of a treatment, to his rib cage.
Wow.
Yeah, and maybe it's a Tyrod Taylor situation. Oh. I saw another one that said it might be an infection after the treatment. So I'm not sure, but Tomlin said today that they're going to get more information this afternoon. I imagine Football Friday there will be more clarity on that story. Sharon Moore of Michigan is still in custody, but he is expected to be in court tomorrow. So maybe we'll get some verifiable facts as he arrives in court. There's just so much rumor mongering going on with social media on that one. At this point, it's just best to wait and see what the authorities say they can verify.
I feel terrible for the situation. I know it happens because I've seen it, but I feel for the kids that Michigan recruited that signed because of the coaching staff.
Yeah.
But sure, they could probably get released. I think they had a tight end. I think they had a 4 or 5 star tight end that's when this went down yesterday, he was asked to get released, and they did that. So I'll be interested to see how many of these Michigan players or high school kids that sign with Michigan, I guarantee you their phones are blowing up right now. Michigan players on the current rosters' phones are blowing up right now. Like people trying to pick that roster clean.
Yeah, and there should probably be a hard and fast rule that if your coach is fired or leaves within a certain amount of time of this, that you can, be eligible to go without having to ask permission of the university.
Yeah, I could say that those kids that they recruited that were there because of the head coach and now those are the ones I think that need to either say, hang it, I came to Michigan because I believe in Michigan, and the coaches and all that, I don't worry about that. I came to Michigan because I wanted to be here. They'll have kids that'll stay, but they'll have others that will probably leave because other teams, other programs, head coaches, or staff are now calling them, trying to get them to commit to their place.
And they deserve to be picked off. I mean, that AD probably needs to lose his job there. There's been a lot of stuff going on under his nose. And the fact that they waited on this when, like, there are a lot of credible people that are saying they've known dating back to September that this was going on. They clearly waited until after the signing day, waiting to see how the season went. Were they able to get into the playoff? And then, okay, when it's convenient for you, now we're going to go ahead and fire your coach with cause. So I don't really feel bad for Michigan here. This is, I think, been handled really terribly, and that AD seems like somewhat of a scumbag.
Kind of seems like it's been a dirty program, just a number of scandals. That's a good point. Maybe get the new AD in there, a new AD in there to start rebuilding it. In the world of soccer, fans are going after FIFA, calling it a monumental betrayal as prices for World Cup tickets began to circulate today. I got to tell you, doesn't seem that bad now that I'm diving into the details of the story. Group stage games from $180 to $700. I'll take it.
Okay.
For a World Cup game.
Not bad.
I was thinking I was going to have to come up with like $1,500 or $2,000 per ticket, but if I could get in the house for $180,
one of the great thrills. I've been to 2 World Cup matches when they were at the Cotton Bowl, and if you can go, by all means go. Be a part of that. Yeah, be a part of that. It doesn't matter if you have a rooting interest. Just go to be a part of the atmosphere. And it was an incredible experience to be able to be a part of that. Looking forward to hopefully catching some matches here coming up.
So I guess FIFA was claiming there were going to be $60 tickets available, but there just were not very many of those at all. Right now for the final, it's between $4,000 and $8,600 to get in. So, I mean, that's like Super Bowl level price.
That's a Super Bowl ticket.
Yeah.
And the finals are going to be played in New York?
Yes.
MetLife.
Okay. Yeah,
I got a semifinal game here, probably $2,000 or $3,000 or so. I guess depending on who's going to be in there, the prices could fluctuate a significant amount.
It'd be cool to have everybody here.
It will be. Yeah, I can't wait. And if you want to rent your house, as Wolchuk said, you might be able to get a pretty penny there for a couple of weeks.
You want to do a podcast? You have a studio and over in Irving.
We'll get you taken care of. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander with your G-Bag of the day.
Pick, pull, Robin, clean. Pick, pull, Robin, clean. Hey, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Hit me up. What's up, bro?
Man, it had some Inspector Gadget arms in there trying to push buttons with everybody standing.
There's a whole lot going on.
It was like you guys were playing Twister in there.
Yeah, I walked on out.
You quit.
I was like, I'm done with the frustration.
I saw you.
Y'all
I saw you just push your mic away and like, I'm out of here.
I'm out. Yep, y'all got it, brother. Hey, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P if there's anything you think I should be playing. This is day 3 for this particular piece of audio. Comes from our very own G-Bag Nation, Zach Wolchuk. During the 6 o'clock hour, I think it was Monday night, he walked off, went to the bathroom, into the break room, and came back a different guy.
Buffalo's got some sex appeal, don't they?
No,
they
miss tackles
at the highest rate in football.
You're telling me Drake May, possible MVP, that guy's not sexy to you?
He is.
No,
he's sexy to you.
He's got it going.
You don't think Pat Surtain is sexy?
What got into you, Wolf?
I don't know. I just had a little. I just took some more espresso.
The espresso.
That would make sense. The machine is doing it for me, guys. I am
playoff football. It just brings it out of my guy.
And the Eagles are about to get their bums licked or kicked tonight. Wow.
Jeez.
Wow.
Yeah,
baby.
Sweet espresso. Get their bums licked tonight.
Bums licked.
And it worked. I bet the Eagles are happy about that. Did you hear that?
Guys, guess what?
What app is that on?
This will bring the team together.
Yeah.
It's all that Threads, huh?
All right, let's go to this one right here. Shakur Stevens versus Teofimo Lopez. That happens, I think, January, at the end of January next year. They had a presser yesterday, and Teofimo was doing some trolling, some weird trolling. Listen to this.
Shakur, do you think the weight matters in this fight, going up the extra 5 pounds?
Honestly, no. I feel like Teo's not that much bigger than me. I think he kind of a little muscular, but that don't mean nothing. Muscle don't win fights, but
faster. You talking about room 40 though?
You said what? You talking about room 40? Yeah. Room 40's nuts. Faster. Yo, you pause, bro. What's up with you, bro? You been wild as you hard, bro. Pause. You hard. Real hard. Man, what do you say to that, bro?
Yeah, oh my gosh.
They got weird.
Room for these. What do you say? Wait, hold on.
Speaking of too much espresso.
Yeah.
Faster. You talking about room 40? Faster. You said what? You talking about room 40? Yeah. Room 40's nuts. Faster.
Room for these nuts.
Yeah.
That's crazy,
right,
bro.
yeah.
Room for these nuts. Speaking
Still
of
great content, though.
Jeez.
These matches and stuff, still great.
You got to sell that fight, I guess, man.
They do a great
You
job.
got to sell that fight.
I mean, if it comes down to we could make a couple $100,000 or we could push this into millions of dollars if we can go viral and get people fired up.
Yep.
I don't think there's a limit to the crazy stuff I'd be willing to say.
No problems.
I'll brag about sexual assault then. Coming for you, bro. I'm coming for you. Jared Sandler last night was thirsting over Zach Wolchuk for some reason. Was that last night or the day before that? Sorry, excuse me. No.
Tuesday. Yeah, Rangers Toy Drive.
Yeah.
6:20 he joined us.
It was a TD Tuesday.
Was you out there wearing your Hoochie Daddy shorts, or did you have the low-cut blouse going? What was going on, fam?
A little bit of both.
Yeah, Jared distracted.
With the Wyatt Langford to center conversation.
I was about to say, that's news
that's
to me.
going on right now.
He could do it. He could.
I'm sure he's very capable.
No doubt. I love your position right now. I wish we had a webcam.
It's the power position.
Yeah.
What?
That was actually Eric
Chiafalo. The way he was sitting in that chair.
Yes, he went with you know that who's that Camilla girl that does the OF stuff.
Yeah,
she has the podcast, and every clip of the podcast is in her power position, basically just showing crotch.
Oh, that's what he was doing.
What he was doing.
The basic instinct.
Yeah.
But Wolchuk took his webcam and gave the audience a zoomed-in look.
Yeah, I gave him a show.
Okay, it wasn't even okay. Hold on.
He could do it. He could.
I'm sure he's very capable.
No doubt. I love your position right now. I wish we had a webcam.
It's the power position.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Wolchuk. Don't put
it's
that
okay.
on you like that.
I was flattered for a second.
That was Eric Chiafalo with the Chiafalos hanging out.
Yeah. And he did have some shorts on.
Yeah, like an old PE coach.
Unbelievable. Yeah, like some cut-off sweatpants.
It's like an old PE coach when you sit down. Sit around, boys. It's like, oh, man, what's he doing?
Yeah.
Is he doing this on purpose?
No shame.
Tell my parents about this? This is crazy. Let's go to ESPN coverage. Zach sent me this one. Big Perk.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Big Perk.
Big Perk 30. I just popped that Perk 30. He likes it dry.
And I'm not a big sauce guy, so when I go and order chicken tenders, I ain't getting ranch and all. I don't know nothing about sauce.
You want the dry rub? All right, we're going to move on now. We're talking about chicken.
Thanks for clarifying, Malika.
Yeah.
That's the happy ending next door.
The dry rub.
Poor
You
Malika.
find that at the restaurant.
By the way, don't do that. Don't do the dry rub, man. Treat yourself, okay? Don't cheat yourself like that. Don't punk yourself. You don't get you some.
Treat yourself.
Yeah, treat yourself, man. This is for you, bro.
Especially if it's Cane's. You're going to need some sauce.
Let me tell you, this morning, though, Sean and
get some coconut oil or something, bro.
Sean and Eric were talking about. They were saying that Chili's has got some good chicken tenders.
Oh, the chicken crisp, the honey chipotle crispers there are fire. I mean, I think all of their crispers.
I've never had those,
but specifically the honey chipotle ones, very delicious.
Okay.
You know what they need to do, though, is, you know how Chick-fil-A has the spicy chicken sandwich? They need to make spicy tenders out of that.
They have explored that.
Have they?
They have tested them, and I don't know why they have not released them yet.
And why don't we have chicken minis for lunch? It seems like an item that could go round the clock.
You know what? You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
And that is something that's been very requested amongst Chick-fil-A fans across the entire country. And I don't know why they don't do it.
Must be some kind of weird deal they got going on.
Yep.
Maybe Jesus doesn't like it.
Oh, come on.
I guess they want to keep the demand high. I don't know.
Thou shalt not eat chicken minis after 10:30.
No, you got to have fish and some bread.
Fish and bread. Yeah, throw your net over here.
Yeah, just a chunk of bread, too. It's not even cut nice. It's just, here's a piece for you. Yeah. Biblical right there.
You got to have fish and some bread.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn this rock into some bread.
I got y'all, man. Put your cups over here, too. Let me tap them one time. Put some wine in there
Put
for
some
y'all.
wine in that cup.
Yeah. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessings. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie T. Haynes.
Frederick Douglass Haynes.
Man, made for times like this. Now, this is an old clip because this is a Throwback Thursday, but this was recorded on a show called The Morning Show. Oh. Buddy and Kay. This is a WTVA in Tupelo, Mississippi.
Oh.
This man wrote a song for to save your soul, I guess.
No more Captain Crunch. No more Cinnamon Rolls. No more Lucky Charms. No more Cheerios. No more Wheaties. No more Frosted Flakes. No more Rice Krispies. No more Nuts and Gravy. One of these mornings, God is gonna call me home. I won't need no breakfast. I'll be gone. I'll be gone. I'll be gone. God is gonna call me home and be reborn. No more chicken.
Oh, come on, fam.
Sounds like he's describing Hades, more than heading home to be with the Lord. No Frosted Flakes.
No more Frosted Flakes. You can't get Frosted Flakes in heaven, man. We got streets of gold and everybody got a mansion and maze. We can't get Frosted Flakes.
Yes. I mean, come on now. I mean, that's about what I imagine is the ideal heaven. My personal heaven is full of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Frosted Flakes.
You're swimming in it like Scrooge McDuck.
Bunch of cookies.
Oh, that's such a good combo, too, in a mixed bowl.
They have good chocolate chip cookies, by the way, downstairs in a little restaurant shop they got down there.
Right. L.A.
Yeah.
I like that guy. He knows my name already. L.A.
His customer service is amazing.
Amazing.
Yes.
L.A.
Guy right there. Okay.
L.A.
Time to vote. We got our champ Wolchuk. We got the possible moment there at the boxing press conference. Sandler noticing Eric Chiafalo's broadcast stance.
His broadcasters.
Yes. You got Kendrick Perkins there doing his thing and the church song there about the cereal. I'm going to go with Wolchuk once again there. Lucius, how about you?
Yeah. Zach Wolchuk for the win.
Zachary?
Yeah, I'm going to vote for myself.
Brian?
I'm going to go with Kendrick today.
Okay, Kendrick Perkins by a score of 3-1 and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Zach Wolchuk. If you ever missed the champ, Lucius replays it for you every afternoon about 2:25-ish. Okay, we got Ben Lieber, Vikings radio and former NFL linebacker coming up at 6 o'clock. Time to stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius, LA Live.
Yeah, it's a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares.
Fired up this funk.
Tried.
Everybody get high. Lucius, we love you, bro. 5:45 to 6 p.m.
Lucius.
That's my jam. I try to leave work on time just to hear you. That is my entertainment for the afternoon. You keep me high, you keep me happy, keep me in the Pimp Cup, dude. Live updates every day. I love it. There you go.
There you go. Lucius. Tell you what, Lucius. Hey, this is LA Live for Thursday, December 11th, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to all the Tolo ladies that listen to this station. You are appreciated. Remember, Tupac cares. If nobody else cares out there, that's a fact.
Tupac cares.
Yeah. Shout out to the ladies. Oh, yeah, it is your night, baby. It is your night.
Man, they are stretching Kikuchi tonight.
Oh, yes, we are, fam. Yes, we are. I just picked up a new peel pack, too, fam.
Oh, you got it, huh?
For next week, you know what I'm saying? No, I did not get what I wanted.
Oh, no.
I did not get what I wanted. I'm going to be trying something else, but I'm going to try it first before I try it for the night that I need it, just to make sure.
Got big plans, huh? Big plans next week?
It's an anniversary coming up.
There you go. Very nice.
I've been stalling out. I've been holding out all year. I'll tell you what. I've been holding out, boy. I've been holding out. I've had a headache. I've had a headache. Shout out to all the Texas bed warmers out there. This one's for you.
The obese single mom will always provide
Shelter for me. Hey.
The obese single mom will always provide
Shelter for me. Yeah, there you go right there. And if you're a kept man, listen to this station right now. Do your job, fam. Don't be on that game all day and making a mess and the dishes is all. Clean that house up. Make her impressed when she gets to the crib, bro.
You got a great thing going.
You got a great
You can't lose
thing
it.
going. Don't mess it up, especially if she's corporate and she's getting that bread, fam.
Yeah.
Don't mess it up. Go take her car to get washed. Fill it up or something like that.
There you go.
Ask her to transfer you some money into your account so you can go cook them some dinner. Man, I'm going to cook some dinner for us. Can you send some money over?
I got you. Couple bucks.
Yeah.
Get up to the grocery store and back, throw it in the crock pot, video games the rest of the day.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Do the right
Hour
thing,
of work.
fam. Do the right thing. All right, we have an update from a story from Friday, from a Feel Good Friday. Remember the celebrity chef and author Elizabeth High School? That's
Yes.
what I think it is. I'm not fully sure.
She was the Big Ole Miss fan.
Yeah, the Big Ole Miss fan. Dawson, you were talking a little crazy, a little greasy about her.
Okay.
He was. She was on Paul Feinbaum's show, and she was sure Lane Kiffin was not leaving. She stood 10 toes down. She even made a declaration.
I think y'all have a whole lot more interesting things to discuss than Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss. You are wasting your time. You are wasting your breath. Mark my words. He is not leaving. And I'll tell you right now, if he does leave us, I will strip down butt naked and I will run around the Oxford Square.
There you go.
Let's see him, lady.
There you go. There you go.
Pastry chef Eric was telling us she's got a wagon.
Hey, man, Dawson was talking crazy, and I was thinking, like, at the time when he was saying that, Sarah J. is a millionaire out here in that lane.
Tis true.
This lady can eat.
Tis true.
If Sarah J. can eat, this lady can eat, because I don't know what y'all see in Sarah J., but I'm not kink shaming. Anyway, this lady jumped back onto the Paul Feinbaum show, and she's moonwalking now.
That there seems to be some avoidance going on because you just don't want to talk about
What?
the rat in the room.
Well, with Alabama, I think it's the elephant in the room,
Well,
isn't
yeah.
it? Well, I know, Paul. That's what I'm saying. I told you. I did say something. I'm not going to lie. I was in New York. I got really excited. I may or may not have had one or two glasses of champagne.
She was drinking as she was talking on the last video. I highlighted that out to you guys.
Yeah.
She had a big tall cup of wine or champagne, whatever it was, and she was before
we visited, and I did say that I was going to strip down naked, butt naked actually, and I was going to run around the square. Now listen, that is just a Southern phrase about things we say. We say things like that.
Do we? Hey man, if you do that, I'm gonna run around this place naked. I heard I'll dance at your wedding. Yep. I heard something like that. I've never heard. Boy, you do that, run around this building butt naked. I've heard it.
I've heard bless your heart. Heard lots of things. Hadn't heard that one.
I could be wrong.
Now let me clarify my position on this.
Look at you.
I've Google imaged Elizabeth High School. This might be your older woman that can really pull it together under the what is that called?
The illusion of lights?
The clothes. The facade. The facade of clothing.
Okay, I thought you were talking about dim the lights, put on a red light.
She's very well put together, but I think she probably looks her best with clothes on. We all know a woman like that, don't we? Yeah. You've known them, maybe you met them, and you're like, wow, you look really great. Just leave most of your clothes on. Things start falling apart.
Just put a long T-shirt on, please, babe. Just need a long T-shirt on with nothing else. You're crazy, Dawson.
I think there'd be like an older gentleman out there that'd be happy to have her as his wife.
Older gentleman.
Yeah.
What her net worth looking like? She might be able to get this young spry radio producer right here in Dallas. Told you I've been holding out.
Very guilty.
Been holding out. Yeah, but that's her, man. She's not standing on business. She's moonwalking at this point. Oh, geez. She said that's just a phrase.
Yeah, I think you either gotta do it and find a clever way to pull it off, maybe in the middle of the night or something like that, or just don't come back on the show.
Yeah, you got to do it. You got to run in the middle of it. I like that one right there. Maybe with some pasties or something.
Yeah, put some pasties on, baby.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
That wasn't a little too quick right there.
You can get the paintings done?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Maybe do that.
They do have the
Very
paintings.
tasteful.
Shout out to Art Basel. That was last weekend. They got the runways with the paint and the tape. They do the tape.
Man, they are stretching Kikuchi tonight.
Doing too much.
The ripping and the tearing.
Yeah. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Thirsty Thursday. Vaping in Dallas is about to change for all you vapors.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Just hating. Yeah.
What happened to freedom?
They're treating it like cigarettes.
It's nothing like cigarettes.
It's nothing like cigarettes.
No. It doesn't smell as bad at all. Not even close. Some
you
of
don't
these
get
smell
secondhand
decent.
from it.
No, you don't get that secondhand carcinogens. So, yeah, I don't know why.
They're doing way too much, man. Yeah, vaping is now going to be banned in all indoor and enclosed public spaces, restaurants, bars, nightclubs. Gee, I can't vape in a nightclub. We can drink gallons of tequila and fight ourselves, but I can't have a damn vape.
Fight ourselves.
Yeah, nightclubs, workplaces. Dang.
This has to be big tobacco at work. Like, you might as well smoke if I can't vape.
I believe it.
I don't know. It makes no sense to me.
Public transit. I can't sit on the back of the bus and pull the vape a few times. I'm on the bus, bro.
Yeah.
It's not going all that great for me right now. Let me have a pull of this strawberry watermelon vape to get my mind right.
Trust me, you'd prefer it. You know?
Yeah.
You don't want me on edge over here.
I used to be on those vapes crazy. I slowed down. It's not a good thing, though. I moved up into like harder tobacco. It's not good. Yeah, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing, so don't congratulate me. The ban also extends to all city parks. I can't vape at the park. I can't walk my dog and pull a vape out when he's pooing.
It's outside.
Real quick. This is crazy. We're worried about the wrong thing.
Like, I could see an individual business deciding it's bad for our image, it's bad for our vibe, we don't want you vaping in here. But to make a law out of it, don't you guys have better things to worry about? Like, how much taxpayer dollars was wasted on this?
Yeah. And who's going to keep up with it? You got to be 15 feet from a building if you want to. Who's going to be watching? Hey, we're going to pull that tape out, man. Don't move. We're just going to measure you. Yeah, freeze. Don't move. Pull this measuring tape out real quick, son. See if you've doing too much. Doing way too much. Drinking is down in the USA. It's Thirsty Thursday. It's record low. 54% of Americans are drinking from a Gallup poll.
Is that because weed's up?
Weed's up?
It's down from 67% in 2022.
Oh, coming out of the pandemic, everybody was day drinking.
That was bad.
That's true.
The recycle
West
bins.
Virginia was leading the league in that one.
The recycle bins on the street in my neighborhood were just full of bottles, bro. Everybody was just exposing themselves.
Yes.
How much have you had this week?
Yeah.
Got to stop recycling. I'm shaming myself to the neighbors.
This isn't good.
Younger adults 18 to 34 have the lowest drinking rate, falling from 59% in 2023 to 50% in 2025.
I think it's probably a cost thing. You know, just how am I going to eliminate another couple $100 from my monthly budget?
Oh my gosh!
If you go out, I mean, the prices are insane.
Yeah, I imagine.
Bars.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
I mean, if you're a home drinker, it's a couple $100. Oof. Maybe a week, maybe every couple of weeks. I think it's probably about a $20 a day drinker. That adds up quickly.
Yeah.
You know, so if you're doing the math, you're looking for the extra motivation to quit. I think it's the dang inflation. The salaries haven't like caught up with the inflation yet.
No,
and I don't know if it ever will.
No, it hasn't.
No. Yeah.
No, it hasn't, bro.
They don't care.
It hasn't.
Making the same amount of money, it just doesn't seem like that much anymore.
At all.
Everything's double the price.
Millennials. Hey, shout out to y'all. Big millennial in the house right here. I'm a big daddy millennial too, baby. 1982 in the building. Millennials have earned a reputation for being the generation that drinks the most. Millennials spend more money on alcohol than any other age group. They like to buy wine, craft beers, and premium spirits. Yes, I do drink premium
Shop
tequila.
Specs.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Took my cousin from Tulsa to Specs.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Specs
He
is
went
the
crazy.
best.
What an experience.
They're
He
so
went
great.
crazy.
Yeah.
Especially he goes like the little corner liquor store.
Yeah.
You know.
Those aren't bad either, though.
No,
they get the job done.
No.
But Specs is by
You can get you
far.
a Lucy. You can get you a Lucy at the corner one real quick. Let me get two of them cigarettes, bro.
Yeah.
And I can tell you why the millennials are the drunkest out here, and we're kind of bitter as well because we graduated. Guess what happened? 9/11.
Yeah.
Oh, this is our first time into the world, and we got 9/11 popping off. Then we had the war on terror for what was that? Good 5, 6, 7, 8 years, scaring us every day, bringing our anxiety up.
Yeah,
it's a threat level of 11 today. It might be an orange outside.
Yeah, it's an orange day. Yeah.
It might be a yellow. You're good. It's green, millennial. You can come on outside now.
Get the duct tape for your windows just in case they throw a dirty bomb.
It's safe. You're okay. Then we had the Great Recession. Got fired from my first job in radio. The Great Recession right there.
Got me too.
Yep, got me.
Only time I've been laid off in radio.
God, me too, fam. God, we shouldn't have said
Yeah, they cleaned house. Knock on wood, right?
Yeah, we should have said that part right there, block. Yeah. COVID-19, that happened.
Drive you to drink.
Pandemic, yeah, somebody says Katrina right there. We sat through that. And then they took all the money. We don't have any money. So, how about that?
And you're also young enough to not have health problems from drinking yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet, but I'm sure it's around the corner.
And every once in a while, that liver quivers, and I'm saying, is this a sign? What is that?
I went for one of those scans that said liver looks good. I was like, wow. I'm shocked.
You know, I think about you sometimes when I think about my drinking. I say, Dawson made it this long. I can stop maybe a couple more weeks.
Oh, yeah. Years of abuse.
Yeah. LA Live 105 through the Fan on a ladies' night. And to some ladies, this man is a hero. Do y'all remember the name Charles Ramsey? Charles Ramsey. That sounds.
Is this? Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. The Ramseys they lost the daughter.
No, but I know what you're talking about.
But that
is
Benet.
The Benet Ramsey.
Yeah, John Benet Ramsey. No, that's a great call.
Yeah.
I like that. But no, this guy right here, Charles, saved some little girls. He saved some little girls that had been kidnapped.
Kidnapped.
And they were locked in the basement in Cleveland.
Yes. Cleveland,
Yeah, they were kidnapped, locked in the basement in Cleveland. And local news in Cleveland, I think it's ABC 5, went out there and talked to him. I'll give you a little highlight just for your memory.
And like I say, my neighbor, you got some big testicles to pull this off, bro. Because we see this dude every day. I mean, every day.
How long have you lived here?
I've been here a year.
Okay.
You see where I'm coming from?
Right.
I barbecue with this dude. We eat ribs and whatnot and listen to salsa music. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah. And you had no indication that there was anything
going on? Bro, not a clue that girl was in that house or anybody else was in there against their will.
What was the reaction on the girls' faces? I can't imagine to see the sunlight, to be around people.
I knew something was wrong when a little pretty white girl ran into a black man's arms. Something is wrong here.
This dude's crazy.
Dead giveaway.
Something is wrong.
Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you very much.
Wow. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway. Something is wrong here. Especially how he looked, too. He looked crazy as hell, so I can understand what he means by that in that moment. But don't put that all on blood, people. Put that on you, fam. You do look crazy, Charles Ramsey. But anyway, ABC 5 in Cleveland caught up with Charles Ramsey all these years later. And this man has sports takes. Oh, yeah, listen to this, fam.
John, I'm telling you, it's a sad situation.
At his wit's end, his longtime Cleveland Browns fan, Charles Ramsey. Thank you very much.
Dead giveaway.
Yes, that Charles Ramsey. He likes what he's seeing out of Shador, but
He can only do so much. If you put Dylan Gabriel in there, he's been the same situation. Brother, Shador ain't on defense.